In a dimly lit alley, a village girl dressed in shabby attire blocked the protagonist's path. "Young man, may I show you the way?" On the brink of his college entrance examinations, with abysmal grades, the protagonist, driven by an inexplicable force, approached her, unaware that his life was about to undergo a profound transformation. Entering the sacred gate, he would defy fate, establishing connections, creating a foundation, awakening his seven senses, and reversing the balance of yin and yang. He would encounter a series of fortunate events. Gaining admission to a prestigious university, he would astonish the world, amass wealth, attract beautiful women, confront scoundrels, and achieve fame and fortune. Chapter 1. Defying Fate. Qin Yi, scoring only 189 in the finals. How dare you chatter on? Accompanied by Teacher Lu's furious roar, a piece of chalk struck Qin Yi's face, releasing a puff of white dust. Qin Yi shrank back, his face flushed crimson, daring not to utter a word. He was a lackluster student in Class 2 of his senior year, perpetually at the bottom of the academic ladder. Each time after an exam, he would face a scathing reprimand from Teacher Lu, for his poor performance dragged down the class average, jeopardizing her year-end bonus. With such low scores, are you planning to graduate high school and work at the construction site across the street? The school was situated opposite a site where a high-rise was being erected, all for the service of the people. Qin Yi muttered softly, eliciting a round of laughter and disdainful glances from those around him. "I'll have a word with my dad. He can increase your allowance by 250 yuan a month. After all, you're my classmate." A tall, handsome boy in the back row, Lin Kuan, announced loudly. His father was the CEO of a real estate company, and the building project across the street was developed by their firm. The students erupted into laughter, most of it mocking. Only a girl in the front row remained unamused, her elegant features betraying no emotion as she continued to scribble on her desk. "Starve before I work for your family," shouted a classmate beside Qin Yi, who was Chun Xiaolu, his childhood friend. It was he who had spoken to Qin Yi when Teacher Lu caught them. "Then you two poor wretches can starve together." "Haha, idiot," Qin Yi replied coldly. "Enough. Qin Yi, Chun Xiaolu, if you continue speaking, you'll stand in the hallway. Let's get back to class." Teacher Lu rapped on the blackboard, casting a glare at Qin Yi, yet refraining from reprimanding Lin Kuan. Today marked the last day of supplementary classes, with only 3 days remaining until the new year. However, for the seniors, time was of the essence, as the countdown had only 125 days left. Not far from the school gate stood a long wall, behind which lay the nationally renowned Fenghua University, a prestigious institution. Fenghua University occupied a substantial portion of the city, equipped with a subway and buses, and students often rode electric bikes to class. Some claimed that Fengcheng was a city nestled within Fenghua University, underscoring its vastness. Every child in Fengcheng aspired to gain admission to Fenghua University, yet the nearly 650-point admission threshold was utterly daunting. As Qin Yi traced the weathered wall, a self-deprecating smile crept across his face. If he were to disclose that his once-cherished dream was to enroll in the nearby Fenghua University, those who knew him would likely urge him to wake up. "In my next life, I shall certainly attend Fenghua," Qin Yi proclaimed loudly. "You might as well wish for the impossible. I would eat excrement while standing on my head." A luxurious car pulled up beside Qin Yi, and Lin Kuan's head emerged from the back seat, spitting on the ground. The two had clashed in their second year of high school. For the athletic Lin Kuan, Qin Yi was merely a weakling. Unsurprisingly, Qin Yi had spent a considerable time in the hospital following their altercation, his already frail constitution nearly succumbing. This had caused him to fall behind in critical subjects, and his grades plummeted, leading Qin Yi to regard Lin Kuan as an adversary. With a fierce glare at the departing luxury car, Qin Yi clenched his fists and continued forward. The dark alley was flanked by salons and small inns, the swirling neon lights casting a dizzying glow. Occasionally, a few scantily clad women would appear at the entrance, uttering words that made one's face flush that a figure approached, her voice melodious and imbued with an inexplicable allure. "Little friend, may I guide you?" Qin Yi glanced at her. A bright red cotton coat, oversized green trousers, and a pink headscarf wrapped around her hair, her hands tucked in her sleeves, a floral bundle dangling from her arm. Although her attire was decidedly unfashionable, her features exuded a certain charm, suggesting a woman in her 30s radiating a unique allure and grace. "My eyesight is fine, I can see the path," Qin Yi retorted, though he sensed that she was no ordinary person, her appearance incongruous with her garb. "Distinctive, I like it." "Ma'am, you have the wrong person. I'm merely passing through." Qin Yi tightened his grip on his backpack, signaling his status as a student. Although he was 18 and thus an adult, he had no intention of engaging in her line of work. "Indeed, it is you." He. The woman's gaze fixated on Qin Yi, as if he were a sumptuous feast laid before her. "Are you out of your mind?" "Excuse me." Qin Yi, irked, strode past her. You have been frail since childhood, frequently visiting the hospital, exhausting your family's savings. The troubling part is that the doctors find nothing wrong. Some even claim you are cursed, haunted by malevolent spirits, correct? How do you know this? Qin Yi exclaimed, astonished. You are a comet spirit, your meridians obstructed, blood and qi in deficit, destined for a short life. From what I see, you have but half a year left. Qin Yi's face flushed red as he seized the woman's floral coat collar. You're cursing me. I'm not cursing you, I can see the truth. A glint of blue light flashed in her eyes, chilling Qin Yi to the bone, as if she had seen through him entirely. He quickly released her. What do you want from me? To save your life. She replied earnestly. Qin Yi's hands trembled violently, unwilling to believe her words, yet a nagging doubt lingered. Who are you? Tao Hua of the Sacred Gate. Known to the world as an immortal, a yin-yang master, a prophet, call me as you wish, Sacred Gate. Why have you approached me? Tao Hua smiled softly. You are a genius. The Sacred Gate requires talents like you. Just now, you call me a short-lived ghost. Now, I am a genius? Though skeptical, Qin Yi found her words alarmingly unsettling. Because once you enter the Sacred Gate, I can help you defy fate. Tao Hua's expression grew exceedingly serious. Defy fate, change my destiny? Qin Yi's breath quickened. Establish connections, create a foundation, awaken your 7 senses. You will no longer be the person you are now. Your body will transform completely. Her voice was laden with temptation. Next, are you going to ask me for a few thousand yuan as your reward? Qin Yi's expression turned cold, suspecting a typical scam. I require no money, I only seek you. Her words carried a hint of ambiguity. Who would believe your nonsense? Disbelieve if you wish, we can pretend we never met. However, I must warn you, the comet spirit will eventually erupt like a volcano. At that time, even the gods will be unable to help you. Do you not often feel utterly exhausted, with chest tightness and difficulty breathing? That is the precursor to your eruption. Utter nonsense. Qin Yi dashed towards the alley's exit. But this time, Tao Hua did not impede him. Just as he burst out of the alley, an intense pain shot through his chest, the resurgence of an old ailment. It felt as though all his strength had been abruptly siphoned away. The agony drained the color from his face. Beads of sweat dripped down, and he staggered, barely managing to steady himself against the wall. The sudden onset of his affliction left Qin Yi dizzy, with countless voices whispering in his ears. You have but 6 months left to live. You are dying. She is a fraud. The sky churned with dark clouds, unleashing a cacophony of thunder, the swirling mass resembling the visage of a ferocious beast. I must defy fate. Chapter 2. A sense of being manipulated. As dusk approached, the heavy clouds loomed ominously, casting a damp, acrid atmosphere that felt suffocating. The woman named Tao Hua must not leave. Otherwise, he would continue his woeful existence. Hurry, swiftly. Qin Yi stumbled forward with such urgency that he failed to hear the calls of those behind him. Chen Xiaolu scratched his head, gazing in the direction Qin Yi had departed, muttering, "Yes, moving so hastily. He wouldn't be heading to that sort of place, would he? Even under pressure, it shouldn't come to this. He might end up ill." A sudden irritation welled up within him. How could Qin Yi not invite him along for such matters? Almost instinctively, Chen Xiaolu decided to follow discreetly. Oblivious to this turn of events, Qin Yi ventured into the long alley, where he spotted Tao Hua leaning against a wall, cradling her shoulders and staring vacantly at the sky, her eyes devoid of life. "Sister, where's our master?" Qin Yi inquired. "I have no idea where he has wandered off to. A myriad of trivial matters fall upon me. It's infuriating." Tao Hua replied with dissatisfaction. Qin Yi found himself at a loss for words, his chest still aching, though he could tolerate it for the moment. "Hold on tight. We're short on time." Tao Hua seemed to sense something amiss and stepped forward, extending her pale hand toward Qin Yi's abdomen. Startled, he blushed and recoiled. This initiation ceremony was quite unconventional. "You mischievous boy, what are you thinking? I shall impart the Sect's techniques to you and leave a trace of guiding spiritual energy in your dantian to help you swiftly familiarize yourself with the pathways of the practice. In due time, you shall be a disciple of the sacred Sect," Tao Hua remarked, rolling her eyes. Right here, this was far from the initiation ceremony Qin Yi had envisioned. The sky was overcast, the surroundings adorned with dazzling lights and scantily clad women. Wasn't this a bit too casual? Shall I take you to a hotel? Let us keep it here. Qin Yi hastily shook his head. Not too old, yet burdened with much. Tao Hua's hand pressed against Qin Yi's abdomen. Her palm was warm, almost feverish. Soon, a stream of energy seeped into Qin Yi's skin, causing a tingling sensation, slightly painful. In the shadowy corner, amidst the mesmerizing streetlights and bizarre positioning, Qin Yi concentrated on the flow of spiritual energy within his body while diligently recalling Taohua's words, fearful of missing a single detail. As the energy coursed through him, the pain in his chest remarkably vanished, truly miraculous. This is the core secret of the sacred sect. All branches stem from this. It has always been passed down orally. Should you reveal any aspect of the techniques to anyone, it would be a path to certain doom. Taohua's gaze fixed intently on Qin Yi, her eyes glinting with an icy light, indicating she was not jesting. Understood, but do you truly dare to kill? Although Qin Yi had gleaned some understanding of the sect's rules through cinematic portrayals, confronting such realities left him incredulous. Conflicts between sects, rife with bloodshed, rendered a single death insignificant. Have you taken a life? Qin Yi recoiled slightly, suddenly feeling that defying fate might not be the wisest choice. The consequences of gain and loss were already sealed the moment you encountered me. This is your decision and your responsibility. There is no turning back, only a forward path. This world is not as you perceive it to be. I shall say no more. You will come to understand in due course. The sacred sect comprises 7 branches: sword, medicine, divination, law, talismans, mysticism, and tranquility. You may now choose one branch to study. Divination, is it not a means of fortune-telling? Can it predict the answers to examination questions? Qin Yi gazed at Taohua with hopeful anticipation, immediately reminded of the impending college entrance examination. The art of divination is intricate and not as simplistic as you might presume, and presently, you cannot select this branch. Then I shall choose the branch of talismans. Qin Yi envisioned the magical talismans depicted in films, affixed to others, compelling them to obey. This option is also unavailable. Taohua's smile appeared somewhat strained. Why are none of these choices accessible? Do you not comprehend the gravity of your situation? In that case, I shall select the branch of medicine. Having endured ailments throughout his life, Qin Yi was eager to seize the opportunity to alleviate the suffering of others. Taohua seemed to exhale in relief, hastily unveiling her bundle, which contained a needle case, a wooden box, and a thick tome inscribed with the character for medicine in bold letters. The needle case held 7 sacred needles. The box contained a miraculous body-altering pill, and the book was the sacred sect's medical compendium. The techniques of acupuncture are detailed in the medical tome, and I shall not elaborate further. The body-altering pill must be consumed in a tranquil environment and requires the continuous practice of the sacred sect's techniques to assist you in connecting with the meridians, establishing the earth's core, and awakening the 7 senses. Qin Yi accepted the 3 items, finally grasping why he could not select the other branches. Taohua had only brought the inheritance of the medical branch, indicating that her intention for him to study medicine had been determined long ago. What manner of sect is the sacred sect? The medical book appeared to be a cheaply printed and bound copy on thin paper. Had it not been for Taohua's disinterest in monetary compensation, Qin Yi might have suspected her to be a charlatan. What if I encounter something I do not understand? If you do not comprehend, you are unworthy of becoming a disciple of the sacred sect. You may choose self-disposal. Are there any other rules within the sacred sect? Maintain a righteous heart and follow your desires. The heart you guard should be one of integrity. Other than that, you are free to commit acts of violence as you please. Is it truly permissible to take a life? Qin Yi swallowed hard. To eliminate evil is to enact good intentions. May I obtain your contact information? Qin Yi gazed earnestly at Taohua, as if a blossom of peach had truly adorned her visage. No, I will come and find you. Focus on your college entrance examination. There will be surprises in store. By the way, you must memorize the medical tome swiftly and then incinerate it. Should it be leaked, you would be in dire straits. Upon finishing her words, Taohua nonchalantly took her bundle and sauntered away with an air of carefree elegance. Qin Yi remained rooted in place, somewhat bewildered. Everything felt like a dream. But is this truly a dream? Qin Yi understood that this extraordinary encounter would grant him a life unlike any other. Chapter 3. A Heated Dispute. Taohua strolled leisurely out of the alleyway, making her way toward a distant plaza. 5 luxury vehicles were parked on the western side of the open square, from Mercedes-Benz S and a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Surrounding the cars were over a dozen bodyguards, clad in black suits, white shirts, and black ties, radiating an aura of intimidation. Upon noticing the plainly dressed Taohua approaching, the bodyguards simultaneously bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Director Fan." The scene was rather peculiar. A group of men in black suits bowed their heads before a woman dressed like a humble villager, while the onlookers speculated curiously about the luxury cars. The door of the Phantom swung open, revealing a young woman clad in professional attire. With an enviable figure and angelic features, her skin resembled polished jade, and her striking brows painted a picturesque visage, standing there like a luminous gem. Yet her expression was frigid, occasionally dripping with iciness. You clearly have the looks to succeed, yet you choose to assist me instead, Tawa teased, unfazed by the curious gazes surrounding her. This is my choice, the woman replied, her face betraying no emotion, her demeanor calm and unruffled. You are far too aloof. When will you find someone to marry? Surely you don't dislike men? It worries me to no end. The woman remained impassive, as if impervious to the conversation. Her countenance still as ice. By the way, how are things over in the land of stars and stripes? Tawa, accustomed to her demeanor, effortlessly shifted the topic. The major stock indices are oscillating downwards, and the stock we are targeting has plummeted over 6% today. Just over 4 trillion? We must intensify our efforts to counteract it tomorrow. Tawa bent down to enter the Phantom. The woman switched to the other side, opening the door to the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Moments later, the convoy gently commenced its journey towards Fengcheng Expressway, suggesting a mere brief stop here. Tawa reclined comfortably in her seat, gazing at the starry sky above. Muttering to herself, "Master, the comet descends. Destiny is tumultuous, calamities abound. Even if one attempts to defy fate, troubles persist. No one can foresee his future. But why must you allow him into the sacred fold? That elixir was intended for my daughter. It has been wasted, and I demand compensation. You have been silent for 3 years. Where on earth are you?" The woman perused her tablet, glancing up at Taohua, aware that while her boss was commendable, he often spoke in peculiar riddles, something she had long since accepted. The cabin soon fell into a tranquil silence as Taohua stared out the window, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes, intense and discerning. The clouds in the sky churned restlessly, yet no rain fell. Although Fengcheng's climate is perpetually spring-like, winter rains can be quite uncomfortable, cold, and damp. Qin Yi held 3 items, lost in thought until a heavily made-up woman inquired if he wanted a wash. "No money," he exclaimed, then dashed out of the alley. The spiritual energy within him lay dormant at his dantian, faint yet tangible, as if reminding him that what had transpired was no mere dream, but a harsh reality. The door to his home stood ajar, and as he gently pushed it open, he found his father, Qin Dashin, reeking of alcohol, glaring at him from the sofa. Upon seeing Qin Yi enter, Qin Dashin's anger flared. "Aren't there classes after evening self-study? How did you fare on the final exams? Did you come last again?" In Qin Yi's recollection, his father was 2 different individuals. That day at 10 years old marked a watershed moment. One optimistic and diligent, the other despondent and irritable. Qin Yi concealed the items behind his back, softly replying, "There are far too many lessons I've fallen behind on in my 2nd year. There's no chance to perform well." "Is that an excuse? You've given up. Other children would have caught up by now." Qin Dashin scoffed. In the afternoon, the parents' group shared the results of the recent examination. Qin Yi scored a mere 189 points, placing him at the bottom of the entire school. This embarrassment rendered him utterly humiliated, prompting him to drink excessively that evening. "Regrettably, I am not the child of others. I belong to your family." A hopeless wretch, Qin Dashin was filled with anger, his temples throbbing, deeply disappointed in Qin Yi. If it were not for Lin Kuen's assault, I would have undoubtedly achieved a commendable score. Qin Yi is currently enrolled at Fengcheng Experimental High School, having gained admission through sheer merit. Had he not spent over half a year in the hospital, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Qin Dashin's crimson cheeks darkened further, as a dull ache resided within him. His son had been hospitalized due to a beating. He had sought recourse from the school and Lin Kuen's parents, but was met with a dismissive attitude. The key issue was that Lin Kuen's mother exerted tremendous pressure on Qin Dashin's supervisor, resulting in a meager settlement of 10,000 yuan, hastily concluding the matter. How could one dare to confront such powerful individuals? Acknowledging the injustice inflicted upon him, he had no choice but to endure. What could an ordinary citizen do? Engage in a fight? They wield money, while he has only his life to offer. Let bygones be bygones. The crux of the matter is that you're simply not cut out for academics. Qin Dashin waved his hand, signaling his desire to cease the argument with Qin Yi. "If possible, I will strive to gain admission to a university." Qin Yi contemplated the potential of altering his fate this very night, sensing that everything might transform. With a mere 100 days left, he pondered whether relentless effort could yield an unexpected outcome. "You little rascal, even if you manage to get into a 3rd-tier university, I lack the funds to support your education," Qin Dashin muttered. The two of them relied solely on Qin Dashin's meager income, which was already strained. Half of his salary was consumed by food and drink, while the other half went towards Qin Yi's medical expenses. Consequently, every month was a struggle, leaving them in debt without any savings. I will find a way, Qin Yi declared as he stepped towards his room. Qin Dashan seized Qin Yi's arm, snatching away the wooden box, medical books, and needle pouch. What are these things? Hand them over. Qin Yi, in a panic, reached to reclaim them, only to be pushed aside by Qin Dashan. Qin Dashan briefly glanced through the medical books, which were disorganized and incomprehensible to him. However, the character for medicine on the cover repulsed him. He then opened the wooden box, discovering a red pill inside, dry and dull, resembling a shriveled bun. Lastly, he opened the needle pouch, revealing 7 gleaming silver needles. What on earth are these? Are they even consumable? Qin Dashan questioned, perplexed as he examined the wooden box. They are edible. After consuming them, one can attain immortality. Qin Yi rushed into his room, firmly shutting the door. You little rascal, who gave you this? Be careful not to poison yourself. Qin Dashan pounded on the door from the outside. Wouldn't your death bring me peace? Qin Yi shouted back. Suddenly, silence enveloped the outside, with only the sound of Qin Dashan's heavy breathing faintly audible. Chapter 4. Wealth and Risk. Every parent in the world yearns for their child's well-being. Often, it is only after being battered by reality that they surrender with tears in their eyes. The hardships of life are best understood by those who, in the midst of middle age, continue to struggle relentlessly, acutely aware of just how bitter life can be. After a while, Qin Dashan gently knocked on the door. Striving to speak softly, I have spoken with the personnel department at my workplace. If you do not gain admission to university, you can join my company. Although you would start as a temporary worker, once I retire, you'll have the opportunity for a permanent position. Qin Dashan worked at the tertiary sector under the Electric Power Bureau. Though engaged in frontline duties, he was considered a veteran, and his status afforded him a modicum of respect from others. Dad, can we discuss this after my college entrance examination? Qin Yi's tone softened. Despite Qin Dashan's current irritability, it was evident he harbored love for his child, a truth beyond dispute. We lack the funds for you to repeat the year or attend university. Qin Dashan pressed his lips together, a fleeting expression of shame crossing his face. What if I managed to gain admission to a prestigious university? Qin Yi whispered. Wake up. Our family's ancestral grave, ISN, emitting green smoke. Stop dreaming. He retorted. It's too early to make such claims. Who can predict the outcome? Listen, boy. Heed my warning. Do not resort to any underhanded tactics. This is the college entrance examination. Any misconduct is illegal. I ask you, what if I truly get into a renowned institution, like Fenghua University? Then we will sell the house for your education. Qin Dashan's response was decisive. Yet he internally dismissed the notion. With Qin Yi's score barely exceeding 100, the prospect of attending Fenghua University seemed absurd. It was unlikely even with a miracle. Agreed. The father and son established their pact through the closed door, though one was earnest, while the other merely indulged. Qin Yi tidied up briefly before sitting on the bed, staring vacantly at the pill in his hand. The heaven-defying body transformation pill, its name exuding grandeur, appeared rather unimpressive. One cannot help but wonder if it might truly be lethal. He picked up a medical book, leafing through a few pages, the obscurity of the text daunting. Memorizing it would likely take months, a thought that caused him considerable distress. Gazing at the moon emerging from behind the dissipating clouds, he listened to the thunderous snores of Qin Dashan outside and gritted his teeth, resolute that fortune favors the bold. After double-checking the door lock, Qin Yi removed his outer garments and sat cross-legged on the bed. He opened his mouth and tossed the pill inside. To his astonishment, the pill, resembling a dried bun, dissolved almost instantly, merging with his saliva as it descended into his stomach. Immediately, it felt as if a powder keg had ignited within him. His body surged with heat, his temperature skyrocketing past 40 degrees Celsius. Not daring to delay, Qin Yi promptly began to circulate his sacred martial arts technique, drawing in countless strands of spiritual energy from the surrounding environment into his dantian. In an instant, the energy within his dantian coalesced into a vibrant sphere, coursing through his meridians, expanding them and expelling numerous impurities from his body. Qin Yi trembled violently. The sensation was far from pleasant, akin to countless ants crawling through his being, pushing him to the brink of surrender. Yet, the thought of the grim reality that awaited him compelled him to persevere. One must take a gamble in life, or face inevitable regret. In a fleeting moment, Qin Yi envisioned his mother, standing gracefully and beautifully at a distance, gazing at him with deep affection. Mom, is your divorce because of me? He questioned, a tempest raging within him as tears streamed down his face. As the moon set and the sun rose, the night swiftly passed. The eggshell serves to protect the delicate contents within, while a human's metaphorical shell may arise from myriad reasons. Seated upon the bed, Qin Yi is enveloped in a dark, fetid layer resembling an eggshell. Yet, he remains motionless, akin to a lifeless figure. Earlier that morning, Qin Dashan had knocked on Qin Yi's door, but received no response. After muttering a few indistinct words, he fell silent. As noon approached, Qin Yi's body finally stirred slightly. With a crack, the black shell began to fracture, peeling away in fragments to reveal his fair, tender skin, reminiscent of an infant's rosy visage. A piercing light flashed, and Qin Yi's eyes opened, soon settling into an unfathomable depth. Qin Yi, who was never unattractive, now bore a delicate complexion, bright eyes, and resolute features, presenting an almost otherworldly handsomeness. Truly, he had undergone a metamorphosis. However, an overwhelming stench assailed his senses, prompting him to leap from the bed with lightning speed. The sheets were marred by large, hard scabs emitting a repugnant odor, and he hastily opened a window, fearing suffocation. It appeared the sheets were beyond salvage. He bundled the unsightly remnants and carried them to the doorway before retreating into the modest bathroom. After a frenzied cleansing, Qin Yi felt a profound sense of rejuvenation. Not only had his previous malaise vanished, but his body brimmed with an invigorating vitality, even bordering on the overwhelming. Attempting to brush his teeth, he inadvertently crushed the glass cup in his hand, though he escaped injury. With such physical prowess, he surmised he would likely never fall ill again, rendering hospital visits unnecessary. Having showered and donned fresh attire, he disposed of the unsightly scabs in the downstairs trash bin, relishing in a newfound swiftness. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he practiced his inner technique, eager to explore the concepts of connecting meridians, establishing a core, and awakening the seven senses. The seven senses encompass vision, hearing, smell, taste, touch, bodily awareness, and cognitive perception. It was no wonder he felt mentally clear, perceptively acute, and physically empowered. These sensations were likely linked to the enhancement of his senses. According to his technique, several crucial acupoints surrounded the seven senses. Qin Yi instinctively concentrated his energy around his eyes. Simultaneously, his eyes transformed to a deep blue, devoid of emotion, exuding an icy detachment. Instantly, the world morphed. Every object became vividly distinct, from the specks of dust on the alarm clock to the intricate veins of leaves, even discerning the gender of a distant fly. Astonished, he marveled at the extraordinary clarity of his vision, as if equipped with a microscopic lens. How astonishingly powerful! His sense of smell seemed to rival that of a dog, while his hearing transformed into a form of acute awareness. The exhilaration of these newfound abilities nearly brought him to tears of joy, as he felt invincible. Although he initially intended to observe longer, he soon realized his energy was depleting rapidly and promptly ceased his practice. In such a brief time, a fifth of the energy in his dantian had been consumed. The abilities were undoubtedly impressive, albeit somewhat taxing on his reserves. Establishing connections accelerates the flow of spiritual energy. Constructing an inner sanctum expands the capacity for spiritual storage. Awakening the seven senses enhances the survival skills of practitioners. Indeed, the techniques of the Sacred Gate are extraordinary. Chapter 5. This ability is quite remarkable. Qin Yi, filled with joy, picked up a nearby medical tome. Although the text remained esoteric and difficult to comprehend, he could discern some insights. Unbeknownst to him, he read the book from cover to cover. To his astonishment, the contents of the book became etched in his mind, allowing him to recite it verbatim. Could it be that his enhanced perception granted him the gift of photographic memory? Yet he had not even circulated his spiritual energy earlier, which made such an unexpected outcome all the more perplexing. Qin Yi's heart raced. If he truly possessed this remarkable memory, he understood its implications. He quickly retrieved a political text, flipped through a few pages, then closed his eyes to savor the information, his body trembling with anticipation. After a moment, he excitedly approached the window and exclaimed, "I have transformed from a mediocre student into a top scholar." Downstairs, Chun Xiaolu poked his head out of the window. "Qin Yi, are you boasting again? You must be exhausted from last night." "Huh, after last night, we are no longer from the same world," Qin Yi replied playfully. "What is wrong with leaving behind my virginity?" Chun Xiaolu muttered discontentedly. "You could at least share some good fortune with your brothers. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing." After confirming his newfound ability for perfect recall, Qin Yi diligently perused the medical tome 3 times, ensuring he had memorized every detail. He then procured an iron basin, ignited the tome, and cast it inside. This was a precaution advised by Taohua, although Qin Dashin had merely glanced at it yesterday. It was crucial to adhere to Taohua's warning, or else face dire consequences. To Qin Yi's astonishment, once the tome was incinerated, a gleaming gold coin emerged from the ashes. He marveled at the unexpected spectacle. Taohua had neglected to clarify such matters. Had he carelessly burned the tome elsewhere, he might have missed this coin altogether. The coin bore the character for sacred on one side, and the visage of a mythical creature on the reverse. Resembling a gaming token, a bite mark suggested it was pure gold. He pondered how much it might fetch at a goldsmith's shop. Of course, Qin Yi was not foolish enough to sell the coin. It undoubtedly served as identification for disciples of the Sacred Gate, a form of privilege. However, keeping it in his pocket posed the risk of loss. He sought a steel nail and painstakingly drilled a hole through the coin, threading it with a leather cord to wear around his neck. His stomach grumbled, reminding him that he had not eaten breakfast or lunch, and had skipped dinner the previous night. Approaching the dining area, he discovered a 100 yuan bill lying on the table. Qin Dashin's paternal love was always blunt and straightforward. Although he often indulged in drink, he never failed to provide Qin Yi with pocket money, nor had he allowed him to go hungry. The bun shop downstairs was nearly empty. Lunch hour had passed, yet dinner time had not yet arrived. "Auntie, I would like 5 steamer baskets of beef buns, please." As Qin Yi stepped inside, the distinctive aroma of the buns wafted toward him, intensifying his hunger. 5 baskets? Did he not usually consume just one? The proprietress, a familiar face from the old neighborhood in her 40s, is a down-to-earth individual acquainted with Qin Dashin. Today, hunger gnaws at her. "I cannot consume 5 steamer baskets, so let me bring you 2 to start," she offers. The steaming buns are served at the table, and unlike the diminutive morsels typically found, her buns are substantial, generously filled, with only 5 in a basket. Qin Yi, with a penchant for spice, douses them in chili oil and devours them ravenously. With heightened senses, each bite reveals layers of exquisite flavor. If she were to harness her spiritual energy to awaken her senses, she could discern the freshness of the meat and the spices within. It is merely a meal, devoid of need for complexity. The proprietress stands nearby, watching Qin Yi indulge, her voice a gentle admonition. "Slow down. Don't choke, dear. Have you not eaten in days?" 3 meals missed. Qin Yi mumbles through a mouthful. "A child without a mother is a child unloved. And what of your father? Why has he not sought you a stepmother? What kind of life is this?" "Life without a stepmother is quite pleasant. It means less supervision," she retorts playfully. "Oh, you rascal. But tell me, how is your skin so radiant? Have you been using cosmetics?" A beam of light illuminates Qin Yi's profile, her fair skin glowing with a lustrous sheen, complemented by her thick, dark hair, transforming her entire demeanor. The proprietress gazes in astonishment. Yet, her curiosity pales in comparison to the allure of the buns. Qin Yi, feigning ignorance, continues her feast. "Xiao Yi, have you been using high-end moisturizer?" The proprietress persists, unable to resist the inquiry. One must never underestimate a woman's relentless quest for beauty, regardless of age or profession. "Do you think I can afford such luxuries?" She replies, "You seem to have inherited your mother's beauty. She was renowned for her stunning looks." The proprietress suddenly realizes she has spoken too much and falls silent. "My mother was indeed beautiful." Qin Yi reflects. Though her memories of her mother are but a decade old, her visage forever frozen in that prime of life. Perhaps it is the transformative power of fate that has broadened her perspective. Previously, she was reluctant to mention her mother or hear others speak of her. She was quite heartless, leaving for 8 years without a word, the proprietress muses. "Earlier, I mentioned 5 baskets of buns, but I truly underestimated my appetite. I can manage 7. Would you kindly prepare 7 for me?" The proprietress stares at Qin Yi in astonishment, yet seeing her resolute expression, she concedes, "I shall bring them. Take your time eating. If you cannot finish, I will refund you." "Thank you," she replies. After consuming 7 baskets, the gnawing hunger dissipates, perhaps due to her enhanced physique. Her appetite has expanded, as she has devoured the equivalent of 7 people's portions. If this continues, dining will become a challenge. The 7 baskets cost 105 yuan, leaving Qin Dashin's generous payment exhausted, with an additional 5 yuan spent. As Qin Yi exits the bun shop under the astonished gaze of the proprietress, the warm sunlight bathes her in comfort, and she contemplates her forthcoming plans. "The omnipotent world of the internet. I rely on you." Meanwhile, Chun Xiaolu and his father are out shopping for New Year's goods when they spot Qin Yi entering an internet CAF from a distance. You should refrain from associating with Qin Yi in the future. With the college entrance examination approaching, indulging in internet cafes is unwarranted. No wonder you only scored 189 points. Admonished Xiaolu's father. Indeed, murmured Chun Xiaolu inwardly, considering that his escapades at the internet CAF paled in comparison to his recent undertakings, rendering them trivial. Remember, although your score barely surpasses 400, with diligent effort, there remains a chance for admission to a third-tier university, Xiaolu's father imparted with earnest gravity. Chun Xiaolu nodded and accompanied his father down a different path, one that distanced them from the internet CAF. Chapter 6. A New Year's beginning as night fell. The internet CAF became a den of chaos, with a cacophony of boisterous voices echoing within. Qin Yi, brimming with excitement, fervently scrolled through web pages, reminiscent of a fervent film enthusiast. After 2 hours of diligent inquiry and scrutiny, he finally grasped a portion of the medical texts, marking a substantial achievement. His cognitive faculties heightened. Not only did his memory improve, but his comprehension deepened, rendering him more perceptive and enlightened. It was no wonder that Tao Hua had once remarked that those who fail to comprehend the secret texts are unworthy of becoming disciples of the sacred sect. Only when hunger became insistent did Qin Yi settle his bill and depart from the CAF. Home awaited him, cold and desolate. In his haste that morning, he had neglected to close the windows, leaving the room damp and chilly. He prepared a pot of noodles, concocting a savory egg sauce, and devoured his meal heartily. As he ate, he contemplated his future endeavors, his eyes growing ever brighter. Just the day before, he had promised Qin Dashan that he would strive for admission to a prestigious university, yet his resolve had been uncertain. Now, however, confidence surged within him. If events unfolded as he envisioned, why not aim for Fenghua University, conveniently located nearby? With this thought, Qin Yi felt a swell of inspiration, transforming his hopes into appetite. And he consumed the entire pot of noodles. Setting aside all else, he was undeniably a true foodie. For the first time, the future lay before him with striking clarity. Illuminated like never before, his destiny was firmly in his own hands, a sensation that brought him unparalleled joy. Yet, the matter of finances loomed large. His appetite had grown, and with it, his expenditures. Today's meals and internet access had cost him 115 yuan, and with Qin Dashan unlikely to provide any more pocket money in the coming days, he pondered how to earn some funds. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He hurried to his bedroom and unlocked a drawer containing a piggy bank shaped like a large dog, filled with the lucky money he had accumulated over the years. With his financial dilemma resolved, he perused his textbooks for a while before drifting into slumber. At dawn, the first task on Qin Yi's agenda was meditation. After circulating his spiritual energy through 18 cycles, he sensed a notable increase in its quantity. With New Year's Eve approaching, the household remained in disarray, prompting Qin Yi to commence his cleaning duties. After breakfast, he plunged into a day filled with rigorous activity, studying, memorizing, and visiting the internet CAF for research, his pace relentless. Fortunately, his physical condition was robust, allowing him to persevere until midnight without feeling fatigued. He mused that if the teachings of the sacred sect were disseminated among high school students nationwide, countless diligent scholars would benefit. Yet he hesitated, considering the current competitive nature of college entrance exams. If top students were to acquire these teachings, it might lead to an unprecedented academic arms race, where even a score of 700 might only secure admission to a second-tier university. For now, the status quo felt just right. The day before the New Year's Eve arrived, and around 8 o'clock in the evening, Qin Yi was enjoying frozen dumplings while engrossed in a book when Qin Dashan entered through the door. Studying? Although Qin Dashan was inebriated, he was still surprised to see Qin Yi at home, as it had been quite some time since he last observed her studying. Despite his own limited presence at home, Qin Yi continued to savor her dumplings. Qin Dashan staggered over to the sofa, retrieved his wallet from his pocket, and placed 500 yuan on the coffee table, declaring that this year's bonus was substantial, and thus her New Year's money would also be more generous. All right, Qin Yi, with a calm demeanor, accepted the money and casually tucked it into her pocket. You brat, not even a thank you? Qin Dashan chided, slightly taken aback by the politeness shown towards himself. Qin Yi remained engrossed in her dumplings. Today is New Year's Eve. I'm not working tonight. Let us make dumplings together to celebrate the new year. Having already eaten the dumplings, what is the point of staying up to celebrate? The outside was filled with a cacophony of firecrackers, yet their home felt desolate, devoid of any festive spirit, which rendered the occasion rather meaningless. Ever since his mother departed, every year had been like this, and Qin Yi had grown accustomed to it. Qin Dashan paused, initially considering reprimanding Qin Yi, but he restrained himself and turned on the television to watch the Spring Festival Gala. After half an hour, the sounds of snoring from outside overpowered the television, prompting Qin Yi to quietly leave the room. First, she draped a blanket over Qin Dashan's shoulders, then squatted beside him, gently placing 3 fingers on his wrist while activating her tactile perception. This sensation was extraordinary. It felt as though she was weaving a net of awareness around Qin Dashan, gradually enveloping him. His internal condition vividly materialized in Qin Yi's mind, akin to a deep scanning device revealing every detail of his health. Qin Yi felt a surge of apprehension, grateful for her choice to pursue the Sacred Gate medical branch. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss despite understanding Qin Dashan's condition. After contemplating for a moment, various treatment plans formulated in her mind. Carefully laying Qin Dashan flat, she retrieved 7 sacred sound needles, sterilized them with fire, and prepared to perform acupuncture. Having studied medicine for only a few days, Qin Yi was apprehensive about inserting needles into critical areas such as the head or heart. So she gently rolled up his sleeve and placed the first needle at the Somli acupoint on his arm. She could distinctly feel the resistance from his skin and muscle fibers. Nevertheless, she steadily inserted the silver needle, her nerves heightened during this initial attempt, causing beads of sweat to form at her temples. Upon inserting the needle, she realized she had miscalculated its position, accidentally piercing a capillary, which resulted in a bruise around the needle's vicinity. Alarmed, Qin Yi quickly withdrew it, and though Qin Dashan let out a soft groan in his slumber, he fortunately did not awaken. This time, the needle was correctly positioned. After gently twisting it 3 times, Qin Dashan even emitted a couple of satisfied hums. Encouraged by this success, Qin Yi proceeded to insert all 7 needles, employing a remarkable technique described in her medical texts, known as the 7 stars pursuing the moon, which was excellent for regulating the body. After 2 hours of completing the entire acupuncture session, Qin Yi felt a hint of fatigue. However, witnessing Qin Dashan in deep slumber filled her heart with joy. To effectively treat ailments, acupuncture alone was insufficient. Medication was also necessary. The medical texts contain thousands of prescriptions, several of which are particularly suitable for Qin Dashan's current condition. However, Qin Yi fears that if he were to brew herbal medicine, it would be in vain. For Qin Dashan's obstinate character would likely lead him to refuse the remedies if he knew they were prescribed by him. After donning a coat, Qin Yi descended to find a pharmacy still open, where he purchased 3 boxes of traditional Chinese medicine. At that moment, the clock struck midnight, fireworks illuminated the night sky, and the street was suffused with the scent of sulfur. Qin Yi raised his gaze to the heavens and softly declared his wishes to be admitted to a prestigious university next year, to celebrate the new year in the finest hotel in Fengcheng, and to acquire wealth. 3 aspirations for the new year, though uncertain if they would materialize. Qin Yi yearned to no longer spend the new year in solitude, envying others as they set off fireworks and relished steaming dumplings, while children donned new clothes and received generous red envelopes. All changes would commence from this moment. Hope imbues one with motivation. A new year has begun. Chapter 7. A small test of skill on the first day of the Lunar New Year. A fresh beginning unfolded. Qin Dashan awoke from a sweet dream, feeling rejuvenated and invigorated. Glancing at the sofa, he felt inexplicably perplexed. He usually rose from the couch with a stiffness that rendered him uncomfortable. Qin Yi approached with a cup of warm water and gently remarked, "Dad, your health is quite poor. From today onward, you must abstain from alcohol." "What nonsense are you spouting? I feel full of vitality." "That's because I spent 2 hours massaging you last night." Qin Yi refrained from mentioning the acupuncture, especially since there were still bruises on Qin Dashan's arm from the treatment. "My eldest son has become so sensible. You truly have serious health issues, and you are at risk of a stroke at any moment." Qin Yi said earnestly, "Let it happen. There is nothing in this world worth clinging to." Qin Dashan chuckled carefreely. "What do you mean nothing worth clinging to? I want to go to university, work, marry, and have children. Don't you wish to hold a plump grandchild? Whether I can even attend university is uncertain, let alone getting married and having children. You're painting an impossibly grand picture for me. Given your current state, if my mother were to see you, would she not think leaving you is the right choice? Don't bring your mother into this. I will bring her up. You ought to live well enough to one day stand before her and assert, 'I am very happy.' Your choice was utterly misguided. Vignetortet passionate." Enraged, Qin Dashin raised his hand as if to strike Qin Yi, but upon meeting his son's unwavering gaze, he found himself unable to lower it. Your liver, stomach, kidneys, and lungs are all compromised. Please listen to me. You must refrain from drinking. Qin Dashin's expression shifted between concern and contemplation. After a long pause, he inquired, "How did you deduce that? Just from that medical book?" "Indeed. I seem to have a natural aptitude for medicine. Medical school is not easy to enter." Qin Dashin softened considerably. The mere fact that his son was dedicated to his studies was worthy of encouragement. "You should be able to get in, but is it simply abstaining from alcohol? You must take these medications on schedule." Qin Yi produced the prepared traditional Chinese medicine. Qin Dashin examined the boxes, hesitating for a moment before responding. "I will temporarily agree to this, but on the condition that you gain admission to a good university. Otherwise, I shall drink as I please." "Agreed. No backing out. Hey, what shall we have for breakfast?" "Frozen dumplings. It's the new year. Let us make some." "No time. I want to read. Then I'll make them myself." "Qin Dashin doesn't start work until this afternoon. I'll get to kneading the dough right away." After a meal of Qin Dashin's unpalatable dumplings, which were even worse than the frozen ones, he left with the medicine bought by Qin Yi, reminding her to study diligently. Qin Yi had never met any relatives from her mother's side, and Qin Dashin's parents had passed away early, leaving him with few relatives, most of whom he had offended, making the New Year celebrations rather uncomplicated. Aside from meditating, Qin Yi spent most of her time memorizing her lessons, reciting everything from required courses to electives. Although her grades were sure to improve significantly, they were still far from sufficient for admission to Fenghua University. Subjects like mathematics and physics could not be mastered through rote memorization alone. It was evident that she urgently needed a private tutor for guidance. On the evening of the 6th day of the new year, feeling somewhat restless from her studies, Qin Yi decided to take a stroll and admire the vibrant night scenery of Fengsheng during the Spring Festival. As she passed by the luxurious Dihao Garden Villa area, the most upscale location in Fengsheng, where each villa averaged over 30 million, she caught a glimpse through the gates of a beautifully decorated courtyard, filled with festive lights and decorations. 2 security guards stood at attention, casting disdainful glances at her as she paused. The motivation for life stems from the yearning for a better existence, especially for a youthful and naive teenager. Qin Yi gazed longingly for a while before turning to leave, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar face. Tang Ziru, the stunning belle of their high school and a classmate of Qin Yi. Not only was she fair-skinned and tall, resembling a movie star, but she also excelled academically and came from a wealthy family, arriving at school in luxury cars every day. 90% of the male students had a crush on Tang Ziru, particularly Lin Kuan, who fervently pursued her but was consistently rejected. The previous incident involving a fight was also related to Tang Ziru. Her friend, Chun Xiaolu, had written a love letter but was too timid to deliver it. Eventually, after bribing Qin Yi with a week's worth of lunch, Qin Yi secretly slipped the love letter into Tang Ziru's desk. Who would have thought that Tang Ziru would hand the letter over to their homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu reviewed the surveillance footage and traced it back to Qin Yi. The most unfortunate part was that Chun Xiaolu hadn't signed the letter, leading to rumors that Qin Yi had an unrequited crush on Tang Ziru, creating quite a stir. "You, a toad, dreaming of eating swan meat, shall at least get a whiff of it. I'll strip you of your skin." Lin Kuan's vicious words still echoed in Qin Yi's mind. Subsequently, the Lin family pressured the school and Qin Yi's father, resulting in a mere compensation of 10,000 yuan, leaving the matter unresolved. After spending over half a year in the hospital with no money or influence at home, resuming her studies was out of the question. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and continue attending school, which led her from being an average student to a poor performer, failing every exam. At that moment, Tang Ziru appeared anxious, scanning the area with her eyes, as if searching for something, and upon spotting Qin Yi, she called out to her, "Qin Yi, which way did you come from?" Her voice was crisp yet tinged with impatience. Qin Yi scratched his head, instinctively pointing to the path they had just traversed. "This way. Have you seen a white Bichon Frise? It has a golden collar around its neck." Tang Ziru fidgeted with a brown dog leash in her hands. Qin Yi paused for a moment and shook his head. Tang Ziru's disappointment was palpable. She seemed unwilling to say anything further and hurriedly dashed into the Imperial Garden. "Is your dog lost?" Qin Yi asked impulsively. "I can help you look for it." Understanding the profound pain of loss, he felt a surge of sympathy for Tang Ziru. Setting aside their previous misunderstanding, she was the only one in class who had never mocked him, and for whatever reason, he was prepared to offer her assistance. "No need. Thank you." Tang Ziru politely shook her head. She held no favorable impression of Qin Yi, especially after the incident with the love letter, and thus firmly declined. Chapter 8. My sense of smell is exceptional. Such is the nature of the world. One may wish to help, but that does not guarantee acceptance, as the other party must consider whether they wish to owe a favor. I have a 90% certainty of finding your dog, Qin Yi insisted, emphasizing his words. Joking at a time like this seems inappropriate, Tang Ziru replied, her brow furrowing slightly. She despised those who made grand promises without the means to fulfill them. I promise to find your dog within an hour, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Tang Ziru's guard went up. You aren't thinking of taking advantage of me, are you? Are you still fixated on that ridiculous notion of dating? Let us find the dog first. I'm not asking for your agreement now. Are you certain you can find Huan Huan? Huan Huan was the dog's name. Only one way to find out. How will you do it? Do you have someone working at the traffic bureau who can access the surveillance footage? Though a top student, Tang Ziru was no fool. She was not easily deceived by mere words. I have an exceptional sense of smell. Sense of smell? What do you mean? Tang Ziru was somewhat bewildered. That leash is tied to Huan Huan, right? I can track its scent to locate it. Goodbye. Tang Ziru nearly exploded with frustration. Wasn't this just a colossal waste of time? She had heard of police dogs using scent to find drugs, but never of a person using scent to find a dog. Missed the chance to work with me, and you might never find Huan Huan. Qin Yi was not lying. Through careful observation of the leash, he discerned it had been severed by a sharp object. Tang Ziru hesitated, halting her steps, and with a resolute stamp of her foot, approached Qin Yi. Fixing her sparkling eyes on him, she declared, "If you dare deceive me, I'll kill you. And your condition is too excessive. I refuse." Qin Yi felt a flutter in his heart. "Kill me? Go ahead." He replied earnestly, "I never lie. Remember your promise. Now, let us begin. Where is Huan Huan?" Rolling his eyes, Qin Yi responded, "Even if I were a deity, I would need some time." He took the leash, activating his keen sense of smell and inhaling deeply. The surrounding scents rushed in like a tide, especially the unique fragrance of Tang Ziru, which invaded his nostrils and nearly caused him to lose focus. "Could you step back a bit?" "Why?" Tang Ziru asked in surprise. "You're too fragrant." Tang Ziru's face flushed red. Initially intending to scold Qin Yi, she refrained, considering his effort to find Huan Huan, and slowly retreated a few steps. Tang Ziru, unwilling to be negligent, led Qin Yi to a bustling intersection, where the throngs of people inadvertently heightened the challenge. It was here that the dog leash had snapped, and subsequently, Huan Huan had vanished. Qin Yi remained silent, channeling his inner energy, inhaling a myriad of scents that filtered through his nostrils, only to be meticulously dismissed. Suddenly, the mist was stirred by an unseen force, allowing a sliver of light to penetrate. Qin Yi pointed decisively in a direction, exclaiming, "That way." He then sprinted forth, with Tang Ziru closely trailing behind. A Jian supermarket. This location seemed slightly out of the way, and the sign hanging above was newly replaced, with a potent odor of formaldehyde still lingering in the air. Huan Huan must be inside the supermarket. Could it be? Tang Ziru's face was etched with disbelief. It cannot be wrong. Qin Yi fixed his gaze upon the glass window, where a plump middle-aged man was attending to customers, his demeanor warm and inviting, reminiscent of kindly neighbor. "Impossible. Uncle Jian is a good person. He just gave Huan Huan a sausage. Bad people do not emblazon their foreheads with a mark of villainy." "Are you certain? It would be quite embarrassing to misjudge a good man. To find Huan Huan, follow me." Qin Yi's expression darkened as he pushed open the supermarket door. "Welcome." An electronic synthesized voice greeted them, while a toy parrot dangled from above. Uncle Jian instinctively glanced toward the entrance, locking eyes with Qin Yi, whereupon they both perceived hostility reflected in each other's gaze. "Why is Xiao Ruo here again?" Uncle Jian's attention shifted to Tang Ziru, standing behind Qin Yi. "Just browsing." Tang Ziru cast a fleeting glance at Qin Yi, feeling somewhat disoriented. "Oh, is he your boyfriend?" "No." They both replied in unison. "Oh, then feel free to look around." Uncle Jian remarked with a cryptic smile. "Stop pretending. Hand over Huan Huan, you dog thief." Vin Yisu then shouted, causing not only Uncle Jian to freeze, but also startling Tang Ziru. Direct approach? Even if he truly has Huan Huan, would he admit it? Would this not alert him? Countless thoughts raced through Tang Ziru's mind. Huan Huan, did she not leave with Xiao Ruo? What do you mean by that? Uncle Jian's expression contorted slightly. Huan Huan should be in the storeroom at the back. Qin Yi asserted with unwavering conviction, pointing toward the rear door. Uncle Jian's body quivered slightly as he shouted, "You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? With no proof, be careful, or I shall call the police." "I did not see her." "You may leave." Uncle Jin's voice was cold, his eyes glinting with fury. Seeing that Qin Yi had no intention of departing, Tang Ziru reached out to tug at his sleeve, only for Qin Yi to deftly shake her off and position himself before Uncle Jin. The disparity in their stature and build was evident. Qin Yi slightly raised his chin, speaking in a tone audible only to Uncle Jin. "This is not your first time capturing someone as pet, is it? You secretly severed Tang Ziru's leash, did you not? The sausage you gave to Huan Huan was tampered with, wasn't it? Fool, you have left behind too much evidence. If the police are summoned, who knows who will end up in custody?" Uncle Jin's hand grazed a nearby steel pipe, the tip stained with faint blood, his eyes flashing with malice. Realizing that today might culminate in calamity, "I am aware that you have taken the lives of numerous pets. Upon my arrival here, the overwhelming stench of blood was palpable, indicating that many animals have met their demise at your hands." Qin Yi glared at him without a hint of fear. "You're talking nonsense." Uncle Jin, provoked by Qin Yi, swung the steel pipe in his hand towards her. Tang Ziru gasped in shock, completely unprepared for Uncle Jin to resort to violence. Qin Yi feigned panic, stepping back while loudly demanding, "What do you intend to do, dog thief?" Her eyes darted towards the surveillance camera in the upper left corner, hoping it would capture this moment. "I swear I'll kill you." Uncle Jin raised the steel pipe, continuing his assault on Qin Yi. She ran as he pursued her, toppling shelves and causing chaos. Customers outside dared not enter, while some recorded the scene with their phones. Tang Ziru quickly grabbed her phone and dialed number. Suddenly, Qin Yi stumbled and fell to the ground, while Uncle Jin, now infuriated, swung the steel pipe down toward her head. Qin Yi raised her arm in defense, clearly at a disadvantage. "Stop! Someone could get killed," Tang Ziru shouted, rushing forward to intervene. The crowd echoed her concern, worried for the fallen youth. At that moment, Qin Yi struck back. Chapter 9. Justifiable Defense. Being hit does not necessarily imply one is incapable of fighting back. Sometimes, refraining from retaliation stems from the fear of causing fatal harm. Qin Yi's earlier behavior was merely a ruse to set up Uncle Jin for a decisive blow. This man not only captured pets, but also tortured these innocent creatures. The acrid scent of blood that assaulted Qin Yi upon entering nearly made her retch, prompting her decision to teach him a lesson. Upholding the principle of maintaining one's composure, Qin Yi prepared to act. With a forceful punch that surged forth like a dragon breaking through the waves, she struck Uncle Jin's ribs with remarkable speed. Although she did not exert her full strength, the impact was undeniably significant. The previous theatrics were all for this act of self-defense. Crack! Qin Yi's keen senses detected the sound of a rib fracturing, and she inwardly lamented, realizing that perhaps she had struck a bit too hard. This could not entirely be blamed on her. After all, she had recently undergone a transformation and found it challenging to control her strength. Uncle Jin was sent sprawling, crashing into 3 rows of shelves, and as he soared through the air, he coughed up blood. When he finally hit the ground, blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain, indicating potential internal injuries. Qin Yi stuck out her tongue, aware that she had landed in serious trouble, even with justifiable defense. If she had inadvertently killed him, the situation would be dire. Tang Ziru was momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, Uncle Jin had been mercilessly assaulting Qin Yi, and now he lay on the ground, transformed into a fountain of blood. Come with me to find Huan Huan. The crucial element now is evidence. Once we locate Huan Huan, the entire sequence of events will become clear. Pushing open the back door revealed 2 storage rooms, one filled with goods, while the other was locked. "Huan Huan! Huan Huan!" Tang Ziru called out loudly. "Woof! Woof! Woof!" The sound of barking emanated from the locked room. Qin Yi kicked the door open, and the sight inside left both of them momentarily stunned, followed by Tang Ziru making a retching motion. The room was permeated with a strong metallic scent of blood. Within a large iron cage were 2 dogs and a cat, one of the small white dogs desperately crashing against the metal bars. The floor was stained with splatters of blood, and in the corner, several woven bags were piled up, one of which was open, revealing a dirt-colored dog leg protruding from it. "Please bring Huan Huan out." Tang Ziru's voice trembled. Qin Yi, indifferent to pets, and particularly irked by dog owners who neglected to leash their animals, felt a surge of anger at the sight before her. Oddly enough, the previously raucous Huan Huan quieted upon seeing Qin Yi approach, lowering its head as if it had committed a wrong. Qin Yi opened the cage and first retrieved Huan Huan, leaving the other 2 pets inside to prevent their original owner from discovering their escape. Outside the room, Tang Ziru took Huan Huan, disregarding the bloodstains, and quickly checked the dog, relieved to find only a superficial cut on its left leg. Don't worry. My family will arrive shortly. Everything will be all right. Tang Ziru and Qin Yi exchanged glances, thankful for Qin Yi's efforts in locating Huan, silently chiding themselves for doubting her earlier. Girl, where are you? A thunderous voice erupted from the supermarket. I'm here, Tang Ziru responded, hastily cradling the small dog as she rushed outside. My uncle is here. He has a fierce temper, so if he speaks rudely, please don't take it to heart. Qin Yi scratched her head, pondering how her uncle's temperament had anything to do with her, considering she was there to assist. Inside the supermarket stood a group of people dressed in black round-neck shirts and trousers, the atmosphere somewhat intimidating. At the forefront was a man in his 30s, with bulging eyes, thick lips, and a round head, clad in a floral shirt, adorned with a large gold chain around his neck and a gold watch on his wrist. None other than Tang Ziru's uncle, Tang Biao. Girl, are you hurt? Who did this? I'll make him pay. Upon seeing Qin Yi emerge alongside Tang Ziru, he lunged forward, grabbing her collar. Is it you, brat? Qin Yi rolled her eyes, realizing he was incapable of distinguishing friend from foe. Firmly grasping his wrist, she replied coldly, I'm a classmate of Tang Ziru, here to help. Help, you say? Tang Biao, undeterred, exerted pressure on Qin Yi's wrist, attempting to assert his dominance. The events unfolded too rapidly for Tang Ziru to intervene. Witnessing her uncle in a rather undignified state as Qin Yi subdued him. For reasons unknown, Tang Ziru couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle, didn't you always proclaim your martial prowess to be unrivaled? Is this all you can manage? Careless of me. Brat, let go of me, or I swear I'll make you regret it. Qin Yi, unfazed, ignored his threats, stating, Here's what happened. After finishing dinner, he helped me find the dog and even dealt with the dog thief. Tang Ziru, in an unusual display, bent down to recount the events, never once allowing Qin Yi to release her grip. Ouch, young lady, I apologize for misjudging you. It was my fault. Can you let go now? Tang Biao grimaced in pain, finally conceding. Force can only be met with force, Qin Yi remarked before relinquishing her hold. Tang Ziru looked at Qin Yi in astonishment, recalling her impression of him as a slacker, yet he now exuded the air of a well-read scholar. However, aside from other observations, I couldn't help but notice that Qin Yi's complexion is truly remarkable, lending an exquisite quality to her presence. To speak candidly, she possesses a certain charm. What does that mean? Tang Biao rubbed his wrist. He was a rough individual, having not completed elementary school. Those who rely on their strength to bully others will inevitably encounter someone stronger, who will turn the tables on them. What about my classmates? Should we record statements? Have you been watching too many dramas? In our family, we have no such formalities. Besides, this pervert isn't dead. He will speak for himself. Let us hurry along. Students should avoid such chaotic matters. Tang Biao waved his hand, urging Tang Ziru and Qin Yi to move quickly. I apologize for troubling you, uncle. Don't be so polite with me, girl. And you, brat, let me warn you. Don't entertain any dubious thoughts. Tang Biao, still uneasy about the earlier incident, did not forget to intimidate Qin Yi before departing. Qin Yi merely curled her lip, remaining silent. Some matters, it seems, can only be ascribed to human nature. You are quite different from the Qin Yi I remember. Were it not for your unchanged appearance, I might even think you were someone else. What is seen may not always be the truth. Such is human nature. How bitter. You do have a penchant for lofty ideals, don't you? At such a young age, you might give off an impression of pretentiousness. Oh, I shall be more mindful in the future. Regardless, thank you for today. Although my uncle is somewhat coarse, he will certainly fulfill his promises, so you need not worry about the aftermath. Tang Ziru spoke softly to Qin Yi. You need not thank me, for my assistance comes with conditions. Tang Ziru frowned, replying quietly. That is acceptable, but it must not be excessive. Chapter 10. You are being excessive. The night was hazy, a thin veil of clouds obscuring half of the moon's visage, as if it were wrapped in a delicate shroud. The term excessive was aptly employed. The measure of what constitutes excess lies within Tang Ziru's grasp. As long as she is willing, any request may fall within the realm of moderation. Conversely, a trivial demand can easily be deemed excessive. Qin Yi glanced up at Tang Ziru and casually remarked, Is it excessive to ask you to be my girlfriend? Tang Ziru wore an expression of prior knowledge, her cheeks flushing crimson. Qin Yi, you are being too much. Over a year ago, had it not been for Tang Ziru reporting the love letter incident to the teacher, perhaps Qin Yi would not have suffered a broken leg at the hands of Lin Cohen, nor would he spend half a year poring over obscure texts in the hospital. Of course, this cannot be blamed on Tang Zuru. Qin Yi harbored no animosity towards her, for otherwise, he would not have assisted her today. His suggestion that Tang Zuru be his girlfriend was purely a reflection of his mischievous nature. Qin Yi was acutely aware that there was no possibility of Chen Xiaolu and Tang Zuru being together, and he held no hope for such a scenario. The only possibility for a toad and a swan to be together is when the swan has perished, allowing the toad to feast upon its flesh. Just teasing you. Truth be told, I'm not interested in you at all. Qin Yi chuckled nonchalantly. Then write me a love letter. Tang Zuru was taken aback, defiantly countering. This question seemed to stem from an unexplained sentiment, perhaps because no one had ever spoken to her so directly before. Ah, youth. Thoughts change like the wind. It is only natural. Qin Yi shrugged, acknowledging that there had indeed been a misunderstanding in the past. However, having promised to take the blame for Chen Xiaolu, it was unnecessary to reveal the truth now. After all, a true friend values loyalty. Tang Zuru rolled her eyes dramatically, surprised to discover Qin Yi's eloquence. Qin Yi casually remarked, some lessons can only be learned through experience. Get lost, Tang Zuru retorted, exasperated, as she hurriedly walked ahead with Huan Huan. Miss Tang, are you going to go back on your word? Tang Zuru paused, her impatience evident as she asked, speak quickly. What do you need me to do? With only a little over 100 days until the college entrance examination, I would like your assistance in tutoring me in mathematics and physics, Qin Yi stated earnestly. A large exclamation mark appeared on Tang Zuru's face, soon transforming into a question mark. You want me to help with math and physics? Did I hear that correctly? You, of all people, are a poor student. Have the awareness of a struggling learner. Could you repeat that? I need your help in mathematics and physics. I'm sorry. I truly cannot assist you with that. What a ludicrous notion. Helping the lowest performer in the entire school with math. If others found out, they would surely think Tang Zuru had lost her mind. Moreover, she had her own preparations for the entrance exams. There was no time to spare. Oh, I see. Qin Yi was not angered, having had low expectations to begin with, thus feeling no sense of disappointment. Seeing Qin Yi genuinely turn to leave, Tang Zuru hurriedly followed a few steps. Can we negotiate different terms? How about if you become my boyfriend? Get lost. Go to hell. Tang Ziru's face darkened as she spat out a curse. Untrustworthy. Wait. Tang Zuru suddenly called out to Qin Yi. Are you actually willing to be my boyfriend? If you continue speaking like that, I will ignore you. I want to know if you genuinely wish to improve in math and physics, or if you're merely seeking more time to pester me. Could you not be so self-absorbed? I just want to study diligently and gain admission to a prestigious university. I truly, genuinely do not have any interest in you. Are you serious? Tang Zuru asked, astonished. Where there is ambition, time is never wasted. Qin Yi casually quoted a lyric. Tang Zuru suddenly found herself unable to read this boy. Having just scored 189 in the finals, he still aspired to enter a renowned university? He was either delusional or foolish. I can help you with this. Just give me a phone number, and I will inform you of the results as soon as possible. I don't have a phone, but no phone. Are you even a modern person? Wait here a moment. Upon reaching the entrance of Dihao Garden, Tang Zuru did not wait for Qin Yi to finish his sentence and ran inside with Huan Huan. Qin Yi was left bewildered, wondering how someone could run off mid-conversation. How long is a moment? This is the latest model from Dawei, with a foldable screen. You can use it. This phone is quite expensive, probably over 10,000. Thank you. Qin Yi felt no embarrassment. He truly needed a phone at that moment. I've written my phone number on a piece of paper and placed it inside. Get a SIM card tomorrow and contact me. Tang Zuru instructed Qin Yi earnestly. All right. You're busy. Does even a dog have a dedicated veterinarian? What about us poor folks? Thank you for today. Don't mention it. Didn't I accept a gift from you? Goodbye and Happy New Year. Tang Ziru's face flushed slightly. Happy all. Qin Yi waved her hand nonchalantly. The smartphone in her possession was an unexpected gain for the day. With her tote bag in hand, she strolled home. Upon opening the door, she discovered Qin Dashan seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television, which was playing at a rather high volume. Thanks to Qin Yi's discreet acupuncture sessions and medications over the past few days, Qin Dashan's complexion had improved significantly, and he had indeed given up drinking, though it remained uncertain how long he could maintain this resolve. Where did you get that phone? Qin Dashan inquired, aware that Qin Yi had no money. Such a costly device was certainly beyond her means. A friend gave it to me. Qin Yi replied casually. Is it a male friend or a female friend? A female friend. Qin Yi did not perceive any issue with this. A female? Why would she give you a phone? What did you exchange for it? How old is she? The veins on Qin Dashan's forehead throbbed with agitation. She's a classmate of mine. Seeing that I had no phone, She simply offered me one. Qin Yi felt the need to clarify, fearing she might be misunderstood. Qin Dashin paused for a moment, then bellowed, "Is her family quite wealthy? Could they afford to just give away such an expensive phone? Are they very affluent?" Taken aback by Qin Dashin's intense reaction, Qin Yi replied calmly, "I don't know. But she must be quite well off." "Why do you think so?" Qin Yi found the question puzzling. "Because you two will not end up well." Qin Dashin leaped off the sofa. "End up well? Come on, Dad, you're overthinking it." Qin Yi scratched her head. Chapter 11. One must have integrity. Perhaps stemming from a sense of inferiority, Qin Dashin adamantly refused to allow Qin Yi to keep the phone, which infuriated her. "Dad, have you ever heard of earning through hard work?" "Hard work? What labor have you done?" Qin Dashin's expression darkened. "I spent an hour helping that female classmate find her lost pet dog, and even confronted the thief," Qin Yi explained. "You got into a fight?" Qin Dashin's interest was piqued. "Rest assured, everything was resolved. This phone is a token of gratitude from her. But it's far too valuable." Realizing that Qin Yi never lied, Qin Dashin's demeanor softened. For her, giving me the phone was as trivial as offering me a piece of candy. She doesn't regard it as precious. Only you do. She is she, and you are you. One must have integrity. Qin Dashin glared at Qin Yi. "I often search for information online, but without a computer or internet at home, I have to go to an internet CF. You know how chaotic and uncomfortable those places can be. Moreover, I genuinely helped her, and that is indisputable." Qin Yi explained in a low voice. "Very well. It's my fault for lacking capability," Qin Dashin admitted with a hint of shame, reflecting on the years spent relying on alcohol, drifting through life aimlessly. Since he quit drinking, many past memories resurfaced, causing him profound pain. "You have done well. At the very least, you have supported my education. When the tuition fees were insufficient, you went out to borrow money, enduring countless disdainful glances. I am well aware of that. You little rascal. Remember this. We belong to different worlds than the wealthy. Do not entertain unrealistic notions, nor let yourself be entangled with them." The memory of Qin Dashin writing love letters to Tang Ziru during his second year of high school still haunted him. The Tang family was of an entirely different caliber, far beyond the reach of ordinary folk. All individuals are equal. Although Qin Yi internally agreed with her father's words, she verbally expressed her dissent. "Equality? Nonsense. Hurry up and study. Tomorrow, we'll get a mobile phone card and opt for a package with ample data. It will be quite expensive. I'll reimburse you, but you cannot bring it to school. Many classmates bring their phones to school. I'll just keep it on silent. Don't worry. I want to play on my phone during class. The remaining 100 days are exceedingly precious." "What are you doing all this time?" Qin Dashin shrugged. Yet he was quite satisfied with Qin Yi's current state. It was not too late. Qin Yi entered her room holding the phone box. The new phone lacked internet connectivity, limiting its usable functions. She deleted several pre-installed apps and set a new alarm tone, finally allowing her decade-old alarm clock to retire in glory. Qin Yi studied late into the night. Outside, the myriad lights gradually dimmed before she retired to bed. After rising early and practicing her cultivation for 18 cycles, she quickly consumed a light meal and headed straight to the telecommunications store. Obtaining a mobile phone card was a simple process, and the service attendant was quite amiable. Soon, Qin Yi acquired her own phone number, choosing a monthly plan costing 88 yuan, which provided ample data. First, she called her father to have him note down her number, and then she dialed the number left by Tang Ziru. The call connected swiftly, and Tang Ziru's melodious voice resonated through the line. "Is this Qin Yi?" "Yes, this is my phone number. Do you have time now?" "I do. Please come to Li Shua Education across from our school. I need to discuss something with you." "All right. See you soon." Qin Yi was unaware of the mysterious matters Tang Ziru wished to discuss, but she hailed a taxi, heading directly to Li Shua Education. The radio was broadcasting news from Fengsheng, and Qin Yi initially paid no attention until a report unexpectedly related to him caught her ear. Qin Yi pursed his lips, muttering to himself, "Deservedly so. Just a single case of extortion, if the amount is substantial, could land him in prison for several years." Indeed, Tang Biao proved to be quite reliable. The entire affair had not prompted any inquiries from him, the involved party, and the news broke today, showcasing the profound influence of the Tang family. Li Shua Education comprised 3 floors, and Qin Yi met Tang Ziru in a spacious classroom. Alongside her was another young woman, refined and only slightly older than Qin Yi. "This is Teacher Li Li, and this is my classmate Qin Yi." Tang Ziru quickly introduced the two. "Hello." Teacher Li Li regarded Qin Yi with curiosity, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Though clad in ordinary attire, he possessed an exceptional appearance and an undeniable aura. Was this truly the underachiever Tang Ziru spoke of, ranked last in the entire school? Hello, Teacher Li. Qin Yi, uncertain of Tang Ziru's intentions, nodded politely. Teacher Li is a senior at Fenghua University, having scored 707 points on the college entrance examination. My father specially invited her to tutor me, Tang Ziru said with delight. Qin Yi internally pondered, what does your boasting mean? I have arranged with Teacher Li to dedicate 2 hours each evening for your tutoring in mathematics and physics. But the time is strictly from 7 to 9, and the duration of the sessions will be determined by you. Qin Yi did not immediately agree. Such a specialized private tutor is rather costly. For a one-on-one session during the crucial final year, a decent instructor charges at least 500 yuan per hour. 2 hours a day amounts to 1,000 yuan, which his family simply cannot afford. I cannot afford private tutoring. There is no need to conceal this matter. A lack of money is just that, a lack of money. You need not spend your own money. My father has already covered it. You only need to attend the classes punctually. Ordinarily, I would approach Teacher Li with any questions I have. Tang Ziru said with a cheerful smile. Qin Yi was taken aback for a moment. With over 100 days until the college entrance examination, even if he studied for just 50 days, that would still amount to 50,000 yuan. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, I'm sorry, I cannot agree to this. Wasn't it agreed upon yesterday? You help me find Huan, and I will help you with your studies. I simply lack the time to assist you, which is why I asked Teacher Li to substitute for me. Naturally, I will cover the expenses, Tang Ziru stated earnestly. The notion of you tutoring me and hiring someone to tutor me are two entirely different concepts. Are you implying that my time holds no value? That is not what I meant. Then what are you implying? Li, observing the verbal sparring between the two, found it quite amusing and chose not to intervene. How about this? Consider the tutoring fees as a loan from me, and when I have money in the future, I will repay you. Oof, how pretentious. Regardless, I have already secured a teacher for you. Whether you choose to study or not is entirely up to you. Coming in last in the entire school, yet aspiring to enter a prestigious university. What a delusion. Tang Ziru deliberately taunted him before skipping away. Qin Yi found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. This fellow seems to think that aspiring to attend a prestigious university is an easy feat. Moreover, your attendance in class actually aids me. Li regarded Qin Yi, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Chapter 12. The Call for Counterattack. Strange occurrences abound every year, yet this year seems particularly rife with them. As Li's words left Qin Yi somewhat bewildered. I come to private tutoring to assist you? Indeed, the reasoning is quite simple. Pray tell. I have been hired at a high salary by Tang Ziru's father to oversee her education until she enters university. However, since I began tutoring her, Tang Ziru is intelligent and diligent, rarely encountering problems she cannot solve. Thus, my role has not been particularly impactful. Receiving payment without delivering results leaves me uneasy. When Ziru suggested I help you with your studies, I readily accepted. I need to demonstrate my worth, Li said with a grin. Qin Yi pondered for a moment, then bowed deeply. Tang Ziru is Tang Ziru, and I am I. Whether in debt or in favor, I shall repay them both. In my mind, having borrowed her phone had already canceled out the matter of searching for a dog. Any additional obligations are merely favors. Li was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head. Your demeanor does not resemble that of a struggling student. A struggling student and a top student are not the measures of one's character. I will begin tutoring tomorrow evening. I hope to trouble Teacher Li then. Not at all. In fact, I look forward to it. Li felt that Qin Yi possessed an unusual air about him, which made her conversation quite casual. Next to the Lishui Education Center was the experimental bookstore, where Qin Yi entered to purchase a comprehensive knowledge list for all subjects. Having nearly memorized the books, he now needed to distill and recite the key points. The process of learning is progressing in a rather rote manner. Yet the cultivation of my techniques has not been neglected for a single day. The essence within the core of the earth has grown even more robust. However, I remain unaware of when I might advance. Moreover, Tao Hua has never shared the secret of progression with Qin Yi, leaving him to practice in a state of confusion. He recited his knowledge list until past midnight, and even with the divine skills at his disposal, he felt a slight dizziness. He understood, well, the principle that haste makes waste, so after freshening up, he retired to bed. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, the senior students returned to school. It is said that the third-year students endure the most hardship, rising before dawn and resting only in the dead of night. Their daily studies far exceed the grueling 996 work schedule, resembling a relentless 18187. The reality is harsh, akin to a multitude of soldiers traversing a narrow bridge. With the inheritance of the sacred gate, Qin Yi has more than one path before him, yet he desires not to squander his youth, leaving behind regrets. The young should engage in youthful pursuits, and for students, that pursuit is learning. After breakfast, Qin Yi heard the door downstairs open, indicating that Qin Xiaolu had departed. He hurried down to meet him. Residing on the 5th floor, while Qin Xiaolu lived on the 4th, they typically commuted together. Should one leave early, they would wait downstairs for the other. To Qin Yi's surprise, when he reached the ground floor, he saw Qin Xiaolu sprinting away, his figure growing distant. Off to a quick reincarnation, he jested, yet he did not immediately pursue Qin Xiaolu. Instead, he greeted the elderly man seated in a recliner nearby. This elder, known as Uncle Wang, had moved to the 1st floor 3 years prior. He enjoyed basking in the sun, and Qin Yi always exchanged pleasantries with him upon meeting. "Did you have a quarrel with Xiaolu?" Uncle Wang asked, gently rocking in his chair as he regarded Qin Yi with kindness. "I'm not quite sure," Qin Yi replied. "Best hurry along. You wouldn't want to be late for school. Today's children have it tougher than ever." Uncle Wang waved him off, turning his gaze to the newly risen sun, which glowed like a drum, appreciating the refreshing coolness it brought. Bending slightly, Qin Yi set off in pursuit. Ultimately, he caught up with Qin Xiaolu at the school gates, though he had refrained from using his spiritual energy to do so. "Why are you running?" he inquired. "Not running at all," Qin Xiaolu retorted coldly. "Did you feast on a Gatling gun during the New Year? Your temper seems quite fierce. You're not a true friend. I'm cutting ties with you," Qin Xiaolu declared loudly, drawing the attention of many classmates. "How am I not a true friend?" Qin Yi asked, puzzled. "You enjoy good fortune without including me." Qin Yi furrowed his brow. The last time he had proclaimed his transformation into a top student from the window, Qin Xiaolu had responded with sarcasm from below. Surely, he couldn't have witnessed the peach blossom imparting the sacred gate techniques to him. Such matters were not meant to be shared, especially considering the miraculous body-altering elixir was singular in existence. Even among close friends, some experiences are too personal to be shared. "Don't you understand?" "I don't understand." "Cutting ties. Think it over. I have other matters to discuss." "Cutting ties," Qin Xiaolu persisted. "Very well. If that is your wish, do not come to me seeking reconciliation in the future." Qin Yi, too, had his pride and strode into the school with determination. "Selfish individuals do not deserve a chivalrous friend like me." "Bah!" Qin Yi spat. Across the aisle sat Qin Xiaolu, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Yi, muttering, "What a poser. Can you even comprehend this? Last time, you scored a mere 31 in foreign language." Qin Yi's hearing was remarkably acute. Even without relying on the heightened auditory perception of the 7 senses, he could clearly discern Qin Xiaolu's murmurs. He shot him a fierce glare before delving back into his dictionary. His ambition was to memorize the entire foreign language dictionary, believing that such diligence would significantly elevate his language proficiency. The foreign language teacher found it peculiar. Despite this student's inexplicably poor grades, he was incessantly poring over the dictionary. Was it not a tad too late for this endeavor? Moreover, could such a convoluted task truly be accomplished? As the class bell rang, Qin Yi initially intended to continue his study of the dictionary, but noticed Tang Ziru in the front row, exchanging knowing glances with him. Clearly, she had something to discuss. She did not approach him directly, likely out of fear of drawing Lin Kuan's attention and causing trouble for everyone involved. Qin Yi nodded slightly, and Tang Ziru was the first to exit the classroom. The two of them left in succession, resembling a pair of young lovers on a date. They assumed no one was observing, yet a pair of eyes was fixed upon them. Near the cafeteria, on the side of the teaching building, it was relatively deserted. Tang Ziru stood there, her demeanor vibrant, and upon seeing Qin Yi approach, she promptly inquired, "Are you a martial arts master?" "Absolutely not." Qin Yi felt a surge of caution. Yet his uncle had mentioned that he had fractured 4 of Uncle Jian's ribs with a single punch. Had it not been for timely medical intervention, the man would have perished. Such strength could only belong to someone well-versed in martial arts. In that moment of desperation, "I truly had no idea how I summoned such power." "Is that so?" Tang Ziru was no fool. Her mind was agile. "I recall watching a documentary on extraordinary phenomena where individuals, in extreme panic or stress, can exert several times their usual strength, like lifting a car with one hand or remaining submerged underwater for hours." "Fine, if you wish to dismiss it. However, Uncle Jian's shamelessness in claiming mental illness to avoid criminal charges was appalling. What shall we do about it?" Qin Yi was incensed. He had no desire to see such a person walk free. "My uncle believes it is just as well. He should be committed to a psychiatric facility. Initially, he would have received a sentence of 3 to 5 years, but now he won't see the light of day for at least 10 years. "Huh, serves him right." Qin Yi mused, appreciating the formidable influence of the Tang family. He raised an eyebrow. Though the individual was quite distant, he recognized her as Gao Lan, a close friend of Tang Zuru. However, during recess, any student's presence in any location was deemed acceptable. Chapter 13. What on earth? Remarkably, Chun Xiaolu managed to restrain himself, refraining from speaking to Qin Yi throughout the entire morning. Qin Yi, engrossed in his studies, paid him no mind. Some matters remain inexplicable. After all, secrets cannot be shared. At noon, Qin Yi called his father to discuss his evening tutoring plans. Upon learning that it was free of charge, Qin Dashan readily agreed and even offered to contact the homeroom teacher to excuse Qin Yi, thus sparing him the trouble. After lunch in the cafeteria, Qin Yi resumed his reading, yet the atmosphere around him felt off kilter. He sensed others whispering and pointing at him, stirring an ominous premonition within him. With a forceful kick, someone struck Qin Yi's desk, producing a jarring sound that drew the attention of his classmates. "Come out with me. I need to ask you something." "I have no time." Qin Yi continued to leaf through his book. "Stop pretending to be so formidable. Can you comprehend this? Come out." With that, he reached to grasp Qin Yi's collar. "I warn you, I am engrossed in my reading. Keep your distance." Qin Yi coldly glared at Lin Kuan. Their enmity was well known, and it was already surprising that Qin Yi had not sought retribution from him. Yet here he was, provoking her. Furious, Lin Kuan swung his fist directly at Qin Yi's face, completely disregarding their surroundings. Qin Yi remained seated, feigning a block with her arm, thereby solidifying evidence that Lin Kuan had initiated the aggression. In an instant, she delivered a swift kick to Lin Kuan's abdomen, propelling him from his position to the back wall of the classroom, causing him to howl in pain. "Get lost." Qin Yi glanced at the camera in the back of the classroom, finding it somewhat bothersome. Otherwise, she would have relished the opportunity to thoroughly beat Lin Kuan. The surrounding classmates were rendered speechless. When had Qin Yi become so ferocious? Wasn't she frail and frequently ill, often avoiding physical education classes? Chun Xiaolu was utterly astonished, thinking, "Goodness, has Qin Yi trained with a martial arts master?" Tang Ziru had yet to arrive at school, and thus missed this riveting spectacle. Lin Kuan struggled to rise after a prolonged moment, his expression one of utter bewilderment. That kick had truly inflicted pain and instilled fear. The crucial point was that he had not even seen how Qin Yi executed her kick. It was as if he had encountered a ghost. After a lengthy hesitation, he dared not continue to confront Qin Yi, sensing her newfound prowess was formidable. "You better wait." Lin Kuan groaned, clutching his abdomen, and grimaced as he exited the classroom. As the captain of the school basketball team, he had a few loyal friends. The last time he had brought two of them to break Qin Yi's leg, so naturally, he would seek reinforcements now that he found himself at a disadvantage. Qin Yi paid him no mind, returning to her book as if nothing significant had occurred. "Yige, have you been practicing martial arts lately?" Chun Xiaolu's eager face leaned closer. "Yes, my father heard that in order to cure my ailment, I must strengthen my body. So he hired a martial arts instructor for me." Qin Yi casually fabricated, feeling the need to provide a plausible excuse for the unreasonable. "For how long? Weren't we supposed to have severed ties? Do I owe you an explanation?" Qin Yi scoffed, returning her focus to her book. Chun Xiaolu scratched his head, feeling at a loss. "Qin Yi, you need to come with me to the office," Mr. Liu called out loudly to Qin Yi as the class drew to a close. Mr. Liu, a thin woman in her 40s with prominent cheekbones, glared at Qin Yi with triangular-shaped eyes while perusing lesson plans in the office, ignoring his presence. She finally looked up, shooting Qin Yi a piercing glance. "Your father called. He said you must take a leave from evening study sessions for remedial classes." "Remedial classes? For what?" Mr. Liu inquired with confusion, considering that Qin Yi had only scored 189 points, and her grades were far from commendable. It was perplexing that any remedial classes were necessary. Just as Qin Yi was about to mention mathematics and physics, she reconsidered and replied, "Physical education." "Physical education? Are you serious? At this juncture, you want to attend remedial gym class?" Mr. Liu nearly gasped in disbelief. "Strictly speaking, it's to learn martial arts." "Martial arts? What? Are you planning to graduate high school and become a security guard?" "Just strengthening my physique," Qin Yi replied, furrowing her brow. Teacher Liu pondered for a moment, fixing his gaze on Qin Yi, and inquired, "This afternoon, some students reported a conflict between you and Lin Kuan, claiming that you injured him. Is that true?" "He struck me first. I was merely acting in self-defense." It was not surprising that there were informants among the class, and it was evident that Lin Kuan had not approached Teacher Liu with a complaint, or else the tone of the inquiry would have been different. "In your second year, Lin Kuan broke your leg. Have you forgotten that incident?" You must understand the difference between your family and Lin Kuan's. I haven't forgotten. I remember how the school sheltered him. Qin Yi was taken aback when teacher Lu brought up the past, his demeanor turning cold. How can you speak like that? At that time, your father agreed to reconcile with the Lin family and even signed a mediation document. Our school respects the opinions of both parents. Wrongdoing remains wrongdoing, no matter how much one tries to whitewash it. You are infuriating. You struggle with your studies, and your social skills are equally lacking. When you enter society, you will find it arduous to progress, likely becoming part of the eliminated group. I cannot enter society yet, for I must attend university. With your grades, do you honestly believe you can gain admission to a university? I not only aim to attend university, but also aspire to enroll in a prestigious one. Teacher Lu suddenly found the situation amusing, as if he had heard the most hilarious joke, laughing heartily for a while. If you manage to get into a renowned university, I shall leap from the teaching building. It seems your father was right to have you practice martial arts. At least it spares you the need for intellect. What nonsense! Qin Yi retorted, turning to leave. What did you say? Teacher Lu was too engrossed in laughter to hear clearly. Ignoring him, Qin Yi exited the office. Bang! A loud noise resonated from outside, causing the office walls to tremble slightly. Teacher Lu hurriedly rushed out. Upon reaching the doorway, he discovered a distinct fist imprint on the wall. The force required to leave such a mark was considerable, and Teacher Lu's complexion turned pale. The youth who had just exited appeared to be quite formidable. It seemed that Qin Yi's martial arts training was not without merit. Chapter 14. Lin Kuan went mad. The evening break was from 5 to 5:40, and Qin Yi, after having a bite in the cafeteria, shouldered his backpack and proceeded to the nearby Lishua Education Center. Arriving early, he found that Lili was not present, but fortunately, there was a self-study room available. Students like Qin Yi, who had dedicated private tutors, could use it free of charge. The environment here was significantly quieter than at school, allowing Qin to take out his books and continue his review. Even with a photographic memory, he had fallen behind in several courses, necessitating a race against time to catch up. After studying for a while, he casually checked his phone and discovered a message from Tang Ziru, which he had missed due to the silent mode. Regarding your conflict with Lin Kuan at noon, it seems someone saw us talking during the break and informed him. How gossipy! He is now seeking out people. Be cautious. Worrying about many matters is futile, as one cannot predict how challenges will present themselves. Only by strengthening oneself can one confront various adversities. At precisely 7 o'clock, Lili arrived, and the two began their first day of tutoring. Initially, Lili perceived Qin Yi as a struggling student and intended to commence with the most fundamental concepts. However, Qin Yi promptly dismissed this notion, asserting that she had already grasped all the foundational knowledge and required guidance on how to adeptly apply these concepts to solve each problem accurately. Oh, feel free to quiz me on the knowledge points from these two books, she added, as she pushed the lists of mathematics and physics knowledge forward. Lili recognized the necessity of comprehending Qin Yi's true academic level to tailor her teaching effectively. Seizing the mathematics knowledge list, Lili inquired, "Let us discuss derivatives." There are only 9 crucial knowledge points pertaining to derivatives. Qin Yi confidently recited them. Have you memorized them all? What about the physics concepts? Lili was somewhat astonished, questioning if this truly was the student ranked last at experimental middle school. Had the current generation of students become so competitive? What she had anticipated to be a challenging task of teaching Qin Yi turned out to be quite the opposite. I have memorized the knowledge list for all 6 subjects. Qin Yi affirmed with a nod. Are you genuinely at the bottom of your class? Lili felt compelled to probe further. I scored 189 in the last exam, which indeed placed me last. That shouldn't be the case. It is the truth. After a moment of hesitation, Lili produced a small notebook and quietly remarked, "This contains a compilation by 7 of our graduates who scored over 700 in the college entrance examination. They summarized 386 foundational problem types in high school mathematics, from which the majority of current problem types have evolved. First, work through these foundational problem types and document your solving steps." All right. Qin Yi had not anticipated such valuable resources. Lili's expertise was evidently remarkable. Indeed, it was true that nothing of value comes without cost. Tang Ziru must have studied these long ago, which explained her consistent scores above 140 in mathematics during exams. The original problem types were printed on 4 sheets of paper and bound together, appearing rather ordinary. However, Qin Yi dared not underestimate the printed material, for even the esteemed sacred medicine bore a similar appearance, yet contained profound medical heritage. While engrossed in her work, Qin Yi's phone vibrated. Noticing Li's lack of displeasure, she glanced at it. I have half an hour until class ends. Tell him not to leave the school gate. What nuisance? It was Lin Kuan who was the nuisance, and she intended to remedy that. You both are being troublesome. If you want to say something, do so yourself. I won't intervene. As Qin Yi slung her backpack over her shoulder and exited Li Shui Education, she spotted 5 individuals standing at the entrance opposite her. Each was notably tall, all measuring over 185 centimeters, members of the school basketball team, with Lin Kuan at the forefront. I heard you were looking for me? Qin Yi called out across the street. Lin Kuan, initially focused on the school, turned upon hearing her voice, veins visibly bulging in his forehead. You dare show your face? I have nothing to hide. Why would I shy away? Just wait. If you have guts, don't run. Lin Kuan gestured for the others to charge toward Qin Yi. She remained composed, observing the group, which included the 2 accomplices who had previously broken her leg, an opportune moment to settle old scores. As Lin Kuan approached her, he instinctively stepped back slightly, pointing an accusatory finger at her and demanding, "What is your relationship with Ziru?" Qin Yi paused momentarily and retorted, "She is not related to you, and our relationship is of no concern to you. You insolent brat, are you itching for a fight? I warned you that if you dared approach her, I would skin you alive." Lin Kuan bellowed, "You are undoubtedly deranged, unable to win her heart. Your mind has twisted, hasn't it? Speak. What is the nature of your relationship with her?" Lin Kuan's expression was grotesque, while the 4 teammates beside him adopted fierce countenances, surrounding Qin Yi. Observing Lin Kuan's demianor. Qin Yi's eyes flickered as he produced his phone from his pocket, stating, "You see this phone? It was gifted to me by Tang Ziru, who even paid for my tutoring classes. Just the other night, we were together, but some matters are not suitable for your ears." Lin Kuan's face turned an alarming shade of purple, teetering on the brink of a cerebral hemorrhage as he pointed a trembling finger at Qin Yi, rendered speechless. The Lin and Tang families have been close friends for generations, and Lin Kuan has harbored feelings for Tang Ziru since childhood, idolizing her as his goddess and vowing to marry her when he grew up. However, Tang Ziru showed him little interest, even treating him coldly, which led him to unleash his pent-up fury upon every boy who dared to approach her. Such dark, predatory thoughts had taken root in Lin Kuan's heart, and Tang Ziru was his Achilles heel, driving him to madness. "Take it down. Kill him if you must," Lin Kuan commanded, and as soon as he finished speaking, the 4 moved to engage. "Wait," Qin Yi suddenly called out. "Are you afraid? There are too many eyes here. If you kill me, it won't end well for you. Will it? Perhaps we should find a quieter place?" Qin Yi said calmly. Chapter 15. Schemes and Counter-Schemes. The world is unpredictable. When you think you are scheming against others, they may very well be plotting against you. The most sophisticated hunters often present themselves in the guise of prey. Upon hearing Qin, he suggests a more secluded location. Lin Kuan's spirits lifted, and he gestured in a direction. It led to a development site owned by the Lin family, where several solitary bungalows stood at the far western edge of the construction area. It was rumored these homes were stubbornly held by a few families demanding exorbitant prices, prompting Lin Kuan's father to exclude them from the development plan. Realizing they would receive nothing, the families eventually clamored for relocation, ultimately selling the land for a meager sum, which still remained intact. The silence was absolute, and Qin Yi felt quite satisfied as he strode toward that direction. A teammate named Chungbin approached, whispering, "I see this kid is rather unafraid. Is there truly no issue?" "No worries," replied Vin. "He has trained in martial arts for a few days and thinks himself invincible." Beneath a large tree on campus stood 2 young girls, one being Tang Ziru and the other her friend and confidant, Gao Lan, a girl of exquisite beauty. Qin Yi found himself in a dire predicament. Gao Lan smiled and remarked, "I wonder who divulged my conversations with Qin Yi to Lin Kuan. How bothersome." Perhaps the informant meant well, fearing you might be enchanted and truly befriend this impoverished, sickly boy. "Why is your tone so sharp today?" Tang Ziru shot a glance at Gao Lan. "Did I say anything? Don't the other students often speak of Qin Yi this way? Do they?" Tang, the beautiful person, was wholly devoted to her studies, seldom paying attention to such trivial roles. "He may differ from what you all envision, having been classmates for 2.5 years. I am well aware of his character. Are we not going to witness the commotion? Poor lad. I hope he isn't harmed. Wait for me." With a hint of regret, Gao Lan hurriedly pursued him. As the clock approached 9, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few dim lights on the construction barriers, casting a feeble glow on several figures, their faces appearing indistinct. Lin Kuan and his 4 companions encircled Qin Yi. They were the mainstays of the school basketball team, typically in perfect sync during games, but now their focus was on a singular target. Lin Kuan glared menacingly at Qin Yi, cursing, "You little brat." I said, "Strip him down." At that moment, Qin Yi sprang into action. His punch struck like lightning, landing with a resounding thud on Lin Kuan's left chest, his protruding fingers precisely targeting the Shun Feng acupoint, causing Lin Kuan to bellow in agony. Clutching his chest, instantly rendered powerless. The other four were momentarily stunned. This was excessively brutal. Nonetheless, they found themselves in a predicament, launching a collective assault on Qin Yi. Though Qin Yi was not trained in martial arts, his speed, strength, and senses were unparalleled, allowing him to fend them off with ease, each blow accurately targeting their vulnerable points. The Lin family, affluent and influential, had taught Qin Yi the ways of the powerful, especially after the AGN supermarket incident. Thus, inflicting pain on Lin Kuan was essential. Yet leaving behind minimal visible injuries was crucial to avoid complications later. With merely over 100 days until the college entrance examination, Qin Yi had no intention of landing himself in trouble. In an instant, all five lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain, their eyes wide with fear as they regarded Qin Yi. 5 against 1, and yet they had no means of retaliation. Was this even human? Qin Yi approached Lin Kuan slowly, squatting before him, gently tapping his face. With such meager skills, you dare to threaten me? Qin Yi, just wait. I will have someone kill you. Lin Kuan spat defiantly. Huh, I fear you might soon change your tune. Qin Yi retrieved a needle packet from his school uniform pocket, carefully opening it with the utmost delicacy. What do you intend to do? Although the surroundings were dim, Lin Kuan could still discern the glint of the silver needles. Oh, I neglected to mention. I have not only dabbled in martial arts, but have also acquired some medical knowledge, perfect for practice with you. Get away from me. Lin Kuan's face was a mask of terror. The faint light combined with Qin Yi's sinister smile sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Qin Yi placed one foot on Lin Kuan's chest, immobilizing him, while the 7 silver needles danced in his hand. I'm a novice. Should you move recklessly? Do not blame me for any mishaps. Lin Kuan trembled uncontrollably. Take your filthy things away. If you dare to experiment on me, my family will not spare you. Qin Yi smiled faintly. You wield power and wealth, breaking someone's legs without consequence. My life may be deemed worthless, but like yours, it is singular. With that, his right hand swiftly moved, a silver needle effortlessly piercing Lin Kuan's forehead, leaving only the tip quivering ominously. Not only was Lin Kuan shouting, but the other 4 were also in a frenzy, realizing the madness of the situation. With those long silver needles inserted deep, could it possibly damage his brain? Qin Yi disregarded the others entirely, her movements swift as the wind, as she drove 3 needles into Lin Kuan's head in rapid succession. Lin Kuan's eyes rolled back, his body convulsed, and his limbs stiffened like stone. This technique, known as 7 needles to seize the soul, is a rare acupuncture method chronicled in medical texts. Its purpose is to subdue a frenzied individual, rendering them immobile. The texts describe that the first 4 needles inflict great suffering upon the patient, and only after the final 3 are administered can the individual lose consciousness entirely. At this moment, Qin Yi had only inserted 4 needles, undoubtedly causing Lin Kuan immense pain. This is a technique I have just learned, called 7 needles to seize life. If all 7 needles are inserted, the recipient will die peacefully, and not even the finest instruments or most skilled forensic experts could detect any foul play. Now, tell me, should I proceed? Qin Yi deliberately instilled fear in the 4 onlookers. Do not. Please, we were wrong. The 4 team members were terrified, tears streaming down their faces. Yet they understood one thing. If Qin Yi truly killed Lin Kuan, who could say what she might do to silence them? Observing their tearful expressions, Qin Yi smiled eerily. I will not proceed, but first, you must swear that you will never trouble me again. With that, she retrieved her phone from her pocket. To her surprise, the device proved useful at that moment. The 4, aware of the gravity of the situation, with Lin Kuan convulsing beside them, had no choice but to comply. Kneeling or squatting, they formed a line, swearing before Qin Yi's camera, creating a rather comical scene. We swear to the heavens that we will never trouble Qin Yi again. Otherwise, may lightning strike us, may we be run over by a vehicle, and may the heavens bear witness. The new phone boasted impressive night photography capabilities, capturing their faces clearly. Chapter 16, Backlash. It was impossible for Qin Yi to kill Lin Kuan. She had no desire to bear the label of a murderer at such a young age. She swiftly withdrew the 4 silver needles from Lin Kuan's head. However, he did not immediately recover, still twitching. Had she rendered him a fool? The other four watched in horror, fixating on Qin Yi in silence. Qin Yi placed her hand on Lin Kuan's pulse, and after a minute, she slapped him hard across the face. "Wake up, you fool." Lin Kuan suddenly opened his eyes, glistening with tears, trembling lips uttering, "Qin Yi, I will not let you off easy. Is that not enough pain?" Qin Yi waved the silver needles once more. Lin Kuan's body shook violently. "That's enough. Cool. Let me record a video ensuring you won't trouble me again." Qin Yi raised her phone. "In this digital age, if anyone dares to go back on their word, I will upload this video for all to see," Qin Yi stated coldly. "We're leaving." Lin Kuan, utterly humiliated, was reluctant to linger any longer. With the assistance of his four friends, he limped away from the dilapidated buildings. Qin Yi whistled, finally releasing the pent-up frustration that had burdened her for over a year, feeling an immense sense of relief. The sensation of having everything under control is truly delightful. Now that there's a video, it is likely that Lin Kuan will refrain from making reckless remarks. Today, Qin Dashan finished work at his usual time and, upon seeing Qin Yi enter, promptly inquired, "Did you have enough to eat tonight? Would you like some late-night snacks?" As they dined and conversed, they reminisced about many amusing anecdotes from Qin Yi's childhood, a warmth that Qin Yi had not experienced in many years. He is changing, and so is his father, particularly after witnessing Qin Yi's diligent studies. Qin Dashan has abstained from alcohol for quite some time. Parents are often easily satisfied. Perhaps it is merely a vague hope that inspires them to exert tenfold effort. The sudden screeching of brakes downstairs caused Qin Yi to frown deeply, an unsettling premonition spreading within him. At such a late hour, creating such a commotion is truly bothersome. Qin Dashan muttered, "I'll go take a look." Qin Yi stood up. "What are you looking at? It might be a drunkard. Don't stir up trouble." Qin Dashan grasped Qin Yi's arm. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed throughout the building as Chun Xiaolu downstairs cautiously opened the door to peek out. Terrified, he quickly shut the door, pondering who had provoked a powerful figure. Meanwhile, Qin Yi's expression darkened further as he pushed Qin Dashan's hand away, declaring, "It's nothing," before hastily moving towards the exit. Just then, the already dilapidated security door was violently kicked open, and 4 or 5 burly men charged inside, brandishing clubs and steel pipes. Without uttering a word, they began to wreak havoc, with 2 of them advancing towards Qin Yi and Qin Dashan. In that instant, as the screeching of brakes echoed, Qin Yi realized he had made a grave mistake. Perhaps Lin Kuan would not disclose today's events, but that did not mean his parents would be oblivious to his unusual behavior. It must be said that the intelligence and emotional acumen of the wealthy surpass those of ordinary individuals. Otherwise, they could neither acquire nor safeguard their fortunes. The thugs continued to pour into the room, and Qin Yi had no time to ponder how many had come from the Lin family. It mattered little now. He simply needed to subdue them. This time, Qin Yi struck with great force, delivering blows that sent 6 or 7 assailants sprawling to the ground amidst their cries and wails. At that moment, a slender man clad in white approached Qin Yi, wielding an oddly shaped, curved knife. His movements were incredibly swift, and a glint of cold light sliced towards Qin Yi's wrist. "Watch out for the knife," Qin Dashan shouted anxiously from behind. Being merely a high school student and lacking extensive martial arts training, Qin Yi relied solely on his exceptional physical prowess. Upon seeing the knife coming towards him, he panicked and instinctively withdrew his hand. The assailant was relentless, thrusting the curved knife directly at Qin Yi's chest. Qin Yi retreated once more, but simultaneously threw a punch. The thin man grinned menacingly, retaliating with a punch of his own, the 2 strikes colliding. With Qin Yi's energy reserves low, he did not employ his full potential. After the impact, he felt a tremendous force surge through him, causing him to stagger back several steps until he collided with the television screen. A master of internal strength. This was something he had heard from Tang Ziru's uncle. Indeed, there are more factions in the world than just the Holy Sect. The emaciated man did not fare well, taking 2 steps back, narrowing his eyes in realization that Qin Yi was not merely an ordinary student, but likely a disciple of a prestigious lineage. With a fierce shout, he brandished his blade and lunged once more at Qin Yi. In that instant, Qin Yi harnessed the body awareness from his 7 senses, unleashing an overwhelming force within. His arms and fists rapidly swelled in size as he retaliated with a powerful strike. Yet, the cunning, emaciated man evaded a direct confrontation, deftly pivoting and slipping past Qin Yi to swiftly approach Qin Dashan's side. Qin Dashan stood agape, astonished by the unfolding scene, when the emaciated man appeared beside him. Instinctively, he let out a cry, only to find a glinting, curved dagger pressed against his throat. Utter another word, and I shall end your life. Qin Yi, in a fit of anger, turned to charge at the emaciated man. The assailant tightened his grip just enough to slice through Qin Dashin's skin, blood gushing forth instantaneously. Do you think I hesitate to act? Remain still. I am not jesting. Qin Yi halted, refraining from any reckless movements. At that moment, another man surged forward, landing a powerful punch on Qin Yi's face, sending him crashing to the ground, while several others joined in, mercilessly kicking at him. Do not harm my son. Stop. I shall fight you all. Qin Dashin, in a frenzy, struggled desperately, allowing the dagger to carve several shallow wounds on his throat. Fortunately, the emaciated man wielded his blade with restraint, inflicting only superficial injuries. Stay still. The emaciated man clutched the nape of Qin Dashin's neck, forcing him into submission. Cease this. Someone will die. Help. Qin Dashin's eyes were bloodshot as he yelled, fixating on the battered Qin Yi, yet his body was unresponsive. Qin Yi, despite enduring a brutal beating, remained resolute, channeling his energy, his muscles taut. The strikes, though painful, were bearable. After enduring 5 relentless minutes, he found himself on the brink of collapse, the blows leaving many areas swollen and bruised. Yet, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of a lion poised to pounce. I beg you stop, please. Qin Dashin pleaded, his voice choked with emotion. With his lips tightly pressed together, Qin Yi's determined visage remained taut, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Chapter 17. The Point of No Return. Just as Qin Yi teetered on the edge of surrender, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. Stop. 2 figures entered, one after the other. The leading woman, in her 40s, was clad in opulent attire, her high-heeled shoes accentuating her tall stature. Her features were striking, though her slightly slanted eyes bore a menacing glint. Following her was Lin Kuan, his expression betraying no joy, only the lingering terror of shock, his gaze unfocused and drifting. Both Qin Yi and Qin Dashin recognized this woman. She was Lu Fenghong, Lin Kuan's mother, with whom they had crossed paths the last time Lin Kuan had broken Qin Yi's leg. What is the meaning of this? Are you intent on breaking my son's legs again? Upon seeing Lu Fenghong, Qin Dashin's anger flared. Do you think us easy prey, returning to torment us once more? Ask your precious son what he has done today. Lu Fenghong pulled out a dining chair, pretended to dust off its surface, and then slowly sat down, exuding an air of superiority. Qin Dashin glanced at Qin Yi, who remained silent. Engaging in unnecessary dialogue was futile. Qin Yi contemplated the possibility of seizing the moment to subdue this woman, which would provide leverage for negotiation. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. No matter how swift his movements, they could not outpace the knife at Qin Dashin's throat. Uncertain of whether the adversary would truly resort to murder, he refrained from taking the risk. How dare you assault my son, jab him with needles, and record-threatening videos? Listen, is this the conduct expected of a high school student? Especially with that wretched needle. Who knows if it's poisoned? Lu Fenghong bellowed with fierce indignation. Why don't you mention that your son gathered 4 others to kill me? Qin Yi, lying on the ground with his head raised, appeared utterly frustrated, yet retained the potential for retaliation. He was only joking with you, yet you took it to such extremes. Lu Fenghong sidestepped the core issue. Well, I was merely jesting with him too. We could have laughed it off. This cannot be overlooked. Just look at how terrified my son is. He has developed a psychological trauma. I will personally ensure you are taken to the authorities. You won't see the light of day for at least 3 to 5 years. This is unacceptable. He is still just a child. Your son rallied his friends to kill me. You led an assault on my home, injuring people and issuing threats. Does none of this matter? It seems you are the ones who should be apprehended. Little brat, be realistic. Just remember this. You are doomed, and your entire family will face the same fate. Lu Fenghong turned to Lin Kuan, admonishing him. Why aren't you retrieving your phone? Look at your disgraceful state. Lin Kuan, fearful of his mother, hurried over to Qin Yi and retrieved his phone, though it had already been shattered during the earlier scuffle. Qin Yi fixed his gaze on Lin Kuan and whispered, You will face consequences for this. Your mother has destroyed our belongings, smashed the phone, and harmed people. Shall we not settle this amicably? I promise to properly educate Xiao Yi and ensure there will be no future conflicts with Lin Kuan, Qin Dashin pleaded. It is your worthless parenting that has produced such a vicious son. If you cannot teach him, I shall find someone who can instill discipline in him. I implore you, spare us this torment. Xiao Yi apologized to Lin Kuan at once. Qin Yi remained silent, gradually regulating his breathing, Accompanying them was not an option. Should an opportunity arise, he would strike with all his might. As the saying goes, those without shoes fear not the barefoot. Ultimately, it would come down to who possessed the stronger will. A gaunt man had been observing Qin Yi intently, the knife pressed firmly against Qin Dashin's throat, threatening, "Kid, if you dare to make a move. I cannot guarantee he won't be harmed. If I accidentally kill him, I'll be out in 3 years at most." Before Qin Yi could respond, Qin Dashin roared, "Go ahead. If you dare to kill me today and attempt to take my son, you'll have to step over my corpse." His neck trembled, truly embodying a willingness to fight to the death. Dad, don't move." Qin Yi cried out in anguish, his voice hoarse. He lamented that this predicament stemmed from his own oversight. Such a mistake must never be repeated. As the situation escalated uncontrollably, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance, a man clad in a floral shirt, adorned with a lavish gold chain and a modest wristwatch. It was none other than Tang Biao, the third son of the Tang family. "Sister-in-law, why are you still awake at this late hour? What play are you performing?" he quipped. "Tang Biao, what brings you here?" Lu Fenghong responded with a smile that failed to conceal her dissatisfaction. However, given the Tang family's prominence in Fengsheng, surpassing even the Lin family, she refrained from overt hostility. "My precious niece insisted that I deliver something to Qin Yi. What on earth has transpired? Why was someone assaulted and a child harmed so grievously?" Tang Biao fabricated a casual excuse, fully aware that the Lin family resided in the same luxurious complex, Dihao Garden. And such a commotion could not escape the notice of the Tang family. Upon learning that Lu Fenghong had come seeking Qin Yi, Tang Ziru had implored Tang Biao for assistance, recalling how Qin Yi had previously aided her, and Tang Biao held a favorable impression of him, prompting his swift arrival. Lu Fenghong recounted the events with indignation, though her narrative was steeped in her own skewed reasoning. "Sister-in-law, you've vented your anger sufficiently. Why not grant me some consideration and let this matter rest?" Tang Biao said with a jovial smile. "It's not that I refuse to give you face. This scoundrel dared to prick my son's head with a needle. What if there are repercussions? If he had harmed one of your Tang family's children, would you let him off so easily?" Tang Biao's smile faded gradually, his demeanor turning somber. "You make valid points, yet I wish to protect him. Lin Ge sent me here, asserting that no one's pleas would matter, and no one's face would hold sway. Take them away." Lu Fenghong rose abruptly. "Lu Fenghong, do not make this irreparable." Tang Biao's inherent boldness surfaced. "I am sorry, but today I must ensure complete eradication." Lu Fenghong glared fiercely at Tang Biao, making the Lin family's stance unmistakably clear. "Very well, you are quite formidable." Though Tang Biao wished to save Qin Yi, he was resolute in not severing ties with the Lin family over him, forcefully pushing past a nearby bodyguard in an attempt to leave. "Brother, please save my little E. His college entrance examinations are just days away. If he is imprisoned now, his life will be ruined." Qin Dashin implored loudly. Tang Biao paused, halting his steps. "You see, I am powerless in this matter. He is of age and must bear the consequences of his actions. I beg you, if you save little E, Qin Dashin, will serve you like a beast of burden. I am sorry, but our Tang family lacks neither cattle nor horses." "Dad, do not beg him any longer." Qin Yi interjected sharply, her gaze darting between Lu Fenghong and Lin Cohen. Qin Dashin sighed deeply, looking at his daughter. Chapter 18, A Turn of Events. Qin Yi felt utterly constrained, akin to possessing a legendary martial arts manual, yet being unable to master it, leading to an overwhelming sense of frustration. She also recognized that today's predicament stemmed from her mismanagement and a gross miscalculation of the situation's trajectory. Her misfortune was deserved. But there must be a future, right? If I end up behind bars for 3 to 5 years, I would likely be out of sync with this world. The ache in Qin Yi's heart intensified, while her gaze grew colder, a sense of lethal intent brewing within her. She resolved that imprisonment was not an option. The confines of this place were too constricting. Once she reached downstairs, there would surely be an opportunity. The key was that there would undoubtedly be onlookers, if she managed to escape. Lu Fenghong would not dare retaliate against her father. "I don't necessarily have to send you in," Lu Fenghong suddenly remarked. "Do you see any other solutions? If money is needed, I can sell this house. As long as you don't make things difficult for Xiao Yi." Qin Dashin promptly inquired, "Money? Do you think I desire money? How naive. What do you want then?" "As long as Qin Yi kneels and apologizes to my son and earns his forgiveness, I will let you go." Qin Dashin fell silent, turning his gaze towards Qin Yi. Their eyes met, and Qin Yi subtly shook her head. Qin Dashin, lips sealed, wore an expression that fluctuated between despair and determination, finally pleading, "Xiao Yi is stubborn. I can kneel on his behalf to Lin Cohen. Will that suffice? With that, he slightly bent his knees. No, Qin Yi bellowed, struggling fiercely, as four robust men grappled to restrain her. Oomph, what good is your kneeling? I want your son to kneel before mine. Dad, don't listen to her. Even if I am humiliated, she won't let me off. Regardless of the outcome, I will bear it myself, and the Lin family will pay back 100-fold in the future. Qin Yi's already swollen eyes suddenly filled with blood, turning a fierce crimson. Quietly channeling her inner strength, she prepared to unleash chaos upon Lin Kuan, Lu Fenghong, and the Gaunt Man. They all must perish. Is it just a life? I am willing to risk it. It's Dad who is useless. Qin Dashin could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his face. Observing his father's anguished state softened Qin Yi's heart. She could not resort to violence in front of her father, especially since he had no means to rescue him. It's not your fault, Dad. Stop with the melodrama about father-son bonds. Take them away. Lu Fenghong scoffed disdainfully, turning to leave. Two burly men approached to restrain Qin Dashin, while the Gaunt Man followed closely behind him, a knife poised threateningly at his back, sensing the imminent danger surrounding Qin Yi. The group clattered down the stairs, their commotion unmistakable. As they passed by Chun Xiaolu's door, it suddenly creaked open, and Chun Xiaolu shouted, "You are committing a crime, kidnapping. You bully Qin Yi. May you all suffer a terrible fate." One of the bodyguards kicked the door shut, growling, "Don't seek death. Stay put." After cursing, he kicked it several more times, leaving a dent in the door. The door remained closed, and the bodyguards erupted in laughter. Qin Yi glanced at the indented door. Although Chun Xiaolu had not been of much practical help, his words brought a flicker of warmth to her cold heart. The Qin family had been long-standing residents in this area, having lived here since Qin Yi's birth, making neighbors familiar with them. Yet, amidst the chaos, only Chun Xiaolu had offered assistance, while others chose silence. Perhaps this is human nature. Seeking fortune and avoiding danger is instinctual. One cannot blame the others. People grow through diverse experiences. Those who understand the world from birth are either geniuses or time travelers. Today's ordeal rapidly expanded Qin Yi's understanding of human nature. As they passed the door on the left side of the first floor, it stood ajar, emitting a faint, warm glow. Suddenly, an elderly voice called out, "Xiao Lu, please come in for a moment." Lu Fenghong was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Lu. It had been years since anyone had dared to address her in such a manner, especially within the confines of this dilapidated apartment building. Who dares to presume superiority over me? Old Wang, what brings you to reside here? Upon recognizing the individual in the room, Lu Fenghong's body jolted, and her demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Narrowing her eyes, she signaled to the Gaunt Man and then stepped into the room first, followed by Qin Yi and Qin Dashin, who were ushered in by several bodyguards. The room was adorned with exquisite mahogany furniture and calligraphy, exuding an air of antiquity. To Qin Yi, it felt akin to entering an antique market, though she was uncertain about the authenticity of the various jars and vases. Old Wang, had I known you were here, I would have visited long ago. It has been nearly 7 or 8 years, hasn't it? More than 7 years. What are your intentions? Wang Bo's gaze swept across Qin Yi's face, and he furrowed his brow slightly. This little rascal injured my son, Lu Fenghong recounted with embellishment. Wang Bo pondered for a moment before motioning for Lin Kuan to come closer. Lin Kuan looked at Lu Fenghong, who encouraged him to approach quickly. Wang Bo instructed Lin Kuan to lower his head for a closer examination. After scrutinizing him for a while, he raised his head and remarked, "He merely received 4 acupuncture needles, appropriately deep and light. Although there was some pain at the time, it dissipated after the needles were removed and no adverse effects will ensue. Will there truly be no lingering repercussions?" Lin Kuan Kvistson, somewhat incredulos. Foolish child, why ask such nonsense? This esteemed physician has declared all is well. So, quickly thank your grandfather. Thank you, grandfather. Lin Kuan obediently expressed his gratitude. Wang Bo nodded in acknowledgement, calmly addressing Lu Fenghong. "I have a fondness for this child. Qin Yi, he is sincere and polite. I shall refrain from further comments. Let today's matters rest here. If anyone harbors grievances regarding today, they shall find themselves at odds with me." His eyes suddenly bore a fierce intensity at the conclusion of his statement. A fleeting glimmer of ferocity flashed in Lu Fenghong's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "May I inquire about your relationship with him?" "A neighbor," she replied, irritation welling within her. Was a mere neighbor worthy of confronting her? Just as she was about to speak, the Gaunt Man swiftly approached her, whispering a few words. Lu Fenghong's expression transformed to one of realization. After a brief hesitation, she donned a smile. "Ah, so he is your disciple. We shall proceed as you advise. Wang Bo disregarded Qin Dashin, continuing to focus on Qin Yi, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the room. You insolent brat, speak up. Vin dasan urgit vinyi. I concur. Qin Yi responded, perplexed as to why Wang Bo would come to her aid. If it was merely her politeness, it was indeed baffling. Suppressing her resentment, she found this outcome, one that spared her from fleeing in desperation, somewhat acceptable. Excellent. Maintain goodwill and show mercy. It is late. See our guests out, Wang Bo declared, uttering a cryptic remark, leaving it unclear whether he was advising Qin Yi to show mercy or cautioning Lu Fenghong. Old Wang, I shall return with my mother to pay you a visit. Thanks to that miraculous pill of yours, my mother is still with us. She often expresses her gratitude regarding that matter. Lu Fenghong spoke with utmost respect. Rest well. Hey, we are leaving. Lu Fenghong was likely referring to that emaciated man. The group departed the room in a flurry, and outside, the cacophony of cars roared, soon enveloping the world in silence. Chapter 19. Fate in Encounter. Seeing Lu Fenghong truly leave with her entourage, Qin Dashin exhaled a sigh of relief. This woman resembled a madwoman. He resolved never to engage with her again. Thank you. Qin Yi and Qin Dashin bowed in gratitude. I have learned much from you. Qin Yi pondered this remark, sensing that Wang Bo implied something deeper. Did he perhaps perceive her as a disciple of the sacred sect? As for Lu Fenghong's speculation that Qin Yi was Wang Bo's apprentice, the latter remained silent, and Qin Yi chose not to inquire further. Observing Wang Bo's weary demeanor, the two hastily took their leave, gently closing the door behind them. Qin Dashin's experiences today had been tumultuous, particularly regarding his son, whose behavior he found increasingly perplexing. While Qin Yi had indeed stirred up trouble, he could not place all the blame on him. Yet, those who intervened on his behalf seemed to do so solely because of him. Both Tang Laosan and Wang Bo were examples of this. To be candid, Qin Dashin felt a tinge of disappointment. As he gazed at the familiar yet strange doors of each household, a sense of despondency washed over him. He was inherently warm-hearted and, even after his divorce, remained eager to lend a helping hand. As an electrician, he frequently assisted neighbors with electrical issues. When a neighbor across the hall renovated, he handled the electrical work, charging merely a token fee of 100 yuan for his labor. The elderly Zhang's son from upstairs sought his help for renovations as well, and after sharing a couple of drinks, he did not ask for a single penny. Such instances were numerous, and thus, in light of today's events, Qin Dashin had hoped someone would step forward, yet not a soul did. It is human nature to seek safety and avoid danger. After all, the Lin family's bodyguards were fearsome, and it was only natural to shy away from confrontation. Tomorrow, I shall purchase some items for our gratitude towards Wang Bo. He is your master? No, I will accompany you to the hospital first. Qin Yi glanced at the wounds on Qin Dashin's neck, feeling an inexplicable ache in her heart. Indeed, you should have a checkup as well. I don't need to. Don't overlook internal injuries. I'm aware of my condition. You stubborn child. Why are you so obstinate? It's just like you. You're just like your mother. They hailed a taxi and headed directly to the nearby Fenghua Second Affiliated Hospital. This was a comprehensive tertiary hospital, although a joint venture. It bore little distinction from other public hospitals teeming with patients. Due to the late hour, they could only register for emergency care. The emergency physician, in his 30s, appeared as though he had just awakened, his eyes reddened and his demeanor lethargic. What happened? The doctor asked impatiently. I accidentally scratched myself. Is your head all right? The doctor replied flatly. I didn't hit my head. Oh, then we 1T examine the head. Let us check the neck, lungs, and conduct blood and urine tests. Wait a moment. I only have a few scratches on my neck. Is a urine test really necessary? Qin Dashin was somewhat bewildered. Qin Yi felt equally perplexed. If my father had injured another area, he could treat it himself. Why would he need you? They had only come for wound disinfection and dressing, and this felt like a scheme to extort money. I'm a doctor. Are you? Do you want it done or not? Do whatever you wish. Qin Yi was fuming. Watch your language. This is a hospital. Qin Yi glanced at the nameplate hanging on the chest of the attending physician, which read Dr. Sun Han. With such a lackadaisical approach to medicine, this place is bound to close its doors sooner or later. Who disrespects the sick? I shall file a complaint against you. Qin Dashin retorted, equally incensed. Dr. Sun snorted dismissively and promptly dialed a number on his mobile. Is this the security office? There's a disturbance in the emergency department. Shortly thereafter, 2 security personnel arrived, courteously escorting the Qin father and son out of the hospital. Qin Dashin looked at Qin Yi in astonishment. And Qin Yi mirrored his gaze. Is this truly a hospital? It certainly appeared to be one. If you ever become a doctor, You cannot behave in such a manner. Qin Yi cautioned. First, focus on getting into university. Ah, perhaps I was overthinking, Qin Yi replied. The two fell into a moment of silence, only to suddenly share a hearty laugh, which echoed around them. However, once the laughter subsided, Qin Yi discreetly wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. Dad, I swear, I will never again allow anyone to hold a knife to our throats. As long as you remain safe, that is all that matters. I apologize for not being attentive enough to you in the past. And as for affluent families like the Lins, let us avoid them. We cannot afford to provoke them. Let's not dwell on that. In the future, we shall reside in a grand house and drive luxurious cars, compelling them to look up to us. They will no longer dare to bully us. That will depend on you. I shall not be able to achieve that in the latter half of my life. Qin Yi sighed. Indeed, it rests upon my shoulders. How did you learn martial arts? They strolled towards a 24-hour pharmacy, relieved to find many establishments nearby the hospital. I haven't. It's just that my physical condition has improved. Haven't you been exercising? I took some medication to ensure I won't suffer from my old ailments again. You must be cautious with medication. I am well aware of that. So stubborn. Unbeknownst to them, their banter had resumed, and it seemed that their conversations had become more plentiful and the bond between father and son more harmonious. As someone well-versed in the medical field, Qin Yi could discern whether Qin Yi's injuries posed any danger. Ultimately, it was Qin Yi who bandaged his father's wounds, adorning him with a plethora of band-aids, which appeared somewhat comical. Stepping on shards of glass as they entered the room, Qin Yi jested, May peace be with us every year. I will tidy up tomorrow, Dad. Please contact a worker to repair the door. All right, make sure to get to bed early. Uncertain if it was influenced by the sacred gates techniques, Qin Yi realized that his thoughts had recently turned rather extreme. With a muddled mind, he decided to sit cross-legged and practice his techniques, drawing an invisible spiritual energy into his body, while the swelling on his face gradually subsided. As a ray of morning sunlight illuminated Qin Yi's cheek, his already sharp features appeared even more resolute. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing two brilliant azure beams of light that, with each blink, gradually faded away. Qin Yi lost track of how many times he circulated his techniques, discovering that the internal energy mass had more than doubled, unsure if it was related to exhausting his spiritual energy the previous day. Moreover, Tao Hua had mentioned that one should practice at least 18 cycles daily. It seems the intensity of his training will need to increase. Let yesterday's events serve as a lesson. Overthinking is futile. Moreover, Qin Yi was acutely aware that, should the opportunity arise again, he would undoubtedly confront Lin Kuan and his associates. Regardless of the circumstances, the exhilaration of a decisive strike was paramount. The sound of glass being cleaned echoed from the living room, prompting Qin Yi to hastily roll out of bed. In Chapter 20, Secret Messages, Qin Yi was sweeping with a broken broom, the shards of glass clinking together and producing a crisp sound. How is it that your injuries have completely healed? Qin Yi exclaimed in astonishment, noticing that Qin Yi appeared unscathed, with not a single mark on his face. I employed methods from the medical text to reduce the swelling. Your medical book must be extraordinary. When you have the time, do let me see it. It was burned, Qin Yi replied with an awkward smile. Burned? Why? It was a requirement from the book, but I've committed everything to memory. Qin Yi deftly deflected the inquiry. The door was pushed open, and Chun Xiaolu peeked in, visibly relieved to see Qin Yi unhurt. Didn't they take you away? Someone interceded, and the Lin family released us. Qin Yi was reluctant to disclose the matter regarding Uncle Wang. The Lin family is exceedingly overbearing. Did they compensate for the damage? No compensation. Those bandit bastards deserve a miserable fate. I took my turn against Lin Kuan yesterday. I consider it settled. Chun Xiaolu's shout from the previous night left Qin Yi with a lingering warmth. Best to keep your distance from that scoundrel Lin Kuan. Are you going to school today? I wish to rest for a day. Rest? Your injuries have healed. Quickly go to school with Xiaolu. Qin Yi interjected abruptly. Qin Yi rolled his eyes. Didn't we agree on this yesterday? I was beaten up for heaven's sake. Although reluctant, Qin Yi was compelled by his father to descend the stairs. Upon reaching downstairs, Qin Yi noted the absence of Uncle Wang, who usually basked in the sun. Perhaps he had stayed up too late last night, given his age. Chun Xiaolu inquired about the events of the previous day, and upon learning that Qin Yi had confronted Lin Kuan and his gang, he was nearly rendered speechless. Since when has Qin Yi become so formidable? We must never mention the severed ties again. The campus was tranquil, with few aware of the altercation. However, Tang Ziru certainly was among them. As the first class ended, she stood gracefully before Qin Yi's desk. Come with me for a moment. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of their peers, the two exited the classroom in succession. Lin Kuan, seated in the back row, seethed with resentment. Yet the memory of Qin Yi's actions from the prior day instilled a sense of trepidation, preventing him from acting recklessly. Everyone anticipated Lin Kuan to say something, yet he remained silent, rendering the situation even more peculiar. Could it be that the goddess had set her sights on the impoverished youth, severing ties with her affluent suitors? The flames of gossip ignited in the eyes of every student, cautiously brewing, for both Tang Ziru and Lin Kuan were not to be trifled with, and Qin Yi was, of course, excluded from this equation. The most astonished was, in fact, Chun Xiaolu, who had harbored an obsessive infatuation for Tang Ziru, only to discover that his close friend had beaten him to the punch, leaving him with a mixture of emotions. Qin Yi, you great deceiver. Why didn't you inform me on the way that you and Tang Ziru were involved? Burdened by a tumult of thoughts, Chun Xiaolu sat bewildered on his stool, forgetting even his intention to visit the restroom. Miss Tang, are you attempting to lead me to my demise? You are a disciple of Qianfang Hall. Why did you not disclose this to me? Tang Ziru felt a tinge of anger. What is this Qianfang Hall? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yesterday, my third uncle was embarrassed by Lu Fenghong and could not come to your aid. I was frantic with worry for your safety and called my father for assistance, only to learn later that you had been rescued by Wang Xian of Qianfang Hall and that you are presumably his disciple, which alleviated my concerns. Tang Ziru expressed with some agitation. Wang Xian? It must be Wang Bo. Lu Fenghong ultimately suspected him to be Wang Xian's disciple, which is why she dared not pursue him further. However, Qin Yi is not affiliated with Qianfang Hall and has no connection to Wang Xian. What sort of sect is Qianfang Hall? Xin Yi inweeded. You ask me? I am merely familiar with Wang Bo. I truly know nothing about the sect's affairs. Qin Yi admitted candidly. I heard my third uncle mention it briefly. It seems to be a very ancient sect, primarily focused on medicine, having saved countless lives, encompassing hospitals, traditional medicine clinics, and numerous pharmaceutical enterprises. Is Wang Bo's status within Qianfang Hall quite elevated? It should be. Qin Yi nodded, then shook her head, feeling utterly perplexed. It appears she would have to wait for an opportunity to inquire with Wang Xian. My phone was smashed by Lin Kuan's mother. The thought of Lu Fenghong ignited anger within Qin Yi, sounding somewhat like a curse. Lin Kuan's mother can be rather domineering, though she is generally amiable. Thank you for yesterday's events. Qin Yi expressed her gratitude to Tang Ziru with utmost formality. Tang Ziru's face flushed slightly. Do not be so courteous. I did not provide much assistance. I'm simply relieved that you are unharmed, as this matter does relate to me in some way. How does it concern you? Merely conversing with you prompted Lin Kuan to want to strike me? That is clearly a sign of his insanity. Qin Yi clarified. Knowing you are a disciple of Qianfang Hall, it is likely Lin Kuan will refrain from troubling you in the future. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Qin Yi neither affirmed nor denied being a disciple of Qianfang Hall. Upon returning to the classroom, Qin Yi noticed that Chun Xiaolu seemed somewhat off, treating him with indifference, likely due to another bout of his affliction. During lunch, Qin Yi offered a few explanations to Chun Xiaolu. Had it not been for his gallant behavior the previous night, she would have been disinclined to engage in conversation. Really? You and Tang Ziru are not a couple? Chun Xiaolu, having been shattered by the reality of high school romance, was revitalized. I merely helped her find her lost puppy. Her gratitude was the extent of our interaction. What nonsensical notion of being a couple. At such a young age, one ought not to entertain such base thoughts. I may be base, but I am not as base as you, Chun Xiaolu scoffed, recalling Qin Yi's escapades with Tao Hua. Feeling quite indignant. Focus on your studies. I truly have no time for such trivial matters. Chun Xiaolu burst out laughing. My dear fellow, you are at the bottom of the rankings. What does that sound like the words of a top scholar? Qin Yi wiped the food particles from her attire. What are you babbling about? Could you refrain from discussing such distasteful topics during meals? Chun Xiaolu retorted defiantly. What distasteful topics have I mentioned? It is rather nauseating for a slacker like you to preach about studying diligently. In a little over 100 days, I shall be the one you look up to. Qin Yi thought, wishing to deliver a punch to Chun Xiaolu. Do you intend to submit a blank exam paper? Your father would be heartbroken. Leave. In the evening, Qin Yi dutifully attended her tutoring session. However, before the session commenced, Lily handed her a tote bag, one that Qin Yi recognized well, emblazoned with the image of a stunning beauty. Unsurprisingly, it contained yet another mobile phone. I cannot accept this, Qin Yi stated solemnly. Chapter 21. Please have more confidence. It was evident that the phone was delivered by Tang Ziru through Li Li, and since Qin had already received a phone from her, she felt it was inappropriate to accept another. This was sent by Tang Zuru via the driver, and if you do not want it, you may simply discard it in the trash outside. I am merely the messenger, Lily quickly clarified. Qin Yi let out a wry smile. Feeling increasingly indebted to Tang Zuru, how would she ever repay her? Silently stowing the phone away, she began to focus earnestly on her studies. Today was different from yesterday. Half of the time was dedicated to solving problems, while the other half was spent with Lily elucidating the errors in Qin Yi's work. Lily explained the concepts methodically and gently, illuminating the material in a way that made it clear to Qin Yi. Their pace was swift, and as they neared the end, they reviewed all the questions Qin Yi had answered incorrectly the previous day. Watching the young man depart, Lily wiped the sweat from her brow. Could this truly be a student struggling academically? Not only did he grasp the concepts readily, but he could also apply them creatively. It felt almost otherworldly. Upon returning home, Qin Yi received some unsettling news. Wang Xian had moved away. Since early morning, numerous individuals adorned in gold and silver and driving luxury vehicles had come to their buildings searching for Uncle Wang, yet none had encountered him. It seemed he had departed early. Rumor had it that Wang Xian's original name was Wang Xian, as in the immortal character, and years ago, he had saved many patients suffering from terminal illnesses, which explained why Lu Fenghong dared not offend him. As Qin Dashan recounted this with fervor, he appeared quite elated to have known such a prominent figure. Qin Yi surmised that Wang Xian had likely relocated to their neighborhood, seeking tranquility. But now that his identity had been revealed due to these events, he could no longer remain there. I too will save many lives with my medical skills. Qin Yi declared confidently. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. First, you must gain admission to a medical school and study systematically, her father cautioned. Practicing medicine without a license is illegal. Qin Yi nodded, acknowledging the validity of her father's words. Practicing without credentials was generally not permissible. However, this was not an absolute matter. As long as she did not commit any medical malpractice while treating patients, lacking formal qualifications might not pose a significant issue. The crux was that Qin Yi had unwavering faith in the Sacred Gate's medical arts. Of course, she would never arrogantly parade around as an extraordinary healer at this stage. Her wings were not yet fully formed, and she had to remain discreet. When the time came for her to intervene, she would undoubtedly act to save lives. For life is of utmost importance. Why pursue medicine if merely to stand idly by, waiting for patients to pass away? Was there anyone else at Wang Xian's residence? A man was directing the move, but it remained unclear whether he had already left. After all, it was past 9 o'clock, and darkness had fallen outside. I should go take a look. Qin Yi felt a peculiar, indescribable connection with Wang Xian, yet she had no clear understanding of it. Yesterday, someone rendered significant assistance, creating an obligation that Qin Yi felt uncomfortable about if severed ties ensued. Picky, clumsy, yet studying medicine. A good physician is one who can heal. Qin Yi set down her backpack and descended the stairs. After knocking a few times, a gentle voice inquired from within. Who is it? I'm a neighbor of Mr. Wang. Could you kindly open the door? Just a moment. The door soon swung open, revealing a shrewd-looking middle-aged man in his 40s. Excuse me, may I inquire where Mr. Wang has moved? The room had been nearly cleared out, with bottles and artifacts all relocated, leaving behind only a solitary chair in the center. The middle-aged man scrutinized Qin Yi closely and smiled. You must be Qin Yi, am I correct? Yes. I am Mr. Wang's steward, surname Zhou. The master instructed that only you could be informed of his current residence, and you must leave your phone number for future contact. Qin Yi felt a stir of intrigue. It seemed the matter was indeed more complex than it appeared. However, apart from her identity as a disciple of the Holy Gate, she could not fathom what Wang Xian might desire from her. I apologize for the inconvenience. It appeared that Steward Zhou had been specifically awaiting her arrival. Not at all. My phone number is 13,888. You may call me, and I will note yours down. This effectively meant that Steward Zhou had shared his number with Qin Yi first. Understood. Mr. Wang now resides at Qinyan Villa on the outskirts of the city. If you need to visit him, just mention Qin Yi. Zhou said kindly. Got it. But my studies are quite demanding at the moment, so I may visit Mr. Wang a bit later. You may go anytime. I shall take my leave then. Do not hesitate to call for any matter. Zhou nodded politely. Upon returning home, Qin Yi retrieved the phone gifted by Tang Zuru, chuckling softly as she unwrapped it and inserted the SIM card. As the phone powered on, a flurry of messages arrived, most from Tang Zuru the previous night. Qin Yi perused each message. Her heart suddenly warmed. She first called Steward Zhou, but the line was noisy, and after a brief exchange, the call ended. Checking the time, she sent a message to Tang Zuru. Thank you once again for the phone. Why are you always so polite? Afraid I might come asking for a favor in the future? Tang Zeru's words were straightforward. I merely helped you find Huan. Yet you've aided me so much, even gifting me 2 phones. How bitter. How are things with Teacher Li? Quite well. I estimate that I'll have caught up on math and physics in about a month. Which university are you preparing for? Qin Yi shifted the topic. Of course. I aim for the clinical medicine department at Fenghua University. I aspire to be a surgeon. The scores for Fenghua University's medical program are daunting, particularly clinical medicine, which hovers around 680 points. Nevertheless, given Tang Zeru's abilities, her chances of acceptance are substantial. That sounds wonderful. I also wish to become a doctor. Qin Yi wrote casually. I must return to studying now. Goodbye. Tang Zeru quickly fell silent. Qin Yi held the phone, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Will you ever have a bit of faith in me? Chapter 22. The End of Tutoring. The countdown to the college entrance examination diminishes by a day on the blackboard each day, and with every alteration, the students lament the fleeting passage of time. Yet time does not slow for their nostalgia, continuing to race forward like the swiftest of currents. A month swiftly passes. Recently, Lin Kuan has been often absent from school, and no longer boasts about Tang Zeru being his future bride, seemingly a testament to the effectiveness of the 4 needles administered by Qin Yi. By day, Qin Yi diligently immerses himself in study and problem-solving, while by night, he fervently practices meditation and energy work. In just a month, he appears somewhat leaner, yet imbued with a newfound vitality, exuding an undeniable charm. Though still clad in worn school uniforms, he cannot conceal the innate, distinctive grace that sets him apart. His fair complexion even seems to glow under the sun, prompting some beauty-conscious classmates to speculate about his choice of skincare products. Due to the close relationship between Tang Zeru and Qin Yi, he has garnered increased attention from female students. Conversations that began with the notion of a toad wishing to eat swan meat gradually evolved into discussions of a man pursuing a wealthy heiress. To be a kept man requires certain qualifications, indirectly affirming Qin Yi's attractiveness. Even affluent girls from other classes have been seen lingering near Qin Yi's classroom, their greedy gazes revealing ulterior motives. One could easily imagine them wanting to grasp Qin Yi's arm and inquire, "Isn't the soft rice from my family the most delectable? Will you partake?" As Qin Yi's close friend and neighbor, Chun Xiaolu has enjoyed a prosperous month. Not only has he basked in Qin Yi's brilliance, engaging in casual conversation with his goddess, Tang Zeru, but numerous girls have approached him, circling around in search of information about Qin Yi. "I have come to believe that gold will inevitably shine," he whispered to Qin Yi during a moment when Teacher Lu was writing on the blackboard. "Oh," Xing Yi, engrossed in his exercises, glanced at Qin Xiaolu. "Why didn't you shine sooner? With the college entrance exams approaching, only now do you reveal your advantages in appearance. That is hardly an advantage. It won't add points to my exam scores. Besides, you're not even dating Tang Zeru. Why not get to know Durong from class 1? Her father is the president of a multinational corporation, and they're quite wealthy. Do you know what you resemble right now? What? A brothel keeper. Dead Qin Yi, do you take my goodwill for granted? Durong genuinely just wants to be friends with you. Can we focus on studying? I have no desire to rely on my looks." Qin Yi regarded Qin Xiaolu with a faint smile. "I wish I could rely on my looks, but the conditions are not favorable. Besides, what good is studying? While you have significant room for improvement, you'll barely manage to get into a third-tier university. Even a third-tier university is better than having no education at all." "That is true." Chun Xiaolu nodded thoughtfully. Even the bottom-ranked Qin Yi knew the importance of diligent study, so he too should intensify his efforts, lest he fall behind. However, upon further reflection, that seemed unlikely. "Chun Xiaolu, could you possibly keep quiet? There are only 86 days until the college entrance examination. If you don't strive now, you may never have to work hard again." Teacher Lu rapped the blackboard. Chun Xiaolu promptly adopted a serious demeanor, refraining from further conversation with Qin Yi. "In just 2 days, the first mock examination will commence, and I hope everyone takes it seriously. The overall difficulty of this test closely resembles that of the college entrance examination. This series of assessments will occur 3 times, and upon their completion, we will have a clearer understanding of the caliber of universities you may be able to attend." The atmosphere in the classroom has suddenly grown tense. The college entrance examination looms like a tumultuous river, an unavoidable challenge for all, where some manage to reach the shore while others fade into obscurity, and some struggle desperately within the currents. On a brighter note, I have some good news to share. Lin Kuan has successfully passed the evaluation for a basketball scholarship at Fenghua University, and he has already taken a step through its gates. However, instead of a resounding applause, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the room. Throughout primary and secondary school, One might not perceive significant differences among individuals or families, but as one approaches adulthood, the disparity between people becomes increasingly pronounced. Your tireless efforts may be as easily obtained by others, which perhaps reveals a certain irony. Qin Yi curled her lip. While Lin Kuan indeed excels at basketball and serves as the captain of the school team, she could hardly believe that his talent alone warranted special admission to Fenghua University without some underlying intrigue. Most shared her sentiments, yet despite their thoughts, what could they do other than envy? The school bell rang, breaking the moment. Qin Yi set her book aside and said to Chen Xiaolu, "Let us go play basketball." Play basketball? The two were best friends. Yet Qin Yi had suffered from chest pain since childhood and often excused herself from physical education classes, let alone engaging in such a vigorous sport. Nonetheless, she rolled her shoulders and stepped outside. "Have you heard that Lin Kuan was specially recruited for basketball? Are you trying to take shortcuts too? Wake up. There are still over 80 days left. It's too late. Strengthening one's physique is not enough." Recently, the monotony of studying had become unbearable, and she needed an outlet. Mindlessly cramming was not a viable strategy, and she had ulterior motives as well. The basketball court was bustling with students, and Qin Yi had become somewhat of a celebrity, quickly forming a team of classmates for a half-court game. Qin Yi's physical prowess was remarkable, and ordinary opponents stood no chance against him. However, his shooting skills were dismal, and despite numerous attempts, he failed to score a single basket throughout the recess. Yet, through his repeated failures, Qin Yi began to glean some insights. With a few more days of practice, he anticipated a breakthrough. Engaging in basketball with these classmates felt somewhat akin to cheating for someone who had cultivated his skills through rigorous training. If Qin Yi had chosen a dunk, he would have undoubtedly scored countless points. With a little more force, he might have shattered the backboard. Exercise is scientifically proven to enhance one's mood, and for Qin Yi, this was no exception. After exercising, his analytical, comprehension, and memory abilities improved. Indeed, the notion of balancing work and rest holds its merit. On the eve of the mock examination, Qin Yi and teacher Li concluded their 3-year tutoring in physics and mathematics. Even Li was somewhat dazed. Had they truly completed the review in just 1 month? It was utterly revolutionary to her understanding. However, Li was acutely aware that the swift completion was primarily attributable to Qin Yi's diligence and remarkable memory. He effortlessly recalled nearly all the knowledge points from the past 3 years, often even more accurately than Li herself, without missing a single detail. How could such an exceptional student find himself languishing at the bottom of the class? How has your revision for other subjects been? If you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask me. Li had entirely set aside her initial condescension towards Qin Yi. "I have memorized all the textbooks and relevant materials for Chinese, politics, and biology. In addition to memorizing foreign language texts, I have also committed to memory outstanding essays from recent years and a comprehensive foreign language dictionary. The remaining task is to practice questions, ensuring I tackle every exercise available on the market to adequately prepare for the college entrance examination." May I make a modest request, teacher? Arradians mila blusumaton lili esa fasa. Chapter 23. The First Mock Examination. Humanity venerates genius because the feats of the gifted are unattainable for the ordinary. Presently, Lily gazed at Qin Yi with a hint of admiration, causing him to feel somewhat bashful. "What is it? When the results of the college entrance examination are released, if anyone inquires where you received tutoring, could you mention that it was I who tutored you?" Assuming Qin Yi spoke truthfully, he would become a living advertisement for the future. An ancient proverb aptly describes Qin Yi. When silent, one remains unnoticed. When one speaks, they astonish. At that point, the reputation of Lishu education would be firmly established, and Li would emerge as a pioneering figure in the tutoring realm, enabling a student ranked at the bottom to gain admission to a prestigious university. Could there be a more effective form of promotion? Li sensed a lucrative opportunity on the horizon. "I'm sorry, I cannot agree." "Why?" "I believe this could be perceived as exaggerated promotion, and in truth, I have a strong aversion to after-school tutoring. Such practices skew educational resources towards affluent families, where pricing delineates the quality of educational resources, which is inherently unjust. Children from impoverished backgrounds must struggle to keep pace with their peers, representing another form of exploitation." Qin Yi maintained a calm demeanor. "Fairness is always relative, not absolute. Tang Ziru was right in calling you sentimental." Lily felt a twinge of displeasure. "Regardless, I must express my gratitude for your diligent efforts these past few days. It's a paid service, so there is no need for thanks. Farewell, teacher Li." As Lily watched Qin Yi exit through the doorway, She muttered indignantly, the better the student, the less conscience they possess. It was unclear when Qin Yi had been classified among the academically gifted in her eyes. Qin Yi gazed up at the starry sky, the crescent moon playfully arched. He was neither a saint nor an excessively kind-hearted individual. The complexities of fairness were not his to judge, nor did he possess the right to do so. He simply acted according to his own convictions. Qin Yi harbored no desire for parents to expend their hard-earned savings on such exorbitant tutoring classes. The crucial outcome could never transform a struggling student into a top candidate within a month, despite being a living testament to that possibility. Qin Yi had achieved enlightenment through unique circumstances, a special case that could not be replicated, and while Li's contributions were not insignificant, they were indeed limited. However, this was something he could not prevent. He could only refrain from promoting it. As for Li's opinions, they bore no relevance to him. After the television at home was smashed, they did not purchase a new one. The screen bore several strips of plastic tape in the center, presenting a rather comical sight. Qin Dashan, for the first time, was seen engrossed in a book. Ever since he quit drinking, he found himself with more leisure time and unexpectedly rekindled some of his youthful hobbies, singing, carving, and reading novels. While most people now indulge in novels via their smartphones, Qin Dashan preferred the tactile experience of physical books, expressing a fondness for the scent of printed pages. Qin Yi had caught a whiff of it, an odor of inferior ink from a compilation novel purchased for a mere 10 yuan at a morning market stall, undoubtedly pirated. It should be a slight improvement over the last one. Now that the house is sold, where shall we reside? I have it all figured out. During your school years, I shall stay in the unit's dormitory, saving on rent. Once you graduate from university, I will also retire, and wherever you go, I shall follow. Together, we shall strive to purchase a larger home. Qin Dashan's face was alight with hope. You're retiring, yet you still wish to work? Upon my graduation, I shall earn money to buy a house, and you can enjoy life alongside me. Do not underestimate your old man. Several renovation companies are seeking my expertise. If not for company restrictions on private work, I would have already ventured into it. I am quite in demand. Indeed, you are the most formidable. Despite my years of alcoholism, I ensured you were never hungry, right? Thank you, Dad. There's no need for such formality. Qin Dashan patted Qin Yi's shoulder. Whether we have a home or not is inconsequential. Wherever you are, that is home. Little rascal, you can be quite sentimental. Are you hungry? I'll prepare you some egg noodles. Now that you mention it, I am indeed feeling a bit hungry, hee. Just wait. Do not add scallions. With that, Qin Dashan headed to the kitchen, while Qin Yi retrieved his newly purchased exercise papers and continued his practice. The mock examination was designed to simulate the college entrance examination. From the timing to the arrangement of the examination hall and the invigilators, striving for an experience as close to the real thing as possible. As Qin Yi and Chen Xiaolu meandered toward the school, they happened upon Tang Ziru descending from a BMW 7 Series. Ah, the beautiful Tang. How can we impoverished students bear such a sight? Qin Yi conversed with Tang Ziru in a rather casual manner. Chen Xiaolu merely smiled awkwardly, appearing more forlorn than cheerful. Do not speak nonsense. This is the least expensive vehicle in my family, primarily used by my aunt for grocery shopping. Well, my father also suggested using an electric bike to take me, which I declined. Qin Yi jested. As long as you do not look down upon our poverty. Xingyi, did you anger teacher Lili yesterday? She scolded you quite harshly over the phone. I have never witnessed her so unhinged. She wishes for me to promote her after the college entrance examination. I did not acquiesce. Does teacher Li truly believe you will achieve excellent results? Tang Ziru immediately grasped the crux of the matter. That is a certainty. Do keep dreaming. Let's aim not to be last this time. Tang Ziru's laughter unfolded like a flower blossoming, breathtakingly beautiful and momentarily leaving one breathless. Chen Xiaolu, who had been attentively listening, suddenly dashed towards the campus. What are you running for? Qin Yi called out in surprise. My nose is bleeding. What a pitiful sight. Qin Yi nearly burst into laughter. Tang Ziru glared fiercely at Qin Yi. In their senior year, all students were assigned to exam rooms in a random manner, and Qin Yi was in room 11, separated from Tang Ziru at the corner of the staircase. By chance, the classmate seated next to Qin Yi was indeed Du Yurong, whom Chen Xiaolu had mentioned. However, there was something peculiar. Du Yurong's brow was furrowed tightly, her hands clasped over her abdomen, and she scarcely glanced at Qin Yi. As the time approached, the first mock examination commenced. Chapter 24, An Unexpected Situation. The first subject was Chinese, which was actually Qin Yi's strong suit. She had scored 189 in the last exam, with most of her points derived from her language performance. Once one memorizes all the textbooks from 3 years of high school, One realizes that examinations are not as formidable as they seem, at least not for Qin Yi at this moment. Beside her, Du Yurong had mediocre grades. Yet her appearance was delicate and alluring, with a curvaceous figure typical of early bloomers. Qin Yi had little impression of her, having only become aware of Du Yurong through Chun Xiaolu's recent mentions. Throughout the examination, Du Yurong's condition deteriorated just before the Chinese exam concluded. She raised her hand to request a bathroom break. The invigilator was their homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, accompanied by a younger teacher affectionately known as Mr. Zhang, whose youth was attributed to his short tenure, naturally deferring to Mr. Liu's judgment. Du Yurong shrank her neck, hesitant to speak further. Once the first subject was completed, Du Yurong rushed out of the classroom, clutching her abdomen, amid scattered jeers from her peers. A pang of discomfort gripped her lower abdomen, and her face contorted in pain, resembling a dumpling in shape, clearly distressed. When did this begin? Qin Yi furrowed her brow, pondering whether it was appropriate to inquire about her condition at this moment. It started late last night. Did your parents take you to the hospital? My mother said that it's common for girls to experience abdominal pain. Just drink more warm water. Today is particularly important as it's the first mock exam. Are you menstruating? Qin Yi's inquiry was devoid of ulterior motives, merely arising from a medical perspective. Du Yurong's face flushed crimson, and just as she was about to respond, the examination bell rang. With the start of the exam, Qin Yi could no longer ask questions and focused intently on her answers. Yet, midway through, Du Yurong raised her hand once more to request a break. Mr. Liu's expression darkened, admonishing, this student must persevere. Du Yurong's pale face betrayed her struggle, yet she dared not voice her discomfort. As the exam neared its conclusion, she suddenly swayed and collapsed in the aisle, her head striking the leg of Qin Yi's desk. Had it not been for Qin Yi's quick reflexes in supporting her head, she would have surely injured herself severely. Du Yurong's complexion was ashen, and even those unacquainted with medicine could discern that she was genuinely ill. Mr. Liu and Mr. Zhang were momentarily taken aback, while the other students hesitated to approach. Qin Yi, however, remained undeterred, placing her right hand on Du Yurong's wrist and engaging her tactile senses. A vivid image of a human body's internal structure appeared in her mind, and within mere breaths, she assessed the severity of the situation. Qin Yi, what are you doing? Don't you know there's an exam? Teacher Liu's expression darkened further upon seeing Qin Yi assist Du Yurong. After all, she was a female classmate. Was it appropriate for a young man to be so indiscreet? Acute appendicitis, and it has already perforated. We must rush her to the hospital immediately. Qin Yi looked up at Teacher Liu. Initially taken aback, Liu soon broke into a smile. What nonsense is this? Teacher Zhang, go find a school nurse. Whether a hospital visit is necessary can only be determined by a professional. Teacher Zhang hurriedly exited, likely unaware of the school nurse's contact number. We cannot delay. We must go to the hospital at once. If we wait too long, it could be fatal. Qin Yi shouted, believing that if they waited to find the school nurse first, they might as well proceed to the morgue. Qin Yi, I warn you, this is examination time. Sit down and answer your questions. Why do you always seek to be the center of attention? Liu's voice dripped with disdain. Is it that you cannot do the questions? Are you deliberately causing a disturbance? Do you wish to carry a mark against your name before graduation? How absurd. Qin Yi ceased to argue, clearly sensing that not only did Liu not believe him, but the surrounding gazes were also filled with skepticism and annoyance. Most observers likely thought he was merely stirring trouble, intent on sabotaging the exam for others. It was a cold and tedious atmosphere, in a sudden burst of determination. Qin Yi scooped up Du Yurong and strode towards the exit. Stop right there. This is a school. You cannot act with such impunity. Qin Yi disregarded the admonition and dashed out, his classmates gaping in astonishment. Was a male student truly carrying a female classmate to skip class? Such an occurrence was unprecedented, especially during the first mock examination. Upon exiting the school, a taxi fortuitously awaited them. To the nearest hospital, quickly. When Qin Yi alighted from the taxi, he felt a wave of dread wash over him, for they had returned to Fenghua's second affiliated hospital, the very place where he had previously faced humiliation alongside his father. It was indeed an ironic twist of fate. The emergency department doctor was none other than Sun Han, the notoriously irascible physician. Acute appendicitis has perforated. Please arrange for surgery immediately. Sun Han scrutinized Qin Yi, quickly recalling their previous unpleasant encounter. You claim it's appendicitis, yet it has perforated? Do you possess X-ray vision? Qin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to retort, but the moment was ill-suited for confrontation. Instead, He forcefully shoved Sun Han aside and shouted, "Are there no other doctors in the emergency room? I refuse to let this imbecile treat my friend. You seem intent on causing a scene. Security." Sun Han roared in response to Qin Yi's outburst. Just then, two nurses and an older physician approached, the latter bearing the title of emergency department head, Wu Wang, prominently displayed on his badge. "You were thrown out last time for causing a ruckus, and now you've returned." Sun Han twisted the narrative. "Acute appendicitis has perforated." "What? Let me examine." Wu Wang snapped, casting a fierce glare at Sun Han. Chapter 25. A life saved inside the emergency room. People bustled about, footsteps hurried. It was evident that Sun Han was unfit for his role, and this was precisely why Qin Yi held disdain for him. He gently placed the soft, comforting Du Yorong onto the emergency stretcher, still imbued with her lingering fragrance. "The patient requires immediate surgery. Please proceed with the necessary formalities." "Are you a relative of the patient?" "I lack the funds, and I am not a family member. We are merely classmates." Qin Yi possesses just over 100 yuan, and seeking to handle the formalities would be a humiliating endeavor. "I will proceed with the emergency surgery for now. Once her family arrives, they can promptly complete the procedures." "Is it possible to perform surgery without payment or a signature?" "You must have watched too many dramas." "Quickly, will the patient into the operating room?" Wu Wang followed into the operating room, and soon the light above the door illuminated, indicating that the surgery had commenced. Sun Han scoffed coldly and turned away. "How trivial." Qin Yi exhaled in relief. There was no time to waste with Du Yorong's condition, as any delay could prove life-threatening. Just as she powered on her phone, a message from Tang Ziru arrived. "What is happening?" "In broad daylight. Is someone abducting a woman?" "Mind your words. Du Yorong is suffering from acute appendicitis. If we delay any longer, it could be fatal." "Is that true? When did you become a miraculous healer?" "One becomes knowledgeable through experience." This was Qin Yi's reasoning. "Where are you now?" "Teacher Liu is almost frantic, wielding a scalpel and searching for you everywhere." "At Fenghua Second Hospital, by the way. Inform Du Yorong's family that surgery has commenced." "Can surgery proceed without a family member's signature?" Tang Ziru posed the same question. "You must have watched too many dramas." "Saving a life is paramount," Qin Yi replied, applying her newfound knowledge. "I did not expect you to possess medical understanding." "What a pity," said Tang Ziru, and then her messages ceased. Qin Yi rolled her eyes at her phone. What a pity indeed. Teacher Liu was the first to arrive at the hospital. Although Du Yorong was not in his class, Qin Yi, who had carried her away, was indeed his student, and given the circumstances during her examination, he bore an undeniable responsibility. Upon seeing Qin Yi seated outside the operating room, a wave of frustration surged through him. He approached her briskly, launching into a reprimand. "What are you, a high school student, comprehend? Not only did you parade around with a female classmate, but you also arranged for surgery without her family's consent. What if something goes wrong? Who will take responsibility? If she were to die at school, who would be accountable?" Qin Yi maintained her composure. "How could she possibly die at school? It's merely a stomachache. People are not that fragile." "Ignorant. Who are you calling ignorant? Do you still resemble a teacher?" Teacher Liu nearly erupted. "Stop yelling. Do you not understand the gravity of surgery?" The door to the operating room cracked open, and a nurse's round face peeked out, glaring at the two. Teacher Liu promptly silenced himself, his fists clenched, nearly striking Qin Yi. Qin Yi refrained from further comment, opting to check her phone for information. Her study time must not be squandered. Teacher Liu assumed she was merely watching videos, muttering, "What a hopeless case." Shortly after, a fashionable woman carrying a designer handbag approached, strikingly beautiful and possessing a graceful figure, resembling Du Yorong, particularly in stature. Undoubtedly, she was her mother. "Did you call me?" the woman asked Liu directly. "Yes, Ms. Han Ling. As I mentioned during our phone conversation, Du Yorong is feeling rather unwell. She was brought to the hospital by Qin Yi, who acted on her own accord. Currently, she is undergoing surgery in the emergency room." Teacher Liu is attempting to shift the blame onto Qin Yi, which seems to align with the school's stance. Fainting and still claiming to feel only slightly unwell, Qin Yi, unable to contain herself, interjected. "It's due to exam stress." Teacher Liu hastily retorted. "Stop. I did not come here to witness your blame shifting. If anything were to happen to my daughter, none of you would escape unscathed." Han Ling said coldly. "What is the current situation?" She turned her attention away from Teacher Liu and directed her inquiry at Qin Yi. Du Yorong is suffering from acute appendicitis. Director Wu Wang has initiated an emergency surgery, which does not require family consent for the procedure. She has been in for 28 minutes now. Barring any unforeseen complications, she should be out soon. Auntie, thank you. Han Ling expressed gratitude, acknowledging that the initiation of the emergency surgery confirmed her daughter's condition was indeed serious. Supporting the family, she felt compelled to thank Qin Yi. Even if it was a misunderstanding, Qin Yi's intentions were ultimately for Du Yorong's benefit. "You cannot leave," Han Ling and Teacher Lu exclaimed in unison. Vin Yishuruk had shoulders, puzzled. "Why?" Teacher Lu explained, "This matter is not yet resolved. As a party involved, you are not permitted to depart. I still have an exam this afternoon. Whether you take the exam or not, you will undoubtedly come in last." Qin Yi thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. As time passed, the clock approached 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and finally, the lights outside the emergency room dimmed. Wu Wang emerged, appearing somewhat fatigued, and Han Ling rushed to greet him. The surgery was successful. The patient should rest for about a month before making a full recovery. Wu Wang elaborated. "Thank you, doctor. Are you a family member of the patient?" "Yes, I'm the child's mother. Please expedite the admission process. Also, you should express your gratitude to this young man. Had he arrived 5 minutes later, the patient might not have made it." "Really?" Han Ling gasped, initially believing it was merely an appendectomy, not realizing the gravity of the situation. Teacher Lu broke into a cold sweat, pondering if Qin Yi's assertion was true. Could it be that a brief delay could have cost Du Yorong her life? Was it truly that serious? How could Qin Yi possibly know? Did she have a connection with the doctor? Countless thoughts swirled in his mind. Chapter 26. Maintaining a respectful distance, the corridor fell silent, with Teacher Lu's rapid breathing becoming strikingly evident. All his previous attempts to deflect blame and disparage Qin Yi now stood as compelling evidence against him in the matter concerning Du Yorong's rescue. The unexpected twists of events always caught one off guard. "Farewell," Han Ling uttered coldly, the atmosphere plummeting to a frigid state. "Let Du Yorong focus on her recovery. I will report the truth of this matter to the school authorities. You all should be grateful to Qin Yi. Had anything happened to Xiao Rong at your school, none of you would retain your positions in the education sector." Having said that, Teacher Lu awkwardly chuckled and hastily departed, assisting Han Ling in transferring the unconscious Du Yorong to a higher-level ward. Qin Yi rose to take her leave. "Just wait a moment, about 10 minutes. Han Ling spoke with an authoritative tone, exuding a sense of dominance that Qin Yi found unappealing. Before the 10 minutes had elapsed, a woman hurriedly entered, carrying a large bundle. She appeared to be the Du family's nanny. "It's all right. As long as Wuma is here, let's go." Han Ling's vehicle was a silver-gray Land Rover with the license plate phone 77777. Qin Yi intended to sit in the back seat, but Han Ling gestured for him to occupy the front passenger seat, implying that she had something to discuss. During the drive, Han Ling engaged Qin Yi in casual conversation about family matters and learned that he came from a single-parent household, which caused her to furrow her brow slightly. She then requested his phone number, stating that Du Yorong would call him to express her gratitude once she regained consciousness. Ultimately, she attempted to hand him a bank card loaded with 50,000 yuan, but Qin Yi firmly declined. Upon arriving at the building, just as Qin Yi was about to exit the vehicle, Han Ling suddenly inquired, "Did an elderly gentleman with the surname Wang reside on the first floor here?" It appeared she had been to this place before. "You must be referring to Wang Bo. He moved out a couple of days ago," Qin Yi replied. "Oh, did you learn your medical skills from old Wang?" Han Ling pressed further. "No, I've been figuring things out on my own," Qin Yi responded. "Given your evident talent in medicine, I am quite familiar with old Wang. How about I speak to him about you studying medicine under him after you graduate from high school?" Qin Yi hesitated briefly before shaking his head. "Say no, thank you. Old Wang's medical expertise is truly remarkable. If you were to study under him, you would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Have you considered it? After all, you saved my daughter today, and it's only natural to repay such a life-saving grace. I would be eager to return this favor." Han Ling was keen to settle this debt of gratitude. However, taking on a disciple was no simple matter, and given Qin Yi's modest academic performance, this might not be such a bad opportunity. "I really don't need it." Qin Yi resolutely refused, pushing open the car door to step out. "Such an unfortunate child. Unaware of what you're missing out on," Han Ling mused. Rather than driving away immediately, she made a phone call. The call was quickly answered, revealing the aged voice of Wang Xian. "Ling Ling, is there something you need?" "Old Wang, can I call you without a reason?" Others find it difficult to meet Wang Xian, yet you seem to have his number, indicating a rather special relationship, she replied. "Of course you can call. I've grown increasingly fond of the June Kiln tricolor horse you brought last time. That's wonderful to hear. Speaking of which, I actually have a matter I'd like to inquire about." "Go ahead. Weren't you living in the Dianjin community for 3 years? Do you recall Qin Yi from the same building?" There was a moment of silence on the other end before Wang Xian asked, "What do you want to know about Qin Yi? He is a classmate of my daughter and saved her life today. I noticed he has a keen interest in medicine." So I was thinking. Before Han Ling could finish her sentence, Wang Xian abruptly interrupted her, his tone serious. "Qin Yi's affairs are not for you to meddle in. Take my advice. Keep your distance from him to avoid attracting calamity. That's all. I'm hanging up now." The line went dead, and the busy tone echoed back. Wang Xian had never spoken to Han Ling so sternly before. A chill ran down her spine as she glanced up at the dilapidated building. What secrets lay hidden within this young man that even someone of Wang Xian's stature regarded with such apprehension? Yet, the more Wang Xian reacted this way, the more it piqued Han Ling's curiosity. After a brief pause, Han Ling started the Land Rover and slowly drove away from the community. Qin Yi was not particularly fond of this astute woman, always feeling as though her gaze held a condescending scrutiny over him. The other party offered him money, hoping to secure a path for him, intending to buy off this life-saving favor. Qin Yi had never contemplated acceptance. It was not that the 50,000 yuan lacked allure, but rather that he felt he had done nothing deserving of such compensation. Later, Qin Yi received a phone call from Du Yurong. "I know you will surely save me." Her voice was soft and delicate, imbued with a sense of fragility following her recent surgery. "I would save anyone, regardless of who they are. Thank you. We shall be friends from now on, yes?" Chun Xiaolu had previously tried to bring him and Du Yurong together, so Qin Yi understood her implications. Yet he harbored no such intentions. "We are classmates. The bond of classmates is often more intimate than that of friends. You really are not adept at conversation. I merely prefer to speak the truth. All right, once I recover, I shall treat you to a grand feast. How about that?" "No problem. But it must wait until after the college entrance examination." "Understood. I apologize for the impact this has had on your studies. In any case, I always rank last. Cheer up. I have a feeling you will surely be accepted into a prestigious university," Du Yurong concluded before hanging up. At last, someone believed in Qin Yi's potential to attend university, which lifted his spirits, affirming that his efforts to save Du Yurong were not in vain. "Now you are quite the celebrity. Everyone is saying that if you hadn't carried Du Yurong out of the examination hall, her life would have been in peril. Is that true? That seems a bit exaggerated. I told you two were well suited. Do not speak carelessly. You are now her savior. If you take the initiative, she will undoubtedly reciprocate your affections." Chun Xiaolu posed as a relationship expert. "I see you are worried about my potential romance with Tang Ziru." Qin Yi exposed his friend's true intentions. "I am merely looking out for you. You and Tang Ziru are truly incompatible. Did you perform well in this exam? With only a few days left before the college entrance examination, can we not focus on that? Du Yurong's family is indeed quite wealthy. Consider it. Disappear before I decide to take action. I'm only trying to be helpful." Chun Xiaolu swiftly made his exit. Chapter 27. A Glimpse of Clarity. With just over 2 months until the college entrance examination, only Chun Xiaolu still entertained thoughts of romance. He had always been exuberant in this regard, likely having penned a mountain of love letters, but the girls he favored were either stunningly beautiful or immensely talented, none of whom returned his affections. As the end of senior year approached, Chun Xiaolu remained a quintessential singleton. "I didn't go to the exam today." Well, as long as you're happy." Qin Dashan could hardly conceal his profound disappointment. "I simply do not wish to reveal my capabilities." "Do you even possess any capabilities?" That left Qin Yi feeling somewhat vexed. The following day, everything returned to normal. The exam results would take 2 days to be announced. Having just completed the mock exam, the students were relatively relaxed, with most discussions revolving around which subjects were particularly challenging and which questions were problematic. Although Qin Yi had not participated in the latter exams, he still had a copy of the exam paper. Thus, from a morning onward, he immersed himself in solving the questions presented therein. Yesterday afternoon, Teacher Liu was summoned by the principal and subjected to a severe reprimand, accused of being indifferent in the face of crisis and making poor judgments, rendering her akin to a criminal deserving of capital punishment. It was only later revealed that Du Yurong's father had called the principal and berated him vehemently, leading to Teacher Liu's unjustified wrath. However, the circumstances at that moment could not be solely blamed on Teacher Liu, despite her share of responsibility. In her understanding, the optimal course of action was to locate the school doctor, ascertain Du Yurong's true condition, and transport her to the hospital. The possibility of causing harm to Du Yurong by delaying action had never crossed her mind. Moreover, Qin Yi was merely an ordinary high school student, and his credibility was questionable. Yet, reality often diverges greatly from expectation. "What are you doing, Qin Yi?" Teacher Liu's tone was sharp. "Taking the exam paper." Qin Yi replied without lifting his head. You didn't come for the exam, and now you're working on the paper? Do you have a problem with your brain? Why not treat your illness at the hospital? The students sensed the tension in the air, and the entire classroom fell into an eerie silence. Qin Yi raised his head to meet Teacher Lu's gaze, fully aware that she was intentionally provoking him. Shall I leave then? What kind of attitude is that? Am I not allowed to discipline you? It is my disgrace to have taught a student ranked last in the entire school. One day, you will take pride in me. Qin Yi replied coolly, gradually rising and carrying his desk toward the door. Take pride in you? That will never happen. Where do you think you're going? You uncultured child. If you have the audacity, sit in the corridor for all my classes from now on. As you wish. Rewritten. Cultivation is not something that can be dismissed by mere words. It is evident to all who lacks it. Teacher Lu's hands trembled in anger. Logically, with the college entrance examination approaching, there was no need to engage in such a conflict with a student. Good students and bad students would soon part ways after the exam, and their paths might never cross again. Qin Yi, however, felt indifferent. He was merely practicing questions, and it mattered little where he did so. Thus, from that day forth, whenever it was Teacher Lu's class, Qin Yi would invariably move his desk and chair to the corridor. 3 days later, the results of the mock examination were released, and the mood was one of despair. Unbeknownst to whether it was intentional on Teacher Lu's part, Qin Yi, who had only taken 2 subjects, was still listed among the school's rankings. Retaining his position as the last, though his score had improved from 189 to 209. The homeroom teacher class 1, however, did not include the rankings due to Du Yorong's illness. Otherwise, Qin Yi might have been second to last. Almost no student noticed that Qin Yi had only taken 2 subjects, who would concern themselves with the composition of the scores of the last-ranked student, except for one, and that was Tang Ziru. Hearing from Teacher Li that Qin Yi was not a true slacker, but rather a cunning one pretending to be, Tang Ziru was initially skeptical. However, upon seeing the examination score report, her brow furrowed. Chinese, 117 points. Physics, 92 points. With his Chinese score ranking 18th in the entire school, and physics an astonishing 6th. What on earth was this? Tang Ziru's expression grew increasingly complex. Could it be that Qin Yi, despite appearing to be a bottom-ranking student, had always been a top scholar, simply indulging in his own wicked humor? Recalling their last encounter at Ajian Supermarket, where Qin Yi had demonstrated his formidable skills, yet allowed Uncle Jian to strike first, nearly delivering a fatal blow. An unsettling chill crept down Tang Ziru's spine. She glanced back, only to find Qin Yi looking up at the blackboard. Their eyes met briefly, and he nodded politely at her, prompting her to quickly turn away. Her father often spoke of the world's treachery, warning that ill-intentioned individuals often donned a splendid fade. While she had once dismissed this notion, she now felt its weight. What kind of person was Qin Yi, truly? Tang Ziru's forthright nature made it difficult for her to conceal her thoughts. The moment the class bell rang, she approached Qin Yi and beckoned him to step outside. Chun Xiaolu, with a somewhat unnatural expression, muttered to herself, Bro, you mustn't engage in any improper conduct with your sister-in-law. That is a grave taboo in the community. Let us clarify this, Tang Ziru said, shaking the report card in her hand. My recent essay didn't meet expectations, primarily because it strayed from the central theme, resulting in a lower score. The last 2 physics problems were genuinely challenging, with some ambiguities in the conditions that cost me 8 points. Are you seeking my insights on your exam performance? Tang Ziru's cheeks flushed. What is it you wish to hear? At this juncture, she was about to express her gratitude, acknowledging that without his recommendation of Teacher Li, her physics grades would not have improved so swiftly. Stop pretending. Are you practicing the art of deception? She thought, envisioning how he would astound everyone during the college entrance examination and slap the faces of those who had once looked down upon him. That's an intriguing idea. Qin Yi replied with a smile. Don't you think that's rather sinister? Tang Ziru exclaimed, fixing her gaze on him. Chapter 28. The Art of Deception. In this world, no one is a fool. Only those who are self-righteous consider themselves clever. Once these individuals become convinced of their own rationale, no amount of explanation from others can alter their perspective. Whether Tang Ziru belonged to this category was unknown to Qin Yi, but he refrained from speaking the truth, as it was beyond explanation. Qin Yi gradually retracted his smile and pondered before articulating. Do you believe it is right for academically successful students to mock those who struggle? Certainly not. While academic performance may correlate with diligence, it is also directly influenced by familial circumstances, economic status, and inherent abilities. Therefore, one should not mock others based on grades. Then is it wrong for me to retaliate against those who have ridiculed me? I cannot say, but I disapprove of your approach. I was not always this way, but everything changed after Lin Kuan broke my leg last year. My family lacks wealth, and my father holds no power. We have been bullied by the Lin family and constrained by the school and my father's workplace. From that moment on, I understood that adopting a low profile was prudent, at least for safety, while I diligently studied to secure a brighter future. These words, a blend of truth and fabrication, were sufficiently compelling, vividly showcasing Qin Yi's status as a victim while laying the groundwork for his future actions. Tang Ziru remained silent for a moment before softly responding. I apologize, I was too presumptuous. But isn't your facade of humility rather treacherous? A few days ago, the Lin family came to my house and wreaked havoc. As you are aware, thus the animosity between me and the Lin family has become irreconcilable. Well then, what score can you achieve now? I calculated the score for this exam to be approximately around 640. Is it really that high? Although Tang Ziru expressed surprise, she felt a sense of relief in her heart, for she had scored 672, leaving a significant gap between her and Qin Yi. What she did not realize was that this was merely the result of Qin Yi's efforts over the past 2 months. Not too shabby, but I still need to practice more. The third question in chemistry was just a numerical variation of a must-practice problem. You are aware of this? I remember every question I have tackled. Teacher Lee mentioned that you have memorized the entire foreign language dictionary. Indeed, you should just lay low. It's quite commendable. Tang Ziru, no longer wishing to converse with this seemingly inhuman individual, hastily departed. Qin Yi's results did not stir much commotion. To most, he remained the unstudious slacker, constantly clashing with Teacher Liu, spending recess playing basketball, and otherwise scribbling away in other classes. Some even claimed he was penning a novel on a platform, racing against deadlines. Entitled from slacker to prestigious school, which was quite the fanciful notion. A week later, an intriguing change occurred, as Du Yurong returned to school. Initially, according to the doctor's advice, she was not supposed to resume school for another month. However, being quite stubborn and with the impending college entrance exams, she insisted on attending school as soon as she felt slightly better. Han Ling provided her with 2 pills, which significantly accelerated her healing process. And only after the doctor assessed her did he approve her return to school. Qin Yi and Du Yurong were not in the same class and were unaware of her return, yet as he routinely moved to the corridor, the sound of a door opening next door revealed Du Yurong emerging from her classroom, dragging a desk and placing it not far from Qin Yi's position. What a coincidence. You two have been sent out by the teacher. Du Yurong asked with a bright smile. I've been sent out multiple times. It hardly seems newsworthy. We're not even in the same class, and yet we've ended up as desk mates. Is your injury healed? Qin Yi quickly shifted the topic. Not too bad, just a scar remains, reminiscent of a cesarean section. The incision from a cesarean section is much longer than this. How would I know? I've never undergone such a procedure. Oh, how do you know? I was delivered via cesarean. They say that babies born through cesarean sections tend to be smarter, so that is why you are more intelligent than I am. I must get back to my studies. Qin Yi thought that if he continued to engage Du Yurong, she could talk all day. You're already so brilliant, yet you still need to study? How am I brilliant? Qin Yi furrowed his brow. Chinese 117, Physics 92. If you were to complete the exams, wouldn't you surely place in the top 10 of the entire school? Are you planning to slap them all in the face with your results? How amusing. It turns out that concern for Qin Yi's grades was not limited to Tang Ziru. The perspectives of Tang Ziru and Du Yurong on the matter were evidently distinct, with one viewing it as sinister and the other as entertaining. I haven't thought that far. I merely wish to perform well on this exam. Soda. It's all my fault. Your plans haven't succeeded. What plans? Naturally, if I can save someone, I will prioritize saving them. You are truly kind. Du Yurong pouted, appearing quite adorable. Ahem. What are you two up to? A commanding voice resonated through the air, revealing the presence of the supervising teacher, who could no longer tolerate the animated conversation between the two students. Focus on your studies. Éclairez vignes. Engage in problem solving. Retorted du Yurong. The teacher, quickly discerning the situation, inquired, Are you two in the same class? No. Xing replied. Yes. Du Yurong insisted. Du Yurong shot Qin Yi à ressent fulglar, lamenting the lack of synergy between them. The teacher, visibly frustrated, declared that regardless of their class affiliation, they were to maintain a distance of 3 meters. Otherwise, they would face the consequence of running laps should they be caught conversing again in a hallway. The two reluctantly complied, creating the required space, allowing the teacher to depart briskly. Qin Yi remained silent, continuing to work through her exercises. Du Yurong, meanwhile, observed Qin Yi as she diligently studied. As the class bell rang, Qin Yi hurriedly organized her desk, feeling the weight of Du Yurong's gaze upon her. Du Yurong erupted in Laukata, exclaiming, "Lunch is on me today. I'll eat in the cafeteria," Qin Yi replied, pushing her way through the crowd back to class. At noon, Qin Yi and Chun Xiaolu ventured to the cafeteria, only to be greeted by the eagerly awaiting Du Yurong and 3 other female classmates. "Let us go. We're dining together. Today I'm treating you," Du Yurong exclaimed, joyfully sidling up to Qin Yi. Qin Yi said nothing, as she had promised to join for lunch and recognized Du Yurong's attempt to show her appreciation. Chun Xiaolu, grinning broadly, followed suit, delighted at the prospect of a free meal. Seating themselves at a table, the 4 girls went to fetch their food, quickly returning to fill the table with an abundance of dishes, with Du Yurong particularly indulging in a variety of stir-fried delicacies. Given Qin Yi's hearty appetite and recent financial constraints, she felt no need to hold back and began to eat voraciously. The girls chatted animatedly, primarily inquiring about Du Yurong's recovery from her injury at the hospital, often erupting in a laughter that drew envious glances from those nearby. "Qin Yi, when you carried Yurong to the hospital, did you seize the opportunity to take advantage of her?" one girl suddenly asked with a mischievous smile. The entire table fell silent, all eyes turning toward Qin Yi. Almost spitting out her food, she hurriedly swallowed, recalling how she had been trembling with anxiety at the time. "If I took advantage of her in that moment, would I still consider myself a decent person?" she responded, a hint of guilt lacing her words. "Yurong doesn't have a boyfriend. You've held her, so you must take responsibility," another girl teased. "At that moment, saving her was my priority. I wasn't thinking about anything else. It's impossible for me to take responsibility. If it happens again, I'll let Xiaolu carry her," Qin Yi retorted. "Enough. Let's eat quickly. Soon, we'll watch you play basketball," Du Yurong interjected, shooting Qin Yi a pointed look to shift the conversation. Presently, Qin Yi had gained a modest reputation for her basketball skills at school, and coupled with her striking appearance, the number of female admirers flocking to the basketball court had noticeably increased. Most girls were not driven by ulterior motives. Rather, they simply enjoyed watching a handsome athlete run and leap on the court, which was indeed a delightful sight. With a height advantage and impressive athleticism, Qin Yi, having mastered the rules and techniques of basketball, found it nearly impossible not to shine. With a gentle leap, she reached the rim with ease, and dunking the ball became a simple endeavor. Upon realizing that the other party had gained admission to Fenghua University through a basketball scholarship, Qin Yi recognized that an opportunity had arisen. There is no greater satisfaction than delivering a decisive blow in the very arena where one feels most triumphant. Today, the moment had finally arrived. At that instant, Chun Xiaolu passed the ball to Qin Yi, who feigned a shot but forcefully hurled the basketball towards the side of the hoop. Thud! Lin Kuan caught the ball with one hand, a flicker of disdain crossing his face. Is this the caliber of someone who plays basketball? At that moment, Lin Kuan had officially fallen into the trap. What is wrong with my skills? Are you still unconvinced? Qin Yi quickly seized on Lin Kuan's words. Truly laughable. When it comes to basketball, you ought to refer to me as your elder. You sickly wretch. Lin Kuan, noticing the attention of several girls around, felt a bit buoyed. Yet, his arrogance was not unfounded. He was indeed a proficient basketball player. The onlookers were aware of the long-standing animosity between the two, and it seemed a spectacle was about to unfold, drawing many students to gather around. Upon hearing Qin Yi claim that he had purchased his spot, Lin Kuan nearly exploded with rage. "Watch your words. I'll tear that mouth of yours apart. Then come over. Let us see who can tear whose mouth apart," Qin Yi retorted with a mocking demeanor. "It seems you're not thinking straight. If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll demolish your home again." Lin Kuan shot back defiantly. The surrounding students exchanged glances. Had Lin Kuan already wreaked havoc on Qin Yi's home once before? Du Yurong's face contorted with anger. Her fists clenched tightly. "I know your family has plenty of lackeys, so let us see who can play basketball better." The loser must bow and apologize. With their tempers flaring, Qin Yi finally cast the bait. 55? Lin Kuan, not foolish, was aware of Qin Yi's martial arts background and worried about potential repercussions. Have some dignity. Did those 4 get special admission to Fenghua University as well? If you want to fight, it's 11. If not, shut your mouth and leave. Lin Kuan hesitated slightly, and the crowd began to stir. 11. 11. Du Yurong shouted loudly, perhaps overexerting herself, causing a sharp pain in her injury. Yet she continued to cheer. Tang Ziru glanced at Du Yurong, raising an eyebrow. 11. A few girls joined in the raucous cheer. Whether Qin Yi could defeat Lin Kuan was irrelevant. The key was to build momentum. Lin Kuan, having served as the captain of the basketball team for 3 years, naturally had his own fans. As the cheers erupted, others began chanting, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The atmosphere in the basketball court was completely ignited. Lin Kuan, invigorated, removed his outer jacket and buttoned trousers, revealing a branded athletic outfit underneath, striding confidently onto the court while glaring at Qin Yi. No underhanded tactics allowed. Anyone who resorts to trickery is a coward. A few shots? Whoever scores 3 first wins. I'll let you take the first shot, Lin Kuan declared arrogantly. Kuan Lauda will surely prevail. Kun Lauda di yung Lin Kunes Niknem. Qin Yi will surely prevail. Qin Yi will surely prevail. Du Yurong led the cheers, disregarding her injury. Gaolan tugged at Tang Ziru, smiling as she said, "Let us see how Lin Kuan handles Qin Yi." It's hard to say who will win or lose. Recently, Tang Ziru had grown closer to Qin Yi and was well aware of his character. His favorite pastime was putting on a facade. Hey, you can't possibly have developed feelings for Qin Yi, can you? Did you not notice how fervently Du Yurong called out? I've heard from others that she has a fondness for Qin Yi. I am merely stating facts. Tang Ziru maintained a calm demeanor, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. I bet on Lin Kuan's victory. Gaolan's gaze rested on Lin Kuan's robust physique, licking his lips. As Qin Yi prepared to serve, positioned at the center of the court, she surveyed the throngs of students surrounding her, feeling an unprecedented thrill in this moment of being in the spotlight. So this is what it feels like to be the center of attention. I relish it. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly activated her senses, sight, touch, and bodily awareness. In this very position, she gently leaped and took her shot. All the complexities of the world seemed to vanish, and the hoop appeared to draw near as Qin Yi aimed. It felt effortless, akin to placing an apple into a bowl. The crowd's attention was completely captivated by the soaring basketball. Swish! It went through the net without a sound. The court fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into a fervent cheer. Qin Yi touched her nose and, observing Lin Kuan's incredulous expression, calmly remarked, "I just want you to understand one thing. You are utterly unworthy of being specially recruited by Fenghua University. Was it just one basket? Let us see if you can win against me first." Lin Kuan glared at her furiously. Chapter 30, Wish Fulfilled. The basketball is round, thus everything is possible. Having been outpaced by a previous sickly wretch, Lin Kuan could not tolerate it. His blood surged to his face, rendering him grave and tight-lipped as he prepared to serve. Qin Yi stood effortlessly opposite him, her eyes brimming with mockery. Lin Kuan lunged forward, his body leaning in as he executed 3 feints in rapid succession, slanting, changing direction, and halting suddenly. Based on prior experience, he had left his opponent dazed. Now was the optimal moment to shoot. With a smooth jump, he released his shot, his movements fluid and textbook perfect. In that instant, he felt a sense of pride. However, as he began to descend, he noticed a figure soaring upward, their height surpassing his expectations. Thud! Qin Yi intercepted the oncoming basketball with one hand midair, then, like a windmill, cradled it securely before landing gracefully. No one comprehended how she had seized the ball. It all transpired in the blink of an eye. Impressive, Du Yurong shouted with fervor, her voice nearly hoarse. In a state of shock, Lin Kuan watched as Qin Yi effortlessly sank the ball into the hoop. The score stood at 20, leaving Lin Kuan momentarily stunned. It was now Qin Yi's turn to serve. If she replicated her long-distance shot, he would be defeated. I cannot lose. A fierce fire ignited within him as he steeled himself, fixating intently on the basketball in Qin Yi's hands. This time, she opted not to shoot directly, but instead drove forward with an offensive maneuver. Simultaneously, her sensory awareness heightened as the surrounding clamor faded into oblivion, leaving only Lin Kuan in the empty court. Lin Kuan's fury surged. He understood that Qin Yi was humiliating him, specifically insulting those who had facilitated his special admission into Fenghua University. With a roar, he charged forward. Qin Yi dribbled the ball with remarkable agility, effortlessly toying with Lin Kuan. How had his talent remained concealed until now? Was he merely biding his time to humiliate Lin Kuan in the end? Such restraint seemed extraordinary. This was the prevailing sentiment among the onlookers. Let us go. Tang Ziru, having anticipated the outcome without needing to witness the finale, declared. Gaolan's expression was grim as he indignantly remarked, Lin Kuan has brought numerous victories and honors to the school over the past 3 years. What gives Qin Yi the right to treat him this way? He has been pretending to be ill all this time, and yet his basketball skills are nearly on par with the national team. It's infuriating. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Tang Ziru replied coolly. When the college entrance examination arrives, many will be left in disbelief. Are you suggesting Qin Yi has concealed even more? Who can say? Tang Ziru replied as she briskly walked toward the teaching building. Qin Yi continued to maneuver around Lin Kuan, concluding the match with a simple three-step layup. Lin Kuan was gasping for breath, his eyes aflame with indignation. So you've been playing like this all along, pretending to be incompetent? You've only played a few days. If I believe you, I'd be a fool. Such feats may seem trivial to execute, but it merely highlights your own ineptitude. Devious. Qin Yi remarked coldly as he fixed his gaze on Lin Kuan. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense and silent as Qin Yi demanded Lin Kuan to bow an apology. Would Lin Kuan acquiesce? With increasingly labored breaths, Lin Kuan shot back. Don't push your luck. Betting entails accepting the outcome. What if I refuse? That matters little. Your lack of shame is evident. And today, everyone has witnessed this shameful display. Lin Kuan glanced around, noticing that even his closest acquaintances had lowered their heads, some opting to quietly slip away. Fine, I will bow. Good. Qin Yi bixate don Lin Kuan. Lin Kuan extended his left hand flat and struck 3 blows with his right fist upon it, then defiantly raised both hands with a middle finger gesture, indicating that he would only truly bow when Qin Yi was no longer around. With that, he pushed through the crowd, heading outside. Indeed, the Lin family displayed a complete lack of shame. Qin Yi had achieved his aim and waved his hand dismissively. Disperse. The surrounding students murmured amongst themselves as they departed, knowing that the events of the day would spread like wildfire, and Lin Kuan's once illustrious reputation would soon plummet, casting doubt on his acceptance into Fenghua University. Chun Xiaolu excitedly approached Qin Yi, stealthily handing him an item while whispering, I recorded everything on your phone. It's quite clear. Excellent. Qin Yi replied, tucking the phone into his pocket. Will posting it online be effective? Not really. We aren't celebrities, and without fans, few will even see it. Then why bother? ISNT, that a waste of time? Chun Xiaolu questioned, puzzled. Just because it ISNT useful today, doesn't T mean it won TB later. Who knows which straw might break the camel's back? Chun Xiaolu nodded, appearing to grasp the sentiment. You were truly impressive today. Du Yurong grinned as she approached. What's wrong with you? Vin Yi inwitted, puzzled. I shouted too loudly and strained my injury. Qin Yi felt a bit exasperated. I played. Why are you so excited? He casually grasped Du Yurong's wrist, gauging her pulse. Du Yurong's face instantly flushed crimson, and she hurriedly lowered her head, murmuring to herself, is it inappropriate to hold hands on campus? After merely a few seconds, Qin Yi released her hand, assuring her that it was fine, but advised against any vigorous activities. Understood, she replied, her voice barely a whisper. Qin Yi paid no heed and continued walking ahead. Are you still playing basketball after class? I'll come watch, Du Yurong suddenly inquired. I won't be playing anymore. Why not? Do you want to get puzzled? The college entrance examination is approaching. I need to study. All right then, she said, her spirits visibly dampened as she turned to walk in another direction. Impressive. Chun Xiaolu approached, giving a thumbs up. What's impressive? The art of seduction and restraint. That was skillful. I think I need to learn from you. What a load of nonsense. Learn something useful. Qin Yi retorted. If you fail to get into at least a 3rd-tier university, I reckon your father will forbid you from associating with me for life. Qin Yi felt a sense of frustration. Em stadien diligently. Chun Xiaolu protested, but nothing seems to stick. Consider the comfort of sitting in a classroom versus the toil of moving bricks. If you can't endure the hardships of study, you will surely face the hardships of life. There is no perfect solution. Your father isn't a billionaire. You sound so wise. Yet you're the one at the bottom of the class, Chun Xiaolu shot back. How can a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of swan? Pretentious. Insidious. Fake, he muttered. Yet he finally began to take the examinations seriously. Chapter 31. Do not expect rewards. The news of Qin Yi's triumph over basketball recruit Lin Kuan spread like wildfire throughout the campus. Concurrently, another tale concerning Qin Yi emerged, portraying him as a man living off the generosity of others, juggling 2 relationships for personal gain. Discussions regarding Qin Yi's character polarized opinions, becoming the most sensational and enduring topic before the college entrance examination. Are you not angry? What good would anger do? Besides, I have no time for it. Qin Yi replied, glancing at the thick stack of papers beside his desk. He had exchanged all the money in his pocket for past examination papers. If stacked, they would likely surpass his height. When he carried them into the classroom, everyone assumed he had lost his mind. Have you completed all these papers? They have a high repetition rate. I can manage them before the exams. So, will this matter be put to rest? They're not wrong. I am indeed living off others. But that's only do you wrong. It has nothing to do with Tang Ziru. Since his funds were limited, and having spent all his money on papers, Qin Yi frequently borrowed Du Yorong's meal card, which was a fact. I believe you should clarify this situation. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You're worried I'll tarnish Tang Ziru's reputation, right? There is no need for that. We have nothing between us, which might only complicate matters further. Chun Xiaolu wished to speak again, but Qin Yi waved him off and resumed his studies. During lunch, Chun Xiaolu deliberately left first, as he felt embarrassed to tag along while Qin Yi was mooching off Du Yorong, even though she had clearly stated that she didn't team mind. At the innermost table, Qin Yi gnawed on a large chicken leg. His appetite had tripled, leaving him bemused. If his strength increased further, would he risk starving to death? The first disciple of the Holy Gate to meet his demise through starvation. What a glorious fate. Let us wait until after the college entrance examination. With my exceptional medical skills, I might just earn some pocket money, enough to indulge in a couple more buns. Today, I deposited another 5,000. Feel free to enjoy. There's no need to repay me. I refuse to indulge in handouts, lest I become a mere parasite. Qin Yi regards this as a temporary measure. Once he has the means, he will undoubtedly repay Du Yorong. Very well. When wealth comes your way, you will reimburse me. Qin Yi senses a hint of insincerity in the other's tone, yet a single coin can bring even the mightiest to their knees. For now, this will suffice. As he still owes Tang Ziru 2 mobile phones and several thousands in tutoring fees. Alas, why am I not a second-generation rich kid? I sincerely hope for the day when my father suddenly confesses, "Son, I must be honest, our family is wealthy, with assets in the billions. Your mother is abroad accompanying your sister in her studies, while also managing the business. This is merely a beautiful dream, given Qin Dashin's demeanor. It is evident he is not wealthy, nor could he possibly be a disguised magnate. As for my mother, it is unfortunate. I can scarcely recall her visage. All I remember of my sister is her chubby, round face. Back then, I delighted in pinching her cheeks after school, which earned me no small amount of punishment from my father. Why are you crying? Du Yorong inquired, shaking Qin Yi's arm. I'm not. Oil from the chicken leg got in my eyes. Qin Yi hastily wiped the corners of his eyes. Should we wash it out? Your eyes appear dry. A bit of oil for lubrication might help. Hearty laughter erupted from Du Yorong as she doubled over. This year in the 3rd year of high school. Spending my family's money while entertaining impossible fantasies and harboring affections for someone destined to yield no results is quite delightful. I cannot help but admire the Lin family's considerable resources. The video of Qin Yi defeating Lin Kuan barely stirred a ripple before being taken down. And even the version uploaded to the Fenghua University website was rendered inaccessible in less than an hour. Although these developments were within Qin Yi's expectations, they nonetheless left an unpleasant taste in his heart. What Qin Yi did not foresee was that Lin Kuan refrained from retaliating after the incident. However, his visits to school became increasingly rare. Regarding his previous defeat, Lin Kuan offered an explanation. He had recently suffered from severe cold and was feverish while playing basketball against Qin Yi, clearly out of sorts. Whether Lin Kuan truly had a fever is a matter open to interpretation. Following the basketball incident, Tang Ziru hardly communicated with Qin Yi, and she no longer attended evening study sessions, likely focusing her revisions under Li Li's guidance. Everyone is striving towards their dreams, regardless of whether they are academically challenged or top achievers, wealthy or not. After all, the college entrance examination is an impending reality, relatively equitable in nature. Soon, the second mock examination will arrive. The final mock exams for the 3rd year of high school consist of 3 assessments, and through these tests, one can ascertain their approximate scores for the actual examination, thereby preparing for college applications. Some parents, acting early, begin systematic studies on application knowledge as early as the 2nd year. It is said that classes teaching parents how to navigate the application process are prohibitively expensive, yet the best tutoring centers remain in high demand. Naturally, Qin Dashin would not attend such preparatory classes, for Qin Yi is not concerned with the application process. Once the scores are published, he will simply enroll in whichever school is willing to accept him, which is rather straightforward. Indeed, Qin Yi once again found himself at the bottom of the rankings, scoring a mere 234 points. However, this was a deliberate act. He had only taken 2 subjects, mathematics and biology, while the answers to the remaining 4 subjects were densely scribbled on scrap paper. The rationale was straightforward. Qin Yi wished to prevent their homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, from receiving a bonus. Upon reviewing Qin Yi's results, Tang Ziru fell into a contemplative silence, for the combined scores of the two subjects surpassed her own. Even with a conservative estimate, Qin Yi's current overall performance seemed to match hers, revealing that he had concealed his capabilities far too well. The competition for prestigious universities was exceedingly fierce, with limited slots available. Every student ranked higher than Tang Zuru warranted her vigilance, as they represented her rivals. With Qin Yi's sudden emergence, she sensed a hint of crisis and consequently intensified her efforts, spending more time with Li. In the blink of an eye, they had completed the third mock exam, with only 3 days remaining until the final examination sprint. Today marked the last class meeting. Everyone had gathered at the school, including the rarely seen Lin Kuan. The classroom buzzed with excitement. Chapter 32, Farewell to the Past. This final class meeting symbolized parting. Mr. Liu passionately delivered an array of encouraging words. Yet Qin Yi scarcely listened, finally completing the last exam paper just as Mr. Liu was about to conclude his speech. Chun Xiaolu, present. Chun Xiaolu was taken aback to be called first and hurried to the podium, receiving his examination permit with both hands. Speak your mind boldly, Mr. Liu encouraged. Chun Xiaolu, a tad flustered, bit his lip and took several deep breaths before declaring loudly, Tang Zuru, I like you. Qin Yi nearly choked. Was this lad out of his mind? The classmates below erupted in a chorus of boos, though some seized the opportunity to chime in, I like Tang Zuru too. The atmosphere instantly transformed into a lively uproar. Qin Yi expected Mr. Liu to be furious and reprimand Chun Xiaolu, but instead, he chuckled, saying, The pursuit of beauty is a driving force for human progress. Chun Xiaolu has shown courage in expressing his feelings, which I greatly admire. However, have you considered whether you possess the capability to pursue Tang Zuru? Chun Xiaolu's face flushed crimson. Mustering the courage to voice such sentiments had seemingly drained him of all his strength, and he shook his head slightly. To have the courage to pursue, yet lack the ability to achieve one's goals signifies what? It signifies that one is merely a dreamer. The classmates dissolved into laughter, and Chun Xiaolu fled the podium as if escaping a disaster. Qin Yi observed Mr. Liu and suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Was this truly the same Mr. Liu who was often calculating and spoke with a biting tongue? Next, let us invite Tang Zuru to the stage for a few words. Tang Zuru gracefully approached the podium and slightly bowed to Mr. Liu. Chun Xiaolu, you're not my type, hence I do not harbor feelings for you. Tang Zuru remained as straightforward as ever, prompting another wave of laughter from the audience. Chun Xiaolu hung his head, nearly digging a hole in the floor with his toes. Before I turn 30, I do not plan to marry. We are young and should focus on acquiring knowledge and strengthening ourselves. I intend to apply to Fenghua University for clinical medicine, aspiring to become an outstanding surgeon in the future. When you find yourselves languishing in idleness and hospitalized due to excessive drinking, it might very well be I who wields the scalpel. Rest assured, as a fellow student, I shall deftly excise the source of your ailment. With that, I stepped down from the platform. Qin Yi suddenly felt a chill in a certain part of his body. Imagining Tang Zuru, clad in white, wielding a surgical knife, her cold gaze fixed upon him, evoking an unsettling shiver. I shall take the stage. Lin Kuan strode confidently towards the podium. First and foremost, I hope to become a schoolmate of Tang Zuru, so you must strive hard. The medical program at Fenghua University is no easy feat, though I have immense faith in you. Tang Zuru rolled her eyes, choosing to disregard him. Lin Kuan continued to expound on some ethereal philosophies of life, sounding as if he were a successful figure offering sage advice, nearly causing Qin Yi to retch. Once Lin Kuan concluded, a few classmates applauded enthusiastically. One by one, students ascended the stage to eloquently discuss their aspirations, each possessing a clear understanding and positioning of themselves, their words resonating with sincerity. I wonder if Teacher Liu was deliberate in calling Qin Yi last. With a nonchalant stride, Qin Yi stepped onto the stage, his profound gaze sweeping across the audience. I will be admitted to the medical program at Fenghua University, and when the time comes for you to undergo surgery, you shall have more than just Tang Zuru as an option. The class fell silent for several seconds before erupting into laughter, as if Qin Yi had delivered not a vision of the future, but a jest. Is your mind intact? The last in the rankings dares to make such bold claims? If you get into Fenghua University, I'll eat dirt. Lin Kuan shouted arrogantly. Qin Yi smiled faintly. Summer insects cannot discuss ice. With that, he refrained from further explanation and reached out to accept the admission ticket from Teacher Liu. Wishing you all the best in your examinations. May each of you realize your dreams. Teacher Liu said. Qin Yi, please stay behind. The rest may leave, and remember to take all your belongings. Thank you, teacher. The entire class stood, bowing in respect. Qin Yi tied together all the examination papers, and only after the other students had departed did he inquire, Teacher Liu, is there something else? I wish to offer you an apology. During your sophomore year, when your leg was injured, I failed to advocate for you and ensure Lin Kuan received the punishment he deserved. Have you held a grudge against me? That matter is in the past. I have long since forgotten, Qin Yi replied, sensing an unusual demeanor from Teacher Liu today. Perhaps, he said with a hint of indifference. I also erred regarding Du Yurong, misjudging the actual circumstances, nearly leading to dire consequences for her. I feel deeply remorseful, the teacher confessed. You may discuss this with Du Yurong. Teacher Liu inhaled deeply, a flicker of light in his eyes. Chinese 117, English 142, Mathematics 141, Biology 93, Physics 92, Chemistry 97, totaling a score of 683. Do you truly think I am a fool? This comprised the total of Qin Yi's 3 mock examinations, each time only taking 2 subjects, yet managing to compile a complete transcript. Qin Yi chuckled awkwardly, finally grasping the reason behind Teacher Liu's change in attitude. He shrugged, since it is a mock exam. How I choose to approach it is entirely up to me. However, you have cost me quite a bit in bonuses, Teacher Liu remarked, though his face bore no trace of anger. A miscalculation. Qin Yi found himself at a loss for words. Regardless, I should be able to secure this prize in the end. Teacher Liu was referring to the college entrance examination. Rest assured, I shall not pressure you to leave from a building. Previously, in the office, Teacher Liu had mentioned that if Qin Yi were to gain admission to a prestigious institution, she would jump from a height. Alas, age has clouded my judgment. I anticipate your astonishing success. As Teacher Liu departed the classroom, her silhouette bore a hint of melancholy. Qin Yi hesitated for a moment, offering a deep bow, bidding farewell to the past. Chapter 33. A sudden turn in the college entrance examination. The massive woven bag loomed over a person's height, brimming with an abundance of books and papers, astonishing even the elderly gentleman collecting scrap. Are you selling all this as waste? Indeed, everything is for sale. Do weigh it. Qin Yi had gathered all the books and papers from school and carried them to the nearby recycling station, not out of environmental concern, but rather due to an acute shortage of funds. Isn't it customary to sell books only after the exam? Why are you selling them now? I've noted everything. I no longer need them. The old gentleman rummaged through the contents and pulled out a piece of paper. You're even selling your examination admission ticket? Qin Yi's face flushed crimson, having inadvertently mixed it in. That was not for sale. Fortunately, I can read. It's evident you're a poor student. The old man jested, then instructed Qin Yi to place the woven bag onto the scale. The papers, originally purchased for several thousand yuan, ultimately fetched 224 yuan. A modest sum to assist with household expenses, yet he would still need to ask Qin Dashin for a bit more, as it was crucial not to go hungry in the coming days. Qin Yi needed to be in optimal condition to face the college entrance examination, for it was the key to his entrance into a prestigious university. In an unprecedented turn of events, Qin Dashin took a leave of absence the day before Qin Yi's examination. However, upon seeing Qin Yi merely scrolling through his phone, he felt somewhat disheartened. Balance work and rest. In truth, Qin Yi was perusing editorials about significant events of the year. As this year's college entrance examination, Chinese essay prompts would likely draw inspiration from these occurrences. It was prudent to familiarize oneself with public sentiment to be adequately prepared. Qin Dashin sighed. I shall refrain from further comment. It is too late for that. Just perform normally tomorrow. Please do not take a leave of absence for the exam, or I shall become anxious. Very well, here is 300 yuan. Treat yourself to something nice. Since Qin Yi's examination was at his own school, he need not concern himself with resting outside. Thank you, Dad. Qin Yi, in dire need of money, quickly accepted it. On the day of the examination, Qin Yi arose early, placing his admission ticket and stationery into a stationery bag, donning a light-colored outfit. After enjoying a delightful breakfast of steamed buns downstairs, he prepared to set off. As Chun Xiaolu was in a different examination room, Qin Yi had to proceed alone. Upon leaving the bun shop, the proprietress wished him well in his exam, despite knowing he was not the most academically inclined. Having traversed the path to school countless times, Qin Yi could navigate it with his eyes closed. The quiet alley adorned with peach blossoms was devoid of activity, with the hair salons and small inns still shuttered, leaving the entire lane nearly deserted. Qin Yi walked briskly, his mind consumed with thoughts of the examination, when he encountered a gaunt man wearing a baseball cap that obscured half of his face. Just as they were about to pass each other, an unexpected incident unfolded. A glint of cold light surged towards Qin Yi's neck, seemingly aimed at severing his carotid artery, exhibiting a deadly intent. Qin Yi was originally lost in thought, which caused him to react slowly. It was only when the blade approached his neck that he became aware. He swiftly turned to evade, while simultaneously activating his physical senses among the 7 perceptions. Upon the adversary's turn, Qin Yi beheld a fierce visage. It was none other than He, a bodyguard of the Lin family. My young master wishes you success in your examinations. He sneered sinisterly, his hand deftly maneuvering the short blade, thrusting it towards Qin Yi's abdomen. He still regarded Qin Yi as the same individual he had encountered 2 months prior, thereby committing a grave error. Everyone continues to grow, and Qin Yi's evolution was particularly rapid. In their previous encounter at home, Qin Yi had suffered due to his lack of experience, failing to activate his physical senses in time, which allowed He to seize and threaten Qin Dishan. This time, however, during their confrontation, Qin Yi promptly activated his physical senses, his bodily control and strength surging dramatically. By slightly shifting his stance, he conjured an illusion, and with a powerful swing of his right hand, he struck fiercely at He's ribcage. Unlike Uncle Jian, He swiftly channeled his internal energy to reinforce his ribs just as Qin Yi's fist approached. Although the impact was significant, it did not fracture any bones. He's body was propelled backward by Qin Yi's punch, crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground. Qin Yi advanced quickly, aiming a kick at He's abdomen. In response, He raised his hand, unleashing 3 gleaming projectiles that hurtled towards Qin Yi's face. This lad still possessed throwing knives? One of the blades grazing his cheek and leaving a trail of blood. He scrambled to his feet and turned to flee, aware that he could not match Qin Yi's prowess. Retreating when outmatched was no disgrace. Qin Yi harbored a deep-seated disdain for this scoundrel. He stomped down hard with his left foot, creating a shallow crater in the ground, and propelled himself forward like a cannonball, delivering a fierce punch to He's back. He spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground, his spirit evidently shattered, indicating he had sustained serious injuries. Qin Yi raised his leg and pressed it against He's neck, recalling the time He had threatened him by grasping his father's throat. This time, he would return the favor. Though He was utterly weakened, he refused to show submission, taunting, "You little brat, if you have the guts, kill me." "Did Lin Kuan send you to take my life? To kill me? My young master lacks the courage. He merely instructed me to teach you a lesson and prevent you from sitting for the college entrance examination. However, I am aware of your connection with Wang Xian. If I am to move against you, it must be to silence you forever." Qin Yi was uncertain whether He spoke truthfully, but that was inconsequential. One fact remained. He indeed sought to kill him. Had his target been Qin Dishan, it was likely that his father would have already perished. Do you dare to kill? What is the difference between killing a man and squashing a mere insect? Little brat, go ahead and kill me. I shall be waiting. Qin Yi's expression darkened, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he murmured, "I will not kill you." He's laughter grew ever more manic. "I knew you were a coward. Reaching the initial awakening stage of internal energy makes you nothing more than a waste." Initial awakening stage? Although Qin Yi felt perplexed, he refrained from questioning He further, coldly retorting, "The human body possesses 720 vital acupoints, akin to switches that control all sensory perceptions, pain, metabolism, and other life activities. What the hell are you trying to convey with this?" He suddenly realized something and began to struggle desperately. "Due to my ability to close certain acupoints, I can make your existence a living hell." Qin Yi harbored intense malice towards He, thus resolved to show no mercy. Although he could not kill him, he would certainly not let him go unscathed. "What the hell are you doing?" He exclaimed, twisting his head with force, only to discover Qin Yi extracting a needle case from his pocket, containing 7 silver needles. "From this day forth, you shall be a living corpse. The Lin family may be affluent, but let's see how long they can sustain you." Qin Yi swiftly plunged a needle into the back of He's head. He cried out in agony and struggled vigorously. However, after a few needles, he gradually fell silent. Chapter 34. A Transaction. The medical arts of the Holy Sect are vast and profound, encompassing numerous astonishing techniques, including the method of soul locking. To lock the soul means to confine the patient's perception, enabling emergency treatment without anesthesia, with the ultimate aim of saving lives. After Qin Yi executed the soul-locking technique on He, no other physician could possibly undo it, even those familiar with the method. This was due to the meticulous sequence in which Qin Yi inserted the needles, locking acupoints one after another as if entering a complex password. Any attempt by others to decipher this password without knowledge could very well lead to Ariai's demise. This was not akin to forgetting a bank card password, which allows for 3 attempts. Gazing at the limp Ariai on the ground, a cold glimmer flickered in Qin Yi's eyes. This served as a solemn warning to the Lin family. Should they resort to further underhanded tactics, he would ensure their entire family suffered. Displaying weakness would only embolden them. Thus, he must instill fear to deter any rash actions, ensuring the safety of both his family and himself. Spitting on the ground, he glanced around to confirm no one was paying attention, and since there were no cameras in the vicinity, even if the Lin family suspected Qin Yi, there would be no evidence to implicate him. Though the wounds on his neck and face had ceased bleeding, his white shirt was now stained with a substantial amount of blood, presenting a rather gruesome sight. As the examination approached, an immense crowd gathered outside the examination hall, where Qin Yi even spotted several elegantly dressed mothers in kipayos, anxiously scanning the area for their children's futures. Qin Yi's arrival drew attention. How could this child, drenched in blood, come to take an exam? Had he just come from crime scene? At the entrance, as expected, Qin Yi was intercepted by security. I encountered a robbery and sustained a few injuries. He fabricated an excuse. You cannot enter the exam in such disarray, the security guard insisted, wielding considerable authority over the situation. Time was of the essence. He needed to change after the exam. No, entering in this state will disturb other students. What if someone faints from the sight of blood? Initially, Qin Yi contemplated expressing his frustration, but recognizing the validity of the guard's concern, he hesitated, pondering whether to rush and buy a shirt. Suddenly, a rough voice emerged from behind, or mine. Truth be told, Qin Yi felt a bit uncomfortable, but with no other options, he hastily removed his shirt, exposing his well-built physique, and donned Tang Biao's clothing. Tang Biao still wore a white vest underneath, thus not putting on Qin Yi's shirt. Kid, are you sure you can manage? Tang Biao's gaze fell upon Qin Yi's wounds, instinctively recognizing them as knife wounds, one of which was perilously close to his neck. A deeper cut, and Qin Yi would likely have met his end. I won't die. Tang Biao nodded slightly, murmuring, how ruthless. It was unclear whom he was referring to. Having changed into new attire, Qin Yi was no longer hindered. However, the flamboyant floral shirt he wore drew considerable attention, especially coupled with the 2 wounds adorning his face and neck, making him appear more like a thug than ever. The invigilator was currently addressing the examination protocols when Qin Yi hastily entered, immediately capturing the gaze of 3 teachers. Alas, today's youth are increasingly individualistic. One teacher remarked to another, I just saw a girl with a row of ear piercings and a tattoo on her neck. Do you think those wounds are just for show? They look remarkably real. I think so too. These days, parents are so engrossed in their own pleasures that they hardly pay attention to their children. It's no wonder the divorce rate is so high. Indeed, Qin Yi possessed keen hearing and caught every word of their hushed conversation, shaking his head with a wry smile. The assassination attempts by the Lin family would not deter him, nor would the mockery of others. He was determined to unleash his full potential and achieve a result that would leave everyone astounded. After 100 days of relentless effort, the time had come to reap the fruits of his labor. The first subject, Chinese language, was about to commence. The 2 days passed in a blur. Even with the aid of the sacred gate techniques, Qin Yi felt dizzy, let alone his peers. The Lin family had not troubled him during this period, leaving him to wonder if they were concocting a more sinister plot or if they were intimidated by his earlier warning. On the night the college entrance examination concluded, Qin Yi collapsed into a deep slumber, sleeping soundly until noon the following day. Due to his unique constitution, the 2 wounds had scabbed and fallen away, leaving only faint red marks that would likely vanish in a few days. Qin Daxian was greatly alarmed by Qin Yi's injuries. Had it not been for the looming examination, he would have forbidden Qin Yi from stepping outside again. Fortunately, no further incidents had transpired. On the dining table, alongside the now cold breakfast, lay 200 yuan. Just as Qin Yi placed the breakfast into the microwave, a knock echoed at the door. Who is it? I'm looking for classmate Qin Yi, came a suave, unhurried voice from outside. Not recognizing the voice, Qin Yi opened the door just a crack, revealing 2 individuals. The man in casual attire at the forefront was middle-aged, with a long face and thin lips. Despite the smile gracing his features, an inexplicable darkness lingered about him. Standing behind was a towering figure, robust and broad, with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, his large eyes glinting menacingly, clutching a silver leather suitcase. Who are you looking for? Qin Yi inweited. I am Lin Kuan's father, Lin Jiadong, the man responded. Qin Yi immediately grasped the intent behind the visit and coldly replied, "There's nothing to discuss between us." With that, he attempted to shut the door. However, the burly man behind Lin Jiadong abruptly thrust his foot into the gap between the door and frame, preventing Qin Yi from closing it. What is the meaning of this? Are you here to wreak havoc in my home again? Qin Yi pointed it, tempted to crush the man's foot, but unsure of Lin Jiadong's intentions. He refrained from acting hastily. You misunderstand. I am here to discuss a transaction, Lin Jiadong clarified. A transaction? Yes, a purely transactional matter. I despise violence. May I come and talk? No. Speak your business at the door. Qin Yi harbored no desire to engage with the Lin family. Are you truly so audacious as to disregard my wishes? The burly man bellowed. Do you even have the audacity to demand anything from others? Speak your mind if you have something to say, otherwise be gone. I am but a high school student with no medical expertise. Seek someone more capable. Qin Yi replied coldly. You are the one who turned my brother into that wretched state. If you fail to restore him, I shall annihilate your entire family. That shrieked in a frenzy. Qin Yi paused momentarily, then glanced past the hay at Lin Jiadong. I do not know this hay, nor do I comprehend his wild accusations. However, you all ought to pray that nothing befalls my father, for should that happen, I will ensure that every member of the Lin family lies side by side in repose. With that, she forcefully stomped onto Hay's foot, causing him to howl in pain and retract his foot hastily. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yi swiftly shut the door. Chapter 35. Worthless Entities. The world is cruel if someone is intent on your demise. Seeking reconciliation is either a sign of insanity or a naive belief in the goodness of the world. Regardless of Hay's intentions, Qin Yi would not come to his aid. Would she rescue him only to await his retaliation? This is not merely a matter of finances, but one of principle. Qin Yi would not engage in the folly of repaying malice with kindness, nor would she feign saintliness or indiscriminately dispense compassion. Moreover, the opposing party lacked evidence to implicate Qin Yi in the harm of Hay. Thus the matter could not escalate publicly. Downstairs, Lin Jiadong lit a cigarette, taking just 2 puffs before discarding it beside the luxury car's tire. Hay's face contorted in pain, likely due to a fractured foot from Qin Yi's earlier assault. His shoe noticeably stretched. Lin, what shall we do next? What to do? Do you all not consult me before acting? Xiao Kuan instructed Hay to trouble Qin Yi, and Hay simply complied, disregarding my authority as the boss. Now that trouble has arisen, I'm left to clean up your mess. Why did you not act sooner? Lin Jiadong scolded, still stinging for being rebuffed at the door. Hay bowed his head, too intimidated to speak. He might be Wang Xian's apprentice. Targeting Hay would be akin to slapping Wang Xian in the face. Now that matters had escalated to this extent, confronting Qin Yi would result in no medical treatment for his brother. Antagonizing her father would likely provoke a fierce retaliation from this young man. What do you propose we do? Lin Jiadong spat, his saliva hitting Hay's face. Are we to let Hay languish in his hospital bed? After all our efforts over the years, it has come to this. Silence. You are all worthless, Lin Jiadong retorted, slamming the car door as he entered. Hay limped toward the rear of a large Mercedes, and soon both vehicles departed the complex. Such matters rarely yield foolproof solutions. Unless the entire Lin family were to be dealt with, a prospect that currently seemed unattainable. Qin Yi had yet to embrace such brutal violence. She lacked the resolve, being merely a freshly graduated high school student. The phone rang. It was a call from Du Yurong. Come downstairs quickly. We have matters to discuss. What matters? Good news. Hurry down. All right, give me a few minutes. Qin Yi hastily consumed a few bites of her reheated meal, changed into a clean outfit, and made her way downstairs. Upon arrival, she discovered not only Du Yurong but also Chen Xiaolu, along with Du Yurong's close friend Shui, who was also a classmate of Qin Yi's. The 3 individuals who changed out of their school uniforms embraced a sense of liberation, adorned with necklaces, watches, sparkling hair accessories, and vibrant clothing, as if they were preparing to attend a wedding. In contrast, Qin Yi dressed in a relatively modest manner. His pants, having been washed numerous times, had begun to fade. Yet, despite this, his handsome demeanor remained undeniable. Did you bring your ID? Du Yurong inquired with a cheerful smile. I did. Are we going to an internet CAF? He replied. It's too smoky there. I wouldn't dream of going. Let's go. Where to? Du Yurong smiled enigmatically. Chen Xiaolu and Shui clearly understood the destination, but chose to jest rather than reveal the truth. Upon arrival, they discovered it was the registration office for a driving school. You all can register. I won't be able to learn, Qin Yi stated. realizing that the few hundred yuan in his pocket was insufficient for the registration fee. Hand over your ID, Du Yurong demanded, extending her delicate hand. I don't have the money to learn, Qin Yi replied candidly, unembarrassed by his lack of funds. I'll pay for you. No need. I'll come back to learn when I have the chance. He felt a twinge of shame for already owing over 2,000 yuan for meals and resolutely declined her offer. Consider it a treat for accompanying me to learn to drive, Du Yurong insisted, then playfully attempted to snatch the ID from Qin Yi's pocket. Not wanting to engage in a tug-of-war, he surrendered his ID to her, adding, the money will be my debt to you. I'll pay you back together. Why are you being so polite? Is my life not worth a few thousand yuan? She retorted. The four of them registered for the same vehicle and chose a seemingly kind-hearted instructor, ready to embark on their driving lessons the following day. With the Gaokao behind them, they had no pressing engagements and decided to stroll through the streets, ultimately setting their sights on the Antique Street. Fengqing Antique Street is renowned far and wide, with shops lining both sides of a long pedestrian walkway, jade and emeralds piled high like cabbages, though the prices were anything but cheap. If you wish to purchase authentic items, you can visit my family's shop, Du Yurong suggested with a bright smile. You have a shop? Chen Xiaolu, English Shui. Though somewhat acquainted, were not particularly familiar with Du Yurong. The Bao Zhai is owned by my mother. It sells not only jade and emeralds, but also antiques and calligraphy. The Bao Zhai is your family's? That's impressive, Chen Xiaolu exclaimed with exaggerated delight. The Bao Zhai is the largest shop on Antique Street and is reportedly part of a national chain with locations in both the capital and Haidu. The items within are of high quality, and most passers-by would hesitate to enter. Just a small business, Du Yurong said, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Chen Xiaolu nudged Qin Yi with his elbow, chuckling, look how well-off Yurong's family is. The Bao Zhai is filled with treasures. What does that have to do with me? Vignes replied nonchalantly. This is dull. They hailed a taxi, and within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived. Truth be told, Qin Yi was not well-versed in the realm of antiques and jade. He could not fathom why such items commanded exorbitant prices. After all, weren't they merely prettier stones? Du Yurong, noticing his bewilderment, began to explain as they walked, detailing terms like glutinous variety, ice variety, and glass variety, as well as spring with color and floating flowers. It was evident that she possessed profound knowledge of jade, befitting someone from a family entrenched in the trade. Qin Yi listened intently, particularly captivated when she spoke of gambling on stones, his eyes suddenly sparkling with intrigue. Presently, he lacked a medical license, despite any potential capabilities. He was unable to practice medicine. Gambling on stones appears to be a shortcut to wealth. It is worth noting that Qin Yi possesses a tactile sense capable of perceiving the internal structures of the human body. One wonders if this ability extends to stones as well. Raw stones. The original stones from the old pit are reasonably priced. A single cut could yield billions. Nearby, shouts echoed. In the vacant space between two shops lay a tattered canvas, upon which a collection of stones was displayed, predominantly round and oval in shape, their surfaces darkened. Qin Yi hurriedly approached the pile of raw stones, his face alight with excitement. These appeared to be materials from the Mo Wanji old pit, though they had likely been inspected by those knowledgeable in the field, rendering them devoid of gambling potential and unlikely to yield anything of value. Upon witnessing Qin Yi's curiosity, Du Yurong offered explanations from the sidelines. Oh, I'm merely observing. Qin Yi remarked, find a gem of quality, and we can make billions, lifting my friends to new heights. Chen Xiaolu teased from beside him. You're too heavy. I can't carry you. Qin Yi squatted before the pile of stones, casually picking one up. Chapter 36, Green or Not Green. Qin Yi suddenly activated the tactile sense within his 7 senses, extending his perception into the depths of the stone, albeit slowly and at a considerable cost to his spiritual energy. After approximately half a minute, the internal structure of the raw stone became vividly clear in Qin Yi's mind. Although he had expended a tenth of his spiritual energy, the interior appeared grayish-white, adorned with black markings. According to Du Yurong, this was merely waste material, hardly distinguishable from ordinary stone. Young man, you truly have an eye for quality. The piece you hold will undoubtedly yield a top-grade icy jadeite. Vignes chuckled, tossing the stone aside and selecting another. Waste material, still waste material. After picking up 5 pieces in succession, none were satisfactory. The vendor, recognizing Qin Yi as a novice, remarked, how can one assess stones without shining a powerful flashlight upon them? Relying solely on a naked eye, you might think you possess X-ray vision. Are you buying or not? Qin Yi was questioned. If not, must you hinder my business? Chen Xiaolu muttered nearby. You youngsters, cluelessly distracting me from my trade. The vendor responded, Boss, these stones exhibit no performance in their outer shells and lack any visible openings. Our prolonged observation should not affect your business. Du Yurong retorted, displeased. Oh, we have an expert among us. Only stones without openings present significant profit potential, and the key is that these raw stones are quite affordable. The vendor chuckled dryly. Du Yurong scoffed, continuing to observe Qin Yi as he selected raw stones. A serious man truly possesses a certain charm. The reservoir of spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and Qin Yi could only use his tactile sense one last time. It seemed he would return empty-handed. However, this was inconsequential. As long as he recognized this as a lucrative avenue, frequent visits could yield unexpected rewards. The final stone was oval, its surface glossy and seemingly substantial. Activating his tactile sense, he penetrated the thick outer layer, suddenly glimpsing a flash of green, and then more green. Qin Yi's heart raced. According to Du Yurong, the greener the jade, the higher its value. Yet, Qin Yi found himself puzzled. Shouldn't greener stones be cheaper? Regardless, this raw stone contained jadeite that was vivid and translucent. He pondered what price it might command. After inspecting it, he refrained from immediately inquiring about the price from the vendor, as these sellers are astute. Should they sense his interest, they might either refuse to sell or demand a premium. Set aside that stone. After examining several others, it became evident that mere observation was futile as he had lost his spiritual insight. Let us depart. We lack the understanding to discern their worth, Chun Xiaolu remarked. Growing impatient. We've lingered here long enough. It would be improper not to make a purchase, Qin Yi casually suggested. The vendor, hearing Qin Yi's words, finally allowed a smile to grace his face. I shall select one at random. What is the price? Vin you find a commanding demianov. The stones Qin Yi had previously inspected were of similar size, yet the vendor cautiously inquired, each item has its own price. Which one shall it be? This one. Qin Yi indicated an oval-shaped stone. I find its form quite appealing. 10,000. Chen Xiaolu tugged at Qin Yi, exclaiming, Do not buy it. It is rather exorbitant. Seemingly fueled by stubbornness, Qin Yi opened his mouth to negotiate, but beside them, Du Yurong suddenly interjected, 30. Qin Yi was taken aback. Was the jade industry truly so riddled with deception? If he were to haggle, he would have thought to at least propose 3,000. The vendor, believing he had misheard, stared wide-eyed at Du Yurong, exclaiming, Miss, are you trying to cut my throat? That is unacceptable. Then we shall take our leave. Du Yurong feigned pulling Qin Yi away, who reluctantly placed the stone on the ground, manifesting a sense of reluctance. Do not depart. Let us negotiate further. What is the lowest price you can offer? Du Yurong cheerfully inquired. 1,000 is the minimum. 800. We seek auspiciousness. Du Yurong asserted confidently. Agreed. The vendor, satisfied with a modest profit, nodded eagerly. Qin Yi looked awkwardly at Du Yurong, realizing she would have to cover the payment. With a generous gesture, Du Yurong scanned to complete the transaction, while the vendor jested. Young lady, be discerning when selecting a boyfriend. Some boys relish taking advantage of girls. As the saying goes, a pretty boy often harbors ill intentions. I am willing to let him take advantage. What concern is it of yours? Qin Yi responded, slightly embarrassed, while Chen Xiaolu and Guo Shui burst into laughter. I am well acquainted with the vendor next door. It's 100 per cut. Interested? No need. My family possesses a stone-cutting machine. What do you mean by that? The vendor appeared puzzled, only to witness several individuals carrying rough stones into the largest shop on Antique Street, Debao Zhai. Located centrally on Antique Street, Debao Zhai comprised 3 floors above ground and 1 below, adorned entirely in solid wood, exuding an antique charm. Upon entering the store, one was greeted by an array of rosewood furniture. Even the sales counters were crafted from rosewood, and the lavish decor would not cost less than 10 million. The staff, recognizing Du Yurong, promptly approached as she entered with her friends. Ah, the lovely young lady has arrived. You are growing more beautiful by the day. The attendant's words dripped with flattery. Sister Lu, is my mother in? Yes, she is in the office on the 3rd floor. I will fetch her for you. No need. I can call her myself. Du Yurong took out her phone and dialed Han Ling. Shortly after, Han Ling hurriedly descended the stairs and upon spotting Qin Yi, greeted him warmly. This morning, Yurong mentioned she would come to see you. She hasn't been difficult, has she? Not at all. Qin Yi felt slightly overwhelmed by her enthusiasm. Mom, what are you saying? We were just out shopping, and Qin Yi purchased a rough stone. Please arrange for a master to cut it open and examine it. Du Yurong quickly redirected the conversation. A trivial matter. Little Lu, take the raw stone to Master Zhang and have him cut it open for inspection. At first glance, it is evident that such rough material is unlikely to yield anything of value. It is merely a diversion, and there's a 99% chance it will collapse. If it skyrockets, you must give me a car. Qin Xiaolu jested. I desire a designer handbag. Du Yurong chimed in. I shall settle for a meal, Guo Shui remarked. Feeling that her relationship with Qin Yi was not particularly close, casually voicing a modest request. Qin Yi was certain that the value would indeed increase, but to what extent remained uncertain. He could only smile and say, "This is inconsequential." Han Ling cast a penetrating glance at Qin Yi and instructed Du Yurong, "Lead them for a tour. Should it yield a substantial increase, I will acquire the material directly." The Debao studio was vast, filled with numerous items, predominantly jade, along with some bloodstone, southern red, and Warring States red agate ornaments, all visually striking. By the time the three descended from the lower floor, Han Ling was positioned at the foot of the stairs, albeit with a somewhat serious demeanor. "Is it cut?" Du Yurong inquired. "It has been cut and it collapsed. There is hardly any jade quality within," Han Ling replied, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Yi. Qin Yi frowned slightly. He had distinctly observed that the raw stone was filled with green, and he could not fathom Han Ling's intentions. A flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 37. A Slice to Wealth. Such is the nature of stone gambling, where one slice can lead to either fortune or ruin. However, it is nearly impossible for a few hundred yuan's worth of rough stone to yield high-quality jade. Nevertheless, Qin Yi was not gambling. For him, this was a clear material, as his intuition allowed him to sense its potential. Han Ling's claim that the stone had collapsed was inconceivable. "I wish to see the cut stone," he asserted. If Han Ling intended to deceive him, she surely had devised a strategy. Even if he wished to see it, he likely would not witness the original material. Yet, Qin Yi was determined to test the waters. "All right, Yurong, go buy them some milk tea, while I accompany Xiao Yi to inspect that worthless material," he proposed. "Sure," Du Yurong exclaimed as she bounced off to procure the milk tea, followed closely by Guo Shui. Qin Xiaolu hesitated for a moment before saying to Qin Yi, "Do not be agitated. A collapse is normal. I will join them." "I'm not agitated," Qin Yi replied, aware that Han Ling had intentionally diverted Du Yurong and the others, nodding with a smile. Han Ling led Qin Yi upstairs, remaining silent along the way, seemingly deep in thought. Upon reaching the office on the top floor, Han Ling gestured for Qin Yi to sit on the sofa and softly asked, "Do you not trust Danny's words?" "Seeing is believing," Qin Yi replied with calm assurance. "Master Zhang, please bring that piece in." Han Ling appeared to have anticipated this moment. Calling out to the outside, the door swung open abruptly, and a middle-aged man entered, exuberantly carrying a silver metal case, his face brimming with barely contained joy. "This piece belongs to this young gentleman. It has surged. A tremendous increase." Master Zhang exclaimed excitedly to Qin Yi. "Really?" Qin Yi remained composed, uncertain of Han Ling's true intentions. Observing Qin Yi's lack of reaction, Master Zhang hurriedly placed the metal case on the table, opened the lid, revealing that very piece of raw stone belonging to Qin Yi, now cut in two, transformed into a clear material showcasing vibrant green jade flesh, sparkling and resplendent. "This is imperial green, though not the most exquisite. Its quality is quite remarkable, making it a rare find in the market." Before Qin Yi could inquire further, Master Zhang began to elucidate. Han Ling looked at Qin Yi with a beaming smile, not obstructing Master Zhang's explanation. "Essentially, it means it is quite valuable." At this moment, Master Zhang realized he had spoken a bit too much and nodded apologetically at Han Ling, saying that artisans like him become quite excited upon encountering fine materials. So he hoped she wouldn't mind. As for the price, he suggested Qin Yi discuss it with General Manager Han, as he would refrain from intervening. "Thank you for your trouble, Master Zhang." Han Ling patted his shoulder. Once Master Zhang exited and closed the door, Qin Yi could not contain his curiosity and asked, "And Han, since the price has surged, why didn't you mention it earlier?" "Foolish child, your understanding of this industry is lacking. But you must grasp the principle that wealth can incite envy. Individuals like you, who acquire riches swiftly, may easily attract jealousy. It is best to remain discreet. Of course, if you feel indifferent about it, I will not impose further." Qin Yi felt a deep sense of gratitude for Han Ling's thoughtful consideration and felt ashamed for doubting her earlier. "Anton, I misunderstood you. Wealth can indeed stir desires, and I too felt a pang of greed upon seeing this material." "Haha, and Han, just how much is this material worth?" Han Ling gestured the number 7 with her hand. 7 million. Qin Yi felt a surge of excitement. With such an amount, there were countless possibilities. Yet to his surprise, Han Ling shook her head and, in a voice imbued with enchantment, declared 70 million. Qin Yi felt a rush of blood to his head, nearly overwhelmed by the revelation. No wonder people say that in this world, one can find both heaven and hell in a single cut. It seems he had underestimated the situation. Han Ling observed Qin Yi's expression with satisfaction. This young lad had always possessed a maturity beyond his years, and it was refreshing to see him falter this time. Indeed, 70 million is a staggering sum for anyone, and his astonishment was entirely reasonable. "And Han, you must be jesting. Just give me a card number, and I shall transfer the funds immediately." Upon hearing her words, Qin Yi was reassured that she was not deceiving him. He tentatively asked, "And Han, you wouldn't be calculating more than necessary, would you? The funds for this raw stone were borrowed from Do Yurong." "Thank you, and Han. I do not wish to inquire further. Let us proceed with the sale. Your card number." "I do not possess a bank card. Will my father's card number suffice?" Qin Yi understood that such matters should not be delayed. The longer one waits, the more complications may arise. He was eager to use this money to astonish Qin Dashan. The mere thought of Qin Dashan's reaction upon seeing such a sum brought him joy. "As long as you agree, it will suffice. Once the transfer is complete, I will provide you with formal documentation. This will be your legitimate income." Han Ling was very considerate of Qin Yi. In a hurry, Qin Yi called Qin Dashan. "What is it?" The chaos on Qin Dashan's end was palpable, with voices raised in discussion. "Please give me your bank card number. I've just earned some money, and they can only transfer it to a bank card." "What money have you earned?" Qin Dashan's tone was slightly impatient, as if he were vexed. "I flipped some items and made a profit." Qin Yi replied evasively. "Do not engage in illegal activities. Absolutely not illegal. I will send it to you via WeChat." Upon hearing the name Qin Dashan, he hastily ended the call. However, just a few minutes later, he sent a photograph of his bank card to Qin Yi. Qin Yi, having added Han Ling on WeChat, promptly forwarded the image to her, indicating that the username was Qin Dashan. Han Ling was remarkably efficient. After making a single phone call, the finance department transferred the funds without delay. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Qin Dashan received a text notification regarding the substantial sum, as he did not reach out to Qin Yi to inquire about the unexpected windfall. Qin Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. But the prospect of seeing Qin Dashan that evening and discussing the matter face-to-face seemed far more intriguing. "Auntie, may I trouble you with a request?" Han Ling suddenly asked. "What is it, Aunt Han?" Qin Yi replied, maintaining a cordial demeanor towards this newly affluent lady who had just transferred 70 million. "I believe you possess a remarkable talent for identifying raw jade. In the future, if you come across stones akin to today's, would you consider selling them to me? Rest assured, not only will the price be fair, but I shall also ensure your confidentiality." Qin Yi felt a stir of emotion. "Aunt Han, today was merely good fortune. I cannot guarantee I will encounter such stones again." "Oh, Aunt Han, that is a bit of an exaggeration," Qin Yi replied, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Regardless of whether it is luck, skill, or some supernatural ability, I merely wish to bask in your success and earn a modest profit. I cannot speak for others, but in the jade market, I am the most straightforward when it comes to payments." Han Ling's eyes gleamed with a certain green light. Chapter 38, The Arrival of Wealth. The office was adorned with mahogany furniture, indicating Han Ling's fondness for it. Incense burned in a censer, filling the room with an unusual aroma. Qin Yi began to sweat. He had not anticipated that his initial venture would be so easily discerned. Truly, business people are not easily fooled. Of course, as long as Qin Yi played the part of the oblivious fool, insisting it was all mere luck, Han Ling would have no recourse against him. Nevertheless, this path would be effectively closed off for him in the future. 70 million is no trifling sum. If Qin Yi were to seek buyers independently, he would bear considerable risks. Moreover, Han Ling had promised to keep the matter confidential, all while conducting it behind De Yorong's back. One must admit that the success of Debazai significantly hinged on Han Ling's contributions. "I do not quite understand why you are so generous towards me, Aunt Han," Qin Yi inquired, regaining his composure and speaking softly. "I share a close relationship with old Wang. He holds you in high regard," Han Ling replied. Her words veiled with subtlety. Qin Yi was surprised that their conversation had circled back to Wang Xian, akin to an insurmountable mountain. "I promise, Aunt Han, that should I discover any fine raw stones in the future, I will certainly seek you out." A mutually beneficial collaboration seemed prudent, and Qin Yi saw no reason to distance himself from Han Ling, especially given his connection to Du Yurong. "Agreed. It's a deal." Han Ling observed their exchange with a slight smile and said to Du Yurong, "Mom is treating today. You all should go enjoy a splendid meal." "What is the occasion?" Du Yurong asked, noticing Han Ling's beaming expression. I just finalized a significant business deal. Mom, you're truly impressive. You're so sweet-tongued. Now go on. Little E faced a setback today in jade gambling, so you mustn't dampen his spirits. Han Ling affectionately patted Qin Yi's back. Do you wrong raise an eyebrow, sensing that Han Ling and Qin Yi appear to have grown closer. Had her mother confided in Qin Yi about her feelings for him? The thought made Du Yurong feel a bit shy. For individuals were making their way outside when Chun Xiaolu noticed Qin Yi clutching a stack of books on gambling stones. He promptly advised him, I can tell, as soon as one gets involved with gambling, nothing good ever comes of it. There could still be good fortune. Ving Yi counted it. With 800 yuan, how many buns could one buy? That could sustain me for a month. If I had 70 million, it seems I could purchase several cars. Speaking of buns, how did you end up discussing cars? Chun Xiaolu inquired. If this raw stone were to yield an imperial green, what car would you desire? Even if it did produce imperial green, you wouldn't buy me a car. You are far too stingy, Chun Xiaolu scoffed. You said that. Don't blame me later. What would I blame you for? The money ISNT borrowed from me. I merely lament the buns. Realizing they were not on the same wavelength, Qin Yi wisely chose to remain silent. Du Yurong gazed at Qin Yi with a smile, feeling increasingly delighted at the prospect of learning to drive together the next day. Such daily companionship was utterly wonderful. A young girl's thoughts are often so intricate. Yet someone was preoccupied with imagining how Qin Dashan would react upon discovering an unexpected increase of 70 million in his account. The anticipation was palpable. Upon arriving at the doorstep, the sound of a glass shattering on the floor made her heart race, prompting her to open the door hastily. There sat Qin Dashan, fuming on the sofa, with 3 shattered glasses strewn across the floor amidst a sea of broken glass. What happened? Qin Yi closed the door and, upon seeing her father alone in the room, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Nothing, just feeling a bit suffocated. Talk to me. I'm not a child anymore, Qin Yi said, settling beside her father. That scoundrel Zhao wants me to climb a pole tomorrow. Doesn't he realize my age? Climbing the pole referred to performing high-altitude work on power lines. According to company policy, those over 40 rarely undertook such tasks, as the younger employees were more agile and posed less risk, while also caring for their senior colleagues. Qin Yi narrowed her eyes. Recognizing this was a scheme orchestrated by the Lin family. They were reluctant to confront Qin Dashan directly, but sought to make his life difficult nonetheless. Dad, don't I recall that your company offers early retirement? They do. Although I meet the criteria, opting for early retirement means no compensation, and I must contribute to my pension. It's simply not worthwhile. Dad, I remember seeing you carve gourds, olive pits, and jade when I was young. And you also enjoyed singing. What happened to those hobbies? Now it seems the only thing left is drinking. In my youth, I was quite versatile. Otherwise, how could your mother have fallen for me? He reminisced. But after your mother passed, I lost my zest for life. No matter how beautifully I carved, without her appreciative gaze, it all felt meaningless. As the years dragged on, those interests faded away, swallowed by bitter liquor. Qin Dashan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Dad, you must pull yourself together. We need to make our lives better and revive those hobbies to truly live. Silly child, hobbies require both time and money. If you truly get into university, I'll sell the house, find a part-time job, and support your studies wholeheartedly. Undergraduate, graduate, doctoral, postdoctoral. What comes after postdoctoral I cannot say. Nevertheless, you should dedicate yourself to your studies until your father can no longer support you, and then you shall achieve greatness. At that point, let your father take pride in you. Tears welled in Qin Yi's eyes as she softly declared, Father, I will soon make you proud. Foolish child, I am already proud of you every day. Qin Dashan affectionately ruffled Qin Yi's hair. Let's not dwell on sad matters. Let us speak of joyous ones. By the way, do you not receive text alerts for your bank card? Indeed. However, I was busy working all afternoon and did not check my phone at all. You wish to know if the money from others has arrived, do you? Qin Dashan tapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that he needed to provide Qin Yi with his bank account number. Yes, I thought you would inform me once you received it. I waited in vain for so long. My apologies for the oversight. Let us see if it has arrived now. After saying this, Qin Dashan retrieved his phone and discovered several unread messages, hastily opening them for review. Qin Yi suppressed a laugh, keenly observing her father's expression. It has arrived. But wait, what is this? Why are there so many zeros after the 7? Let me see. Qin Yi feigned taking a look, exclaiming, indeed. It appears to be 70 million. 70 million? Could the bank have made an error? Could this be a scam message? Qin Dashan felt a pang of anxiety. Unable to contain herself any longer, Qin Yi softly confessed, Father, I actually earned 70 million today. What? Qin Dashin's eyes widened in shock as he nearly fainted. Chapter 39. The Joy of Wealth. A strong psychological constitution is a valuable trait. Some individuals are as fragile as paper, like Qin Dashin. Observing her father's sudden pallor, Qin Yi broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, being a skilled healer, she quickly assessed his condition and administered a few acupuncture needles. After a few minutes, Qin Dashin regained consciousness, and his first words were, "Did you rob a bank?" In his understanding, earning 70 million in a day could only be achieved through such means. "I unearthed a piece of Imperial Green jade today," Qin Yi quickly summarized, fearing he might faint again. Imperial Green? Qin Dashin, a connoisseur of carving, was somewhat knowledgeable about agate, jade, and Shoshan stone. He was well aware that a top-grade piece of Imperial Green jade could indeed sell for over 100 million. Absolutely true. Here are some related documents. Take a look. Qin Yi handed over the paperwork provided by Han Ling. Qin Dashin scrutinized the documents repeatedly, his eyes growing brighter. Is it truly Imperial Green? Did it really sell for 70 million? Indeed, it is all true. Am I not dreaming? Qin Dashin pinched Qin Yi hard. Ouch. You should pinch yourself. You cheeky rascal. I'm not afraid of pain. Qin Yi rolled her eyes, recognizing that her father had finally come to accept this astonishing reality. Qin Dashin retrieved his phone once more, counting the zeros after the 7 several times before confirming it was indeed 70 million. He then flipped to the contacts page and dialed a number. "Old Qin, what brings you to call me so late?" The voice on the other end was slow and deliberate, suggesting a person of considerable authority. "Grandson, your grandfather shall no longer serve you. A bunch of useless brats. Do you expect me to climb the ladder? Why don't you ask your father to do it? He is even younger than I." The individual across the line must have been utterly bewildered by the scolding, remaining silent for quite some time before finally shouting, "Qin Dashin, have you lost your mind? Have you short-circuited from drinking? Go to your grandmother's. I am perfectly sober, and I formally notify you, you rascal, that I am done with this. Damn it." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone and promptly blocked the caller. How exhilarating, Qin Yi thought, gazing at her father with a smile. Qin Dashin, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Exhilarating. I haven't felt this liberated in years. Should I call the director as well?" "Do as you wish." After pondering for a moment, Qin Dashin ultimately decided against it. "I still need to wait for retirement and collect my pension. I shan't give these scoundrels the satisfaction." "Then you should apply for early retirement tomorrow." "All right. Who would serve those rascals when we have money to spend?" With a glance toward Qin Yi, he acknowledged that this windfall was indeed her doing, and technically, he had no authority over its distribution. "I haven't quite decided yet, but let us keep the source of the funds under wraps. It might attract unwanted attention." Qin Yi recalled the warning from Han Ling. "Let us just say I won the lottery. After all, this money is legitimate income, earned honestly, so why fear? We live in a society governed by law. Even if some become envious, they wouldn't dare act too rashly." Qin Dashin's eyes sparkled with excitement. After a moment's reflection, Qin Yi nodded in agreement. "I'll follow your lead, Dad. Let us purchase a house first, preferably in a well-secured community. Then we shall acquire 2 fine cars, one for you and one for me." As Qin Yi observed her father, his face aglow with joy, she was reminded of the man he had been 8 years prior, radiating confidence and exuberance. To this day, she remained puzzled over the reasons behind her mother's departure from both her father and herself. Was it merely due to her own illness? So, let us get down to brass tacks. How much of this money do you plan to spend, and how much will you save? Feel free to spend it all. I will earn more in the future. Impudent boy. Do not be under the impression that betting on stones is a simple endeavor. Countless individuals have lost their fortunes through it. You've had a stroke of incredible luck, but do not allow yourself to become ensnared in it. A little gambling is merely for pleasure. Qin Dashin recognized that since Qin Yi had tasted success, advising against gambling now would seem somewhat disingenuous. "I understand. Tomorrow, I will open a bank account for you and transfer 10 million. You may spend that sum as you wish. I shall not question or interfere. The remaining funds are off limits, as I intend to reserve them for your future bride and grandchildren." "Understood." Filled with excitement, Qin Dashin and Qin Yi discussed matters until the midnight hour. Had it not been for Qin Yi's fatigue, they might have continued until dawn. The following morning, a beam of sunlight kissed Qin Yi's face, illuminating her with a radiant glow, even more youthful than skin treated with moisturizing cream. Rising from bed, she found Qin Dashin seated on the couch, his eyes reddened, likely a result of sleeplessness. "Let us go enjoy a southern breakfast. I've longed to taste what the crystal shrimp dumplings are like." Certainly. Once they had finished breakfast, they planned to visit the property listings. "That was yesterday. You meant to say that you will visit the properties," I have driving lessons in the morning. After my lesson, we shall reconvene. Right, I almost forgot. Do you think I should buy a Mercedes-Benz G63? Qin Yi knew her father had long admired that model and quickly replied, if you like it, then by all means. Qin Dashin clapped his hands like a child, overwhelmed with joy, prompting Qin Yi to reflect on the remarkable power of wealth. Wealth serves a purpose, ultimately to facilitate a comfortable life. Earning money is intrinsically linked to spending it, while it may invite certain complications. Qin Yi is on the verge of becoming the focal point of societal discourse, standing at the precipice of public attention, where concealing matters becomes an impossibility. At worst, one can simply admit to acquaintances, "Forgive me, I am a second-generation wealthy individual. I reveal it now." The two enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast at a Southern-style eatery, expending over 300, a notion that was previously unthinkable. With time still on their side after breakfast, they proceeded to the bank, where Qin Yi opened a new bank account. Qin Dashin promptly transferred 10 million to her, reminding her not to squander it, advising prudence, particularly regarding any ventures into gambling stones. They parted ways at the bank entrance, with Qin Dashin heading to his workplace to process his internal retirement before inspecting real estate. It was likely that a storm of discontent awaited him at work, as he would not rest easy until he had vented his frustrations on those he found disagreeable. For classmates arrived punctually at the training ground. Du Yorong donned a pristine white tracksuit, exuding vitality, complemented by her commendable physique. The coach, as gentle as he appeared in photographs, spoke in a soothing tone. "Qin Yi," called a voice from a distance. Qin Yi looked up to see Tang Zuo, resplendent in a light pink leisure outfit, standing in the adjacent training area, her striking visage akin to a sprite gracing the world. "Tang Zuo, you're learning to drive too?" Chun Xiaolu nearly lost his composure from excitement. Even though she was addressing Qin Yi, he could not resist approaching. Indeed, Tang Zuo nodded symbolically, then turned to Qin Yi. "I need to discuss something with you." Du Yurong frowned slightly, her displeasure apparent. The two strolled casually to the side, where Tang Zuo inquired, "What score do you anticipate?" Chapter 40. A breath of relief. It has been 2 days since the Gaokao, and Qin Yi had not contemplated her exam results, especially since Chun Xiaolu and Du Yurong had mediocre scores, making her disinclined to discuss the exam. "I have no idea. Haven't you estimated your score?" Tang Zuo asked. "I don't think I did well in math, likely not reaching 145. It's frustrating." That final question was rather convoluted, requiring arguments from 3 perspectives, with 2 implicit conditions embedded within the second answer. "I felt a bit anxious. You seem to have performed well." Tang Zuo expressed this with a hint of envy concealed beneath her words. "We should be able to become schoolmates. Why do you hide yourself so deeply? It feels somewhat shadowy." "The world is harsh. I merely learned to protect myself," Qin Yi thought indignantly, while outwardly delivering a rather pretentious retort. "You make it sound as if someone is out to get you." "Enough of that. When the results are out, remember to attend my graduation banquet. I'll call you then." Tang Zuo blinked her expressive eyes. "All right, let us stay in touch." On the way back, Qin Yi noticed Du Yurong, visibly frustrated, grappling with the steering wheel. "Young lady, when steering, do not let your gaze wander. Keep your eyes forward, or it could be perilous," the coach advised. "I just wish to drive and run over those annoying people." Such words were not to be uttered lightly. It was prudent to remain calm and proceed step by step. As Qin Yi listened to their conversation, he suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck. The 4 of them shared a vehicle, having studied for 4 hours in the morning. In contrast, Tang Ziru had been alone on her bike, departing after just over an hour, and she had even made a point to greet Qin Yi and the others on her way out, causing Chun Xiaolu to become so excited that he nearly drove the training vehicle into the greenery. For Qin Yi, who had already mastered the basics, learning to drive was a rather straightforward affair. By midday, he was already proficient. They were in an accelerated course, with an additional 2-hour traffic regulation class scheduled for the afternoon. Traffic rules posed little challenge for Qin Yi. Before the class even ended, he had memorized an entire book, which led him to believe he could easily skip classes in the future. Declining the invitation for dinner that evening, Qin Yi hurried towards the city center, as Qin Dashin had urged him multiple times, expressing interest in a property. The real estate agent, Zhou Ping, felt quite frustrated, believing she had been duped by the older gentleman before her. Since noon, he had been expressing interest in a flat valued at 8.5 million. Yet as the sun set, no agreement had been reached. Observing the slightly yellowed collar of Qin Dashin's shirt, Zhou Ping felt an overwhelming urge to walk away. But his insistence that he would pay in full if his son liked the place held her back. What if he was sincere? Nowadays, wealthy individuals often feign poverty, claiming it to be fashionable. Yet this man did not appear wealthy. He resembled a laborer instead. "Brother Qin, when will your son arrive?" Zhou Ping inquired. "Soon, very soon." Qin Dashan replied, glancing at his phone. "Will we finalize today? I've reiterated countless times that if my son likes it, we can finalize." "Fine." Zhou Ping pouted in exasperation. Just then, a knock echoed from the entrance. Zhou Ping quickly opened the door to reveal a young man standing there, dressed modestly yet possessing a striking appearance. "Son, the villas in the city are exorbitantly priced, and those in the suburbs are too distant. After much deliberation, I have chosen this property. Its location is impeccable: 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, fully renovated and furnished. What do you think?" Qin Dashan presented the property as though it were a treasure. "Sound good. What is the area?" 180 square meters. "A bit small," Qin Yi remarked casually. "Your father mentioned it's just the two of you. It should suffice," Zhou Ping quickly clarified. Qin Yi surveyed the surroundings. The decor was in a Mediterranean style, with tastefully selected branded furniture. Looking out, the view was expansive, with Yuhu Park to the right and the main entrance of Fenghua University to the left, confirming the location was indeed quite favorable. "Is there a duplex option?" "None available. The primary offering in Yuhu City is the fully furnished flat," Zhou Ping replied, visibly displeased, sensing the deal might fall through after such a long wait. Considering future ventures into stone gambling, ample storage space for raw stones was essential. Ideally, they would also need to install a soundproof jade processing machine, allowing him to handle the jadeite independently, thus enhancing his sales prospects. However, these matters were best kept from Qin Dashan. Older generations often lacked understanding, and if they were aware, they would invariably seek to meddle, applying their so-called life experiences to guide their children, even if misguided. Reflecting on the prospect of storing such valuable raw stones at home, Qin Yi realized that Qin Dashan might never rest, needing to keep watch over them constantly, which perhaps was not the wisest choice. It seems necessary to establish a separate space for both raw stones and their processing. Upon noticing Qin Yi's silence and contemplation, Qin Dashan promptly inquired, "Son, did you not find anything appealing? Shall we continue to explore?" Zhou Ping let out a soft huff, preparing to depart. "Let us purchase it. The location is splendid. I am quite fond of it. As long as Qin Dashan is satisfied, nothing else matters. Furthermore, Qin Yi will soon be attending university. And even if it is Fenghua University, he will surely opt for on-campus living. Otherwise, he would miss out on the vibrant collective experience of campus life." Qin Dashan slapped his thigh in excitement. "Let us buy it. And I want those 2 parking spaces as well. Let us secure those too." Zhou Ping's previously despondent expression instantly transformed upon hearing the word bought, her face blooming with joy, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Qin Yi, your son has an eye for quality just like you." However, the finance department had closed for the day, so they could only accept a deposit today, with the formalities to be completed tomorrow. Zhou Ping remarked this while casting a glance at Qin Yi, who seemed to hold dominion over the household. "That is agreeable," Qin Yi replied with a calm demeanor. After signing the agreement and making the payment, Zhou Ping handed over the keys to the new residence to Qin Dashan. Departing with a beaming smile, she nodded repeatedly, having earned a significant commission today, leaving no room for discontent. "Son, I managed to reserve the 63 this morning. Let your father know what kind of car you desire." Qin Dashan's eyes glistened with tears. Today marked the most triumphant day he had experienced in 8 years. No longer the subject of envy. "I'm not in a hurry. I'll find time to take a look." "Excellent. This will be our new home. It feels almost dreamlike, doesn't it? This will be our second home. In the future, there will be a third and a fourth." "Are you planning to venture into real estate?" "Who can foresee the future?" Indeed, just yesterday, I was in a spat with that group of fellows, and today I've reprimanded them thoroughly. Such a transformation is beyond anyone's expectations. Yet it feels exhilarating. The two sat side by side on the windowsill without turning on the lights, gazing at the bustling nightscape until the late hours. Chapter 41. A Stunning Revelation. Qin Yi planned to learn driving in the morning and spend the afternoon perusing the antique street, studying while seeking hidden gems. Thus he largely missed out on Qin Dashan's grand purchasing spree. Nevertheless, he would make a point to visit the new home each evening to admire the fruits of Qin Dashan's labor. During his driving practice, he encountered Tang Ziru almost daily, exchanging a few words, though De Yurong appeared noticeably displeased, occasionally attempting to ram the car, nearly giving the instructor a heart attack. Time flew, and 2 weeks had passed. Tomorrow would be the day of the college entrance examination results. Today, the Qin family prepared for their move. Although termed a move, They could only pack a single suitcase of belongings, as the remaining items were either obsolete or worn out. Rest assured, the developer is quite reputable. The materials are all environmentally friendly, and there is no formaldehyde in the house now. Qin Yi had deliberately used his sense of smell to confirm that no harmful gases lingered within. You are quite stubborn, my child. Qin Dashin had not informed anyone of their move. The neighbors in the building were unaware of their departure. The black Mercedes-Benz 63 stood quietly below, as the two silently loaded the suitcase into the trunk, feeling little attachment. Let us go. The engine roared fiercely, carrying two individuals away from the community, heralding a future that would unfold differently for them. On the day the college entrance examination results were released, at 8 in the morning, Qin Dashin fixated on Qin Yi's phone screen, his breath quickening with anticipation. Despite his son's insistence that he would gain admission to a prestigious institution, Qin Dashin harbored doubts. Believing the odds to be slimmer than acquiring an imperial green jade, Qin Yi calmly navigated the web page, inputting his personal information. And, just as he was about to click to check the results, Qin Dashin suddenly grasped his hand. Wait, what's wrong? I'll fetch the quick-acting heart-saving pills. I believe it's quite necessary. Once Qin Dashin returned with the medication, Qin Yi gently tapped to check the results, only to be met with a message. Due to excessive traffic, the system has encountered an error. Please try again later. Qin Dashin nearly spewed a mouthful of blood onto the screen, incredulous that even the examination results could malfunction. Yet, Qin Yi remained composed, persistently clicking to refresh the page, which kept Qin Dashin's heart in a state of suspense. At 9 o'clock, Qin Yi finally gained access. 6,825 points. Qin Dashin rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he might be hallucinating due to high blood pressure. After scrutinizing the results for a considerable time to confirm their accuracy, he gazed at Qin Yi in astonishment. How did you manage that? You didn't cheat, did you? Can't you have a little faith in me? It's precisely because I have confidence that I suspect something might be amiss. Rest assured, I didn't cheat. Thank goodness. All the deities, including Avalokiteshvara, must be blessing our ancestral grave this time. With this score, you must be the top student in the school, right? Fanghua University is a certainty. Quickly, take a screenshot for Dad. I want to post it on social media. Qin Dashin soon acclimated to the transformation of Qin Yi from a mediocre student to an academic achiever, a level of adaptability that even Qin Yi found surprising. Just as he sent the image to Qin Dashin, a call from Tang Ziru came in. How many points did you score? 68-25. Although Tang Ziru had been mentally prepared, she remained silent for a while before responding in a subdued tone. You scored 8 points more than I did. In the fierce competition of college entrance exams, an 8-point difference is indeed substantial. It seems we can attend the same university and major. Not necessarily. Clinical medicine is highly competitive. Regardless, congratulations. And congratulations to you as well. Qin Yi sensed that Tang Ziru's mood was not elevated, speculating that it must be disheartening for a top student to be outperformed by someone who previously struggled academically. Just as he ended the call with Tang Ziru, another call from Chun Xiaolu came through. Buddy, I performed exceptionally well, scoring 525 points. Impressive, right? Chun Xiaolu was laughing heartily on the other end. Impressive indeed. Little Qin, if you didn't push me to practice daily, I doubt I would have scored this high. My parents are overjoyed. In Chun Xiaolu's perspective, having scored 525 points, he assumed Qin Yi must have scored lower. I'm not disheartened. I'll keep striving. Are you at home? Can I come over to hang out? I've moved. I no longer live there. Qin Yi replied honestly. You've moved? Why? To change my environment. Are you afraid the Lin family will come after you? Shut it. I'm afraid of nothing. I have to go. I have another call. The screen displayed a call from Du Yurong, and Qin Yi quickly answered. Can I get into Fanghua University? Du Yurong did not inquire about Qin Yi's exam score, as she had already surmised it to be satisfactory. Congratulations, she proclaimed, her voice lacking in exuberance. How did you fare? I performed as expected. Regardless of the outcome, I am determined to enroll in the archaeology department at the capital university. Oh, I see. As long as you have an opportunity for education, that's what matters, Qin Yi thought to herself, marveling at the formidable connections of the Du family. Gaining admission to the capital university is not an easily attainable feat. It is a testament to their prowess, regardless of one's academic performance. Have you considered moving to the capital? After all, there are numerous prestigious institutions there, Du Yurong probed. I have aspired to attend Fanghua University since childhood. It has been my dream. Qin Yi gently declined. Have you reconsidered? No, I have not. Very well. See you tomorrow. Du Yurong concluded the call. Qin Dashin's phone was inundated with messages, as many had seen his social media post. The question on everyone's lips was singular. You didn't post someone else's child's score, did you? When Qin Dashan resolutely affirmed that it was indeed his son's score, astonishment rippled through the crowd. A student who typically languished at the bottom of the class had achieved a remarkable score of 680. This was either a miraculous occurrence or the most sensational news to emerge from Fengsheng in years. Later that evening, the college entrance examination results for Fengsheng were released, with Qin Yi attaining a score of 682. 5, ranking 6th in the entire city, where homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, received the report card. He found himself in a tumult of emotions, joy, frustration, and regret intertwined, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. You did it! What a stunning revelation! Qin Yi. At that moment, Qin Yi was idly toying with a raw stone, her profound gaze seemingly capable of transcending time and space. Chapter 42. The Lin family's tactics. The situation began to escalate. By the following morning, numerous journalists and media personnel flocked to the experimental high school, eager to uncover the truth behind the events. This could be an inspiring tale, a jest of genius, or perhaps an instance of unrecognized persecution. Anything that captured attention would serve as prime news material. Since the results were released at the end of June, the school did not break for vacation, and Mr. Liu soon found himself inundated with a relentless wave of interviewers. Around this time, a representative from the nearby Li Shue Education stepped forward, claiming that Qin Yi's impressive score was entirely attributable to her private tutoring sessions. Her name, Li, quickly became known. Instantly, Li Shue Education was bustling with parents vying to secure tutoring for their children, willing to pay handsomely, yet still finding it difficult to secure a spot. Simultaneously, an increasing number of individuals sought to interview Qin Yi directly at her residence in the Dijin community, only to find her absent. In desperation, they resorted to interviewing her neighbors, with the Chun family's door being besieged repeatedly. The atmosphere was charged, and the tides of public opinion shifted dramatically. Numerous articles about Qin Yi began to surface across various media platforms, fixating on her transformation from an underachiever to an academic star. The relentless scrutiny led Qin Yi to question her own identity, as though she had become a stranger to herself. Fortunately, the management and security of Yuhu City were commendable, effectively safeguarding the personal information of Qin Dashan and Qin Yi, preventing any media from locating them, and ensuring their temporary safety. Certainly, Qin Yi chose only raw stones weighing less than 10 kilograms, dismissing those larger not only due to the exorbitant costs, but also the excessive consumption of spiritual energy. Being relatively inexperienced in this industry, he harbored a certain apprehension about being swindled by inflated prices. To gain insight into the jade market, he dedicated his free time to frequenting the antique street, engaging in conversations with raw stone vendors and chatting with buyers. Gradually, he began to discern some nuances, significantly enhancing his ability to identify raw stones through their appearance, thereby circumventing the wasteful practice of tactile examination that depletes his spiritual energy. Upon qualifying for examinations, Qin Yi promptly filled out his application for the clinical medicine program at Fenghua University's medical department without hesitation. Given his academic performance, he was fairly confident. Yet for precautionary measures, he opted for an adjustment in placement. To be candid, Qin Yi already possessed a comprehensive understanding of the Sacred Gate's medical practices, rendering him less fervent about the Western medical approach. Nonetheless, acquiring a well-rounded knowledge of modern medical practices was essential, particularly for obtaining the requisite medical qualifications. He was also enrolled in an accelerated driving course, having already passed the first 2 subjects, and his studies were nearing completion. Chen Xiaolu, donning a cap, sunglasses, and a mask, appeared almost like a covert operative, lamenting to Qin Yi about his predicament. Here you are, a distinguished scholar, pretending to be a slacker, while the media is scouring the world for you, and you've gone missing. If I hadn't disguised myself, who knows how many would be watching me? You seem to relish this. Ah, you've seen through me? Chen Xiaolu replied with a grin. Our parents have been quite generous, often mentioning they wish to invite you over for dinner, claiming I've benefited from your influence. Please, that is solely your own hard work, Qin Yi insisted, waving his hands dismissively. Could you both refrain from such mutual flattery? Do you wrong, interjected, joining them. After nearly a month of interaction, their camaraderie had deepened, akin to that of long-standing friends. The only unfortunate aspect was that Guo Shui had not passed her second subject, currently struggling with reversing and relocating, thus unable to continue her studies alongside them. Your sister is not only beautiful, but also affluent. No problem at all. Just then, Qin Yi's phone rang, revealing a call from Qin Dashan. Son, quickly check the Fengsheng Daily. Something feels amiss. What's wrong? Qin Yi squinted, inquiring, did they mention my name? No, but they referred to a certain Qin from experimental high school. ISNT, that you? It's nothing. They're just spouting nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Qin Yi reassured his father. At that moment, Chun Xiaolu, with a troubled expression, handed his phone to Qin Yi. In his social media feed, reports from Qin Dashan were being shared, accompanied by a barrage of derogatory comments. What should we do? They didn't even dare to write my name, which proves they are fabricating facts to mislead the public. If I respond, it's tantamount to announcing I am that Qin and inviting their scorn. Just ignore them. In a few days, the fervor will die down. Qin Yi remained remarkably composed. Who could be so cruel? That reporter, Luo Song, is truly detestable. This matter is not trivial. To publish such slander and make the headlines must have some orchestrator behind it. Who? Should I discuss this with my mother? Du Yurong's face turned pale with anger. Not just yet. Qin Yi is currently reluctant to seek assistance from Han Ling, as the pivotal factor lies in observing the Lin family's next move. Chapter 43, Machinations. The opulent hall resembled a palace, with crystal chandeliers casting a dreamlike spectrum of colors. Beside the bright, floor-to-ceiling windows stood a creamy white grand piano, enveloped in an ethereal glow. Tang Ziru's hands danced across the keys, reminiscent of a graceful sprite. A poised and elegant woman held a glass of red wine, her hands swaying rhythmically to the music, at times delicate, at others resonant. At that moment, a maid approached the woman, cradling a phone, and whispered, "Madam, it's a call from Lu Fenghan." The woman, Zhao Wan, mother of Tang Ziru, furrowed her brow slightly. Hadn't she heard her daughter playing? She claims it's urgent. Zhao Wan scoffed, reaching for the phone, her expression instantly transforming into a smile. "Sister, what brings you to call?" "Good news. I heard Ziru missed the admission to Fenghua University's clinical medicine program by just one rank." "Shoo, this matter isn't settled yet. Besides, it hardly qualifies as good news," Zhao Wan replied, a hint of displeasure in her voice. Becoming a surgeon was Tang Ziru's aspiration, and as her mother, she was determined to assist her in achieving that dream. Is that even possible? Can one cheat on an exam? That's utterly despicable. Indeed, is quite vile. But you must contribute to resolving this. Just look. The two conversed for a while, and after hanging up, Zhao Wan's lips curled into a faint smile. At that moment, Tang Ziru was reaching the climax of her piece, her fair hands seemingly soaring, yet her expression betrayed a sense of melancholy. After finishing her driving lessons, Qin Yi hurried home, only to hear Qin Dashan shouting into the phone upon entering. "I've said it 100 times, my son did not cheat. Why won't you believe me? Get lost. Don't contact me again. Dad, is everything all right?" Qin Yi rushed to his father's side. "Can you believe this? Just a few days ago, they were singing my praises, saying I raised my son well, and now they're all being so cryptic. Such is human nature, Dad. Didn't you already know this?" Qin Dashan sank onto the sofa, remaining silent for a considerable time. Finally, he chuckled bitterly, saying, "This is just a torment of the mediocre. Isn't it? What should I do now? Change your phone number, your WeChat ID, and cut ties with them. We don't need anything from them. Perhaps they will come seeking us instead in the future." Upon reflection, Qin Dashan suddenly brightened. "Son, do you think I'm losing my mind? I'll stop thinking about it, stop listening, and stop asking. Once my son gets into Fenghua University, the truth will emerge, and we can slap these people in the face. Yes, let us go have lobster at Dongwang Palace tonight. It's time to bid farewell to the past." Qin Dashan's mood lifted swiftly. His son may have been a poor student before, but now, though maligned as a top student, it was still far better than being a low achiever. As anticipated the next day, a report emerged stating that the Education Bureau had issued an announcement that they had received a formal complaint and would investigate the alleged cheating incident during the college entrance examination, promising the public a thorough explanation. At around 10 in the morning, Qin Yi received a call from a man named Sun, who claimed to be a commissioner from the Education and Examination Bureau, responsible for investigating alleged cheating during Qin Yi's examination. He requested that Qin Yi and his family come in that afternoon to clarify the situation. After hanging up, Qin Yi pondered for a moment. The matter seemed to grow increasingly intriguing. Only a handful of people were privy to his mobile number. How could Commissioner Sun have obtained it? Did the other party actually investigate him through the telecommunications company for such a trivial issue? Qin Dashan had gone golfing that day, but even if he were at home, Qin Yi had no intention of informing him about this matter. Thus, he strolled alone to the Education and Examination Bureau that afternoon. In a cramped office of merely 10 square meters, a gaunt man greeted Qin Yi. This was Commissioner Sunday. "Do not be anxious. We approached this conversation with a serious and responsible attitude. You may speak freely about anything," he said, his smile appearing somewhat disingenuous. I participated in the college entrance examination without any cheating. I welcome your investigation into this matter. Furthermore, I reserve the right to pursue action against those who falsely accuse me, as this has greatly harmed my personal reputation and inflicted immense emotional distress. Qin Yi replied calmly. Commissioner Sun gazed at Qin Yi with a grin, stating, "We will not wrong the innocent nor let the guilty escape. It is perplexing why someone would fabricate such rumors. Perhaps you have crossed someone. I am merely a high school student. Who could I possibly offend?" Qin Yi retorted, dismissing the insinuation entirely. Sun continued to ramble on about irrelevant matters until abruptly changing the subject. "Can you explain the situation?" He held up a photo on his phone, depicting Qin Yi and Tang Biao exchanging bloodstained shirts, an unsettling sight. Qin Yi hesitated before asking, "What does this have to do with anything?" "Let me determine the correlation," replied Sunday. "I fell and scraped my neck during the exam, causing some bleeding," Qin Yi said, withholding the entire truth, as explaining it fully would lead to mentioning Erhei, possibly a trap set by the Lin family. "Didn't you say you were robbed?" Sun's brow furrowed slightly, clearly unimpressed by the response. Sun pounded the table, darkly stating, "Young man, you are concealing something. Please provide evidence rather than baseless conjecture. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Qin Yi surmised that Commissioner Sun had likely been bribed by the Lin family. Further discourse would be futile. So he rose and departed the room. "Evidence? Huh, what a farce." Sun sneered coldly. Upon exiting the Education and Examination Bureau, Qin Yi felt a wave of pressure wash over him. It was evident that the Lin family aimed to coerce him into submission, compelling him to comply with their demands regarding Erhei's treatment. Observing the bustling crowd, Qin Yi scoffed, "Even if I cannot continue my studies, I shall not acquiesce to your wishes. No one is willing to assist without ulterior motives, nor does Qin Yi desire to be anyone's pawn. Only through reciprocal exchange of interests can equitable requests be made." Since the last time he had visited the Debao studio to cut an imperial green jade, he had refrained from frequenting the establishment, as repeatedly procuring high-quality raw stones would only solidify the perception that he possessed a knack for gambling stones. Yet at this juncture, he could not afford to be overly cautious. Judiciously displaying his capabilities might fortify the bonds among allies. Han Ling appeared to be awaiting Qin Yi's arrival. Chapter 44, Astonishing. In Han Ling's office, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, providing a serene sensory experience. The exquisite Fosen red soil agarwood, valued at a price surpassing that of gold per gram, filled the space. 3 raw stones had already been entrusted to Master Zhang for processing. While Han Ling engaged in casual conversation with Qin Yi, "And Han, I shall not beat around the bush. I wish to inquire about something." "Go ahead," Han Ling replied, leaning back with a smile, seemingly aware of his impending question. Her expression turned serious as she softly stated, "Firstly, I will not disclose the specifics of how to proceed. Secondly, I will not assist you in dealing with the Lin family. If you can accept these 2 points, we may continue our discussion." The Lin family was deeply entrenched in Fengsheng, and without substantial benefits, few would dare to confront them directly. If someone were to slander me, alleging that my shop is a black market for counterfeit goods, I would undertake 3 actions. First, ensure the slanderer faces the most severe consequences. Second, enlist the aid of more influential individuals or organizations to restore my reputation. Third, if it were indeed a false accusation, I would seize upon the flaws in their claims and relentlessly attack, ultimately transforming the situation into a highly favorable advertisement for myself. There are several key points to consider. First, avoid crossing any lines. Refrain from engaging in illegal activities unless absolutely necessary, as this may be precisely what your adversary desires. Second, act swiftly. Do not wait until public opinion has overwhelmingly turned against you. Third, understand the principle of sacrifice and gain. "Thank you, Han." Qin Yi replied with a bittersweet smile. Achieving the points Han Ling mentioned seemed quite daunting for him as a high school student. At that moment, Master Zhang entered, carrying a large briefcase, disregarding the conversation between Han Ling and Qin Yi, and exclaimed excitedly, "It has risen, a substantial increase. Did all 3 stones yield high-quality jadeite?" Han Ling felt a jolt of astonishment. Although she had suspected it, the reality was still difficult to believe. Indeed, one is fully translucent high ice. Another is high ice with floating flowers, and a third is violet spring with colored inclusions. Though the sizes are a bit small, they possess bracelet potential. Impressive, Xiaoyi. Your ability to identify materials is absolutely masterful. Han Ling praised it honestly. It is merely an appreciation for high-quality jadeite, Qin Yi replied calmly. There are always greater talents beyond the horizon. Today, I finally believe it, Master Zhang remarked, giving a thumbs up. As a master craftsman, he had significant insight into jade identification. Yet he never dared to imagine that someone like Qin Yi could achieve such remarkable results. This matter must remain confidential. Han Ling insisted with gravity. Master Zhang nodded repeatedly and gently opened the briefcase, revealing the 3 raw stones, which glimmered beautifully under the light. After Master Zhang departed, Han Ling examined the stones closely and finally said, I can offer 45 million for these 3 pieces. What do you think? Qin Yi, having recently studied extensively about jadeite pricing, recognized that Han Ling's offer was quite fair, perhaps even slightly generous. He softly replied, if I were to part with one of these raw stones, do you think my troubles could be resolved satisfactorily? Han Ling ultimately emphasized the importance of learning to let go. Thus, Qin Yi contemplated utilizing one of the raw stones to resolve the matter at hand, especially since the adversary was the Lin family. With no possibility of reconciliation, only a more formidable individual could overpower them. Han Ling was momentarily taken aback. Over 10 million. Was he truly willing to forego that? I simply cannot swallow this indignation. No matter how much it costs, I am willing, Qin Yi asserted. Such a raw stone, if given sufficient time, would yield even greater returns, yet dealing with the Lin family was an urgent matter. It seems I underestimated you, but as I mentioned before, I will not assist you against the Lin family. I apologize. If one raw stone is insufficient, I can increase the offer, Han Ling replied, shaking her head. This is not merely a monetary issue. Business acumen dictates that harmony breeds wealth. I will not engage in matters that involve stepping in for others. Oh, I see. However, Han Ling's eyes sparkled with mischief. But what? The day after tomorrow marks Old Wang's 80th birthday, and he has a particular fondness for antiques and jade artifacts. If you present this raw stone as a gift to him, it may yield unexpected benefits, Han Ling suggested, nudging the ice-clear jade stone. Qin Yi immediately grasped Han Ling's implication and smiled. Thank you, Aunt Han, for your guidance. I will cover the remaining 2 raw stones. 32 million. Shall I put it on your father's card? No need, just put it on mine, Qin Yi replied. She was concerned about Qin Dashin's fragile disposition, fearing that he might be overwhelmed that day. Moreover, such matters would arise frequently, and it was unnecessary for Qin Dashin to be informed about every single one. After selling the Emperor Green Jade, there remained over 40 million, which Qin Dashin had deposited as a fixed term, yielding an annual interest of 1,500,000, sufficient for the family's expenses. The most amusing part was when Qin Dashin notified the bank to deposit over 40 million. Even the bank president was astonished. Arranging for luxury transport and services, with beautiful staff accompanying him, providing a delightful experience akin to that of a VIP. Very well. I shall arrange for the finance team to transfer the funds. Han Ling made a brief phone call, and the money promptly reached Qin Yi's bank account. Subsequently, she procured an exquisite wooden box to encase the translucent raw stone. A fine object deserves fine packaging, and Han Ling was meticulous in this regard. Do you need me to contact Old Wang and inform him of your visit for his birthday? No need, I can reach him myself. Thank you, Aunt Han. Then we shall meet the day after tomorrow at Old Wang's banquet. Be prepared, you may encounter members of the Lin family. Rest assured, though I am young, I will not act impulsively in public. Haha, you are quite the child. Upon leaving the Baozhai, as the sun dipped below the horizon, its fiery glow illuminated Qin Yi's face, yet she felt no warmth. Instead of hailing a cab, she walked, lost in thought. The crux of the matter was that the Lin family could indeed resort to extreme measures. As long as the evidence lay before Commissioner Sun of the Education and Political Affairs Bureau, she was certain he would act decisively against Qin Yi, all while claiming to uphold justice. Though there was some money in her pocket now, it often failed to resolve all issues. Moreover, should her adversaries possess even greater wealth, money would lose its significance. To command respect and instill fear, one requires social standing, connections, and renown, elements that money cannot procure, and sadly, these were precisely what Qin Yi currently lacked. The beauty's expression was as impassive as an iceberg as she commanded. Qin Yi, get in the car. Chapter 45, Unexpected Fortune. Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback. The woman was indeed quite stunning, yet he did not recognize her. Why are you calling me? He thought. The woman furrowed her brows, displaying evident impatience. I don't know you. Your senior sister sent me to deliver something. I am her assistant, Xia Bing, she replied coldly, aptly named. Senior sister Tao Hua? Qin Yi's irritation flared as he recalled that doughtily dressed senior who had hurriedly spoken to him before vanishing, leaving him still ignorant about the sacred sect. Get in the car. Since it was someone from the Taohua school, Qin Yi hesitated no longer and took the passenger seat. The engine of the sports car roared to life, and the immense surge pushed Qin Yi back into his seat as Xia Bing accelerated to a staggering 200 miles per hour, running several red lights in quick succession. Could you slow down a bit? Qin Yi's expression darkened. First of all, I am not your sister. Second, I am in a hurry, but running red lights incurs penalties. I'm not afraid of penalties. The sports car soon arrived at the entrance of Dihao Garden, where the license plate was evidently stored in the community security system, allowing the barrier to lift automatically as they drove in. Expecting Xia Bing to ease off the speed within the community, Qin Yi was surprised when she drove even faster. Dihao Garden boasted 38 villas, each located in the city center, making them a rare commodity. Only the wealthiest elites of Fengcheng could afford to reside here. The Tang and Lin families lived in this vicinity, and although Qin Yi had never inquired about Du Yurong's residence, it was likely she owned a property here as well. The distance between the villas ensured privacy and reduced disturbances. Even if one family hosted a party, it would not disrupt another. It was Qin Yi's first time entering this enclave. Previously, he could only gaze through the railings, and now he realized that what he had seen was merely the tip of the iceberg. Pavilions and towers, flowing streams, fitness equipment, and courts for various sports were all present, with security patrolling diligently along the way. At the last villa on the eastern side, the silver metal door slowly opened, revealing a modernly decorated residence. The sports car was casually parked in front of the villa's plaza, and Xia Bing led a somewhat dazed Qin Yi inside. This was villa number 01 of Dihao Garden, purchased before construction for the sum of 12.3 billion, designed by the renowned American architect Rosenbanner. The furnishings were custom-made in Italy, and the security system was the world's most advanced, featuring comprehensive outdoor surveillance and an emergency shelter in the basement. As Xia Bing elaborated, Qin Yi stood with his mouth agape, overwhelmed by the extravagant decor and furnishings. Such opulence was truly beyond his imagination, a testament to how poverty had limited his worldview. Xia Bing, glancing at Qin Yi with disdain, pointed to a stack of documents on the table and continued. This is a transfer agreement that includes shares in Fenghua Second Hospital 425, the ownership of this villa, and that limited edition Mercedes outside. What does this mean? Qin Yi was utterly astonished, his eyes wide open. These were gifts from the boss for his college entrance examination, as well as a welcoming present, albeit with a stipulation. What was the condition? 50% of the profits he earned from Fenghua Hospital needed to be donated to the Holy Fund without compensation. Qin Yi felt dizzy. He had visited Fenghua Second Hospital before, a prestigious tertiary hospital, and its 425 shares were likely worth several billion. Coupled with this villa, the total might even reach 10 billion. Was it truly all for him? Although there was an additional condition, it seemed trivial compared to such immense generosity. Stay calm. In times like these, one must remain composed. Despite being fellow disciples with Taohua, the scale of this offer left Qin Yi both amazed and bewildered. What was his senior sister's profession? Xia Bing noticed that Qin Yi's gaze soon regained clarity, and she felt a slight stir within. It appeared this junior of hers was no ordinary individual. You're aware of capital, right? Not quite, Qin Yi admitted honestly. Consider your senior sister as a master of vast capital, with resources quantified in trillions. Qin Yi swallowed hard. That's incredible. She seems quite ordinary, though. The boss dismissed any judgment of others. She hailed from a rural village and preferred to wear traditional attire regardless of the occasion. But, could you refrain from being so tedious? I truly have little time. Your senior sister would not deceive you. Hasten and sign the document. One last question. What type of fund is the Holy Fund? After all, it would require Qin Yi to contribute annually, so it was best to clarify the nature of the company. The boss effectively controls two companies, Holy Investment and the Holy Fund. The Holy Fund is a philanthropic organization, its operations encompassing the construction of hope schools, road building in remote villages, rescuing abducted children, and assisting impoverished individuals unable to afford medical treatment, among other initiatives. Is everything you said true? If you don't sign, I will leave. I generate billions every minute and have no time to jest with you. Sign. I will sign. Qin Yi, not lacking in cunning, saw no reason to refuse such a generous offer. Hurry. He quickly skimmed through the document, finding it largely consistent with Xia Bing's description. Just as he was about to sign, he paused once more. What are you contemplating now? Xia Bing's eyes blazed with irritation. May I propose a condition? One must not be overly greedy. I wish to invest all my earnings from the second hospital into the Holy Fund. But I need a small privilege. When I encounter patients unable to afford treatment, the Holy Fund should prioritize assisting them. Do you know how much revenue a hospital generates in a year? Xiaobing, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of emotion, unable to resist taking another look at Qin, suddenly realizing he was rather handsome and quite likable. I can earn money based on my abilities, so I intend to donate everything. 80 million, with a growth rate of 4% per annum. To donate everything. Qin Yi declared resolutely, biting down on his molars. If Tao Hua could earn such a substantial amount, he was confident he could as well. The mere 425 shares of the hospital and this villa were already monumental gifts. And Qin Yi did not desire anything more. Very well. You have garnered my respect. I shall now add a clause. You are to donate the entirety of the hospital's annual profits to the Saint Fund, in return for which you will be granted the esteemed position of honorary director. Your applications for fund disbursement will enjoy the highest priority, provided that all submissions are genuine and valid. Should you deceive the Saint Fund, your position will be revoked. It appears that Xiaobing wields considerable influence within the foundation. Naturally, Xiaobing's expression softened, a rare occurrence, as she inscribed this clause with a bold, powerful hand, her penmanship betraying no hint of femininity, exuding a commanding presence. Qin Yi also affixed his signature to both documents, from which Xiaobing subsequently took one copy. The security codes for the villa, the key to the refuge, and other pertinent items are located in the second drawer. In 3 days, you may proceed to the hospital to complete the necessary formalities. Now, let us depart. Where to? Drive me to the airport. My flight awaits. But I lack a driver's license. Then I shall drive, Xiaobing stated coolly. Forget it. Had I known this car was mine, I would not have allowed you to drive it earlier. The thought of not having obtained a driving license, and likely having accrued several penalty points, made Qin Yi's head spin, yet he dared not let this ancestor take the wheel. How stingy. Xiaobing remarked playfully as she strode out with the documents. Perhaps we should call a chauffeur. Get lost. Xiaobing laughed and scolded. Chapter 46. Farewell at the airport. Life's opportunities are unpredictable. Perhaps an ordinary encounter can lead to extraordinary brilliance. Qin Yi was uncertain if he had stumbled upon fortuitous luck. Yet he clearly recognized that he had officially entered the ranks of billionaires. His position as the actual controlling shareholder of Fenghua Second Hospital would afford him a certain social standing and function. Qin Yi skillfully maneuvered the sports car, transporting this top-tier beauty out of the community. Just as they exited the neighborhood, a Bentley happened to enter, the two vehicles passing each other. Dang Zidu, bored and gazing out the window, caught sight of Qin Yi driving out, and although it was but a fleeting glance, she recognized Xiaobing seated beside him. Unlicensed driving? A wealthy woman? Being kept? Several phrases stirred within Tang Ziru's mind, and though she contemplated reaching for her phone to inquire with Qin Yi, she suddenly recalled her mother's ongoing situation, feeling a twinge of guilt as she lowered her head. Though this vehicle may not be the most luxurious sports car, it easily outpaced the instructor's vehicle by several blocks, and Qin Yi drove with remarkable ease. His only complaint was his distaste for its color. Is your senior sister quite affluent? Qin Yi inwideth. A villa like the one gifted to you would exist in at least every first-tier city, likely necessitating a professional team for management. Quite a number, perhaps around 20. There are 19 cities in the Great Xia Nation that qualify as first-tier. I mean, globally, why didn't your senior sister come this time? Qin Yi was at a loss for words. What peculiar quirk did she possess? Likely a case of having wealth with nowhere to spend it. Speculating on stock investments? This was an unfamiliar territory for Qin Yi. Indeed, the largest shareholder of this stock is a great Xia national, who orchestrated a Ponzi scheme to defraud a significant amount of funds, subsequently fleeing abroad and acquiring citizenship in another country. Many have lost their fortunes and even their families due to him. He is akin to a devil, and thus must face the consequences of his actions. Xiaobing's expression grew even more somber. As Qin Yi listened, his blood surged with passion. Although he was not well-versed in the intricacies of the situation, he had encountered numerous reports of this nature, and such individuals undoubtedly deserved to be dealt with severely. His senior sister was truly remarkable. As her junior, his future appeared promising. Indeed, I shall strive to excel, he replied. His boss had entrusted him with a message. While one may act freely, it is imperative to adhere to the boundaries of rules. For only then can one walk in the light. He recalled the adage, if no one wrongs me, I shall not wrong others, but if someone wrongs me, I shall leave no trace. As Qin Yi grasped the elegantly textured steering wheel, he felt a slight perspiration forming in his palms. He understood the meaning of leaving no trace, reminiscent of his previous encounter with Erhe. The journey ahead felt somewhat somber. Xia Bing, perhaps fatigued, rested her head against the seat and seemed to have succumbed to slumber. Her prominent nose and full lips exuded a deadly allure. Qin Yi endeavored to drive smoothly, occasionally stealing glances at Xia Bing. In terms of beauty, she rivaled Tang Ziru, yet possessed a commanding confidence and assertiveness that was absent in younger girls. When a sports car came to a halt in the airport's underground garage, Xia Bing opened her eyes and shot a glare at Qin Yi. "You little brat, have you not had enough of looking? I intended to wake you. We've arrived at the airport," Qin Yi replied, somewhat flustered, not out of any inappropriate intentions, but merely from an innocent admiration for her beauty. "If you need anything, feel free to call me. However, my boss has made it clear that you are responsible for your own safety. Even if you were on the verge of peril, she would not intervene. And if seeking investments, do not approach her with projects below 5 billion, with a profit margin under 20%. Upon finishing her statement, Xia Bing produced a golden business card. In short, don't bother her. Though Qin Yi felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, he accepted the card, feeling its coolness in his hand. The front displayed only a phone number, while the back bore a raised character for ice. The craftsmanship was exquisite, leading Qin Yi to suspect it might be made of real gold. "Clever," Xia Bing remarked as she retrieved a compact rolling suitcase from the storage compartment and waved goodbye while heading towards the airport's special passage. "I'll see you off," Qin Yi called out. "Stay safe, little brat. I'm of age, you know." Laughter like silver bells echoed from Xia Bing as she gestured a phone call and vanished around the corner of the passage. After much contemplation, Qin Yi decided to inform his father. Many misunderstandings arose from mutual concealment. Moreover, considering his father's position as a major shareholder in the second hospital, it would be difficult to keep it hidden for long. Though Qin Dashin had been indulging himself these past few days, he discreetly monitored the progress of the plagiarism incident, growing increasingly distressed to the point of nearly suffering a heart attack. Upon seeing Qin Yi leaning against a vibrant orange Mercedes sports car, he asked in astonishment, "Did you buy this?" "No, I thought as much. That color is rather flamboyant, more suited for a girl." Dad, I want to take you somewhere. But did you bring your heart medicine? Why are you so anxious about it? You'll find out when we arrive." Upon reaching the villa at Dihao Garden number 01, Qin Dashin was utterly astonished. The lofty crystal chandelier, the plush wool carpet, the high-end handcrafted furniture, and even the wine cabinet stocked with a dozen bottles of exquisite wines left him speechless. "Son, are you implying that someone gifted you this villa?" "My senior sister. She isn't planning to keep you as a sugar baby, is she? We certainly do not engage in such affairs." Qin Dashin immediately realized that it was a woman of considerable age who had gifted something to his son. "Dad, can you maintain a healthier mindset? She can't possibly be your mother, right?" "No," he replied. After this exchange, a silence enveloped them. Qin Dashin chuckled self-deprecatingly. Even a biological mother wouldn't bestow such an extravagant gift. "Here is the agreement. Please take a look." Qin Dashin reclined on the comfortable sofa, reading the document word for word. After swallowing hard, he asked, "Am I to understand that you are now the head of the second hospital that expelled us?" "There are still some formalities to complete, but that is essentially the gist of it. That's rather exhilarating. Just remember, you must ensure that the emergency room doctor is dismissed." Qin Dashin harbored a grudge. "Agreed. I detest him as well." After a prolonged silence, Qin Dashin reluctantly accepted this astonishing reality and inquired, "Is your senior sister so powerful that she can resolve the plagiarism issue? Such trivial matters are beneath her. I must handle it myself. If worst comes to worst, I can forego school. After all, we have enough funds to sustain ourselves," Qin Dashin reassured Qin Yi. "I absolutely must attend this university. My child, I'm growing old. However, I understand that there is no love without reason in this world. You should exercise caution around that senior sister," Qin Dashin said earnestly, patting Qin Yi on the shoulder. "Understood." In her mind, Qin Yi envisioned her senior sister, who dressed in a quaint manner, pondering what her true intentions might be. Chapter 47, Like a Dream. The villa was illuminated, and the Qin father and son felt as though they were living an unrealistic dream, yet it was undeniably happening. There's a safe room in the basement. "Let's go take a look." Upon arriving in the basement, they discovered that it spanned 2 levels. The first level was a leisure area, complete with a private cinema and a billiards room. The second level, however, housed a heavily fortified emergency shelter, the safe room. The metal walls were half a meter thick, likely impervious even to heavy armor-piercing rounds, It was indeed quite extravagant. Qin Yi instantly fell in love with the second level. For the spacious area was perfect for placing a rock-breaking machine and various tools, while the safe room could securely store all sorts of raw stones. After resetting the security code for the main entrance and adding both their fingerprints for verification, it signified that the villa officially belonged to Qin Yi. As for the remaining formalities, Xiaobing would complete them and send the documents to Qin Yi, eliminating the need for his presence. Dad, why don't you move in here? No, I prefer places with a bit of liveliness. This place is nice, but it lacks the warmth of home. It's too quiet here. I fear I might fall into a depression. You should stay here if you like it. You're growing up and will eventually need to live independently. Qin Dashin replied, patting Qin Yi's shoulder. All right, as long as you're happy. But I've told you to hire a good cook. Have you found anyone yet? Qin Dashin's cooking was notoriously unpalatable. And Qin Yi had long been clamoring for a skilled cook. Finding someone these days is quite a challenge. A diligent, clever, not overly unattractive cook who can prepare delicious meals. It's not that easy to come by. We just have to keep looking. Why can't they be unattractive? I find that unattractive people struggle to eat well. Is that acceptable? We're looking for a cook, not a partner, Qin Yi muttered. You rascal. Haven't you been beaten lately? My father, apart from your mother, shall not wed another. Indeed, let us indulge in seafood. More seafood again. Vin yi guri majit. Look at your arrogance. Are you going or not? You shall go. This wretched vehicle is not only expensive, but also cramped. My head is at the same level as others' posteriors. I fail to understand how anyone could possibly fancy it. How exhilarating it is to drive. Regardless, I have a penchant for sports cars. The larger the vehicle, the safer it is. You are mistaken. Such sports cars are indeed larger and safer than yours. Nonsense. When two generations clash in values and aesthetics, the desire to alter one another's perspectives often spirals into a cycle of mutual harm and futile arguments, ultimately leading to no resolution, as neither can persuade the other. The following day, Qin Yi placed a call to Butler Zhou, who promptly answered. Qin Yi, what brings you to call? Butler Zhou, I heard that Mr. Wang is celebrating his 80th birthday tomorrow, and I wish to join the festivities. I'm unsure if it is convenient. Quite convenient. The master mentioned you just yesterday. I presumed you were enjoying life after your recent examinations. Hence I did not notify you. Butler Zhou was quite eloquent. The banquet for Mr. Wang will commence shortly. I shall make an effort to arrive early. Some relatives and friends have been invited, with lunch arranged for noon. May I arrive at 10? Qin Yi provided a definite time. Certainly. I shall make the arrangements. The controversy surrounding Qin Yi's alleged plagiarism was escalating, and it was evident to discerning individuals that someone was instigating this matter from behind the scenes. Given the current critical period for examinations, the timing was impeccable. The Education Bureau remained silent, yet their lack of a statement spoke volumes. Speculations ran rampant, with some even alleging that Qin Yi was the illegitimate child of a high-ranking official, a claim so detailed that Qin Yi nearly believed herself. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded that very evening. The entire internet experienced a bizarre transformation. Any posts or discussions regarding Qin Yi were swiftly deleted, and even a few who sought to join the fray found their accounts suspended. Within an hour, the internet was cleansed as if by some enchantment, leaving no trace of any post about Qin Yi, who possesses such formidable influence. Could it be that Sister Tao Hua intervened? After much hesitation, Qin Yi dialed Xia Bing's number. You little brat, why aren't you asleep? What do you want? Came Xia Bing's languid voice from the other end. I wish to inquire if Sister helped delete the negative posts about me online. She is too frantic to concern herself with your affairs. Moreover, if your sister had intervened, she would have obliterated the Lin family without such hassle. Then who could it be? Who knows? Xiao Bing hung up the phone. Qin Yi pondered over those around her. The most likely candidate being Wang Xian, though she felt it improbable since she hadn't yet sought his assistance. Who could it be? Such a forceful suppression would inevitably provoke public outrage. Fearless netizens continued to post fervently, eager to validate their correctness and intelligence. But the outcome remained the same, ruthless deletions. It is important to recognize that this is not merely a single forum or website. Rather, it encompasses countless forums and websites, many of which are competitors, yet have astonishingly reached an inexplicable level of tacit understanding regarding this matter. Qin Yi found it quite astonishing, yet could not fathom who had assisted him. Nevertheless, it ultimately proved to be a fortuitous occurrence. At precisely 10 o'clock the following day, Qin Yi arrived at the entrance of Qingyun Manor, carrying a wooden box. This exclusive estate operates on a membership basis. with individual buildings nestled amidst the verdant mountains and wispy clouds, presenting a picturesque landscape. Upon hearing Qin Yi's name, the security guard promptly escorted him to courtyard number 9, where Steward Zhou was waiting at the door to greet guests. Upon seeing Qin Yi, he immediately approached with enthusiasm. "The master is awaiting you in the Tranquility Hall. You may proceed directly." Steward Zhou indicated the direction to Qin Yi. Expressing his gratitude, Qin Yi stepped into the courtyard, which was adorned with towering pines and cypress trees, a babbling brook, and an enchanting atmosphere. A long rectangular table had been set up in the courtyard, laden with an array of delectable snacks and exquisite fruits that dazzled the eyes. Arriving early, Qin Yi noticed the staff bustling about in a flurry of activity, as a stage had been erected on the eastern side, presumably for a live theatrical performance. The door to the Tranquility Hall was slightly ajar, with a fragrant aroma of sandalwood wafting from within. Qin Yi knocked gently, and a warm voice from inside called out, "Come in." Inside, the hall was filled with mahogany furniture, a collection of rare calligraphy and paintings, and antique treasures, maintaining the same ambience as before. Wang Xian had already prepared a pot of tea, seemingly waiting for Qin Yi's arrival. "Hello, Uncle Wang. I have brought a small token of my appreciation," Qin Yi said as he presented the wooden box to Wang Xian. Intrigued by the gift, Wang Xian gently opened a small gap in the box, squinting slightly as he examined the contents. "This material is rather valuable." Chapter 48. A meeting of rivals. Wang Xian, an expert in the antique trade, could discern the authenticity and approximate value of the jade stone with just a glance. He had never anticipated that Qin Yi would present him with a piece of jade rough worth millions. "I stumbled upon it in the antique street and thought of you, knowing your fondness for raw stones, so I brought along." Wang Xian gently closed the box and poured a cup of tea for Qin Yi, saying, "There is no need for you to adopt worldly pretenses. Feel free to speak candidly about any matters at hand." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yi succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Wang Xian took a sip of his tea and nodded, saying, "I am aware of this situation. I will look into it further, and then we shall discuss how to resolve it." "Thank you, Uncle Wang," Qin Yi responded, fully anticipating the other party's caution, and nodded earnestly. "Do not mention it. Since you have brought a gift, it signifies that Wang Xian has resolved to take charge of this matter. Reciprocity is only proper." Qin Yi could not resist directly inquiring, "Was it you who assisted in deleting the posts online?" Wang Xian shook his head slightly, replying, "I have never been online." Realizing that the conversation had reached this juncture and that the matter of post deletion was unrelated to Wang Xian, Qin Yi rose to take his leave. Wang Xian did not insist on a stay, but merely advised Qin Yi to enjoy himself and not be too constrained. Outside, the stage had commenced its performance, and while Qin Yi was not well versed in opera, he recognized the familiar melody of the classic piece Ding Jun Shan, the tune resonating with an undeniable familiarity. Guests have gradually arrived, primarily comprising relatives. Among them, a young lad approached Wang Xian and bowed, calling him grandfather. Wang Xian, filled with joy, casually bestowed upon him an exceedingly generous red envelope, estimated to be no less than 100,000. The boy, beaming with delight, soon found the envelope snatched away by his avaricious mother, who stowed it in a designer handbag, causing his expression to shift to one of dismay. Just past 11 o'clock, guests from the Tang family made their entrance, 3 in total. Tang Ziru and Tang Biao were familiar faces, accompanied by a lady of refined elegance whose every gesture exuded poise. Upon her arrival, many in the gathering flocked towards her. Tang Ziru, upon spotting Qin Yi standing by a pine tree, exhibited a somewhat stiff demeanor, offering a slight nod without approaching. Tang Biao, seemingly oblivious to Qin Yi's presence, proceeded directly to pour himself a glass of red wine. Qin Yi furrowed his brow. Logically, Tang Ziru should have inferred that he had not cheated on the college entrance examination, yet her expression suggested an inclination to avoid him. The arrival of Han Ling enlivened the atmosphere, particularly with her charming and affable personality, ensuring she remained the center of attention wherever she went. Spotting Qin Yi from afar, she waved cheerfully, acknowledging him. Du Yurong, adorned in a pristine white dress reminiscent of a little princess, bounced over upon seeing Qin Yi, her excitement nearly overflowing. "My mother said you would come. I thought she was just joking. Wang Bo is my neighbor." "What Wang Bo? You should be called Wang Grandpa. If you refer to him as uncle, wouldn't that make me a generation younger than you?" "Du Yurong grumbled in dissatisfaction." Wang Bo is merely a term of address, unrelated to generational hierarchy. It can also be understood as Wang Grandpa. You're just trying to fool me. Du Yurong laughed cutely. "This jelly is delightful." Qin Yi casually picked up a handmade jelly. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance as Lin Jiadong and Lu Fenghong arrived, accompanied by Lin Kun and an elderly gentleman in his 50s, exuding a refined demeanor and an air of scholarly elegance. Upon his appearance, many rushed to greet him, addressing him as Dean Lin. This was Lin Kuen's uncle, Lin Jiaqiang, the esteemed head of the hospital where I was hospitalized. The second hospital? Indeed. Logically, Lin Jiadong should not have the standing to attend this gathering. It seems he leveraged his brother's connections. Years ago, when Lu Fenghong's mother was gravely ill and on the brink of death, it was Lin Jiaqiang who sought Wang Lao's intervention, ultimately saving her life. Du Yuhong, likely accustomed to such gatherings, demonstrated familiarity with these individuals. Quite intriguing. Qin Yi suddenly chuckled with delight. What are you grinning about? I am simply amused by the notion of fortunes shifting over the years. I don't understand. Du Yurong rolled her eyes. Lu Fenghong, upon noticing the esteemed lady, quickly approached her, clasping her hand and engaging in animated conversation, their camaraderie akin to that of close sisters. Tang Ziru's mother, Zhao Wan, the vice president of the first hospital, specializes in cardiovascular and cerebrovascular disciplines, previously a top student at Fenghua University, renowned as the best surgeon in Fengqing. Those seeking her surgical expertise likely have their schedules filled for the coming year, and it is challenging for anyone lacking connections to even secure a brief meeting with her. Tang Ziru's aspiration to pursue medicine is heavily influenced by her mother, although her recent academic performance has raised some concerns. Du Yurong spoke while observing Qin Yi, as if her words had hidden meanings. Qin Yi was engaged in a leisurely conversation with Du Yurong when unexpectedly, Lin Kun, seemingly having lost his senses, approached briskly, his demeanor menacing. Vingyi, hurry up and wake up Erhe, or I'll make you regret it. Qin Yi appeared to disregard his words, turning to Du Yurong. In an event of this caliber, how can someone bring a dog? Where is it? Du Yurong momentarily failed to comprehend. Isn't it right here? Barking incessantly. Qin Yi shot her a knowing glance. Unable to contain herself, Du Yurong laughed aloud. Lin Kuen's face turned a shade of green, his mind clouded with rage. Convinced that Qin Yi would not dare to retaliate in such a setting, he bellowed, Qin Yi, I'm talking to you. Don't push your luck. His voice boomed, attracting the attention of those nearby. Qin Yi feigned surprise, then weakly asked, how can you speak so rudely? What's wrong with cursing you? You pathetic cheat. Lin Kuen's fury erupted as he lashed out verbally, his frustrations boiling over due to his father's incessant reprimands about Erhe's condition. Upon encountering Qin Yi again, he could no longer restrain himself, unleashing a torrent of insults. Suddenly, a forceful kick landed squarely in Lin Kuen's abdomen, sending him flying 3 meters away. Had it not been for Steward Zhou's timely intervention, he would have likely met an even harsher fate upon hitting the ground. No one anticipated that Qin Yi would actually strike. Chaos ensued throughout the gathering. Only Du Yurong gazed at Qin Yi with adoration, murmuring, so cool. Qin Yi's kick was executed with precision. The impact resonated within Lin Kuen's body while leaving no visible marks. Lin Kun writhed in agony on the floor, his face contorted with pain. You little brat, how dare you attack me in public? I'll make you pay. Lu Fenghong, her face pale, rushed forward, her arms flailing. Stop. An aged voice resonated as Wang Xian stepped forward, his expression grave. Old Wang, he harmed someone in public. You must give me justice. Lu Fenghong turned to Wang Xian, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded. Chapter 49, Suppressing a Head. Even a clay figurine has its temper, and, considering the indignities Qin Yi had endured recently, it was evident that his father, Qin Dashan, though silent, was concerned. The instigator of all this trouble was indeed the Lin family. Lin Kuen's approach in this moment warranted a kick for his insufferable face. Your son is indeed in need of discipline, Wang Xian remarked, his face betraying no emotion. The surrounding crowd, largely unfamiliar with Qin Yi, understood the situation upon witnessing Wang Xian's defense of him and began vocally denouncing Lin Kun. Lin Jiabong's face turned ashen, his silence masking a murderous glare. Just as Wang Xian was about to speak, Qin Yi stepped in front of him, fixing his gaze on Lin Jiechi. Are you suggesting that I can insult your mother and you would remain calm or retaliate with grace? Sharp-tongued, regardless. You cannot escape the fact that you assaulted someone in public. I will call the police. Lin Jiechi brandished his phone. Wang Xian could have intervened, but since Qin Yi had positioned himself before him, it indicated that he believed he could handle the matter, prompting Wang Xian to watch him quietly, uncertain of how he would resolve it. May I have a word with you privately? Qin Yi suddenly took a step forward. Are you still considering striking me? Qin Yi's voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to Du Yurong beside her. Lin Jiechi raised an eyebrow, a wave of surprise washing over him. In recent days, the hospital had indeed been embroiled in the transfer of shares from its largest stakeholder, creating an atmosphere of unease, with no one knowing to whom the shares would be assigned. Regardless of the recipient, it represented an unpredictable variable for the upper management. How do you know this? Lin Jiechi could not help but take a step forward. Because I am to become the largest stakeholder of the second hospital, holding a controlling interest of 42.5. A glint of determination sparkled in Qin Yi's eyes. This is impossible, Lin Jiechi exclaimed in astonishment. Over the years, the previous major shareholder had scarcely involved themselves in hospital affairs, merely transferring dividends to the respective accounts on payout days. Gradually, Lin Jiechi had come to believe he was the true puppet master of the second hospital, intoxicated by power and wealth, looking down upon others from his lofty perch, wielding the ability to dictate life and death with a mere word. Nothing is impossible. Tomorrow, I shall proceed to the hospital to formalize the necessary paperwork, and then you will understand how to show me the respect I deserve. A sly smile crept across her face. Lin Jiechi broke into a cold sweat. Despite his inner reluctance to accept this reality, Qin Yi spoke with such conviction, even detailing the 42.5 stake. She certainly did not seem to be fabricating her claims. Could it be that this young girl was truly destined to become the major stakeholder of the second hospital? With her declaration made, Qin Yi stepped back, smiling. Director Lin, how shall we address today's events? Lin Jiechi felt as if he had swallowed a fly. He had initially contemplated how to foster a good relationship with the newly appointed major stakeholder, only to discover it was a mere child, just over 18, and moreover, a nemesis of the Lin family. Lin Kuan had broken Qin Yi's leg, pressured her family, and with the chaos incited by Lu Fenghong at the Qin residence, Du He had been left severely injured. Lin Jiechi was well aware of these events, and even had a hand in some of them. How could this be? Wasn't he merely a poor child from a single-parent household? He mused, feeling the ground beneath him shift precariously. However, faced with the choice between enduring Lin Kuan's beating and retaining his position as director, Lin Jiechi would undoubtedly choose the latter. Yet, with the situation having escalated to this extent with Qin Yi, could his position remain secure? When the new power holder asserted control, would he not be the first to face repercussions? Lin Xiaodong was puzzled. His elder brother had always been decisive, yet today he appeared shaken by a mere boy. Brother, let's depart, Lin Jiechi insisted, feeling an urgent need to erase any dubious accounts within the hospital before the lid was lifted, bringing forth potential disaster. Lin Xiaodong, having thrived in business due to his brother's influence, was inclined to heed Lin Jiechi's words. Realizing a significant upheaval was underway, he helped Lin Kuan to his feet, ready to leave. Leave? We haven't dealt with this child yet. Lu Fenghong fumed, unaccustomed to such indignities. Her son had been beaten to a pulp, and Qin Yi's casual remarks were unacceptable. Enough, let us go, Lin Xiaodong said tersely. I refuse to leave. I cannot allow Lu Fenghong to create a scene. A loud slap echoed through the air. Lin Xiaodong witnessed Lin Jiechi exiting the courtyard and swiftly delivered a slap to Lu Fenghong. Let us go. The turn of events was utterly beyond everyone's expectations. A glance at Qin Yi revealed a distinct change in his demeanor. Initially, it was presumed that Qin Yi was acting recklessly due to his close association with Wang Xian. But as the situation unfolded, it became apparent that Qin Yi could silence the leader of the Lin family and compel the second son to retreat. What kind of formidable background did he possess? Old Wang, you haven't introduced this young brother yet, someone in the crowd suggested. Oh, in my old age? I tend to forget things. Wang Xian called out to Qin Yi to join him. His name is Qin Yi, my dear friend across the ages. We often enjoy studying medicine together. Old Wang, is he your disciple? Someone pressed. I wish he were, but unfortunately he is not. Wang Xian replied with a hint of regret. Qin Yi has a profound understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, and his acupuncture skills are truly exceptional. I have benefited immensely from him. The repeated barrage of phrases, friend across the ages, proficient in medicine, and immense benefits, left many in a state of bewilderment. Could he truly be a prodigy of traditional medicine? Even Wang Lao deemed him unworthy of being his disciple. What was his true origin? Qin Yi was unsure why Wang Xian was suddenly extolling his medical prowess, but he sensed the warmth of familiarity and could only nod inscrutably. The banquet continued, and suddenly, more people gathered around Qin Yi, most engaging in superficial conversations, primarily seeking to uncover his background. Du Yorong remained by Qin Yi's side, resembling a doting girlfriend, which brought a persistent smile to her face. Chapter 50, A Precious Return Gift. The news of Qin Yi becoming a major shareholder in the hospital was impossible to conceal, especially since Lin Jieqi was the director, likely to spread rumors of Qin Yi's unreliability. My family transferred a portion of the shares of the second hospital to me. Given Tao Hua's sensitive identity, Qin Yi preferred to keep her background under wraps. How much? Han Ling inquired, her curiosity piqued, confirming that Qin Yi's background was indeed remarkable. 425 shares. Despite Han Ling having weathered countless storms, she couldn't restrain herself and sprayed the red wine she had just sipped. 425 shares in the second hospital. How much could that be? It must be worth at least $1 billion. Could it be that the Qin family was an invisible wealthy clan? Yet, they lived in a dilapidated building, wore cheap clothes, and were bullied. This concealment was rather profound. Please, mind your manners at the banquet. Do you don't mimikid handlings usual tuna? Her face flushed with shyness. She lowered her head and fell silent. While I am the largest shareholder, I'm still unclear about the extent of my authority. At this moment, Qin Yi suddenly realized that there was much more to learn. No wonder people said one should learn throughout life. Han Ling smiled brightly, but refrained from probing further into Qin Yi's family matters, proving herself to be a wise individual who knew when to advance and when to retreat. The Tang family did not approach Qin Yi for conversation. Even Tang Ziru seemed to have forgotten his existence, while Zhao Wan wore a scowl after Lu Fenghong departed, deep in thought. As noon arrived, the main meal commenced. Under the shade of trees in the courtyard, several 8 immortals tables were set, laden with a variety of exquisite dishes, showcasing high-end ingredients sourced from both mountains and deep seas. Listening to the enchanting melodies of traditional opera while savoring exquisite delicacies, Qin Yi felt a sense of bliss, particularly in the absence of the Lin family, which allowed her to breathe more freely. After lunch, as Wang Xian prepared for an afternoon rest, the guests began to take their leave. Qin Yi swiftly browsed through her phone, discovering that the car in question cost no less than 10 million in full payment, effectively returning the funds for the raw stone to her. Was this not excessively extravagant? As the elder had stated, it is customary to reciprocate gifts. This vehicle, a brand new model purchased merely 2 months ago, bore a license plate previously used by the elder. I shall handle the transfer paperwork for you tomorrow, said the butler. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, feeling as though this car had been specifically prepared for her. The fact that the license plate had once belonged to Wang Xian added another layer of significance. Did this signal that their relationship was indeed special and that he was publicly supporting her? Upon inspecting the dashboard, she confirmed it had been driven for less than 10 kilometers, undeniably a new car. Can I decline this car? She inquired. If you choose not to accept it, you must take back the gifts you brought, the butler replied, his expression souring. May I see Uncle Wang one more time? She asked. The elder has already retired for the night, he answered curtly. No need to be polite. We shall meet at the vehicle management office at 9 tomorrow. He added, his demeanor shifting to one of affability as he departed. When Qin Yi arrived at the parking lot driving the Lamborghini, especially with that familiar license plate, Han Ling was taken aback. Although she was aware that Wang Xian had been protective of Qin Yi, the extent of his generosity was truly astonishing. Du Yurong, however, was elated, circling the sports car several times. Mom, once I learn to drive, you must give me a car like this. We'll discuss that once you have master driving. If you were to crash a car worth over 10 million, I would be more distressed than you, Han Ling replied with exasperation. Xingyi, how can you drive without a license? Du Yurong asked, both she and Qin Yi having yet to obtain their driving permits. I learned long ago, nothing will go awry. Xingyi confidently asserted. That won't do. I shall arrange for a driver for you. Remember, no driving without a license. With uncontainable curiosity, Du Yurong blurted out, Qin Yi, what is your situation? You are a major shareholder in a hospital and now have a luxury car gifted by Wang Xian? Is your family some sort of hidden tycoon? Despite Han Ling's caution against such inquiries, she could not suppress her curiosity. I have a sister who struck it rich abroad and has no place to spend her wealth. Hence I benefit from her fortune, Qin Yi fabricated. What sister? A cousin? A relative? Indeed. How much has she earned? Do you en preste furte? Rumor has it she has amassed hundreds of billions, Qin Yi concocted. After Han Ling departed with Du Yurong, Qin Yi sat alone in the Lamborghini, lost in contemplation. The future appeared increasingly vivid, and she felt resolute in her chosen path. First, I shall attend university. The ocean of knowledge is boundless. The individual approaching was Master Zhang, an acquaintance of Qin Yi's. They engaged in lively conversation about the jade market, alleviating any sense of solitude. The next day, Qin Yi arrived at the vehicle management office, where the butler awaited her arrival, guiding her through the necessary procedures, which were swiftly completed. "How goes your driving lessons?" the butler inquired suddenly. "I'm about to take the third driving test," she replied. The butler calculated for a moment and said, "In a little while, I will make a call. You can take both the third and fourth tests tomorrow morning, and by afternoon, you will be able to collect your driving license. Is that permissible?" Wherever human management prevails, interpersonal relationships are inevitably woven into the fabric of societal operations. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi felt a stirring in her heart and inquired, "My vehicle has been taken out by a friend who has run several red lights. Could you assist me in resolving this? I am willing to bear the fine. My main concern lies with the demerit points. The license plate is Feng 00852. I have noted it down. I shall assist you shortly," replied Steward Zhou with a nod, refraining from asking about the vehicle's model. "I must cover the fine," he added. "Oh, I will advance the payment for now, and you can reimburse me later." Steward Zhou did not contest this, as the amount was relatively trivial. After expressing her gratitude, the two parted ways at the entrance of the vehicle management office. Qin Yi hailed a cab and headed straight to Fenghua Second Hospital. As it was the day for the transfer of shares, upon entering the hospital lobby, she was confronted by the sight of Sun Han rushing towards her. He appeared quite disheveled, with two prominent red marks upon his face and a button of his shirt torn open. A burly man was pursuing him, hurling curses as he chased. Qin Yi reached out to intercept Sun Han's path. Chapter 51. A bit troublesome life is replete with unexpected encounters. Sun Han, while being pursued by an unruly drunkard, fortuitously crossed paths with Qin Yi. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you stopping me?" Sun Han barked at her. "What a ruckus you're causing in the hospital." Qin Yi replied in a low tone. "Mind your own business. Let go. Today, I shall indeed concern myself with you," Qin Yi asserted, grasping Sun Han's arm. "Security! Security!" Sun Han yelled in agitation. Just then, the burly man closed the distance, raising his arm to strike. Qin Yi swiftly seized the man's arm and coldly stated, "Let us discuss this rationally. Violence is unacceptable." The man struggled momentarily, but found himself unable to break free, bellowing, "Is this brat even a doctor? I was brought to the hospital last night after drinking myself into oblivion. They simply tossed me into a corner to sober up." Yet he had the audacity to order over 7,000 yuan worth of tests, examining me from head to toe, and even wanted to check my urine this morning. He paused before continuing, "If any issues arise from these tests, I won't say a word. Treat me if necessary. Admit me if needed. But apart from high blood alcohol level, there was absolutely nothing wrong. I was simply inebriated. Why on earth would I spend 7,000 yuan just to be told that again?" Qin Yi looked at Sun Han and asked, "Is this true? The last time I brought Qin Dash in for a consultation, this fellow insisted on extensive tests, which was quite bothersome. Sun Han, reeking of alcohol, had been rambling nonsensically, and naturally, I had to conduct a thorough examination. Is there an issue with that? Aside from the tests, did you perform any other procedures, such as stimulating the tongue to induce vomiting, administering sobering solutions, or intravenous injections?" Sun Han retorted, "The results hadn't even come back. How could I proceed with such measures?" He spoke with righteous indignation, though he sensed that Qin Yi appeared quite knowledgeable about hospital protocols. "Nonsense. Everything relies on machines. What purpose do you serve?" The burly man interjected. "Why not place a smart robot there to handle the consultations instead? I reckon you, as a doctor, are contemplating resignation." Qin Yi felt a surge of frustration. "Indeed, I believe even a dog would perform better than him." The man chimed in, encouraged by Qin Yi's rebuke of Sun Han. "I was also incensed. Over 7,000 yuan. How am I supposed to explain this to my wife?" The drunken man exploded in anger, revealing that his fury stemmed from fear of his spouse. Reflecting upon it, a single meal not only resulted in an overnight absence, but also incurred over 7,000 in medical expenses. One can surmise that any wife would be furious. The crowd around them continued to swell, and two security guards squeezed into the scene. "Control these troublemakers at once. I intend to call the police." Sun Han grimaced in pain as Qin Yi grasped his arm tightly. The security personnel, loyal to the hospital, instinctively moved to restrain Qin Yi. "Wait, fetch Lin Jieqi. Tell him I need to speak with him." "Who is Lin Jieqi? I did not recognize him." The guard were entirely unaware that the esteemed director Lin Jieqi was indeed the individual in question, and they prepared to take action. "Stop." The crowd parted, allowing Wu Wang to step forward. Sun Han immediately readied himself to twist the narrative. "Silence. I was utterly exhausted last night and asked you to cover for me. Yet you've created such a ruckus." Wu Wang, remembering Qin Yi, first admonished Sun Han before fixing his gaze on Qin Yi. You truly know Director Lin? Yes. Xin Yi replied coolly. Have him come down. I have matters to discuss with him. Wu Wang hesitated briefly, but eventually retrieved his phone and dialed Lin Jieqi. Upon hanging up, Wu Wang's expression shifted, and he quietly announced, Director Lin said he will be here shortly. Initially skeptical of Qin Yi's claims, Sun Han suddenly felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. Within 3 minutes, Lin Jieqi strode in briskly, casting a fierce glare at Sun Han before addressing Qin Yi with remarkable politeness. Mr. Qin, have you come to handle some formalities? Both Wu Wang and Sun Han were taken aback. They had never witnessed Director Lin display such deference toward anyone. Was this a sign of the sun rising in the west? I now harbor significant doubts regarding your management abilities, Qin Yi asserted, placing a heavy accusation upon him. Lin Jieqi began to perspire. Yet, seasoned by life's tempests, he maintained his composure. This matter requires investigation. We cannot blindly trust any party's statements before reaching a conclusion. Qin Yi shook his head, coldly declaring, Sun Han has a history of arbitrarily charging examination fees. As a major shareholder of this hospital, I believe I possess the authority to purge any detrimental elements from our medical team. Let us conduct an investigation then. An investigation is acceptable, but today that white coat must be removed. Qin Yi's eyes sparkled with intensity, exuding an invisible aura of authority. Indeed, remove the white coat. He is unworthy of the title of doctor. A robust man chimed in support. The crowd stirred restlessly, including patients who had previously fallen victim to Sun Han's misconduct. Murmuring in agreement, remove it, remove it. Sun Han's countenance soured. Having just endured a beating, he found himself in a perplexing situation and plaintively pleaded, Uncle Lin. Silence. Lin Jieqi thundered. You wretched boy, are you trying to make a fool of me? This troublesome affair has now caught Qin Yi's attention. Sun Han is to be suspended pending an investigation, and only after the facts are determined will further action be taken. Qin Yi fixed his gaze on Sun Han as he relinquished his white coat and then inquired of Lin Jieqi, Where do I handle the formalities? 9th floor, General Affairs. Just seek out Director Tong. I've already briefed him. In truth, the share transfer had already been completed with Xia Bing and was largely unrelated to the hospital. The visit was solely for various procedural changes. Very well. Where's your office? I shall discuss matters with you once I finalize the formalities. Also on the 9th floor. Lin Jiaqiang cast a glance at Sun Han, waving his hand and saying, Let us disperse. I apologize for taking up everyone's valuable time. We shall meet again shortly. Qin Yi did not even glance at Sun Han. She merely nodded at Wu Wang before directly ascending the elevator. Uncle Lin, who is that person? Sun Han inquired. His face darkened as he approached Lin Jiaqiang. Sun Han's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that the second hospital was about to undergo significant changes? Director Tong, a rotund figure with a cheerful smile, spoke with impeccable discretion, leading Qin Yi to quickly label him as a cunning fox. After presenting her identification and the share transfer agreement, Director Tong reviewed the documents and made a copy for the records. Following this, there was an array of documents to sign. Although Qin Yi was not particularly knowledgeable about such matters, her earnestness prevailed. Each document was scrutinized multiple times before signing. But when she reached the Board's authority distribution agreement, she suddenly halted. What does this document signify? It delineates the rights and obligations of shareholders within the board and the hospital, with detailed specifications. Do you not comprehend? Director Tong replied, his words laced with sharpness. I am the largest shareholder. Why do I possess no authority within the board or the hospital? Is that just? Qin Yi questioned, perplexed, as it seemed logical for a major shareholder to wield considerable influence. This is a continuation of the agreement established by Director Fan. He had but a singular demand of the hospital, profit. He cared not for anything else, nor did he engage in management, even sending an assistant to attend board meetings. Director Tong explained, unperturbed. She and I wish to be involved in management and to have a degree of influence within the hospital. Then I cannot finalize this. Perhaps you could discuss it with Director Lin. All right, I shall seek out Director Lin. With the agreement in hand, Qin Yi departed from the comprehensive office. Director Tong pursed his lips, murmuring, this could prove to be quite challenging. Chapter 52. Boarding with credentials. Qin Yi lingered for a moment outside Lin Jiaqiang's office, contemplating how best to express her thoughts before knocking on the door. Politeness is not merely for the sake of others. It is a fundamental aspect of one's character. Guoming, Lin Jiaqiang was seated behind his desk, exuding the demeanor of a grand director. However, upon noticing the agreement in Qin Yi's hand, his eyelids flickered. Indeed, what one fears often materializes. Although Lin Jiaqiang was the de facto manager of the hospital, with immense power at his disposal, it was predicated on the major shareholders' prior declaration of non-involvement in management, only overseeing financial matters. The current situation was markedly different. The conflict between Qin Yi and the Lin family was deeply entrenched, compounded by the latter's continuous underhanded maneuvers. Thus, Qin Yi would inevitably strive to wrestle control over the hospital. Fortunately, Qin Yi was still a young novice, and with his shares not exceeding 50%, he held minimal actual power. Nevertheless, it was crucial not to provoke him, should he choose to withdraw his investment in anger. The second hospital would struggle to find another successor, potentially leading to its bankruptcy. What has become of the man who assaulted? The assailant has already apologized to Dr. Sun, who graciously forgave him, thus resolving the matter satisfactorily. In truth, Dr. Sun is usually quite diligent and responsible. This incident was merely an unfortunate anomaly. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. This is certainly not the first time for Sun Han. I suspect someone is shielding him. How could that be? Did they really waive the medical fees of over 7,000? Indeed, there were a few items that seemed rather unreasonable, so a reduction was warranted. What cunning old fox! When these words left Lin Jiaqiang's lips, they seemed to float away, as if they were trivial matters. Qin Yi chose not to press further. The dismissal of Sun Han was merely a matter of time, with no room for negotiation. Placing the agreement on the table, he said, "Let us discuss this." This echoed the sentiments expressed by Director Fan and was in complete alignment with Director Tong's views. As the new major shareholder, what if I wish to partake in the management? Lin Jiaqiang fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "To what extent do you wish to participate?" "I aspire to be the hospital director." "Are you jesting?" The other board members would never consent to allowing a mere novice to assume such a role. "Can you truly manage a hospital? In a few days, you would surely ruin it." Lin Jiaqiang leapt to his feet, his expression revealing genuine concern. Qin Yi had long been aware that it was impossible for him to be appointed as the director, and he did not desire such a position. He merely intended to intimidate Lin Jiaqiang. "I wish to hold a vice director position, overseeing human resources. To put it simply, that entails personnel authority. Doctors like Sun Han should not be considered anomalies." Lin Jiaqiang sighed in relief, but soon became tense again, stating, "This is not within my purview. The appointment of a vice director must go through the board. The authority over personnel appointments is a substantial prize." And Lin Jiaqiang was reluctant to see it slip from his grasp. "Then let us convene the board. After all, with the change in major shareholders, it is only fitting to meet everyone. Do you know the composition of our company's board of directors?" Lin Jiaqiang gazed at Qin Yi with a hint of malice. "I had yet to inquire. You are now the largest shareholder, holding 42.5. Fenghua University is the second largest, with 25. The Lin Group is the third, with 14. The Tang family is the fourth, holding 10. Dongzhu Mining is the fifth, with 5. The remaining 3 is held by individual investors or outstanding hospital employees. The top 5 shareholders are board members, and I am not only the chairman appointed by the board, but also the hospital's director," Lin Jiaqiang boasted. "The Tang family must be related to Tang Ziru. I did not realize they had shares in the second hospital. It appears to be true what they say. Wealth brings mutual benefit. Theoretically, board resolutions indeed require the approval of shareholders holding over 50 of the stock. When will the board meeting be convened?" "The earliest would be in 3 days. You know how busy the directors can be." "Very well. Notify me once you have made arrangements." Qin Yi raised his hand and tore up the previous authority agreement, which was nothing more than scrap paper to him. "I must remind you, all board members must be mindful of their reputations. Should they bring negative repercussions to the hospital, they will bear certain responsibilities. It is merely a few clowns causing a ruckus. It will soon subside." Qin Yi understood he was referring to the college entrance exam cheating incident. Upon returning to the administrative office, he instructed Director Tong to make a copy of all documents he had signed, proceeding with caution. He would seek legal counsel to review them for any traps he might not detect. That day, Wang Xian provided no news, indicating that Qin Yi's situation was rather complicated. The following morning, Qin Yi indeed received the examination notifications for both Subject 3 and Subject 4. Without further ado, it is evident that Steward Zhou is quite reliable in his endeavors. Upon the conclusion of the morning examinations, Qin Yi swiftly acquired her driver's license at the management hall, finally obtaining the privilege to drive. At noon, she invited Chen Xiaolu and 2 others to dine at the lavish Dongwang Palace, a place her father has recently taken a liking to. "This is exceedingly extravagant. Qin Yi, have you come into wealth?" Chen Xiaolu remarked, reclining in a plush chair. "I've earned a little money," Qin Yi replied with a smile. The reason for this treat today is that my driver's license has arrived. With a beaming countenance, she placed the small booklet on the table. What? It has arrived, Chen Xiaolu exclaimed, leaping with excitement as he hastily reached for it. Du Yurong and Guo Shui also gathered around, examining it closely to confirm it was indeed Qin Yi's license. We registered together. How did you manage to obtain your license before us? Chen Xiaolu inquired. I leveraged some connections. Qin Yi answered candidly. You are being a good friend. Not even offering to assist us with our connections, Chen Xiaolu complained. Guo Shui was even more vexed, lamenting that she had yet to pass subject 2, while Qin Yi already possessed her license. It's truly infuriating. Some people just have it better. It's not that we are too acquainted. It would be inappropriate to ask for too much. Focus on your studies before hitting the road. It will ultimately benefit you. Qin Yi teased Du Yurong, recalling how the instructor often referred to her as a future road menace. I didn't buy them. They were gifted to me. 2 vehicles. To be precise, Qin Yi casually mentioned. 2. Chen Xiaolu's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 53. A Promise from the Past. For an ordinary high school student from a modest family, owning a car is a distant dream. Even after obtaining a driver's license, most do so merely for reassurance, hoping that one day, should their workplace provide a vehicle, they could drive it themselves. Thus, when Chen Xiaolu learned that someone had gifted Qin Yi 2 cars, his shock was akin to discovering that she ranked 6th in the city for her exams. What kind of cars? Chen Xiaolu asked, licking his lips in envy. One is a Mercedes-Benz coupe, and the other is a Lamborghini Aventador. Gulp. The sound of Chen Xiaolu's salivation echoed. Qin Yi was not attempting to boast. The truth of the matter was too significant to conceal, and it was only a matter of time before Chen Xiaolu discovered it. Who gifted you the Mercedes? Du Yurong inquired suspiciously. A relative of mine, who has gone abroad, entrusted me with the coupe mainly for convenience while she oversees her properties. Since I was preparing to come clean, I might as well disclose the matter of the villa as well. ISNT that the cousin who transferred the shares of the second hospital to you, Du Yurong provided a timely assist, thus saving Qin Yi from further explanation. What shares? What properties? Where did you find such a wealthy cousin? Chen Xiaolu remained in a state of bewilderment. Qin Yi will soon become the largest shareholder of Fenghua Second Hospital. I only just learned of this myself. Wow, no wonder you treated us to a lavish meal. Today we must order the largest lobster, Chen Xiaolu insisted, though he could not feign a lack of jealousy. However, having a wealthy and influential best friend brought him nothing but advantages. Guo Shui's envy was palpable. She had previously felt that Qin Yi was unworthy of Du Yurong. Now, with a house, cars, and a burgeoning career, along with her academic prowess, it suddenly seemed that Du Yurong was the one who fell short in comparison to Qin Yi. Eat. Whatever you desire, I shall indulge you. I shall take a moment to inspect your vehicle later, and once I obtain my driver's license, may I borrow it for a few laps? I apologize, but both the car and my girlfriend are not available for lending. Vinyi Autrik observing Chen Xiaolu's sullen expression, Qin Yi chuckled and remarked, Do you recall the last time I selected a raw stone? You mentioned that if its value soared, you would have me purchase a car for you. At that time, in order to conceal my gambling abilities, I chose to keep the truth hidden. Yet this memory has lingered in my mind. Of course, I remember I even mentioned wanting to buy a handbag. Du Yurong nodded in agreement. Regrettably, the stone did not appreciate in value. The funds I used to purchase it were borrowed from Yurong. Qin Yi gazed at the 3 of them and abruptly declared, although the raw stone did not rise in value, I have retained your wishes in my heart and am prepared to help you realize them. Clatter. The utensils in Chen Xiaolu's hand fell to the floor, his face a canvas of astonishment. Du Yurong was the first to react, exclaiming, Hooray! Chen Xiaolu grasped Qin Yi's hand, his voice brimming with excitement. Is this for real? My brother? Remember when you said I was rather stingy? You even remarked that, despite having wealth, I would never purchase a car for you. From now on, you are my dear brother. If I have spoken in error before, I shall punish myself with 3 cups. Chen Xiaolu truly went for it, downing 3 cups of beer, his face reddening rapidly. Qin Yi did not intervene. The jovial banter added to the merriment. Guo Shui felt somewhat disheartened. Had she known of such an incredible opportunity, she would have requested something more substantial, instead of merely asking Qin Yi to treat them to a meal, which felt like a significant loss. Qin Yi noted Guo Shui's expression. They were not particularly close, and he would not consider bestowing any extravagant gifts, given their lack of camaraderie. Brother Yi, how much do you intend to spend on my car? Chen Xiaolu asked, somewhat bashfully. Soon, he would attain his driver's license, and possessing his own vehicle would be an exquisite delight. I recall you have a fondness for Mustangs, Qin Yi replied, taking a sip of his drink. Chun Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly filled with tears of gratitude, saying to Qin, "Thank you, my brother. What is there to be polite about? I am well aware of your character. Once you acquire wealth, you will undoubtedly purchase an even more luxurious vehicle for me. Let's speak no more. It is all in the drink." Chun Xiaolu downed 3 more cups. Had Qin Yi not urged him to save some for their impending car viewing, he would have likely intoxicated himself swiftly. With lobster, abalone, and king crab in mind, Qin Yi genuinely wished to treat Chun Xiaolu and Du Yurong well. Thus he spared no expense, selecting only the finest. After a hearty meal and drink, Qin Yi settled the bill, and the 4 of them departed from Dongwang Palace together. They first took a taxi to a luxury goods store on Feihua Road, intending to purchase a designer handbag for Du Yurong. Du Yurong already possessed several designer bags, but they belonged to her mother. This was her first time purchasing a brand-name handbag, and upon entering, she eagerly pulled Guo Shui around to peruse the selection. The sales staff, upon noticing the 4 young individuals, instantly lost their enthusiasm for providing assistance. With prices starting at 100,000, these youngsters were hardly the clientele they catered to. "How much is this bag?" 15,000. "Do not touch indiscriminately. If you soil it, how can we sell it?" As the last vestiges of patience wore thin, the sales staff could no longer refrain from admonishing Du Yurong and Guo Shui. "How could I assess it without touching?" Du Yurong refused to be cowed by a reprimand. "I apologize, but our merchandise is for viewing only, and you certainly cannot afford it. Did you see with your own eyes that I cannot afford it? It's intuition. I purchased all 10 bags. How dare you look down upon me? Du Yurong was genuinely infuriated. Do you have money?" The shop assistant was internally astonished, wondering if she had encountered a naive individual with abundant funds. Perhaps if she stoked the flames a bit more, they might sell even more, calculating deviously in her mind. This is an unlimited credit card. It could buy your shabby store. Naturally, Du Yurong could not let Qin Yi pay for the 10 bags. She retrieved a black bank card from her backpack. While the assistant was unfamiliar with many things, she had seen this black card numerous times, as many affluent ladies used it. However, she could not relent. "Oh, a black card is impressive, is it?" Though she spoke dismissively, her hand reached toward the bank card, her heart blooming with joy. "Wait, Qin Yi Sudin interjected, Alting Du Yurong. You don't need to." Du Yurong assumed Qin Yi intended to pay, hastily refusing her. "How many times have I told you? You cannot casually use found cards. Yet you refuse to listen." As she spoke, Qin Yi winked at Du Yurong. The assistant, busy calculating her commission from this sale, was taken aback to hear the black card was fake, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Are you mocking me? Are you out of your minds? Get out." Qin Yi grabbed Du Yurong and dashed out of the store. Chun Xiaolu and Guo Shui, confused, followed suit, leaving the assistant fuming in place, nearly ready to explode. She had intentionally said that, if they were broke, it would drive them away. If they had money, perhaps they would act impulsively and buy several bags. All part of the scheme, Qin Yi explained. How annoying. Even selling a simple bag involves so much trickery. "Do you want to vent your frustration?" Qin Yi asked with a smile. "Yes. Just wait." Qin Yi went to the corner and withdrew a stack of cash, then shouted, "Dare to take a risk. Who's brave enough to play a game of dares?" Chapter 54. Dare. Hearing a handsome young man shout while holding a large sum of cash, some people could not help but stop in their tracks. "Do you see that store ahead?" Xinyi inweeded. "We do." The crowd instinctively nodded. Dare. The rules are simple. Upon entering the store, touch every item, and you will immediately receive 200 yuan. Shopping and browsing are quite normal. And to earn money while doing so, most people regarded it with skepticism. "Will you really give 200 yuan?" a scruffy-looking man asked, holding a fried chicken leg in his right hand. "Of course." Qin Yi signaled to Chun Xiaolu. Chun Xiaolu made a hand gesture and followed the man to the store. Guo Shui, linking arms with Du Yurong, stood nearby to watch the spectacle. The man was indeed a doer. Once inside, he wasted no time and began to touch each designer bag with great seriousness, thoroughly examining them with his greasy hands. The assistant quickly intervened, but the man paid her no heed and soon managed to touch everything he could, though he lamented not being able to access the exorbitantly priced items behind the counter. "Buddy, you can't touch the bags in there. You're not planning to back out, are you? Here, that's your 200 yuan. Take it." Qin Yi wasted no time in handing him the cash. The man, realizing the truth, felt his mind racing. "May I touch it once more?" he inquired. "I'm afraid it's limited to 1 per person," came the response. "How long will you be here?" "Perhaps half an hour," Qin Yi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the man dashed off, disappearing in an instant. Witnessing the man indeed receive 200 yuan, others began expressing their desire to try their luck. And soon the luxury store was teeming with patrons. The boutique, known for its elegance, was now overcrowded, resembling a clearance sale. The staff were nearly in tears as customers, without inquiring about prices, lowered their heads and began to rummage, leaving the designer bags looking as if they had been discarded at a roadside stall. Genuine buyers arriving at the entrance were momentarily taken aback, wondering if they had stumbled into a market. Observing the bags being pawed and picked through, they suddenly lost their allure. As they turned to leave, they made sure to call their friends, declaring that this store was no longer worth visiting. Du Yurong and the others laughed heartily, relishing the staff's expressions, feeling a sense of vindication. Surrounded by a throng, Qin Yi quickly spent thousands, just as she sought an opportunity to slip away when commotion erupted in the distance. Led by the earlier man, a group of elderly folks was rushing towards the scene. Sensing trouble, Qin Yi promptly approached, saying, "The funds remaining are limited. Allocate as you see fit," and without waiting for the man as consent. She thrust the remaining money into his hands and dove into the crowd. The man, momentarily stunned, brightened at the sight of the cash and shouted, 100 each. Form an orderly line. Let us go. Indeed, although the amount had halved in an instant, for the elderly who regarded a few eggs as a great boon, 100 was more than satisfactory. Who needed a bicycle? The luxury store fell into chaos while Qin Yi and her three companions had already made their escape. Slow down. I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing too hard. Du Yurong exclaimed, recalling the staff's final expression. I never imagined you possessed such a knack for villainy. Qin Yi, Guo teased from his side. What goes around comes around. Where to next? Chun Xiaolu rubbed his hands together. To the Mustang dealership. Let us go. Hooray. Chun Xiaolu leaped with joy. At the entrance of the dealership, Chun Xiaolu grasped Qin Yi's arm. Brother, are you genuinely considering buying me a Mustang? His heart raced with trepidation. This was no mere lollipop that could be casually gifted. I will buy it, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Chun Xiaolu pondered, realizing that there was indeed no such thing as a free lunch. Aside from your parents, no one in our community can know that this car is a gift from me. Jealousy is like wild grass. It's best to prevent it from sprouting in the first place. Why? Chun Xiaolu sighed with relief upon hearing this condition. A common ailment of the wealthy. They fear complications. Hee. My legs feel weak. I fear this might all be a dream. Why are you being so kind to me? Chun Xiaolu's palms were slick with sweat. Qin Yi paused, then softly replied, on the day my family was besieged by the Lin family. You were the only one who stepped forward and shouted. That shout was worth this car. Is it truly just for that? I didn't really help. Chun Xiaolu's eyes glistened with emotion. At that moment, my heart was cold, but upon hearing your call, it suddenly warmed. Qin Yi patted Chun Xiaolu on the shoulder. From now on, should anything arise, I, Chun Xiaolu, will be at the forefront. Your sentiment is more than sufficient. I remarked, can you two refrain from being so sentimental? Should I weep with you first? Du Yurong wiped the corner of her eye. Let us go. Let us buy a car. Upon entering the dealership, Chun Xiaolu made a beeline for a deep blue Mustang, having likely envisioned owning it countless times in his mind. The staff at the car dealership exhibited a markedly higher caliber than those at luxury boutiques, patiently elaborating on the vehicle's performance, pricing, and advantages. I still need half a month to obtain my driver's license, Chun Xiaolu stated. No worries, we can arrange for the new car in the meantime. Am I really buying it? Chun Xiaolu inquired, though his gaze was fixed on Qin Yi. After all, it was a car worth around 400,000, equivalent to 6 or 7 years of his parents' wages. Buy it. Complete the paperwork. Qin Yi commanded with a wave of her hand. In stark contrast to Chun Xiaolu's exuberance, Guo felt somewhat despondent, as if she had missed the entirety of the world. They were good friends. I cannot even compare myself to Chun Xiaolu. Du Yurong discerned something and softly consoled Guo. Have you not confessed your feelings to him yet? If you truly like him, you must be a bit braver. Once you enter university, you will be separated. At Fenghua University, who knows how many female classmates will be vying for his attention? Guo lowered her voice. We are still so young. We know nothing of the outside world, so what is there to discuss regarding relationships? What is meant for you will never elude you, and what is not yours is not worth the chase. You keep being stubborn. Tang Ziru from his class will be attending the same school, and it is possible she might get to him first. Given the despicable acts the Tang family is currently engaged in, she has the audacity to approach Qin Yi. What are you talking about? Guo inquired. It's nothing. Du Yurong, realizing she had said too much, quickly fell silent. Chapter 55, The Man Behind the Scenes. The new car was registered in Chun Xiaolu's name, and upon seeing Qin Yi actually swipe her card to pay in full, Chun Xiaolu erupted in excitement, nearly giving the impression that he might transform into a werewolf. The four of them had initially planned to visit Qin Yi's villa, but then Butler Zhou called, informing that Wang Xian wished to see Qin Yi. It seemed the matter regarding the exam cheating had reached a conclusion. Qin Yi bid farewell to her 3 classmates and hailed a cab straight to Qinyan Mountain Villa. At Qinyan Mountain Villa, Courtyard 9, in the Tranquility Hall, Wang Xian had already brewed fine tea, but Qin Yi could discern a hint of hesitation etched on his face. If there is something you wish to discuss, Wang Bo, feel free to speak directly, Qin Yi stated, getting straight to the point. The Tang family? I hold no grievances against them, do I? A vision of Tang Ziru's remorseful expression flashed through Qin Yi's mind. What can you help me achieve? Wang Xian fell silent for a moment, as though he were making an exceedingly difficult decision. First, the Education Bureau must step forward to clarify the situation. Second, the Lin and Tang families must bow their heads and admit their mistakes. Finally, you will continue your studies in the medical department at Fenghua University, and the Tang girl must be removed. If Wang Xian's proposal were to be realized, it appeared he would be risking confrontation with both the Lin and Tang families, possibly even employing hidden yet potent connections. For merely persuading the 2 families to admit fault would be a formidable challenge. Qin Yi did not make an immediate decision. Instead, she contemplated for a moment, took a sip of fragrant tea, and gazed at Wang Xian. Though I am young, I understand the principle of repaying kindness with gratitude. You must have some price in mind for assisting me so generously. Wang Xian, stroking his head of white hair, chuckled. At my age, all I seek is a prolongation of life. This statement aroused Qin Yi's caution. Let me be forthright. Qin Yi, you are a person of the sacred sect, are you not? Moreover, a descendant of the medical branch? Qin Yi nodded, having suspected that Wang Xian might discern her true identity. Otherwise, he would not have treated her with such regard. Upon her acknowledgement, Wang Xian's face brightened, and he earnestly stated, I wish to beseech the sacred sect for a 9-revolution longevity pill. This was the true reason he was willing to offend the Lin and Tang families to assist Qin Yi. Immediately, the formula for the 9-revolution longevity pill flashed in Qin Yi's mind. It was a concoction crafted using ancient methods in a medicinal furnace, requiring over 100 different herbs, with a straightforward effect, an extension of life by 10 years. I do not possess this pill at the moment, and if I were to attempt its creation, I cannot guarantee success, Qin Yi replied honestly. No matter, I can wait. Rest assured, aside from helping you resolve this predicament, I shall not withhold any promised reward. Qin Yi pondered, hesitating to agree outright. It can't be mere coincidence that you seek someone from the sacred sect and happen upon me in this neighborhood. It is certainly not mere coincidence. 3 years ago, I had an opportunity to encounter a member of the sacred sect. At that time, I was desperately seeking the pill and, after much pleading, was informed that she was not a descendant of the medical branch and could not provide me with the elixir. However, I could try my luck in the Electra governance neighborhood, as I might encounter the person I sought. Thus, I remained for 3 years. Had I not helped you that day, I may have missed the chance altogether. It seems that every encounter is predestined, Wang Xian reflected. 3 years ago, a member of the sacred sect? Wang Xian was momentarily taken aback by Qin Yi's inquiry. Brother, are you inquiring about matters pertaining to the sacred sect? Oh, I am merely transmitting knowledge on behalf of my senior sister, and have had no interactions with others from the sacred sect, Qin Yi clarified. This generation of the sacred sect is led by an extraordinary woman named Fan, who is wholly responsible for its affairs and wields control over vast financial resources, making her a notable figure globally. Is Sister Peach Blossom truly that renowned? Upon hearing of her control over immense wealth, Qin Yi surmised that this person must indeed be his senior sister. However, given that Sister Peach Blossom was originally a melodious name, it seemed rather odd when combined with her surname, Fan. She has spent much time abroad, and due to her secretive identity, few are aware of her. With all pieces now connected, it raised the question of whether Peach Blossom had been observing Qin Yi since 3 years ago, as she had mentioned the Electra governance neighborhood to Wang Xian. If you can wait, I can promise to refine a 9-revolution longevity pill for you. Wang Xian continued to ingratiate himself, and even if there were no personal stakes, Qin Yi felt compelled to assist him. Very well, it is settled. At the age of 80, Wang Xian finally realized that no matter how many lives he had saved or how many great deeds he had accomplished, in the end, everyone must face death. He was far from accepting this truth. He feared death, and despite his profound medical knowledge, he could not extend his life. Only the mysterious elixirs of the sacred sect could offer such hope. Wang Bo. It is your responsibility to manage the affairs of the Political Education Bureau. Matters concerning the Tang and Lin families will be left to me. As for Fenghua University, once we have a resolution regarding the Bureau's issues, please assist me in scheduling a meeting with the head of admissions. After listening to this, Wang Xian felt that there was little he could contribute, and a sense of indebtedness towards Qin Yi washed over him. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I shall help you obtain a medical practice qualification certificate. Is that permissible? Qin Yi has always believed that one must undergo systematic study and acquire relevant work experience to attain such a qualification. With my recommendation, it is certainly feasible, albeit it must still pass professional assessment. You have been of immense help. Qin Yi rose and bowed in gratitude, for without Wang Xian's endorsement, such certificates would be exceedingly difficult to procure. I shall take my leave now. I appreciate your efforts over these past few days, Wang Bo. We must keep in touch. For some ailments that I cannot treat, I may still require your assistance. Fear not, my efforts will not be in vain. To heal the sick and save lives is our solemn duty. With a serene demeanor, Qin Yi stood up. Wang Xian found himself somewhat captivated by Qin Yi's composure, momentarily seeing a reflection of his younger self, spirited and unafraid. This child possesses remarkable resolve, understands the ebb and flow of circumstances, and exhibits the wisdom of discernment. Her future is boundless. Indeed, the teachings of the holy sect ring true. Housekeeper Zhou accompanied Qin Yi to the entrance and thoughtfully arranged for a vehicle to take her down the mountain. They exchanged farewells, agreeing to meet the following afternoon. Wang Xian's existence ensured housekeeper Zhou's. Without him, who would remember him? Chapter 56 a jest. Qin Yi currently resides in Yuhu City with Qin Dashan. Although the villa in Daiheyuan is spacious, it lacks vitality. Upon returning home, she discovered Qin Dashan under the spotlight, meticulously carving an olive pit, with several finished pieces displayed nearby. What is this? It looks quite intricate. This is called Heaven and Earth. Each olive pit tells a story. I am currently carving the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Father, your hands are truly skillful. In his youth, your father was renowned as the skilled craftsman of Qin. He earned numerous accolades through his craftsmanship. The necklace, bracelet, and rings your mother wore in her youth were all crafted by my own hands, Qin Dashan said proudly. Father, do you still have contact with mother? Vini sudendi inguidit. I have lost all contact. After she left us, there has been no news whatsoever. Not even a glimpse of Yao Yao was permitted. How cruel of her. Does my maternal family have no relatives? Qin Dashan shook his head sadly. When the opportunity arises, you shall go. Do not seek her. Qin Dashan firmly refused. Why? His gaze turned towards the window, his voice tinged with hoarseness as he spoke. Not searching allows for some lingering hope. Should I find her, I fear that even this hope would dissipate. Heed my words. Do not pursue her. Qin Yi pressed her lips together and changed the subject. The outcome of the plagiarism incident should be revealed tomorrow. I can attend, but what? Why do you hesitate when speaking to your father? It is nothing. I have other matters to attend to tomorrow. I shall take my leave now. Qin Dashan sat in silence for a moment, his eyes slightly reddened, continuing to carve the olive pit, though he accidentally flattened the face of Xiangu. Commissioner Sun's cheeks were flushed. Last night, at Jinju's gathering hosted by Tang Laosan, surrounded by a throng of beautiful women, left her feeling elated and oblivious to the world around her. Burp, awakening with the lingering taste of alcohol still clinging to him. Commissioner Sun would have taken a day off to recuperate had it not been for the pressing matters at hand. Whistling a light tune, he entered the office, nodding slightly at familiar colleagues. After all, he was a veteran of the Political Education Bureau, having only recently ascended to the rank of section chief, primarily due to the absence of competition from above. Having rendered significant assistance to the Tang family, prospects for future promotions and wealth seemed imminent. As he approached the office door, intending to unlock it, he discovered it ajar. Pushing the door open, he called out, Xiao Lu, is Director Zhang here today? There, seated on the sofa, was the imposing figure of Director Zhang Exen, his slightly balding head framed by sharp, discerning eyes fixed on Commissioner Sunday. Please have a seat. I need to discuss a matter with you. Zhang's voice was grave and serious. Oh, allow me to pour you a glass of water, Sun replied, feeling somewhat uneasy, sensing that something was amiss. No need, let's get to the point. How is the investigation into Qin Yi progressing? There has yet to be a conclusion. With 3 invigilators, high-definition cameras, and given that Qin Yi is a male student without long hair to obstruct the view, how has it taken several days without results? Currently, it seems that Qin Yi did not engage in any malpractice. Sun felt the shift in the leader's tone, realizing he possessed no concrete evidence. Is that so? We still require more time. We cannot definitively state that Qin Yi is in the clear, especially since the enrollment process is not yet concluded. The Tang family's inclination is to prolong this matter. Since there is no certainty, why did you unilaterally issue a document to Fenghua University? Did I authorize that? Zhang's tone shifted sharply. I merely intended to offer a friendly reminder. A friendly reminder. For student Qin Yi, this constitutes malicious speculation. Your actions could jeopardize the future of an exceptional student. Who bestowed such authority upon you? Zhang slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. This matter is no longer yours to oversee. I have assigned it to Xiao Wang. That seems inappropriate, considering I have been closely monitoring it. Just yesterday, Sun had boasted to Tang Biao that there would be no issues, and now a significant crisis had erupted. You have more pressing concerns. Haven't you always desired to work at a school? I have approved it. Which school? Washigo Primary School. What will I be doing there? In logistics. With that, Zhang departed from Commissioner Sun's office. Sun's face turned ashen, collapsing onto the floor, his gaze becoming vacant. That was a primary school that could scarcely gather a full class. What logistical needs could there possibly be? Most likely, it would entail repairing a few dilapidated desks and chairs, and that would suffice as logistics work. By the time Qin Yi received the document from the Political Education Bureau, it was already past 11 in the morning. The document not only recounted the details of the investigation, but also included 2 high-definition photographs of Qin Yi's ears, devoid of any so-called high-tech devices. Moreover, it explained the prolonged investigation time, attributing it to severe negligence on the part of the staff, who had since been dealt with sternly, concluding with an apology to Qin Yi. Shortly thereafter, Qin Dashin called, his laughter nearly shattering Qin Yi's eardrums. However, Qin Yi had no time to ponder such matters, as he still needed to prepare for the afternoon defense meeting. Qin Yi's medical training at the Sacred Gate emphasizes practical skills in healing and saving lives, with limited focus on theoretical knowledge. Thus, he sought out a substantial tome on traditional Chinese medicine, determined to memorize its contents before the afternoon defense meeting. Despite Wang Xian having made prior arrangements, Qin Yi was resolute in demonstrating to the expert judges present at the defense that he was not merely relying on connections. He possessed genuine competence. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the venue was the grand conference room of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. The expedited path to obtaining a medical practice certificate was exclusive to traditional Chinese medicine and required the endorsement of a highly esteemed professor, followed by a rigorous defense to secure the certificate. 3 elderly gentlemen, all in their 50s and remarkably spirited, comprised the panel of judges. The room was nearly filled with spectators, many of whom had come to witness the event simply because they had heard that Qin Yi was recommended by Wang Xian. In the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, Wang Xian was akin to a revered deity, and his endorsements were indeed exceptional. To be candid, upon seeing Qin Yi, the majority of attendees felt a sense of disappointment. While age does not necessarily equate to expertise in traditional Chinese medicine, the accumulation of knowledge and experience undeniably requires time, which clearly was beyond the capabilities of such a young individual. The 3 elderly gentlemen exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with resignation. Wang Xian had summoned them under the pretense of assessing medical qualifications without disclosing any other details, including his relationship with Qin Yi or whether they were to extend any leniency. Was this youth fresh out of high school? The notion of someone so young aspiring to practice medicine seemed absurd. Chapter 57. Have I agreed? In the conference room of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, a stir arose. A young man had come to obtain a medical practice certificate. Had it not been for Wang Xian's introduction, he likely would have been dismissed by now. The main examiner among the 3 judges, surnamed Dong, served as a practicing physician at the Municipal Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. Dong feigned a cough to signal for silence and inquired, name, age, and whom did you study under? Since he was introduced by Wang Xian, it was plausible that he was a disciple. Dong consoled himself with this thought. Qin Yi, 18 years old, self-taught, Qin Yi responded, omitting any mention of his affiliation with the Sacred Gate. Dong's eyelids twitched. Had he emerged from an unorthodox background? Internally, he chastised Wang Xian for his impulsiveness. If one was prepared, it was time to commence. I am prepared, Qin Yi declared confidently, just as Dong was about to pose a question. The elder gentleman to his left, surnamed Zhao, interjected, seemingly unable to restrain himself and eager to expedite the proceedings to avoid wasting time. In traditional Chinese medicine, how do you differentiate between wheezing and asthma? Zhao inquired. Qin Yi maintained his composure, responding with poise. Wheezing typically accompanies asthma, while asthma does not necessarily include wheezing. Zhao's brow furrowed slightly. The answer was strikingly consistent with medical texts, indicating that Qin Yi possessed considerable skill. Setting aside any initial contempt, he continued, "How do you differentiate migraines? What constitutes genuine heart pain?" Qin Yi, calm and collected, answered with eloquence and without hesitation, as though he required no contemplation. The three elder judges were astounded. As the difficulty of the questions escalated, a series of complex issues in traditional Chinese medicine were presented. Yet Qin Yi provided impeccably standard responses to each. Even in the realm of acupuncture, a novel and unpredictable approach has emerged, bestowing upon them an enlightening experience. It is no wonder that Wang Xian earnestly recommended it, providing no further explanation, for such expertise requires none. A true master of traditional medicine. The entire defense lasted twice as long as usual, and when Elder Dong announced that Qin Yi had passed with full marks, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause, resounding and unending. "I wonder which hospital Dr. Qin will choose," Elder Dong gently inquired. "You might consider the National Medical Hall. The academic atmosphere there is quite profound, and the camaraderie among physicians is commendable." Elder Dong held great respect for Qin Yi's abilities and naturally wished to see him join the National Medical Hall. "Thank you for your concern, Elder Dong." The three elders, realizing the situation was beyond remedy, could only shake their heads in regret. In the end, they awarded Qin Yi with his medical practice certificate and left him with their contact number before bidding farewell. Obtaining the medical practice certificate was of paramount importance to Qin Yi, as it would afford him a broader array of choices for his future, significantly shaping the trajectory of his life. At Dongwang Palace, Qin Dashan ordered an extravagant feast of seafood to celebrate the conclusion of the plagiarism incident. "I just treated someone to seafood yesterday." Qin Yi had been indulging in seafood a bit too much lately, and his palate felt somewhat bitter. High in protein. "A great tonic," Qin Dashan said with a smile. "Oh, let me show you this." Qin Yi handed over his medical practice certificate. Upon reading it, Qin Dashan was momentarily speechless. After a pause, he exclaimed, "Son, creating a fake certificate is illegal." "Dad, I believe your perspective is somewhat unhealthy. Who would issue a medical practice certificate to a high school graduate who never even attended university? This must be a joke. The situation is a bit intricate. I had someone assist me, and you only need to know that it is genuine. If this is true, why even attend university? Just go work as a doctor at the second hospital. You would be a major stakeholder, and eventually, the entire hospital would be yours." Qin Dashan urged excitedly. However, Qin Yi shook his head, stating, "If my aspirations are confined to the second hospital, then my life will be forever limited to that." "Very well. I shall not interfere with your future endeavors. You may proceed as you wish. As if you ever did before. I regularly provide you with pocket money." "Aside from giving me pocket money?" I was busy with work, so let us finish the lobster quickly. It one tea tastes good if it gets cold." Qin Dashan had arranged to go singing with friends after dinner and drove off, leaving Qin Yi to question whether he was indeed his father. It became evident that even the most delectable food can lose its flavor when consumed daily. After leaving Dongwang Palace, Qin Yi slipped into a nearby noodle shop and ordered a bowl of noodles with sauce. Once he finished his meal, he had an important task ahead of him. Glancing at the time, he hurried towards Dihao Garden. Upon returning to the villa, he casually grabbed a bottle of red wine and strolled towards the west side, where Villa number 08 belonged to Tang Ziru. The decor of Tang Ziru's villa was entirely different from that of Qin Yi's. From a distance, it shimmered brilliantly, exuding a sense of flamboyant majesty. He rang the doorbell, and a servant's face appeared on the screen. "I am looking for Tang Ziru," Qin Yi said with a smile and a nod. "Who are you?" The other party appeared somewhat perplexed, having never encountered Qin Yi before. "I am her classmate, Qin Yi. Please wait a moment." After a brief interlude, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from within, and with her heightened senses, Qin Yi discerned that it was Tang Ziru approaching. The door swung open, revealing Tang Ziru clad in light-colored athletic wear, exuding vitality. "What brings you here?" Tang Ziru inquired, her demeanor tinged with caution. "Is the neighbor unwelcome? Have you moved to Dihao Garden?" A vivid memory flashed through Tang Ziru's mind. Recalling the day Qin Yi had driven off in a sports car, accompanied by a mature and attractive woman in the passenger seat. "I have a relative who owns a property here, and I'm helping to keep an eye on it." "What relative?" "My cousin." "Oh, I see. Is this one a gift for me?" Tang Ziru noticed the bottle of red wine in Qin Yi's hand. "No, this is for Annie." Qin Yi's expression suddenly turned serious. Tang Ziru's heart stirred as she gazed into Qin Yi's bright eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly asked, "Do you already know?" "Yes. Your Tang family truly excels at kicking someone when they are down." I am very angry, and the consequences will be severe. I was completely unaware of this matter at first, but by the time I received the acceptance letter, it was too late to change anything. Rest assured, since you did not cheat, I will ensure my mother returns your spot. Tang Ziru declared resolutely. Do you understand why I am angry? Why? Because I considered you a friend, while you did not regard me as one. It was my mother who forbade me from speaking with you. Tang Ziru lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Not saying anything does not mean the incident did not occur. Did you think you could simply take that spot without informing me and without my consent? Vin you ripiet coldi. Oh, such bravado. The Tang family has never made a habit of asking for permission when taking from others. Tang Biao sauntered out from the yard. Chapter 58, Confrontation. At the entrance of a luxurious villa, the interior was brightly lit, while the exterior remained ominously shrouded in shadow. Qin Yi stood outside, and Tang Biao stood within. When Qin Yi first encountered Tang Biao, he had attempted to assert dominance, but was swiftly subdued by Qin Yi, leading to Tang Ziru's mockery. Subsequently, during a disturbance involving the Lin family, Tang Biao had come to the rescue, only to be rebuffed by Lu Fenghong. Later, outside the examination hall for the college entrance exams, with Qin Yi's clothing stained with blood, Tang Biao had voluntarily exchanged assistance, offering her a small favor. After that, they had become like strangers, no longer speaking when they crossed paths. Qin Yi held a fairly positive impression of Tang Biao. However, the underhanded dealings he had orchestrated in collusion with the Lin family left her feeling quite repulsed. Taking without asking is akin to thievery, Qin Yi remarked coolly. Who said I came here to vent my anger? Qin Yi retorted, shaking the bottle of red wine in her hand. Tang Biao, accustomed to the nightlife of bars, recognized at a glance that this bottle of wine was rather expensive. If it were truly of high quality, it could be worth several thousand. What does this mean? Are you suggesting we share a drink? I have just moved here and am unfamiliar with the surroundings. Is it unreasonable to check in on the neighbors? Tang Biao's curiosity was piqued with the high-end wine and her recent relocation to Dihao Garden, coupled with the news of Qin Yi becoming a major shareholder in the second hospital circulating. Could it be true that this young woman indeed had a formidable relative backing her? Qin Yi shook her head. I am here to see Aunt Zhao. My sister-in-law is unavailable. You did not inquire. So how could you possibly know that Aunt Zhao is not keen on seeing me? A major shareholder? Perplexed by Qin Yi's implication. Indeed, the Tang family holds a 10 stake in the second hospital, but they were merely awaiting the year-end dividends. Could it be that this young man intends to manipulate the situation? You should come in with me. My mother is at home. Tang Ziru gestured to Qin Yi, leading him inside. Tang Biao furrowed his brows, yet remained silent, his hands tucked into his pockets as he followed behind Qin Yi. The decor of the Tang residence starkly contrasted with that of his elder sister, one exuding superficial opulence, while the other radiated a deep-seated luxury. An untrained, I might mistakenly conclude that the Tang household had the upper hand. Grand floor-to-ceiling windows, a white piano, and a middle-aged matron languidly reclining on the sofa, while a young woman diligently attended to her manicures. Nearby, a small white dog lay sprawled, wagging its tail in delight upon spotting Qin Yi, seemingly expressing its warm welcome. Hello, Aunt Zhao. Qin Yi greeted courteously. From Tang Ziru's perspective, Zhao Wan was an elder and need not rise. Conversely, as a major shareholder, Qin Yi warranted a modicum of respect from Zhao Wan, who held the position of the fourth shareholder. Zhao Wan paused momentarily, gracefully rising with a smile. The esteemed director Qin graces us with his presence. It truly elevates our humble abode. Her enthusiasm was palpable, yet her demeanor bore an air of aloofness. Tang Ziru found her mother's words somewhat disconcerting. Qin Yi discerned that Zhao Wan wished to maintain a certain distance, so he gently placed the red wine upon the table. Sensing an abrupt shift in the atmosphere, arriving unannounced had indeed inconvenienced Director Zhao. Since the younger generation's visit was met with indifference, he deemed it prudent to engage as equals. Zhao Wan was taken aback by Qin Yi's sudden transformation, casting a lingering gaze upon him before addressing Tang Ziru. Please prepare a cup of tea for Director Qin, using that aged pu'er from the ancient tree. Reluctantly, Tang Ziru rose, feeling exasperated by the two who seemed to dance around their words rather than speak plainly. Director Zhao, I shall be forthright, Qin Yi stated. It is better to face the mountain than to be ensnared by trivial matters. Would you not agree? Zhao Wan jested, clearly avoiding serious discourse. Even a base person has their limits. Do you not think so, Director Zhao? Qin Yi retorted, his tone firm yet respectful. Zhao Wan's demeanor shifted slightly, her irritation surfacing. The limits of base individuals are quite low. One might even call them pretentious. She was concerned that some might not recognize their own base nature. Have you come to seek retribution? Zhao Wan questioned, her authority unwavering. I am here to negotiate a transaction, he replied. Oh, I relish a transaction, as it guarantees mutual benefit. Zhao Wan's expression brightened. Let's proceed. I'm all ears. At that moment, Tang Ziru approached with 2 cups of tea, placing one before Qin Yi and the other before Zhao Wan. After setting down the cups, she turned to leave, disinterested in the verbal sparring between them. Your classmate is present. You ought to stay and listen to what he has to say. Zhao Wan grasped Tang Ziru's wrist. I cannot comprehend your conversation. It gives me a headache. Tang Ziru, votet. My dear, having entered university signifies your ability to handle matters independently. Thus, there is much for you to learn. Tang Ziru hesitated, but ultimately took a seat nearby. Tang Biao had remained silent, seated at a distance while munching on an apple, the crisp sound echoing in the room. Qin Yi glanced at Tang Ziru, quickly running through her thoughts in her mind, making some swift edits before she spoke. I initially considered Tang Ziru a friend. After all, I still use the phone she gifted me. However, I never anticipated that the Tang family would conspire with the Lin family to frame an ordinary high school student. Is this not shameful? First, let me clarify. It is not the Tang family that seeks to harm you, but I. Zhao Wan took a sip of tea. Furthermore, my assistance to Lu Fenghong stems from my desire to uphold justice. Those diligent students have toiled for years for a fair chance to compete. Why should anyone be allowed to attain high scores through deceit? As a parent, it is my duty to rectify such wrongful actions. Although the truth has now come to light, I can only say that I was deceived by Lu Fenghong, yet my intentions remain untainted. Her words rang with righteousness. And had Qin Yi not been the victim, one might have almost been convinced. Tang Ziru covered her face, feeling a twinge of shame for her mother. Regardless of how noble your intentions may appear, the outcome has nonetheless harmed another student who has also endured hardships. In the pursuit of justice, innocent individuals may become collateral damage. One can only blame fate for their misfortune. If you insist on clinging to this matter, I shall have no choice but to take my leave. Zhao Wan leaned back slightly. Tang Ziru's expression dimmed, yet she remained silent. The opportunity rightfully belonged to Qin Yi, and she did not hold it against her. I did not witness the transaction you refer to. Zhao Wan's countenance darkened. Should Qin Yi persist in this matter, the school would certainly be compelled to provide an explanation. Although the Tang family wields considerable influence, Qin Yi is not only a mysterious relative backing her, but also the formidable Wang Xian. In Fengsheng, no one wishes to offend Wang Xian, not even the Tang family. There exists an alternative solution. I am willing to comply with the school's reassignment and could transfer to another department at Fenghua University. Both Zhao Wan and Tang Ziru were taken aback, astonished by Qin Yi's unexpected choice. After all, the clinical medicine program at Fenghua University is a dream for countless students. State your conditions. Zhao Wan finally found herself moved by Qin Yi's words. Chapter 59. An Unspoken Dilemma. Beneath the shimmering crystal chandelier, the light became ethereal, and the atmosphere grew tense. 2 conditions. You are rather greedy. These are trivial matters. Do share. First, I ask for your unwavering support in matters concerning the second hospital, becoming my steadfast ally. Second, assist me in obtaining the qualification to choose clinical medicine as an elective in my second year. Zhao Wan, being a graduate of Fenghua University, was well aware that clinical medicine is not offered as an elective. Kid, you certainly have a clever scheme. Zhao Wan sighed, contemplating the feasibility of this arrangement. Do you aspire to graduate with a dual degree? Tang Ziru regarded Qin Yi, finding him increasingly perplexing. She had never heard of treating clinical medicine as an elective. My aim is merely to learn more. I do not place much emphasis on a dual degree. That is unacceptable. Zhao Wan and Qin Yi spoke in unison, indicating their tacit agreement on this matter. Tang Ziru pursed her lips and fell silent. I agree to this transaction. Zhao Wan glanced at Tang Ziru and promptly consented. In order to frame Qin Yi for her daughter's benefit, she would naturally abandon Lu Fenghong, this unreliable ally. Moreover, this transaction appears to be overwhelmingly in their favor, leaving no reason for refusal. Very well. In a couple of days, a meeting will be held at the second hospital, and I hope Director Zhao will lend his support to my proposal. With the backing of the Tang family, Qin Yi's influence will significantly increase. The combined shares of both parties will surpass 50%, allowing them to make pivotal decisions, including the potential removal of Lin Jieqi. Of course, the timing is not yet ripe, and the alliance with the Tang family is not yet unbreakable. As long as the proposal is reasonable, I shall certainly support it. Indeed, Zhao Wan has her own considerations and will not strictly adhere to Qin Yi's intentions. If it is reasonable, then I shall take my leave. Ziruo ushered the guests out. Watching Qin Yi and Tang Ziruo depart the hall together, Zhao Wan turned to the silent Tang Biao and inquired, "What do you think of this child, Qin Yi? Aside from being somewhat ruthless, she is otherwise quite commendable. Is her family truly destitute? My investigation confirms their poverty. Approximately 8 years ago, due to their financial struggles, Qin Yi's parents divorced and his sister went with their mother. However, after Qin Yi's college entrance examination, they relocated to Yuhu City, purchasing a spacious flat and 2 parking spaces outright at a cost nearing 10 million. How did they suddenly acquire such wealth? Qin Dashan publicly claims he won a lottery jackpot, while Qin Yi mentions having a relative who provided financial aid. The specifics remain elusive. What connection does the former major shareholder of the second hospital, Ms. Fan, have with their family? No discernible relationship could be found. The villa must also have been a gift from that woman. Could Ms. Fan be his mother? Certainly not. However, it is peculiar that there has been no trace of Qin Yi's mother since her departure, as if she vanished into thin air. I even leveraged some police connections, yet uncovered no useful information, Tang Biao murmured. Could it be that someone wishes to use Qin Yi to stir chaos in Fengsheng? But why choose Qin Yi? She is skilled in martial arts, possesses a sharp intellect, and demonstrates both patience and ruthlessness. I would choose her as well, Tang Biao remarked, his usual boisterous demeanor replaced by seriousness. Zhao Wan cast a glance at Tang Biao and chuckled. It seems you hold this child in high regard. Wang Xian must have received some intel, for he would not be so overtly accommodating, even gifting Qin Yi a license plate he has used for half his life. That is quite an investment. Everyone has their own resources. The question is whether to engage. It is prudent to observe further, for powerful allies often attract formidable adversaries. I cannot comprehend how such a modest family could raise a child like Qin Yi. Perhaps our Tang children have grown too comfortable, their edge nearly dulled. Zhao Wan mused solemnly. What does your sister think? I must increase the burden on Ziruo. She is becoming quite the canary. Ah, dear sister, please do not be too harsh. The child is still young. Tang Biao's expression turned somewhat pained as a thought crossed his mind. Tang Ziruo accompanied Qin Yi to the entrance, with Huan trailing behind, playfully darting between them. I am sorry. This was a sentiment she had long wished to express, but lacked the courage. Tang Ziruo stated earnestly. We had agreed that I no longer owe you any favors. In truth, you owe me none either. Tang Ziruo knelt down to gently stroke Huan's head. You have your own standards, and I have mine. Through this incident, I gained your mother's support at the second hospital, which is of great significance to me. She acted inappropriately, yet I shall not shield her simply because she is my mother. However, I can empathize with her, and this has been the source of my inner turmoil these past few days. It has become evident that human nature is inherently selfish, and I am not exempt from this trait. Tang Ziru appeared somewhat despondent. When it comes to the future, how many can truly rise above selfishness? The two fell silent for a moment, and after a while, Tang Ziru gazed at Qin Yi and softly inquired, There is something I have long wished to ask you, though I am uncertain if I should. Go ahead. Xin Yi Shuruk, are you being kept by a wealthy woman? Qin Yi nearly choked in disbelief, recalling the rustic attire of Sister Taohua, feeling utterly disheartened. My apologies, I should not pry into your personal affairs. Which of your eyes has seen me being kept? Qin Yi's anger flared at that moment. I was merely guessing, Tang Ziru replied, fearing that if she were to reveal having seen Qin Yi with an attractive woman leaving the community, he might resort to drastic measures. Tang Ziru, listen closely. It is utterly impossible for me to be kept by anyone. Understood, but there is no need to raise your voice. Tang Ziru said, feeling aggrieved. I'm simply upset. I'm leaving. Initially, Qin Yi had intended to invite Tang Ziru to his home, but now the thought had completely evaporated as he turned and strode away with purpose. If there is no arrangement, then so be it. His attitude clearly reflected embarrassment and anger, perhaps suggesting that her guess was not far from the truth. Tang Ziru murmured to herself, I am not being kept. Qin Yi shouted toward the courtyard. At that moment, a red Porsche 911 passed by, abruptly coming to a halt. The driver's side window rolled down, and a heavily made-up woman leaned out. Hey there, young man. I find you intriguing. Care to join me for some fun? Get lost. Qin Yi sprinted away. Chapter 60. As expected, the beauty of life lies not in the journey toward death, but rather in the uncertainties of tomorrow. The unknown may be perilous, yet also inspires longing. A monotonous existence can easily drive one to madness. What might he be now? What might he look like? The answer remains elusive, for life holds no what-ifs. That evening, Qin Yi stayed at the Dihao Garden, for a professional was scheduled to arrive early the next morning to install a jade disintegrator. The day after acquiring the villa, Qin Yi ordered a large, ultra-quiet jade disintegrator online. With this machine, he could decompose the raw stones at home, providing him with more options for their eventual handling. In the early morning, the manufacturer's staff arrived to position the disintegrator. It was a disassemblable machine. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to transport it to the basement. 6 professional workers toiled for an entire morning to complete the installation. Qin Yi offered them a pack of cigarettes as thanks, but they politely declined and left after tidying up the area. With ample funds at his disposal, Qin Yi was in no rush to sell the 2 pieces of jade rough. He carefully placed them in a cardboard box and stored them in a secure location. For dinner, his father had invited him to the Dongwang Palace, but Qin Yi refused to go under any circumstances. He drove his Lamborghini, inviting Chun Xiaolu to dine at a small restaurant outside the electropolitics community. The two sat by the window, and Chun Xiaolu remarked that it was convenient to keep an eye on the Lamborghini parked at the entrance, ensuring it wouldn't be scratched by others. The experience of riding in this car is entirely different, Chun Xiaolu exclaimed. It is merely a means of transportation. Though one may possess millions, my heart still leans towards the Mustang. Its allure undeniably compelling. In a few days, you should be taking the driving test for the 4th subject, and upon obtaining your license, the moment to acquire your vehicle will arrive. It feels surreal to contemplate that my inaugural car will be the one you have graciously purchased for me, mused Chun Xiaolu. After all, you're my dearest friend. I am moved. My parents wish to treat you to a meal as a token of their gratitude. Let us forego the meal. There is no need for formality between us. When time allows, I would love to visit your home and savor the sauerkraut dumplings prepared by your mother. As dawn broke, Qin Yi donned a white casual outfit gifted by his father, radiating an air of elegance and otherworldliness. Qin Dashin gazed at Qin Yi, momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "You used to resemble me, but now you increasingly resemble your mother. Everyone claims my mother is beautiful." The term mother was once a taboo, yet Qin Dashin's mindset has softened considerably, making it acceptable to mention her from time to time. Indeed, the crux lies in the countless unique pieces of jewelry I have crafted for her. How could she not be lovely? By the way, here, take this. Qin Dashin presented Qin Yi with a string of olive pit bracelets. What is the significance of this? In an instant, fortune does not fall from the sky. Opportunities are often accompanied by peril. Your father hopes you can master your inner self, for the distinction between good and evil frequently hinges on a mere thought. Understanding Qin Dashin's heartfelt intentions, Qin Yi smiled and solemnly adorned his wrist with the intricately carved bracelet. He relished the buns he consumed downstairs, their thin skin and generous filling leaving him with grease on his lips. Arriving slightly ahead of schedule at the hospital, he headed directly to the inpatient department. As anticipated, he spotted Dehay's figure outside the intensive care unit on the 4th floor. Erhei had succumbed to a vegetative state, likely transferred to the 2nd hospital, where Lin Jiechi serves as the director. Without disturbing Dehay, Qin Yi approached the nurse's station. "Is the head nurse available?" A woman in her 30s approached, her appearance gaunt, dark circles under her eyes hinting at restless nights. "I'm a shareholder and board member of the hospital. My name is Qin Yi." The news of a young child becoming a major shareholder had already circulated within the hospital, and upon seeing Qin Yi, Nurse Lilan realized he appeared even younger than the rumor suggested. "I am Lilan, the head nurse. How may I assist you?" She seemed a bit nervous, maintaining a polite distance. With turmoil brewing above and unease among the staff below, many believed Qin Yi was the one disrupting the hospital's previously harmonious environment. "I would like to request the complete medical expense records for bed 036. Qin Yi sensed that the Lin family might engage in some underhanded dealings regarding Erhei's treatment. "Is this procedure permissible? As a board member, I possess the right to oversee. Even if Lin Jiechi is here, he must comply with my request. Do you have any objections?" Qin Yi's tone turned frosty. "Very well, but he currently owes over 400,000. Li Lan Wheatspa, wondering if the opposing party had caught wind of something. No wonder they were directly requesting this patient-s information. As a mere head nurse, she knew she could not afford to cross a major shareholder. Is this reasonable? It has the special approval of Director Lin. Power is not a tool for personal gain. Please print out the detailed list for me. I require 5 copies. Very well. It is advisable that you do not mention this to anyone, or you may find yourself in a troublesome situation." Qin Yi tapped the table. Lilan pursed her lips, recognizing the warning to refrain from informing Director Lin. Could it be true, as rumored, that the newly appointed major shareholder harbors a deep-seated grudge against the Lin family? Lila not that easily. If it's best not to speak of it, then she would remain silent. Should Director Lin inquire, she would absolutely deny it. For now, it is prudent to remain neutral and observe the prevailing winds before making a decision. In the office, 5 copies of the detailed list were promptly printed and handed directly to Qin Yi. Which patient is it? Sisterly, you must arrange the patient for me. My future happiness depends on you. He does not hold you in high regard. Lilan swiftly dismissed her hopes. Chapter 61, I oppose. Having taken a bit of time, Qin Yi arrived at the conference room only to find that the others had already assembled. At the long rectangular table, the esteemed position was occupied by Director Lin Jiaqiang. However, today he appeared somewhat out of sorts, frequently glancing toward the right side of the room where Tang Ziru was seated. Unexpectedly, Zhao, one had not attended and had sent Tang Ziru to the board meeting in her stead, much to Qin Yi's astonishment. To the left, 2 individuals were seated. Nearest to Lin Jiaqiang was a man in his 50s, balding, with a round face and a corpulent figure, clearly a product of excessive socializing and overindulgence. Beside him sat a man in his 40s, shorter in stature yet robust, with short hair and a fierce countenance. Around his neck hung a vibrant green jade amulet, and he fidgeted with 2 white jade balls in his hands. Qin Yi surveyed the assembly, unhurriedly making her way towards Tang Ziru. Barely out of adolescence. You wish to take charge? Came a sardonic voice. Following the sound, Qin Yi discovered that it was the man with the jade amulet who had spoken, while Lin Jiaqiang wore an expression of anticipation for the unfolding drama. Are you referring to me? Who else would it be? Only you would know your own heart. If you are indeed speaking of me, then your words are akin to the wind, empty and without substance. Ambition is not confined to age. One can live a century without purpose, and such a truth is known even to elementary school children. If you're not addressing me, I shall take your words as mere folly. Though lacking in civility, it bears no significant harm. Engaging in a verbal spar with Qin, he would only lead to one's own demise. The man's expression darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table. You dare seek death? Mind your tongue. I am right here, and I am genuinely curious to see how that would unfold. Qin Yi was unafraid with her words, and even less so with her actions. Observing the escalating tension, Lin Jiaqiang understood that intervention was necessary and quickly said, "Let us all remain calm. After all, we are shareholders of the second hospital, and it would not do to let matters become too strained." Previously, that female assistant had displayed an air of disdain, but this young rascal exceeded even that. I am fed up with your nonsense. The man kicked his chair over, exclaiming, I categorically oppose any proposal from this young one. I'm leaving. Thus, before the board meeting had even commenced, one director stormed out in a fit of rage, leaving the atmosphere awkwardly tense. Who is he? Qin Yi felt that her information was exceedingly limited. She hardly knew anyone and was unfamiliar with their ways, which might lead to her downfall in the future. The 5th shareholder, Sun Dongzhu, was known for his explosive temper, igniting at the slightest provocation, so it was best not to take him to heart. Incidentally, our hospital Sun Han is a relative of his. Lin Jiaqi managed to secure a dissenting vote with relative ease, which brought him some comfort. Especially since the discord between Sun Dongzhu and Qin Yi was the outcome he had longed to see. In truth, Sun Dongzhu had not intended to attend the board meeting. Lin Jiaqi had arranged for Sun Han to ensure his presence, hoping that a confrontation with Qin Yi would spark some excitement. Qin Yi felt unsettled. What kind of situation was this? Sitting next to Tang Ziru, the latter chuckled softly and remarked when I came, "My mother warned me to avoid any quarrel with General Sun. Yet here you are, arguing right off the bat. How amusing. Who is this General Sun, anyway?" It was said that he hailed from a family with several minds, a wealthy and influential figure who was rather unreasonable. Well, it seemed that enmity with him was an inevitable outcome. Otherwise, her mother wouldn't have foreseen it. By the way, why are you here today? My mother transferred her shares in the second hospital to me. I am now a shareholder as well. Tang Ziru looked somewhat radiant. Had it not been for her mother's provocation by Qin Yi, she likely wouldn't have been introduced to the family business so early. How bold! What else could Qin Yi say but to give a thumbs up, secretly pondering the motives behind Zhao Wan's actions? Lin Jiaqi cleared his throat and stated, "Although General Sun has departed, the majority of shareholders present still hold more than half. Thus the board meeting shall proceed. Allow me to briefly introduce this individual, the executive president of Fenghua University, Meng Zheng." After speaking, he turned to indicate another person, continuing, "This is Tang Ziru, the new shareholder of the Tang Group, and this is the newly appointed major shareholder, Qin Yi." Meng Zheng smiled amiably and waved, "I am the vice president." His demeanor was warm and friendly, exuding an air of honest simplicity. Principal Chow will retire in 2 years. You are surely the people's choice. Such words should not be spoken lightly. The two exchanged pleasantries for some time, while Qin Yi and Tang Ziru observed, finding both parties rather insincere and equally hypocritical. Once Lin Jiechi had finished his small talk, he presented the agenda for the board meeting. Today's topic is the proposal for Director Qin to engage in the daily management of the hospital, suggesting she assume the role of vice president in charge of personnel. I ask all board members to deliberate carefully and raise their hands to vote. As General Sun has expressed his disapproval of any proposal from Director Qin, we currently have one dissenting vote. May I inquire how old Director Qin is? Meng Zheng asked. 18. A formidable youth. Meng Zheng exclaimed. What do you think, President Lin? With a grin, he resembled a cunning fox. Qin Yi's youth is one aspect. Moreover, she is about to attend university, so I believe it is plainly inappropriate for her to hold such an important position. Hence I oppose. At this juncture, Lin Jiechi unequivocally articulated his stance. Indeed, I too shall cast a dissenting vote. Meng Zheng quickly followed suit. At that moment, all eyes turned to Tang Ziru's face. For her vote would determine whether Qin Yi could achieve her desires. This voting was not merely a matter of numbers, but rather the actual stakes held. Tang Ziru appeared notably anxious, rubbing her small hands as she pondered, then declared, I also oppose. The conference room fell into an utter silence. Qin Yi was taken aback by Tang Ziru's unexpected dissenting vote. Indeed, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Is this what they mean by lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot? Lin Jiechi had initially believed that the Tang family sent Tang Ziru to support Qin Yi, but her immediate opposition dashed those hopes. With their stock ownership surpassing 50%, Qin Yi's proposal was rejected. This revelation brought a beaming smile to Lin Jiechi's face, dispelling the clouds of uncertainty that had loomed over him. Indeed, his beloved niece was quite discerning, even prompting a change in his address to her. Meng Zheng cast a sardonic glance at Qin Yi, as if he were relishing the unfolding spectacle. Tang Ziru exhaled deeply and continued, allow me to finish my statement. My primary opposition lies in Qin Yi becoming the vice president. After all, we are of similar age, and appointing someone so young to such a significant position at the second hospital could unfavorably impact our institution and perhaps even lead to doubts among patients regarding our capabilities. Indeed, well said. Lin Jiechi's eyes sparkled with admiration for his niece. The audacity of Tang Ziru's words left Qin Yi with little room for rebuttal. After a brief pause, Tang Ziru composed herself and added, However, I do not oppose Qin Yi overseeing the hospital's regulatory affairs. In fact, I wholeheartedly support it. I propose that the board establish a dedicated supervisory committee, with Qin Yi as the head and myself as the deputy, supplemented by professional personnel. The scope of supervision will encompass personnel matters, medical affairs, physician evaluations, logistics, and financial matters at the second hospital, exercising the board's authority to report significant issues directly for resolution. Lin Jiechi's mouth dropped open in astonishment, as if he could fit an egg inside. Realizing that the Tang family's approach was far more formidable than her own, Lin Jiechi had never anticipated such a fierce stance from the Tang family. While it did not strip him of his power, it would keep him under constant scrutiny, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Especially given the rift between Qin Yi and the Lin family. If any incriminating evidence were to arise, Lin Jiechi would be in peril. Miss Tang, is this your personal stance or that of the Tang family? He inquired, his address to her now devoid of familial warmth. My mother stated that my views align with those of the Tang family. She replied firmly. I object. Lin Jiechi clenched his teeth, enunciating each word with deliberate intensity. I did not seek your approval. We can simply hold a vote. I refuse to vote in my capacity as chairman. Lin Jiechi, typically composed and humble, was now visibly agitated. Tang Ziru glanced at Qin Yi, her expression revealing her uncertainty about the efficacy of his refusal. My mother mentioned that as long as a majority of shareholders agree, any proposal presented to the board can be ratified. That is indeed the case. However, before we proceed, I would like everyone to review this. Qin Yi distributed a prepared detailed report to the attendees, one copy remaining due to Sun Dongzhu's absence. Lin Jiechi quickly recognized it as the financial statement from He. Although he had authorized it under strict confidentiality, how could Qin Yi have obtained it? Was there someone loyal to her within the hospital? Now is not the time for such thoughts. Lin Jiechi hastily clarified. This pertains to a friend of my brother who is facing financial difficulties, and my brother provided a guarantee allowing for this debt. Rest assured, even if he defaults, The Lin family will cover it. The hospital has established regulations regarding the extent to which patients may incur debts. Does he meet those criteria? If he does not, on what grounds have you granted him special privileges? Since Lin Jiadong is capable of providing a guarantee, why can he not make the payment up front? Is a debt exceeding 400,000 not subject to interest? Qin Yi would not let the opportunity slip away, seizing upon the opponent's vulnerability for a vigorous assault. What is this amount? A mere phone call, and the funds will be available by afternoon, Lin Jiechi asserted confidently. I am indifferent to when the money arrives. I am merely addressing the matter at hand. As the president and chairman of the hospital, you must hold yourself to a higher standard. How can we, the shareholders, place our trust in you? If you wish to engage in any underhanded dealings, it would be all too easy. Therefore, Tang Ziru proposed the establishment of a supervisory management group, to which I fully concurred, Qin Yi declared with righteous conviction. I, too, support the formation of a supervisory management group. Meng Zheng interjected, squinting his eyes and stepping forward to advocate for Tang Ziru. Among the four, 3 agreed to establish the supervisory management group, thus holding an absolute advantage in both numbers and shares. Lin Jiechi felt a ringing in his ears. A metaphorical blade now hung over his neck. The tide of opinion shifted abruptly. All arrows pointed at Lin Jiechi. Time seemed to stand still as his heart raced. He took a deep breath and conceded, very well. Since you are so insistent, I shall agree. Qin Yi shook the list in her hand, declaring, the funds must be secured by this afternoon. She then slammed the list onto the table and strode out of the room. Tang Ziru slowly rose, her voice soft and sweet. Uncle Lin, I shall take my leave as well. I hope the supervisory group can be established within 3 days. Lin Jiechi grumbled in response. Meng Zheng stood, patting Lin Jiechi on the shoulder, saying nothing, but exhaling deeply as he quickly departed. Lin Jiechi slumped back in his chair, overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat, a feeling he had not experienced in many years. After a considerable pause, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Brother, what is it? Make sure the hospital's debts are settled this afternoon, and take Ariai away. He is a bottomless pit. Lin Jiechi roared. What has happened? You know my cash flow is tight at the moment. Tight? Is that a concern compared to this? The Tang family and Qin Yi have joined forces, and now they are becoming more brazen. It's Qin Yi again. He is courting disaster. Be cautious. First it was Han Ling, then Wang Xian, and now the Tang family, each stepping forward to assist him. I have a nagging suspicion about this individual. Has Ariai's lesson not been sufficient? We must not act directly. We must use others to do our bidding. Lin Jiechi muttered. In the elevator, Tang Ziru smiled at Meng Zheng, saying, Thank you for your help today, Uncle Meng. No need for thanks, Meng Zheng replied, casting a curious glance at Qin Yi, but refraining from further inquiry. Qin Yi, unfamiliar with Meng Zheng, merely offered a brief greeting before lowering her gaze, lost in thought. On the surface, it appeared that Qin Yi had achieved a significant victory today, yet in reality, the Tang family was orchestrating the entire affair, and even Meng Zheng was aligned with them. This realization left Qin Yi feeling quite unsettled. Originally, she had merely aimed to wrest personnel authority from Lin Jiechi and ascend to the position of vice president, gradually undermining his influence within the hospital until the opportune moment to replace him. As a result of the Tang family's maneuvering, not only has the appointment of Qin Yi as vice president been thwarted, but has also likely provoked Lin Jiechi into a cornered frenzy, a scenario Qin Yi wishes to avoid. Should Lin Jiechi fall swiftly, Qin Yi presently lacks the strength to command the entire hospital. While she could assume the role of a major shareholder, gaining the position of president would indeed be challenging, potentially leading to turmoil within the institution, a foresight accurately perceived by the Tang family. At that juncture, the management rights of the hospital would most likely gravitate towards the Tang family, who might even consider acquiring Lin family shares. To drive away one wolf only to welcome a tiger is not the outcome Qin Yi desires. One must commend Zhao Wan's shrewd calculations. However, Qin Yi would certainly not allow herself to be a mere pawn. Upon exiting the hospital, Tang Ziru boarded the family's exclusive vehicle and sped away. In the parking lot, Meng Zheng spotted Qin Yi's sports car, his gaze particularly fixating on the license plate, momentarily taken aback by the quality of Chairman Qin's vehicle. A gift from friend, she replied. Ah, your friend is indeed quite generous. Not bad. I have a premonition that we shall meet again soon, Meng Zheng remarked enigmatically. Qin Yi's heart stirred, immediately grasping his implication. She smiled and said, I hope it is not an intense confrontation. It won't be. Farewell, Meng Principal. Take your time. No, it's Vice Principal, Meng Zheng corrected himself before entering an Audi and swiftly departing the parking lot. Just as Qin Yi prepared to start her car, a group of 7 or 8 individuals suddenly appeared in front of her vehicle, their expressions fierce and menacing. Among them was a familiar face, Sun Han, who had recently been suspended from the hospital, seemingly assuming the role of the ringleader. Qin Yi lowered her window. Smiling at Sun Han, "What is your intention? Do you wish to fight? I hear you just insulted my uncle, Sun Dongzhu. You dare utter my uncle's name." Sun Han bellowed, pointing at Qin Yi from inside the car. Qin initially thought the Lin family had come to trouble her, but it turned out to be Sun Dongzhu's men. Having just endured Qin Yi's wrath, Sun Dongzhu had sent his people to retaliate, evidently accustomed to his arrogance. "Speak plainly. Are you prepared to brawl here, or shall we move to another location? Do you not see the cameras surrounding us? Fool, do you have the courage to accompany me?" Sun Han was taken aback by Qin Yi's audacity. "Don't cry later. Lead the way," Qin Yi declared assertively. Chapter 63. A painful beating for Sun Han. A peculiar scene unfolded on Fengchang Street as a Lamborghini sped forth, trailed by several motorcycles, roaring towards the outskirts of the city. This did not resemble a planned confrontation. Rather, it appeared as though a wealthy heir was out for an excursion, flanked by a cadre of inept bodyguards. Outside a small grove, Qin Yi parked her sports car, lifted the door, and descended. The group swiftly encircled her, some brandishing the typical paraphernalia of a brawl, baseball bats and finger claws, though most wielded blunt instruments, with no one brandishing sharp knives or similar weaponry. During his suspension, Sun Han had idled away his time at his uncle Sun Dongzhu's mine, engaging in games of landowner and mahjong, quite a leisurely existence. Following Sun Dongzhu's humiliation at the board meeting, he had instructed the mine's personnel to deal with Qin Yi, and upon learning of this, Sun Han had accompanied them. After all, he bore the title of Sun Dongzhu's nephew, and this group had tacitly pushed him to the forefront. "My uncle has declared that this time he will teach you a lesson, instilling in you the importance of respecting your elders." Qin Yi chuckled softly before taking action. In a brawl, there is no room for idle chatter. With a swift punch, he struck Sun Han squarely in the eye, immediately leaving it swollen and streaming with tears, rendering him utterly incapacitated. The group surrounding him consisted not of seasoned fighters, but rather a mob of vigorous youth, intent on overwhelming Qin Yi through sheer numbers. With his senses heightened, Qin Yi perceived the world around him as if it had slowed to a crawl. Every attack directed at him unfolded in slow motion, arriving at half the usual speed. Initially, he found himself taken aback, instinctively retreating, only to realize that his own speed had increased rather than theirs diminishing. This sensation bore resemblance to the cinematic prowess of a superhero, where adversaries seemed to move in slow motion from his vantage point. Reality, however, was far less dramatic, primarily due to Qin Yi's still nascent abilities. Though exhilarating, he felt the energy within him rapidly depleting. He raised his hands and unleashed 7 punches. To an ordinary observer, the assailants had just reached his side when each received a blow to the eye in quick succession. The sound of impact was so rapid that it coalesced into a single resounding thud, as if Qin Yi had delivered but one punch. Several of them doubled over in pain, clutching their eyes, and Qin Yi followed up with a swift kick to each of their midsections. After toppling them, he turned his attention to Sun Han, delivering a series of blows that left his face battered and bruised, wailing in distress. "Stop! You'll kill him." One of the blonde-haired youths trembled, attempting to intervene. "I should mention, I am a doctor," Qin Yi retorted, "so I possess a better understanding of mortality than you might think." With that, he landed several more kicks on Sun Han, relishing the moment before finally ceasing his assault. This young man had long been an annoyance, and Qin Yi had yearned for the opportunity to confront him. Equipped with a high-definition dashcam, Qin Yi had recorded the entire encounter, from Sun Han's obstruction in the parking lot to their recent confrontation, leaving him unperturbed by the prospect of them filing a complaint. Yet, they likely lacked the courage to do so, which emboldened him to strike even harder. After all, it was not solely Sun Han who was loathed. Striking him was akin to slapping Sun Dongzhu's face. The group nodded in agreement, too intimidated to retaliate. Sun Han's visage was grotesquely swollen, mumbling incoherently, likely cursing Qin Yi under his breath. "Don't let me see you at the second hospital again. For such insignificant characters, there is truly no need to employ the sacred sound needle." As he departed, Qin Yi delivered a few final resounding slaps to Sun Han before swaggering to his vehicle. Dust swirled behind him, accompanied by a chorus of lamentations. As twilight approached, Qin Yi received a call from Wang Xian. who informed him that a representative from Fenghua University wished to meet with him. He promptly drove to Qin Yi Mountain Villa. Upon arrival, no security personnel dared to stop him, allowing him direct access to courtyard number 9. Steward Zhou greeted him with a warm smile and escorted him to another lounge, the Songtao Pavilion, where Wang Xian awaited. This particular room was characterized by its spaciousness. The furnishings were exceedingly simple, with only a set of rosewood tables and chairs occupying the center of the grand hall. Sitting there, one felt an expansive sense of freedom. Fine tea and sandalwood incense were essential accompaniments for Wang Xian. As they awaited the arrival of the university representatives, the two engaged in light conversation over tea. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, footsteps could be heard outside, and with a fleeting shadow, Meng Zheng stepped inside. "Huh, I told you we would meet soon." At this moment, Meng Zheng presented a different demeanor to Qin Yi than he had in the morning. He appeared to exude a certain candor, as though he had mastered the art of speaking freely. "I must trouble Principal Meng again." "Vice Principal." Meng Zheng and Wang Xian exchanged nods and took their seats across from Qin Yi. Wang Xian slowly rose, smiling as he said, "I share a special bond with Xiao Yi, so you may call me Old Meng. After all, he is still just a child. You two catch up. I shall retreat to my reading." It seems you're the only one who perceives him as a child. During the day, this lad nearly drove Old Lin to the brink of despair. I dare not underestimate him. Old Lin has been somewhat excessive these past 2 years. With that, Wang Xian exited the room. Qin Yi caught a valuable hint. It seemed that Wang Xian harbored some discontent towards the Lin family, and Meng Zheng was evidently aware, having intentionally mentioned Lin Jieqi's missteps. Once Wang Xian had departed, Meng Zheng retrieved an acceptance letter from his bag and cheerfully remarked, "You are the only freshman for whom I have personally delivered the acceptance letter. I must trouble Principal Meng again." This time, Meng Zheng did not refute, but instead replied, "Privately, you may call me Uncle Meng." "Oh, Uncle Meng, why is the department not filled in?" Qin Yi opened the acceptance letter and noted that all other information was completed and stamped, except for the department and major. "Uncle, I'm here to discuss this with you. Which department would you like to pursue?" Of course, you cannot choose clinical medicine in the medical department, but anesthesiology and basic medicine are still options. It appeared that the Tang family had already conferred with Meng Zheng. Otherwise, he would not be posing such questions to Qin Yi. "Can I ensure that I can take clinical medicine as an elective in my sophomore year?" "Vini studendi invited." Meng Zheng's expression faltered, and he replied softly, "There is no precedent for that. Clinical medicine is not available as an elective in the sophomore curriculum." Qin Yi scoffed inwardly. Had it not been for the prior arrangement with the Tang family, Meng Zheng would not have rushed to meet him. Being wrong during the college entrance examination and subsequently not securing a spot in his desired major seemed to lack precedent as well. "You speak quite bluntly for a child, aren't you, Uncle Meng? I say what I think. You must understand that for Fenghua University to acknowledge an admission error is utterly impossible. Therefore, refrain from bringing this matter up again. It will not benefit your studies here," Meng Zheng stated solemnly. "Is there truly no other way?" Qin Yi inquired, his gaze fixed on Meng Zheng, aware there was more to the story. "There are options, but they come with high demands. I relish a challenge," Qin Yi replied nonchalantly. Chapter 64. I wish to report. The sandalwood incense in the room had burned out, and the faint embers gradually extinguished, leaving the air in the room feeling remarkably fresh. As Meng Zheng gazed at Qin Yi's face, he suddenly perceived that this youth was anything but ordinary. As long as you achieve the top rank in your foundational courses during your freshman year, securing the opportunity to take clinical medicine in your sophomore year will pose no issue. Excellent. It's a deal. Meng Zheng hadn't anticipated Qin Yi's swift acceptance. He was momentarily taken aback. "You possess more resolve than I imagined. One must be spirited in youth." "Ha! The first place is not easily attained. I eagerly await the outcome. For me, it poses no challenge at all." If Meng Zheng were aware that Qin Yi achieved 6th place in the entire city after a mere 100 days of review, he would likely no longer view this achievement as daunting for Qin Yi. "Which department do you intend to choose? What major? Would you mind asking Uncle Meng about the available departments?" Qin Yi has not given it much thought. He perceives university merely as a platform for enhancing his reservoir of knowledge. Now that he possesses a national medical qualification, coupled with the opportunity to study clinical medicine in his second year, he effectively addresses the shortcomings of traditional Chinese medicine in clinical practice. The remaining knowledge can be absorbed like a sponge, regardless of its complexity. Crucially, Qin Yi is not concerned about job prospects after graduation. The resources at his disposal are sufficient for his endeavors. There are 59 departments, including computer science, civil engineering, automation, finance, and psychology. Meng Zheng truly stands as the most suitable candidate for the next presidency, effortlessly naming all 59 departments without omission. Initially, Qin Yi leaned towards the finance department, feeling a surge of excitement at the thought of senior sister Tao Hua managing trillions in capital. However, after Meng Zheng's introduction, he believes another department may be more suitable for him. So, which department have you chosen? I have opted for the library science department. Puffed. Meng Zheng spat out the tea he had just sipped. Even with his composure, he struggled to contain his reaction to Qin Yi's choice. You cannot be serious. This is an exceedingly obscure discipline. While one could secure a stable job in a library post-graduation, how many young individuals are drawn to such a seemingly bleak field? I have heard that those who emerge from library studies are exceptional. Child, perhaps you have indulged in too many novels. You scored 6,825 points, while the admission threshold for the library science department hovers just above 545 points. This is a sheer waste. It is not a wise choice. But I can still elect to take clinical medicine in my second year, right? This is it for me. Qin Yi has his own calculations. It is said that treasures lie within books. With a grand library at his disposal, how could he fail to acquire valuable knowledge? That is only if you are at the top of the entire school. Otherwise, you cannot select clinical medicine. Meng Zheng's voice rose in exasperation. I am aware. It is settled then. Have you no second thoughts? No, I have made my decision. Meng Zheng sat in stunned silence for a considerable time before slowly retrieving a pen from his bag and inscribing the 4 characters of library science on Qin Yi's admission notice. As he handed it to Qin Yi, he did not release his grip, pinching a corner of the notice. You still have an opportunity to change your decision before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you, Uncle Meng, but I will not change it. Sigh, what a stubborn child they have raised. One could almost wish to slap some sense into him. Such a waste. Truly a waste. Meng Zheng could no longer bear to linger for another moment and stood to leave. Uncle Meng, I have one more matter to discuss. Speak. Meng Zheng had yet to catch his breath. I wish to formally report my classmate Lin Kuan. He does not meet the special admission criteria for Fenghua University, indicating that some form of illicit exchange must have occurred during his admission process. Although Meng Zheng is responsible for admissions, Lin Kuan's case may not necessarily pass through him. Nonetheless, Qin Yi has decided to report it to Meng Zheng. Regardless of the outcome, he feels it is worth raising the issue. Meng Zheng wore an expression as if he were at odds with the Lin family. Yet he could not restrain himself from asking. I have perused Lin Kuan's information, and there seems to be no issue. There is a significant problem. Watch this video. I am merely an amateur, Qin Yi retorted, revealing the footage of his match against Lin Kuan, which starkly illustrated the disparity in their abilities. Meng Zheng's countenance darkened as he pondered for a moment before responding. Send me the video, but I cannot guarantee that I will take action against Lin Kuan. Understood. I merely detest the various forms of malpractice associated with the college entrance examination, Qin Yi replied. Meng Zheng silently thought, I can hardly trust you. The two exchanged WeChat contacts, and Qin Yi sent the video to Meng Zheng. As for how the situation would unfold, they could only leave it to fate. But it was certain that the Lin family would face discomfort. Wishing to bid farewell to Wang Xian, but the steward, Zhou, informed him that the elder had already retired for the night. Thus the farewell was postponed. Dad, I have received my admission letter. Really? Let me see it. Qin Dashan set aside his carving knife, washed his hands, and eagerly accepted the admission letter. After examining it for a moment, he furrowed his brow and inquired, what exactly is this library science major? It is a discipline established to cultivate outstanding professionals in library management for our nation. Consider the long history of the Great Xia Kingdom and the multitude of ancient texts. Without specialized personnel to manage and preserve them, those invaluable books would decay and vanish, resulting in tremendous loss. Do not take advantage of my lack of education. After all that, isn't it just a librarian? No, it is far more significant than that. We applied for clinical medicine, didn't we? Clinical medicine is full. What kind of nonsense is that? Just because it's full, they assign us to some obscure department? I will confront them tomorrow. Qin Dashan's indignation grew. Dad, my dear father, I have actually met with the admissions officer from Fenghua University. He assured me that in my second year, I can take clinical medicine as an elective, allowing me to graduate with a dual degree. The reason for assigning me to this department is to allow me to devote more time and energy to the medical field. Thus, after careful consideration, I was placed here. Observing Qin Dashan's furious demeanor, Qin Yi refrained from revealing the whole truth. Is that true? Absolutely. Look, this is Principal Meng's WeChat and his moments. Qin Dashan scrutinized it for a moment before exhaling in relief. Clinical medicine in the second year? A dual degree? Yes. Qin Yi transformed into the obedient child. Well then, since you will need to take graduate exams, pursue a doctorate, and postdoctorate studies, you can certainly choose a suitable specialty later on. Qin Yi mused that pursuing a postdoctorate might not be feasible. Casting a glance at the carvings on the table, she swiftly changed the subject. Dad, I feel that your solitary lifestyle lacks ambition. Why not find a few like-minded sculptors and establish a carving studio? We need not rely on it for income. The main thing is to ensure your skills do not go to waste. Upon hearing the mention of carving, Qin Dashin's eyes brightened. Indeed, I thought the lobster I had been eating lately lacked flavor. It turns out I have lost my zest for life, feeling like a salted fish. Perhaps you will not learn this carving technique, but I should indeed start a studio and recruit a couple of apprentices. That would be quite interesting. Qin Yi followed the slope down, envisioning the flourishing future of the carving industry and the endless glory of being a renowned sculptor, which nearly made Qin Dashin drool. Completely forgetting that Qin Yi had gone to the library. As the night enveloped them in a hazy twilight, father and son conversed by candlelight, sketching a vibrant future. Chapter 65. An incident occurred. In the ensuing 2 days, there was no word from the second hospital. Qin Yi remained unperturbed, as he did not wish to be a pawn for the Tang family. Toppling the Lin family would not benefit him. Heeding Qin Yi's counsel, Qin Dashin contemplated establishing a workshop. The past few days had been frenetic, as if powered by a motor, yet matters were not progressing as smoothly as he had hoped. Esteemed sculptors were unwilling to collaborate with Qin Dashin, while those of lesser renown did not meet his standards. Furthermore, the lack of a desirable shop left him feeling somewhat irritable. It's easy for you to say, a decent 2-story storefront demands a monthly rent of around 100,000, and with labor and utility costs, the annual expenditure would reach 2 million. Even if I wanted to dabble in this, I cannot squander money so recklessly, can I? Perhaps I should abandon the idea altogether and enjoy some leisure. Qin Dashin hesitated. Father, you must have faith in yourself. I've heard that carving a fine piece of jade can cost tens of thousands, even over 100,000 in labor fees. If you take on just 10 commissions a year, the rent would be covered, Qin Yi encouraged. But I lack fame. Who would spend so much to have me carve something? Fame is intrinsically linked to skill. Look at this bracelet. Many have asked me where I acquired it. Thus, you are merely one masterpiece away from recognition. Qin Yi gestured to the nut carving on his hand. Are you suggesting I go solo? My eldest son supports you. Even if it takes 3 to 5 decades, I can't afford the losses. Get lost. You're already cursing my business before it even opens. Qin Dashin retorted, contemplating as he took the car keys and stepped out. For the past few days, Qin Yi had been diligently studying business management. Noticing that Qin Dashin had left without much thought, he returned to his reading. However, by afternoon, when Qin Yi intended to ask his father what they would have for dinner, he found that Qin Dashin's phone was perpetually turned off, stirring an unsettling premonition within him. Could something have happened to his father? Perhaps he had gone to the sauna and forgotten to turn his phone on? Or was it simply out of battery? A flurry of thoughts plagued Qin Yi, heightening his anxiety. Qin Dashin was the most significant person in his life, and should anything happen to him, Qin Yi would undoubtedly be consumed by rage. Having checked all the usual places, the clock had struck past 7, yet there was still no sign of Qin Dashin. Qin Yi realized that something must have gone awry. Otherwise, his father would have called him to arrange a meeting at Dongwang Palace. After mentally reviewing all the acquaintances they had, he reluctantly dialed the butler, Zhou. Could you help me find out where my father is right now? Qin Yi inquired hastily. What is the matter? Zhou asked. He contacted me since he left this morning, and I fear he might be in trouble. Zhou hesitated for a moment before responding. Please hold. I need to consult with old Wang. The wait was excruciating. The only means of locating Qin Dashin now lay in tracking his phone. Locating a switched-off phone is not within the capabilities of an ordinary individual. It requires special connections. After approximately 5 minutes, Zhou called back. Please share your father's phone number with me. 13985. I will message you within 20 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Wang mentioned that there was no need for pleasantries. Qin Yi understood that Mr. Wang's intervention this time meant she owed him yet another favor. And debts of this nature are invariably repaid. In less than 20 minutes, Steward Zhou called. At the intersection of Shi Road and Bay Street, however, there had been no movement for 5 hours, so be mentally prepared. Understood, I will head over immediately. Qin Yi was in a state of frantic urgency. If anything arises, call me. She hastily ended the call, igniting the engine of the bull, which roared deafeningly as it sped into the distance, leaving a trail of curses in its wake. At this moment, Qin Yi could not afford to dwell on anything else. The image of Qin Dashin, drenched in blood and lying by the roadside, haunted her relentlessly. Within 10 minutes, her sports car appeared on Baishi Road. This location was approximately 5 kilometers from the city center, quite secluded, with lush cypress trees flourishing abundantly. The street was lined with 2- and 3-story storefronts, most of which were various studios, creating a picturesque environment. Qin Yi had no time to admire the scenery. At the end of Baishi Road, she finally spotted Qin-Yi Mercedes. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, Qin Yi leapt out, her heart racing. Surely, she wouldn't find Qin-Yi's lifeless body inside, would she? No, she could not help but exhale in relief. Though the absence of Qin-Yi's phone in the vehicle reignited her anxiety. Moving forward, she reached Fengsheng North Street, an old road leading out of Fengsheng and connecting to the national highway, where trucks occasionally whizzed past. Logically, the phone's location should be here. How could it not be found? Qin Yi glanced around, inhaling deeply, but yielded no results. It is important to note that Qin Yi's sense of smell was sharper than that of a dog. Had Qin-Yi just departed, she would have undoubtedly tracked him down by scent alone. Where was the phone? After searching tirelessly, she finally discovered Qin-Yi's phone beneath the car. The screen was shattered, appearing as though it had been viciously stomped on and kicked underneath the vehicle. This indicated a high probability that Qin-Yi had been kidnapped. Steward Zhou, could you assist me in retrieving the surveillance footage surrounding the phone? My father may have been abducted. Please await my updates. Vinyi Anjiosthia awaited, her mind racing with theories about who could be behind this. Her first suspicion fell upon Sun Dongzhu, a person known for his erratic behavior. After Sun Han's beating, he was likely seeking revenge. Next, she considered the Lin family, who had recently felt pressured by Qin Yi and the Tang family, coupled with the incident involving Air He. They might have retaliated. Regret coursed through her. Having offended so many, how could she have overlooked the possibility that they would target Qin-Yi? It was a grave oversight. However, the silver lining was that the assailants had merely kidnapped him without resorting to violence, indicating that further actions were likely to follow, either a ransom, some form of trade, or perhaps the shares in Qin Yi's possession. For Qin-Yi's safety, she would agree to anything. Yet Qin-Yi was an untouchable thorn in Qin Yi's side. Should any harm befall him, her wrath would likely obliterate her enemies, for they remained blissfully unaware of the terrifying power she possessed. The duration was rather protracted, nearly 40 minutes, before Steward Zhou finally made the call. The location of your father's incident lacks surveillance cameras. At present, the only known detail is that a suspicious off-road vehicle bearing the license plate phone 23875 was seen in the vicinity, albeit it was a counterfeit plate, departing towards the outskirts from North Street. The current whereabouts of this vehicle remain unknown, Zhou remarked with a hint of regret. Qin Yi bit her lower lip and quietly implored, please assist me in further investigation. We are still searching, but the prospects seem rather bleak. Thank you. Qin Yi concluded the call, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Chapter 66. The cunning second senior brother. As the night deepened, Qin Yi observed the surrounding lights. Yet her heart felt icy. After much deliberation, she dialed Xia Bing's mobile number. Little brother, I'm still indulging in beauty sleep. Xia Bing's languid voice resonated through the phone, suggesting it was the early hours on her side. Please hold on. Sensing the urgency in Qin Yi's tone, Xia Bing ceased her playful banter. Qin Yi's keen ears, attuned to the sounds, distinctly heard the rustling of clothing, conjuring vivid images in her mind. Footsteps ascended, followed by a knock on the door. What is it? Tao Hua, clearly irritable from being roused, inquired. Your junior brother is looking for you. That little rascal. Is he not allowing anyone to rest? Tao Hua grumbled as she took the phone. Senior sister, my father has been kidnapped, Qin Yi stated bluntly, getting straight to the point. Do not panic. It is unlikely to lead to anything severe. Since it is a kidnapping, simply await the demands from the perpetrators, and we shall devise a strategy then. He has already been missing for over 5 hours, and the kidnappers have yet to contact me. Are you eager to locate the abductors swiftly? Indeed, currently, we only know they drove a vehicle with a counterfeit plate. After a moment of silence, Tao Hua suggested, let us consult the second senior brother. The second senior brother? Yes. The vital information I require is typically procured from him. Procured? Qin Yi caught onto the significant word. He is a cunning, avaricious old rogue. I initially intended to keep you from engaging with him. Can he truly find my father? He is the heir of the divination branch within the Holy Sect's 7 factions. Even if he lacks knowledge, he can divine it. Is that feasible? Qin Yi was taken aback. She had contemplated selecting the divination branch during the faction selection, but was dissuaded by Tao Hua. When it comes to clients, you must harbor no doubts regarding the second senior brother. He excels in this aspect. Very well, Please provide me with his contact information. 13855. Do remember to exercise caution. Do not fall prey to schemes. I suspect you will undoubtedly be swindled. Thank you, senior sister. Should you require funds, feel free to call me. I can mobilize approximately 3 billion in a short time. Alright, it will not be needed immediately. Qin Yi hung up and directly dialed the second senior brother's number. After an extended wait, the call was finally answered. Qin Yi politely greeted, "Hello, this is..." "What nonsense? Little junior brother, your father has been kidnapped. Hasn't he?" The voice on the other end was sharp and urgent. "What?" Generally, when I receive a call from an unfamiliar number, I would cast a divination. There is nothing surprising about this. Remember not to employ personal connections or familial ties with me. I conduct business transparently, with fairness to all. However, today marks my initial collaboration with my junior apprentice, and I'm inclined to offer you a generous discount of 20%. Naturally, you may also opt for a membership, which would grant you free access to all information for an entire year. My second senior brother's chatter resembled the rapid fire of a machine gun as he spouted a plethora of words. "Is this truly you, my second senior brother?" Qin Yi suddenly felt as if she were ensnared in a telemarketing scam. "Nonsense. If I were not your second senior brother, how could I possibly know that your father has been kidnapped? Moreover, you just spoke with that little vixen, Taohua, who surely did not speak highly of me, did she? Yet, I remain unperturbed, for she is a diamond member in my circle. Very well. Can you disclose my father's current whereabouts? Is it a single inquiry or a membership? Or the fees? A single inquiry costs 100,000, while a membership for a year is 2 million, and that is the discounted rate. So as a member, I can inquire about anything?" Qin Yi harbored grave doubts regarding the legitimacy of the supposed discount. "Indeed, then I shall take the membership." Qin Yi murmured, "I knew you were affluent, junior apprentice. You see, within our sacred sect, the medical branch holds great promise, while my divinatory branch often falls short. Could you at least provide me with my father's location? You shall soon know his whereabouts." "I must hang up now," my second senior brother abruptly declared. "What do you mean?" "Literally, prepare the cash. I will come to collect it in the next few days. I require cash." After uttering this, my second senior brother hung up the phone. Qin Yi felt a throbbing pain in her head. What madness is this? Why must she pay 2 million? Especially when she had received no useful information. Where on earth is her father? Everything is in utter disarray. Just then, Qin Yi's phone rang again, displaying an unfamiliar number. "Who is this?" she asked, her tone sharp. "Your father is in my possession," came the low voice on the other end. "Dai." Qin Yi's ears were keen. Having encountered Dai previously, she recognized his voice, even though he deliberately lowered it. "Is this even possible?" Dai semi surprise. Continuing. "Arrive at the abandoned glass factory in Xiaozuan within half an hour, or be prepared to receive your father's remains. Wait for me." Qin Yi thought it curious that her second senior brother could have anticipated Dai's call. How extraordinary. There was no time for further contemplation. She swiftly drove her sports car down North Street, heading towards the outskirts of the city. With the rapid development of the market economy, many villagers sought pathways to wealth, pooling resources to establish factories in hopes of reaping profits from the market tide. However, most faced dire failures, with only a small fraction surviving, leading to a life of hardship. The glass factory in Xiaozuan exemplified this scenario. A hasty decision led to the project's initiation, but the quality of the glass produced was woefully inadequate, resulting in its closure within 2 years. Consequently, the village secretary resigned in disgrace, leaving the vast factory abandoned, devoid of even a security guard. Following the navigation, Qin Yi soon arrived outside the factory walls. Rather than recklessly driving in, she parked at a distance, uncertain of the number of individuals present inside. Instead of using the main entrance, she scaled the rear wall and discovered a suspiciously plated off-road vehicle in front of the factory building, where dim lights flickered and voices could be heard. Listening intently, Qin Yi's expression turned peculiar as she swiftly entered the factory building. In the midst of a factory, a fire blazed, beside which stood a dilapidated table fashioned from bricks and wooden planks. Upon it lay peanuts, pig's head meat, and a large salad, accompanied by 2 bottles of white liquor. Qin Dashin and Dahei sat face to face, merrily exchanging toasts, while a wheelchair rested behind Dahei, with Ariai bound to it, drooling and utterly oblivious to his surroundings. What was the situation? Wasn't he father kidnapped by Dahei? Qin Yi, you must have a word with your son. He has been rather heavy-handed. Look at what he has done to my brother. Dahei, oblivious to Qin Yi's entrance, continued conversing with Qin Dashin, his tongue slightly slurred. Brother, fret not. Today, by your request, I will handle this matter decisively. Qin Dashan, who had previously sworn off alcohol, inexplicably found himself drinking again. Enough said, it's all in the drink. Cheers. I cannot consume so much. Then save it for your goldfish. Qin Yi furrowed his brow, having previously considered his father somewhat unreliable. Today, he realized the extent of that unreliability. If only he had called ahead, it would have spared him the anxiety and the need to deceive his second brother for 2 million. Chapter 67. A Satisfactory Resolution. The scene at the abandoned factory, with a small table and the unconscious Arei, was undeniably bizarre. The moment Qin Yi stood beside Qin Dashan, he finally exhaled in relief. He knew his father was safe. Ah, my dear nephew, you have arrived. Dahei raised his glass fearlessly. Who is your nephew? Qin Yi replied coldly, contemplating whether to render him a vegetable. You little rascal. How dare you speak to my brother like that? Qin Dashan interjected, frowning and glaring at Qin Yi. Now that his father had spoken, Qin Yi had no choice but to obediently remain silent, observing the two men. Do not misunderstand. Arei and I were driven out by the Lin family. We are utterly cornered. Initially, I planned to abduct your father to coerce you into releasing Arei. Yet, I discovered a connection with your father, and thus we found ourselves drinking together. I ask nothing of you, but to show mercy and spare Arei. As Dahei spoke, his eyes glistened, as if possessed by a dramatic spirit. Xiao Yi, is it truly you who has reduced him to this state? Vin dasan chastisit vini. Though his eyes communicated a different message, signaling to ease up. Is your health intact? Vini cantarit. All is well. I am well-fed and well-watered. Qin Yi turned to Dahei, coldly stating, I have already made it clear that I will not rescue Arei. He once harbored murderous intent towards me. Do you truly believe I could pardon someone who sought to take my life? Dahei's expression shifted, a mixture of surprise and anger flashing across his face. He abruptly stood, shouting, It is my failure as a brother. I confess my mistakes. I assure you, should Arei cause you any further trouble upon awakening, I shall personally see to his demise. While he spoke, Dahei's hand stealthily crept towards a dagger at his waist, prepared to fight should Qin Yi refuse. Brother, do not be hasty. Qin Dashan quickly positioned himself between the two, pushing Dahei aside while admonishing Qin Yi, Xiao, it is better to resolve enmity than to foster it. I have spoken. Release Arei. The brothers have their own burdens to bear, as they care for their ailing mother, who is over 70 years old. Qin Yi originally intended that if Dahei were to harm his father or use him as leverage, he would ensure that Dahei would not leave unscathed today, even if it meant allowing him to accompany his brother. Of course, in the initial stages, whether it involved money or saving Arei, Qin Yi would comply, and once his father was safe, he could always deal with the two brothers later. However, the current situation has become rather chaotic, with his father stepping in to assist Dahei, which has left Qin Yi in a state of hesitation. Seeing Qin Yi's silence, Qin Dashan kicked in the rear, exclaiming, Am I not being heard? Hurry and untie him. Dahei looked at Qin Yi with eager anticipation. After much contemplation and glancing at Qin Dashan's anxious face, Qin Yi addressed Dahei. All of this is the doing of the Lin family. When you left them, they likely spread rumors that I was the one who harmed you and even suggested using my father as a bargaining chip. But what is the reality? They were unwilling to spend money on your brother and unceremoniously cast you aside. I can heed my father's wishes to save Arei, but you must agree to assist me with a task. What task? Dahei, sensing Qin Yi's concession, subtly relaxed his grip on the dagger. Break Lin Kuan's leg. Dahei, having decided to act against Qin Dashan, realized that the Lin family would undoubtedly play a dishonorable role in this matter, thus settling old scores alongside new ones. Dahei paused for a moment, gritted his teeth, and nodded resolutely, saying, I will see to it. Upon hearing Qin Yi's request to break Lin Kuan's leg, Qin Dashan initially considered dissuading him, but upon recalling how Lin Kuan had once had him beaten, he fell silent. Why should the Lin family always bully them? Simply because they are ordinary people and kind-hearted. This was the knot in Qin Yi's heart. To repay injustice with justice was only fitting. This task will not be in vain. I will provide you with 100,000 yuan shortly. But remember, regardless of when it happens, this is about you standing up against the Lin family for casting you brothers out and teaching Lin Kuan a lesson. Qin Yi understood the principle that there is no motivation without benefit. After acquiring a luxury sports car, he had grown accustomed to keeping 200,000 yuan in cash for emergencies. Rest assured, my nephew, we brothers are born to handle the dirty work and will never betray our employer. Dahei grinned at the mention of money. Who is your nephew? Qin Yi muttered to himself. With matters having reached this point, his priority was to save Arei. if this fellow still harbored thoughts of revenge. Qin Yi was prepared to take action against He as well. Qin Yi produced the Holy Ming Needle, which emitted a brilliant light and swiftly approached He. Qin Dashan widened his eyes, completely unaware that his son possessed such skills. He had been lying in bed for nearly a month, looking emaciated, with loose skin and a foul odor emanating from him. If he continued in this state for another 2 months, he would be utterly lost. This fellow was cruel. Had it not been for Qin Dashan's intervention, Qin Yi would not have wished to save him. However, sparing He had one advantage. It would add another enemy to the Lin family. As Qin Yi locked the door, he naturally remembered the sequence of needle application. After delivering several quick jabs to the back of He's head, he stepped back. Ouch! You bastard, Qin Yi! He cursed as he opened his eyes, fury gleaming within them. He was initially overjoyed, but upon hearing He insult Qin Yi, he swiftly approached and delivered a sharp slap, admonishing him to refrain from speaking recklessly. He, bewildered, realized he was bound to a wheelchair. His memory frozen at the moment Qin Yi had pricked his head with a silver needle. He questioned, "Brother, why do I feel utterly powerless? You've been lying down for nearly a month. It's remarkable you feel anything at all." He retorted. A look of terror crept across He's face as he turned to Qin Yi, stammering, "You have truly rendered me a vegetable? You should thank your brother. Without him, I would never have saved you." Qin Yi replied, his gaze fixed intently on He, scrutinizing his every move. "Brother, is this true? Indeed, when you sought out Lu Jiadong, he not only expelled us without a penny but also claimed that I owe them 500,000 in medical fees. What a scoundrel." He succinctly recounted the recent events. "How dare the Lin family treat us this way? I shall not let them off lightly." He's face darkened with fury. "It's only because they perceive us as useless. Enough of this. Although Qin Yi has harmed you, she has also spared you. My relationship with Qin Yi's father is quite solid, so we shall let this matter rest. You are not to cause any trouble for the Qin family henceforth." Dai declared severely, "I swear I will not seek revenge against the Qin family." He voted loudly. Qin Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was preferable not to turn both of them into vegetables, which would have caused considerable complications, especially with their father. He is coming out to collect the money. Qin Yi assisted Qin Dashan as they made their way outside. All right. He felt a surge of joy. Caring for a patient was no simple task. And had He continued to lie there, He feared he might lose his sanity. The three exited the factory and walked into the deepening night. Chapter 68, A Father-Son Bet. As the sports car gradually departed from Shao Village, He could be seen waving goodbye, clearly harboring a sense of regret for not having met Qin Dashan sooner. "Dad, you should have called me earlier. I was frantic." Qin Dashan rubbed his wrist and softly replied, "Your father was bound and uncertain if your arrival would pose a threat, so I refrained from contacting you." "Did he hit you?" Qin Yi slowed the car. "He did not strike me, but initially, He intended to use me to coerce you. Had it not been for your father's astuteness and a generous dose of heartfelt advice, he would never have released me, and matters would not have been resolved so smoothly. Dad, you have suffered. I shall hire a few bodyguards to protect you." Qin Yi understood that persuading He was no easy feat. Any misstep could have resulted in a far worse situation, considering He was no saint. "Hire bodyguards? Just avoid causing me more trouble," his father replied. "Son, the righteous path in life is fraught with challenges. Approach your endeavors with care and leave some room for leniency." At that moment, He pushed me to my limits, and while I was preoccupied with preparing for the college entrance examination, he sought to eliminate me. Qin Yi held steadfast to his principles and would not waver due to his father's words. "The Lin family has indeed gone too far," sighed Qin Dashan, recognizing that this matter was not his son's fault. "Will He keep his promise? I do not know, but if He refrains from action, I shall personally ensure that Lin Kuan's legs are broken." Qin Yi stated darkly, "Child, your demeanor is so filled with hostility. Are you involved in a gang of thugs?" Qin Dashan, in a fit of anger, pinched Qin Yi. Qin Yi remained silent. Regardless of the circumstances, having wealth is advantageous, at the very least. It prevents the Lin family from easily bullying us. Indeed, at least I have come to realize that even indulging in lobster daily can become tiresome. You two have grown weary of it? I can manage for a few more days. We can't dine out every day. It's detrimental to my appetite," suggested Qin Yi. "Perhaps I should take over the cooking, albeit my dishes may lack flavor." "What do you mean by lacking flavor?" "It's a miracle I haven't been poisoned yet." In truth, Qin Yi had hardly ever tasted the meals prepared by her father. During her schooling, there was the cafeteria and meal service, Mostly just breakfast, consisting of either frozen food or instant noodles. We need to expedite the search for a housekeeper. Qin Yi remarked with a hint of embarrassment. We should also hire a bodyguard. I certainly don't require someone shadowing me every day. It's rather bothersome. You had a drink today? I was compelled to. The moon emerged from the thick clouds, casting a dim, ethereal glow that seemed to coat the road in silver. The sports car sped away into the night. The following day, both rose quite late. Qin Yi noticed dark circles under Qin Yi's eyes. Evidently, the previous day's kidnapping had shaken him, though he was reluctant to display any cowardice in front of her. They first purchased a new phone. Then Qin Yi insisted on taking her father to Baishi Road to retrieve the car. Not wanting Qin Yi to dwell on the events of yesterday, she suggested, "Let us revisit that shop. A larger space may prove useful." Certainly, the three-story storefront, flanked by 2 cypress trees at the entrance and featuring a small courtyard at the back, appeared quite appealing. This shop had previously served as a carving studio, but had closed down due to poor management. While no carving machines remained, some office furniture was still present. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling glass windows, the entire first floor was visible, bathed in ample light and a pleasant atmosphere. Just 1 floor would suffice for me. 3 is rather excessive, especially with a monthly rent of 120,000 yuan, Qin Yi lamented. Your studio requires at least 2 floors to accommodate your works. A small stone processing machine and raw materials, so 3 floors are just right. I can still do the math, but even so, that leaves an extra floor. Doesn't it? The first floor can be mine. We can share the rent, splitting it equally. What do you plan to do with the lease? You're about to start school. I intend to open a clinic. After obtaining my medical license, Qin Yi had envisioned establishing a clinic. Otherwise, her mastery of the sacred gate medical arts would be in vain. Initially, she had contemplated opening a specialty clinic at the second hospital, but the strong interference from the Tang family caused her to reconsider. Although that location would attract many patients, it would also restrict Qin Yi's freedom. Nothing is as convenient as running a clinic. The major stakeholders in the hospital may signify wealth for Qin Yi, yet the title of a renowned physician commands respect. Everything is unfolding according to Qin Yi's vision. The clinic is merely one component of her plans. Do you truly have the time to attend to patients? Qin Yi expressed his skepticism, especially considering he doubted the authenticity of Qin Yi's medical license. Time can be carved out, provided one is willing to invest the effort. The pressure from the library department is non-existent for me. Thus, this matter is settled. We agreed. The first floor is mine, the second and third are yours. And we'll share the utilities and rent, seeing who turns a profit first. Qin Yi challenged her father with a playful glint in her eye. Qin Yi understood that this was not the time to hesitate. How could a mere clinic possibly rival my studio? Very well. Let us set a year as the deadline. Whoever fails to profit shall close their doors. My dear father, do not regret this. You insolent boy, your father has never lost a wager. Indeed, you have never lost, for you have not dared to engage in a bet with anyone. As the two exchanged banter, Qin Yi called the landlord. Initially, the landlord had been somewhat indifferent upon hearing that someone had viewed the property the previous day, yet when informed of the signing of the lease today, he appeared at the shop's entrance in less than 5 minutes. I must have someone remove this door. We need to install a new entrance on each side, was the landlord's first remark upon arriving, his expression darkening. Are you renting or demolishing? I merely wish to give you a heads up, as we are both co-tenants and competitors, requiring separate entrances. Additionally, I intend to renovate the interior according to our specifications. Qin Yi would never agree to have patrons of the studio traversing through his clinic, even if it were his father's studio. Are you 2 separate entities? No, we are one family. After considerable time, the landlord finally grasped the nature of their relationship and the purpose of the rental. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, I'm afraid this property is not available for rent. You intend to open 2 establishments, a clinic and a studio, and also wish to undertake renovations and partitions? It sounds quite burdensome. I suggest you look elsewhere. Qin Yi felt a pang of disappointment, especially after the lively conversation with his son, only to be rejected by the landlord. Observing his father's expression, Qin Yi calmly remarked, I no longer wish to rent this shop. I have decided to purchase it. Name your price. Chapter 69. I have a senior brother. The Qin father and son had their eyes set on a property, but when they sought to lease it, they were met with rejection from the landlord. Are you jesting? You wish to buy this property? Do you know the market value of this shop? I may not know the price, but I understand that things possess their worth. Qin Yi replied nonchalantly. This shop spans 602 square meters, and the current market rate for surrounding shops is 40,000 per square meter. totaling 24.08 million. Young man, I could let you off with a zero. Can you afford 24 million? The landlord wore a disdainful expression. As Qin Yi was about to respond, Qin Dashin pulled him aside and whispered, "Our funds are locked in a fixed deposit. Withdrawing them now would be unwise. Perhaps we should refrain from purchasing the shop for now and explore the area a bit more." "No need, I have the funds. When did you acquire such wealth?" Qin Dashin was unaware that Qin Yi had sold 2 pieces of jade. "Who said your son is not affluent?" Qin Yi offered no further explanation, merely patting his father's shoulder. Realizing that his son was capable of purchasing the property, Qin Dashin's spirits lifted, and he began to survey the surroundings with increasing satisfaction. "Are you buying or not?" The landlord's patience waned. "Certainly, we are interested in buying, but the price cannot be dictated solely by you. Do you take me for a fool?" Qin Yi found the landlord's arrogant demeanor quite distasteful and was inclined to negotiate the price. "The crucial question is, can you afford it?" Qin Yi dismissed the landlord's query, pressing a button on his remote control. The headlights of a Lamborghini parked on the street flickered. Upon seeing the car, valued at over 10 million, the landlord's astonishment was evident, yet his demeanor softened, and a more amiable smile appeared on his face. Qin Yi dialed the number of his second elder brother, as he was already prepared to purchase a membership and was eager to assess his expertise. "Second elder brother, I am considering acquiring a commercial property on Baishi Road. What are the current prices in that area?" Both sides of Baishi Road and Fengsheng are lined with legitimate shops, as it is in proximity to the antique street. Initially, there were plans to develop it into a carving street, establishing a hub for jade and stone carvings. However, due to a miscalculation of the jade sales volume and the star effect of master carvers, 80% of the shops have been struggling to survive. Eventually, the notion of a carving street was abandoned, as only 2 or 3 shops were thriving. When the shops were first constructed, the price was 180,000 yuan per square meter. It has undoubtedly increased over the years. Which property are you inquiring about? The cultivation methods of disciples from the sacred gate should be consistent. Thus, it is quite natural for the second elder brother to possess an exceptional memory. However, the fact that the other party is not from Fengsheng yet recalls these details so vividly surprised Qin Yi. Shop number 59. This particular shop has been listed on the rental website for over 2 years, with an asking price of 21 million yuan. A discount is available for full payment, but it has attracted little interest given the low foot traffic in the area. Besides serving as a studio, it is only suitable for office use, and its distance from the city center makes purchasing an office building a more viable option. Based on my estimation, the seller would likely accept around 20 million yuan. "Thank you, second elder brother. I charge a fee. There is no need for gratitude. I am about to board a flight. Let us meet tomorrow at 2 o'clock at the Pink Chain Hotel, and please have the cash ready. See you tomorrow." It appears that this expenditure is worthwhile, as I have at least discerned the landlord's bottom line, thereby avoiding any potential pitfalls. Let us discuss the price. As Qin Yi spoke, he opened the rental website on his phone and located the sales information for the property. 23 million. I will reduce it by 1 million. Is that generous enough? The seller continued to demand a higher price. 20 million, Qin Yi stated calmly. How is that even possible? Young man, there is no way you can negotiate like that. To drop the price by 3 million, do you really think I would sell? You would sell, Qin Yi replied, directing his phone screen towards the landlord's face. The property prices here are not nearly as high as you claim, and this shop is not easy to sell. It has remained unsold for 2 years. Do you not have any awareness of this? The landlord was taken aback that Qin Yi had directly accessed his property listing, which indicated an asking price of 21 million. Stammering, he added, "It is rumored that a premier commercial district and upscale residential area are set to be developed nearby, which will certainly drive up land prices. Such claims have been made for over a decade with no progress. Let's focus on the present. You wish to sell, and I wish to buy. 20 million in full payment, and we can complete the transaction today." The landlord hesitated momentarily before slapping his thigh. "Can you truly pay the full amount today? Bring the property deed, and we can go to the real estate office for the transfer. At that time, the money will be directly transferred to your account." As Qin Daxian observed the landlord walking away, he gave a thumbs up. "Son, your bargaining skills are truly impressive." Qin Yi smiled. "That is thanks to my second elder brother." Second elder brother? A remarkable individual whom I have yet to meet. While processing the paperwork at the real estate office, Qin Yi received a call from Tang Ziru. "Lin Kuin's left leg has been broken. This matter does not concern you, does it?" Qin Yi paused momentarily, taken aback by Dahei's swiftness. What did it have to do with her? If it were her, she would have simply shattered his 3 legs. Ugh, Qin Yi, can you speak properly? You genuinely do not know about this? Truly unaware? I only just heard it from you. What exactly is happening? Lin Kuan was out for a morning jog when he was ambushed by a masked man, who wielded a steel pipe to break his leg without any theft involved. The Lin family is notorious for their ruthless actions, so it is not surprising that they have made enemies. The thought of Dahe resorting to violence, yet knowing how to disguise himself, brought a mischievous delight to Qin Yi's heart at the sight of Lin Kuan's current state. Just now, Dean Lin informed me that he needs to address Lin Kuan's situation, thus postponing matters concerning the supervisory team, which is quite bothersome. Oh, I have no objections, considering the gravity of the incident in their family. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. The Tang family seemed to be provoking him, likely attempting to force the establishment of the supervisory group. Yet Qin Yi refused to take the bait. Of course it is being handled. But didn't Dean Lin request a leave of absence? We can wait a bit longer. All right then. By the way, this Sunday at 3 o'clock, I will be hosting a graduation banquet at Dongwang Palace. Do come early. As July approached its midpoint, graduation banquets began to proliferate, with some eager parents organizing them immediately upon receiving the acceptance letters. After all, it represented not only an opportunity for display, but also a lucrative occasion. Naturally, classmates are not expected to reciprocate gifts, as they had all recently completed their college entrance examinations. Exchanging gifts would seem rather superficial and excessively social. Qin Yi had no intention of organizing a graduation banquet, yet upon the invitation from Tang Zuru, she readily agreed. Chapter 70. Someone loves to dig pits. The transfer procedures proceeded smoothly, with the landlord directly providing Qin Yi a bank account number, and she promptly transferred the funds, visibly relieving the landlord. Upon exiting the hall, the landlord expressed that he would not be taking their car, but hurried to the bank with his wife, likely for other financial matters. Although the shop was initially intended to bear the name Qin Dashin, he insisted on having it registered under Qin Yi's name, ultimately yielding to his father's wishes. 1 million. Qin Dashin suddenly declared. Then it shall be 1 million. Qin Yi understood her father's intentions. With the shop purchased, there would be no rent pressure. Thus 1 million became the agreed profit target for the two of them. In truth, this gamble seemed somewhat unreasonable for Qin Yi. It was quite ambitious for a small traditional Chinese medicine clinic to aim for a profit of 1 million a year. However, Qin Yi was no ordinary physician. Endowed with the sacred teachings, accumulating wealth was not particularly daunting. Qin Dashin, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, pressed the accelerator, the engine roaring like a beast. Upon returning to the shop, the two of them took out paper and pen to meticulously plan the entire establishment, including the back courtyard, where they intended to construct 2 garages and an underground stone processing area. They were uncertain if excavating a basement would be permissible, but since it was their property, they could do as they pleased. The matter of the business license also needed to be prioritized. Qin Yi took it upon herself to seek assistance from Steward Zhou. Qin Dashin named his sculpture studio with a pen name Shanren, while Qin Yi opted for a simple title, the Divine Healer Traditional Medicine Clinic. The task of finding a renovation company was entrusted to Qin Dashin, for his unique insights in art appreciation would likely drive a conventional renovation firm to madness. The opening date was tentatively set for August 20th, when both establishments would commence operations simultaneously, fostering fair competition. Observing Qin Dashin's confident stride, Qin Yi felt reassured that this decision was indeed wise. Although they had acquired wealth, it was essential for them to remain engaged in tangible pursuits. Otherwise, a life of idleness might become a torment. As for the Lin family, there was no cause for concern. Even if the connection to Dahe were uncovered, it would be difficult for them to suspect Qin Yi as the mastermind, as they would simply attribute Dahe's actions to a personal vendetta against them. Dahe displayed remarkable cleverness by disguising himself to approach Lin Kuan and ensuring that Ariai remained in the shadows, thereby making it challenging for the Lin family to draw any connections to Qin Yi. However, the matter of hiring bodyguards still required attention, as did the need for a nanny. Qin Dashin was somewhat dilatory in this regard. Perhaps he could consult with his second senior brother. The prospect of their meeting the following day suddenly filled Qin Yi with anticipation. Although his second senior brother had a reputation for being somewhat mercenary, he did not seem as deplorable as the rumor suggested. Unfortunately, this favorable impression did not last long. The following afternoon, Qin Yi arrived punctually at the Pink Chain Hotel, carrying 2 million in cash. The front desk staff escorted him to the 3rd floor CAF, where in a private room, he finally encountered his second senior brother, whose voice he had only heard until now. In his 60s, with hair as white as snow slicked back, his gaunt cheeks and high cheekbones lent him a somewhat simian appearance. Upon closer inspection, his countenance was far from flattering. clad in a dark blue long robe and wearing small round black sunglasses. One might have mistaken him for a street fortune teller, were it not for his bright eyes fixed intently on Qin Yi. Beside him stood a young woman in her 20s, strikingly attractive and possessing an impressive figure. Yet her heavily made-up face bore an air of worldly experience. "I am your second senior brother, and this is my girlfriend, Lena," he introduced. Had Qin Yi been sipping tea, he would have likely choked at the sight of the considerable age gap between them, making their relationship seem rather peculiar. No wonder Tao Hua referred to him as an old lecher. Lena, seemingly accustomed to such looks, coldly remarked, "You two converse. I have something to attend to," and she departed without exchanging a word with Qin Yi. "She has that temperament. People often misinterpret me," as her grandfather, his second senior brother, quipped. Qin Yi found this self-deprecating humor far from amusing, eliciting no smile from him. "This is the payment for you," Qin Yi stated, feeling that since they were finally meeting, it was best to hand over the money. "How much?" came the inquiry. 2 million, Qin Yi replied, puzzled, for this amount had been previously agreed upon. "When do you plan to provide the remaining 200,000? Suddenly, his second senior brother's expression turned grave. "What remaining 200,000? Qin Yi was taken aback. "Did I not make it clear? The fee is 100,000 per session, and the membership is 2 million. This is merely the 2 million, he insisted. No. 2 days ago, you inquired about your father's abduction incident, and yesterday, you sought information regarding purchasing a house. Both inquiries occurred prior to your membership subscription. Thus, we must adhere to the single inquiry fee standard. Ah, my second senior brother, I was under the impression that I was already a member, merely lacking in payment. Young junior brother, rules are rules. Prepare another 200,000, and we may continue our discourse. Otherwise, any question you pose may incur a fee." This was Qin Yi's first time being so brazenly taken advantage of, and despite Tao Hua's warnings, he could not evade it. "Second senior brother, you are quite something." Qin Yi gritted his teeth and remarked, "Young junior brother, you are commendable as well. In the future, you shall amass wealth, so do not fret over this trifling sum. This piece of information is complimentary." Qin Yi rolled his eyes and gestured a disdainful sign before obediently departing to procure the funds. It must be said, in the realm of information services, second senior brother is indeed a professional. Even after being duped, Qin Yi was still willing to collaborate with him, likely akin to Tao Hua's sentiments. Upon handing over the additional 200,000, he smiled and proclaimed, "Welcome, young junior brother, to become a regular member of the Pink Information Service Company, enjoying complimentary services within this province. Pink, all industries associated with the Pink brand belong to me. What does complimentary provincial information entail?" Qin Yi was taken aback. The Pink Company spans various sectors, including dining, entertainment, chain hotels, and transportation, all under second senior brother's purview. The privileges of a regular member are confined to the province. For nationwide access, one must obtain a premium membership. How much is a premium membership? 20 million. According to second senior brother, you currently have no need for it. What about senior sister Tao Hua? She enjoys global information sharing, but the pricing remains confidential. Second senior brother replied with a smile. "If I wish to inquire about senior sister's detailed information, is that not permitted?" Clever. Firstly, she does not belong to your province. And secondly, your rank does not allow you to access information of members of the same or higher tier. Second senior brother grinned mischievously. "Can I understand that as long as someone is a member of your company, I cannot inquire about their related information?" Second senior brother whistled in agreement. "It is mutual, and other regular members cannot access your information either." Qin Yi's expression darkened as he pressed on. "What other information am I prohibited from asking? Please tell me all at once." Regular members do not enjoy divination services. Should you wish to utilize this service, it incurs a separate fee. Qin Yi felt a pang of anguish. Truly, this is a trap. Chapter 71, A Trap Within a Trap. The numerous restrictions imposed on regular members serve only to compel clients to pay more to ascend to premium membership. This hunger marketing tactic is commonplace and easily ensnares individuals unwittingly. Could you enlighten me about the Holy Sect? Qin Yi was woefully ignorant of the Holy Sect. The Holy Sect is a loose and unregulated organization. You may perceive it as the progenitor of 7 branches, existing solely to ensure the continuity of the Holy Sect's 7 divisions. The branches operate independently, seldom intersecting. How many disciples does each branch harbor? Qin Yi was curious about the scale of the Holy Sect. 1. Each branch comprises merely a single disciple. Qin Yi initially believed he had joined an illustrious sect, only to discover that, including his master, there were merely 8 individuals. Was this a mistake? Indeed, I refer to the fact that there is only one formally recognized disciple within the Holy Sect, excluding subordinates, employees, or errand runners. This scarcity is primarily due to the limited availability of the celestial transformation elixir, which is currently insufficient for distribution. Should you ever master the art of concocting the celestial transformation elixir, it may very well contribute to the growth of the Holy Sect. The weight of revitalizing the Holy Sect now rests upon your shoulders, dear junior apprentice. So press on. But I lack the formula for the celestial transformation elixir.
Qin Yi reflected, realizing that he possessed no such recipe in his mind. His master, however, has it. Where is master? I have never seen him. I do not know.
Are you also passing down teachings on behalf of the senior sister? The mention of senior brother caused the second senior brother's voice to tremble slightly, laden with suppressed emotion. Who is this senior brother? You would not wish to encounter him. He is the nightmare of all. The senior brother derives great pleasure from taking lives. A chill ran down Qin Yi's spine. Where is he now? He is currently pursuing a person named Xie Feng across the world, for this individual has slain Liang Jun. Who is Liang Jun? He was the former inheritor of the medical branch. A sudden cacophony echoed in Qin Yi's mind. No wonder Tao Hua only allowed him to choose the medical branch. It was because the previous inheritor had been slain. Noticing Qin Yi's pallor, the second senior brother quickly intervened, saying Liang Jun was overly ambitious, constantly uttering sentiments about saving the world, yet he neglected his cultivation. Moreover, when the holy talisman issued a warning, he failed to take cover, which ultimately led to his demise. What does it mean when the holy talisman issues a warning? Did Tao Hua not provide you with a holy talisman? The second senior brother inquired, puzzled. Is this it? Qin Yi produced the golden talisman hanging around his neck. Upon seeing it, the second senior brother's face turned ashen, and he asked tremulously, Did you create this hole? Yes, it was to avoid losing it. My dear heavens, this is the holy talisman. It conceals the mysteries of the universe within its formation. When you are in mortal peril, it will emit an alarm sound in advance. I cannot assure you whether this one remains functional. Qin Yi's complexion turned pale, and his palms were sweaty, inwardly cursing Tao Hua for not admonishing him at the time. Mind your words. The second senior brother was displeased. This was his establishment. The female technician must be replaced. Her skills are lacking, and in comparison to mine, cough. Cough, when will you finish? This concludes our session. Dear junior apprentice, do not be overly anxious. Always contemplate the brighter side. Are you suggesting that this hole does not affect the talisman's functionality? Could you possibly vanish immediately? I find you intolerable. It is common knowledge to eliminate the healer first. The medical branch is akin to the healer's role, and it would be strange if they were not the primary target. For any matters, call. The second senior brother swiftly departed the room, embracing Lena, while the junior apprentice's mood soured. After some time, Qin Yi managed to compose himself and stood to leave the room, only to be halted by a female attendant. Sir, you have yet to settle your bill. I had coffee with your boss. Are you expecting me to pay? I am sorry, but I do not recognize the boss you mentioned. Additionally, the grandfather who brought his granddaughter, who received a skincare treatment on the 5th floor, has also been charged to this room, totaling 1,046 yuan. The waitress spoke with a solemn demeanor, questioning the young man's intentions. Do you intend to dine and dash, looking so respectable? How dare you swindle me out of over 1,000 yuan? Qin Yi felt utterly speechless, harboring deep disdain for this second-rate individual, and proceeded to pay and descend the stairs. However, as she reached the lobby on the 1st floor, a gaunt man intercepted her. Pray tell, what further mischief has that old scoundrel wrought? You must be surnamed Qin, the one reputed for healing? He inquired, his voice laced with anxiety. Upon hearing his words, Qin Yi scrutinized him closely. Standing approximately 175 meters tall, with short hair and an unremarkable face, he would easily blend into a crowd. His tattered shirt and coarse trousers bore a patch, a rarity in modern times, indicating perhaps a cherished attachment to them. Notably, his hands were calloused, suggesting a life of labor, and his left hand was missing a pinky, as if severed by a sharp instrument. Aside from the unmistakable odor of someone who seldom bathes, she detected a faint metallic scent of blood, hinting at a peculiar profession. My surname is Qin, and indeed, I possess healing abilities. What is it that you seek? At this, the man knelt before her without hesitation. I implore you, kind sir, save my wife. Why have you come to me? She pressed. An old man took the last 986 yuan I had and claimed that only you could save her. He murmured. Such a scam. Qin Yi thought, her brow furrowing in annoyance. Noticing her frown, the man's expression hardened. and he declared coldly. The elder stated that if I relinquish all my funds to him, you could save my wife. Should you fail, I demand a tenfold return. Is he trying to entrap me? Qin Yi's displeasure grew, yet she maintained her composure and inquired, what affliction does your wife suffer from? Late-stage liver cancer. I am a doctor, not a deity. Late-stage cancer is notoriously resistant to acupuncture and herbal remedies, Qin Yi replied, reluctant to assure him of a cure. While the sacred art of healing might be astonishing, her training was still nascent, and many potent elixirs remained beyond her current capabilities. The man clenched his hands, an overwhelming aura emanating from him as he gazed intently at Qin Yi. I, Chunjiu, have traversed through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, solely desiring my family's safety. Yet, fate is unkind. My wife lies gravely ill, and I have exhausted my fortune in vain attempts for her recovery. Should you heal her, my life is yours. Qin Yi felt a flicker of emotion, inhaling deeply as she regarded the man's resolute visage. Very well. Lead me to your wife, she replied softly. It would be unjust to unleash her frustration on him for the actions of another, especially since she had yet to meet the patient. Wiping away his tears, the man quickly rose and made his way outside. Chapter 72. Chunjiu. The man was named Chunjiu, perhaps indicative of having 9 children at home, which inspired his name. His gait was distinctive, reminiscent of a cat, his legs lifted gracefully, landing soundlessly. Each step taken was shrouded in an eerie precision, with the people and objects surrounding him serving as meticulously arranged shields, as if he were perpetually anticipating an imminent attack. Qin Yi, trailing behind, felt an escalating sense of dread. This was not merely a display of prowess, but rather a habitual instinct honed over years, a life ingrained deep within him. His earlier words about traversing mountains of corpses and seas of blood now resonated with a chilling authenticity. It was evident that his opponent possessed inner strength and was likely a martial arts master. Was there a profound purpose behind his senior brother's actions? Vignes pondered quietly. Chunjiu mentioned that their home was not far from the Pink Hotel, yet after more than half an hour of walking, they arrived at a dilapidated and chaotic area of shanties. It appeared that his understanding of distance diverged from Qin Yi's. This shantytown belonged to the Southern District, where low rents attracted many migrant workers. I am not that precious, Qin Yi thought, following Chunjiu along a somewhat muddy earthen path into the neighborhood. Did you manage to get the medicine? Is Mei Mei feeling any better? Many recognized Chunjiu and greeted him with kind inquiries. However, Chunjiu merely nodded grimly, his silence heavy as he forged ahead. From the low walls, Qin Yi glimpsed 2 rundown rooms within a modest courtyard littered with plastic bottles and cardboard. As they reached the entrance, the scent of medicinal broth wafted from inside. Pushing open the gate, he was met with a heart-wrenching sight. On the bed lay a woman, her emaciated frame and sallow complexion betraying her dire condition. It was evident she was gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death. Her face, once likely adorned with beauty and grace, was now ravaged by suffering. A slight bulge in her upper right abdomen starkly contrasted her gaunt form. Late-stage cancer patients endure excruciating pain that can break even the strongest spirit. At that moment, the woman bit down on a stick wrapped in white cloth, beads of sweat cascading down her face. A small girl, no older than 6 or 7, cautiously held a bowl of medicinal soup, her dirty hands trembling, evoking a visceral ache in the observer's heart. The patient was Chunjiu's wife, Tianxia, and the girl was their daughter, Mei Mei. Upon seeing Chunjiu enter, Tianxia gently released the stick from her mouth and, with great effort, implored, Jiuji, let me go. Chunjiu's eyes reddened as he softly replied, Wife, I have found someone to save you. Let us endure a little longer. Tianxia's gaze then shifted past Chunjiu to Qin Yi. The dim light obscured her view of his face, but she recognized him as an exceedingly young boy and managed a bitter smile, saying, It's futile. I am truly exhausted. Mom, speaking is a waste of energy. Please drink the medicine first. Mei Mei, understanding and compassionate, approached her mother, gently blowing on the soup in the bowl. You cannot drink it. Qin Yi's eyes also glistened with unshed tears. Yet he stepped forward to take the bowl from Mei Mei. Brother, this medicine will ease Mom's pain. She must drink it. Mei Mei looked up at Qin Yi with earnest eyes. Brother has come to treat your mother and will prescribe new medication. Let us hold off on this one for now. Qin Yi tenderly stroked Mei Mei's hair, as brittle as dry grass, a testament to her long deprivation of nourishment. Brother, Mimi, darling, this is the doctor whom your father has invited. Qin Yi gently pulled the little girl Mimi aside to prevent her from disturbing Qin Yi's treatment. "Your brother is quite young," she exclaimed. "He is a most skilled doctor." Qin Yi encouraged Mimi, while simultaneously fortifying his own spirits. His current state of mind was a true reflection of the saying, "Desperate times call for desperate measures." Qin Yi delicately set the medicine bowl aside. By its aroma, he discerned the presence of various medicinal herbs such as chuanxiong, yanhuo, yujin, and jiangwang, all renowned for their pain-relieving properties. "Do not waste your time on me," he stated. A beam of light illuminated Qin Yi's face, and Tianxiao's eyes widened as she beheld his youthful and handsome visage. "Let me give it a try," she urged, as Qin Yi placed his hand upon her slender wrist. As his senses awakened, a vivid, three-dimensional image materialized in his mind, yet his brows furrowed deeply. In a mere minute, he released his grip. "How is it?" Qin Yi inquired eagerly. "I will inform you shortly." Although Tianxiao was already aware of her grim prognosis, Qin Yi remained reluctant to discuss her condition in her presence. He retrieved his needle pouch and swiftly produced 7 sacred sound needles. "Mr. Qin, in the past 6 months, Qin Yi has traveled with his wife and child across half of the great Xian nation. Regardless of their skill, no physician dared to administer acupuncture to his wife. Trust me and remain silent," Qin Yi replied nonchalantly. Qin Yi hesitated, choosing not to speak further. Perhaps this truly was an opportunity. The sacred sound needles, a treasure of the sacred sect, not only allowed spiritual energy to flow through the fine needles, but also possessed self-purifying properties, eliminating the need for sterilization. With deft precision, Qin Yi swiftly inserted 7 needles around Tianxiao's abdomen, their tips trembling ominously against her skin. Mimi, displaying considerable courage, fixed her gaze upon her mother's reaction, prepared to confront this handsome brother should her mother exhibit any signs of discomfort. Tianxiao, intending to voice her thoughts, suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness in her eyelids, and, with her abdominal pain subsiding, she succumbed to a wave of drowsiness and drifted into slumber. "Is Mama asleep?" Mimi exclaimed in astonishment. For Tianxiao, plagued by severe pain, sleep had become her most coveted luxury. Previously, she could rely on a sedative in the hospital, but now at home, her only recourse was medicinal pain relief, which, regardless of whether they were traditional or Western remedies, proved increasingly ineffective. The torment of insomnia, coupled with relentless pain, caused her weight to plummet from 110 to 63 pounds, and she felt she could scarcely endure any longer. Qin Yi's face radiated excitement. Could this truly be a fortunate gamble? The elderly man with white hair appeared to be a living deity, confirming his beliefs. Qin Yi signaled to Qin Yi, suggesting, "Let's step outside to converse." Once in the courtyard, Qin Yi regarded Qin Yi intently and said quietly, "The situation is not promising. Please enlighten me." "I am mentally prepared," Qin Yi replied, unconsciously adopting a more respectful tone. "I need not elaborate on the tumor. You're likely well aware of the circumstances. Instead, I will address the treatment options." "That sounds good." Qin Yi bit his lip, covering his mouth with his hand, biting down hard enough to draw blood from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 73. Life and Death. In a dilapidated courtyard, 2 men stood face to face, their words poised to determine a woman's fate. "I want Tianxiao to survive. Since marrying me, she has endured years of solitude, managing a small eatery while caring for the elderly and children, never once enjoying a moment of happiness. I seek no afterlife. I desire only to treat her well in this life, allowing her to live comfortably." Tears streamed down Qin Yi's face. Had anyone known that he could weep, they would surely have been astounded. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yi spoke. "There is a more radical approach. Though its success rate hovers around 50%, it requires a gamble. If we succeed, your wife will not only survive, but will live as a normal person. If we fail, she may not survive the surgery." "What method?" Qin Yi grasped at this last glimmer of hope. "First, you must understand that her condition is dire. We are racing against death, and the conventional medical procedures I can offer are lengthy. Her vitality is already waning." Qin Yi stared at Qin Yi in disbelief. Having spent considerable time in various cities, consulting no fewer than 30 specialists in oncology, he knew all too well the precariousness of his wife's situation. "I have visited the imperial capital, the magic city, and the mountain city. Not a single doctor has claimed they could remove the tumor. They all warned that surgery would result in her immediate demise. Thus, we must gamble. Trust me without doubt." Qin Yi fixed his gaze upon Qin Yi, conveying that this was the sole method to save Tianxiao. If Qin Yi questioned Qin Yi's capabilities, then perhaps the patient was better off without treatment. Such is the nature of the world. Even the most earnest efforts to assist another require their consent. Otherwise, they may be futile or even counterproductive. This holds true even among family. And to Qin Yi was but a stranger. With a pained expression, Qin Yi fiercely tousled his hair and sank to the ground. One option promised a painless 6 months, while the other risked immediate death from surgical failure. Regardless of the choice, it was a harrowing decision. If the surgery succeeds, will she truly return to a normal life? Determination flickered in Qin Yi's eyes. Certainly, I can assure you of that, provided the surgery is successful. I consent to the operation. What are your terms? He declared resolutely. He was no child, fully aware that love is not bestowed without reason. I impose no conditions. I cannot presently cover the medical expenses, but whatever the cost, name your sum, and I will gather it within 3 days. You seem to be at your wit's end. What do you plan to procure the funds? Qin Yi claim it. Since I have decided to take on this responsibility, it is my concern. We are strangers. I have said that the money is not your concern. But regardless of the amount you owe me, that remains unchanged. As long as you save my wife's life, I would toil endlessly, Qin Yi fervently asserted. For him, the only currency he could offer was his very life. How tragically poignant. Qin Yi, unwilling to exacerbate the situation, interjected, saving a life is paramount. We must contact an ambulance. The patient requires immediate transport to the hospital. Understood. Qin Yi responded without hesitation, dialing a number while hastily gathering belongings from the room. Qin Yi exhaled deeply and dialed his second senior brother's number. Are you trying to lead me to my doom? Not at all. I am here to assist you. Surely, you must have sensed my genuine intentions. What's going on? I'm afraid I can't divulge details about Qin Yi. It's confidential. Just know that he is exceptionally formidable. Qin Yi paused for a moment before responding. I cannot employ someone whose background I do not understand. After a brief hesitation, the senior brother continued. I can only tell you that he belongs to a special operations group under the Security Bureau, so his loyalty is beyond question. Very few know of him domestically, but in southern countries, the mere mention of 9 fingers sends various factions into a frenzy of fear. Then how is he in such dire straits? How could a person of his caliber lack even the funds for his wife's medical treatment? Nonsense. Is this your idea of helping him? Accepting money only to pass him on to me? Dear junior brother, I swear on my conscience. Is it only you who can heal his wife? If even you cannot, then she is surely doomed. In the future, be direct with me. Do not ensnare me in riddles. All right, esteemed member. Farewell. Regardless of Qin Yi's words, the senior brother remained unperturbed and swiftly hung up. At that moment, a shrill sound echoed from afar. The ambulance had arrived. Qin Yi packed a large backpack. For a bedridden patient, the necessities were numerous. Mei carried a smaller bundle containing 2 garments and several tattered comic books, indicating her adaptation to the frequent hospital visits. Suddenly, Qin Yi felt a pang of sorrow as he gazed at Mei. She was younger than his sister had been when she departed. Mr. Qin, may I trouble you for the fare? Qin Yi bit his lip. Qin Yi nodded slightly. When the ambulance reached the gate, everyone helped lift Tian Xiuyo onto the vehicle. Qin Yi climbed aboard as well, instructing the driver to take them to the second hospital and to pause at the entrance of the Pink Chain Hotel. The nurse accompanying the patient noticed how soundly she slept and chose to remain silent. Inside the ambulance, Qin Yi exchanged mobile numbers with Qin Yi and added him on WeChat. Subsequently, Qin Yi transferred 50,000 yuan to Qin Yi, understanding that he could not constantly be by Qin Yi's side to cover expenses. Qin Yi expressed profuse gratitude, feeling reassured that Qin Yi was genuinely invested in saving his wife rather than merely deceiving him. Upon arriving at the Pink Hotel, Qin Yi disembarked and urged Qin Yi to proceed with the hospitalization procedures at the second hospital, assuring him he would follow shortly. Chapter 74. A Series of Misfortunes. The incident occurred abruptly, leaving Qin Yi no time for careful consideration. He prioritized saving a life. Sitting in the car, Qin Yi pondered for a moment before dialing Tang Ziru's number. I wish to speak with Aunt Zhao regarding a matter. Oh, my mother is home. Please hold on. Tang Ziru descended to hand the phone to Zhao Wan. Aunt Zhao, please forgive my boldness, but I seek your assistance. Qin Yi needed to find a skilled surgeon for an operation, and Zhao Wan, renowned as the finest surgeon in Fengshan, was his first thought. What is it? Zhao Wan's voice was calm. Qin Yi recounted Tian Xiuer's predicament to Zhao Wan, sharing her own thoughts as well. There was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. You are referring to Tian Xiuer, correct? Her husband brought her to the first hospital, and I have reviewed her scans. This patient is beyond saving. Young one, I must remind you that your traditional medicine practitioner license does not permit you to perform tumor excisions, nor even to participate in the surgery. Do you truly believe I would jeopardize my career by undertaking such a hopeless procedure? I am afraid I cannot comply. I might make some concessions regarding the second hospital, in conjunction with the Tang family. Naive. Beep, beep, beep. Zhao Huan did not allow Qin Yi to finish and abruptly ended the call, showing a complete lack of courtesy. Prior to the call, Qin Yi had anticipated such an outcome, but was taken aback by the other party's resolute and somewhat unpleasant demeanor. With his path blocked, Qin Yi had no choice but to seek alternative options, for there were undoubtedly other skilled surgeons at the second hospital capable of performing such operations. Arriving at the hospital's entrance, Qin Yi received a message from Qin Yi, who had completed the admission procedures and instructed her to proceed directly to the ward. Upon entering, Qin Yi frowned slightly. It was a three-person room, with two other patients occupying the beds and a handful of family members engaged in lively conversation. Given Tian Xiuer's grave condition, a tranquil environment was necessary. It was uncertain whether Qin Yi was trying to save costs or if it was the hospital's arrangement. The nurse informed her that no single rooms were available. Please don't start unpacking just yet. I will inquire further. No need for trouble. We can make do, as long as Xiuer's surgery is arranged promptly. You may be able to adapt, but the patient cannot. Qin Yi proceeded to the nurse's station. Mimi watched Qin Yi leave, disliking the room, particularly the overly jovial lady in the bed, as if being ill was a cause for celebration. By chance, nurse manager Li Lan happened to be at the station. Why wasn't Tian Xiuer assigned a private room? Upon recognizing Qin Yi, Li Lan felt a bit of a headache. The last time, when the hospitalization details of Ari were leaked, Dean Lin had been furious, demanding to identify the culprit behind the betrayal. Fortunately, it fell to Li Lan to investigate, but the outcome had yielded no results. Let us talk over here, Li Lan whispered. They moved to a quieter spot, and once assured of their privacy, Li Lan lowered her voice. The dean specifically called to instruct that Tian Xiuer not be allocated a private room. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. What is Lin Jieqi up to? He shouldn't be aware that Tian Xiuer is my patient. Why would he act so maliciously? She nearly suspected that Lin Jieqi was disguising himself as someone else. Why? Initially, I was unaware, but after inquiring with other nurses, I discovered the reason, though it may not be entirely appropriate for me to disclose it to you. Li Lan's eyes flickered, appearing quite troubled. Do you know who tends to meet the most tragic fates in dramas? Who? Double agents. All right then, just ensure you don't attribute this to me. Li Lan understood that Qin Yi was pressing her for information, while it was not an ideal time for choices. She could not afford to offend such a significant stakeholder as Qin Yi. That is indeed the case. I have heard that this patient sought treatment at our second hospital, attended by Director Lin. It is said that the encounter was quite unpleasant, nearly escalating into a confrontation with the patient's family. This time, the family directly opted for the emergency department, where they were attended by Director Wu. Given the severity of the patient's condition and the family's insistence on hospitalization, arrangements were made for admission. It is unclear who indiscreetly informed Director Lin of this matter, as he already harbored grievances against Director Wu, prompting him to approach the hospital dean. The dean suggested placing the patient in a three-person ward, intending for the patient to be discharged after 2 days of medication. Li Lan quickly recounted the events. Who is Director Lin? He is the head of surgery, Lin Hao. Why does he share the same surname? Because he is the eldest son of Dean Lin, a distinguished graduate of the medical department at Fenghua University, a fact you surely cannot be unaware of. Is Director Wu the same as Wu Wang? What discord exists between him and Lin Hao? To elaborate would take time. Li Lan appeared to be quite the gossip connoisseur, well-versed in the hospital's inner workings. To summarize briefly, Wu Wang was once the most skilled surgeon in our hospital's surgical department. When Lin Hao arrived with a strong presence, he naturally resented being overshadowed. In just a few years, Wu Wang was relegated from thoracic surgery to the emergency department, while Lin Hao ascended to the position of head of surgery. Is it any wonder that tensions arose between them? Qin Yi let out a cold snort and said to Li Lan, immediately arrange for Tian Xiuer to have a private ward. I will confront Lin Jieqi. Or should I wait until you finish speaking before making adjustments? Do you wish to play both sides? Qin Yi departed the inpatient department, heading straight for Lin Jieqi's office. Upon reaching the door, she heard a commotion inside. Rather than rush in, she honed her auditory senses to eavesdrop on the conversation within. Dean Lin, regardless of whether the patient survives, we, as doctors, must exert every effort to save them. This was Wu Wang's voice. Young Wu, you have been in the hospital for many years. You must have witnessed the cycle of life and death. Medically, This patient has been sentenced to death. There is no possibility of survival. Furthermore, the family is quite unreasonable. If the patient were to perish here, they would certainly cause a scene. This was Lin Jieqi's response. The compassion of a healer. If we cannot save them, it is fate. However, as long as the patient's family believes in us and requests continued treatment, we should strive to find a solution, rather than push them to another hospital with an air of indifference. Wu Wang was visibly agitated. This is a private hospital. We do not indulge in such na-ve sentiments. Lin Jieqi slammed the table. The three continued their heated argument, and after listening for a while, Qin Yi abruptly pushed open the door and strode in, not bothering to knock, fueled by her indignation. The essence of a hospital lies in its commitment to care, not merely in being a private institution. As long as the patient has even a glimmer of hope, we must dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly, Qin Yi declared coldly. Upon seeing Qin Yi, Lin Jieqi's ire subsided somewhat. He could reprimand Wu Wang, but he would never dare to scold Qin Yi. Ah, Director Qin, you have arrived. We are merely discussing the matter at hand. Beside him, Lin Hao, a tall man in his 30s with prominent features and an air of superiority, registered Qin Yi's presence with a slight curl of his lip, displaying a hint of disdain. And who might this be? Director Lin Hao is my eldest son. Lin Jieqi does not shy away from it and directly clarifies their relationship. It is likely because this eldest son is exceptionally outstanding, a source of pride for Lin Jieqi wherever he goes. A young achiever indeed. To attain the position of director at the age of 30 is no small feat, especially if it were not for his father being the hospital president. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Although Wu Wang sensed that Qin Yi was advocating for him, he had no desire to get embroiled in the shareholders' disputes and turned to leave. Wait, Director Wu. I have matters to discuss with you, Lin Jieqi called out. What matters? Wu Wang inquired. Tian Xiaoa is a relative of mine, and I arranged her hospitalization here, as well as her upcoming surgery in a few days, Lin Jieqi stated. Are you joking? Do you even know what illness she has? It's late-stage liver cancer, and you want her to undergo surgery? Not to mention whether her body can endure it. Even a liver tumor resection is not something just any doctor can perform. Given the patient's current condition, if surgery is forced upon her, she likely won't survive the observation period, Lin Hao interjected, unable to contain his indignation at the challenge to his expertise. Are you suggesting that Tian Xiaoa is beyond saving? Indeed, from a medical standpoint, she has been sentenced to death. If I cannot treat her, then no one can, Lin Hao declared with an air of arrogance. But what if someone manages to save her? Then I shall write Lin in reverse. Qin Yi's words were a direct affront to Lin Hao's fundamental medical understanding, and it was unsurprising that he reacted with urgency. Lin Jieqi, however, was confident in his son's judgment and smiled as he addressed Qin Yi. Director Qin, it is normal for someone who is not a doctor to speak out of turn. Xiao Hao, you are too agitated. Who says I'm not a doctor? Qin Yi narrowed her eyes, casting a cold glare at Lin Jieqi. What do you mean? I have obtained a national medical practice certification. Thus, I am a physician and not speaking out of ignorance. Qin Yi replied calmly. Lin Hao snorted dismissively. At your young age, even with certain connections, the best you could obtain is a general practice certificate, not a clinical special permit. Can you perform liver tumor resections with that? Perhaps in other provinces? Minor surgeries could be done, but not under the policies of this province. Being a graduate of a prestigious medical institution, Lin Hao was well versed in the intricacies of the medical system. I never said I would perform the surgery. I meant him, Qin Yi declared, pointing at Wu Wang. Wu Wang, upon being pointed at, shuddered, his face turning pale. He had reviewed Tian Xiao's scans and was acutely aware that, given the current state of the patient, surgery was indeed impossible. With Qin Yi now suggesting he undertake the surgery, it seemed a ludicrous proposition. No, I truly cannot perform this surgery, Wu Wang insisted, shaking his head vigorously. Allow me to finish, Qin Yi said, casting a composed glance at Wu Wang. Yes, let's hear what Director Qin has to say. Lin Hao interjected. The patient's condition is critical, and I have discussed a plan with her family. Director Wu will solely be responsible for the removal of the liver lesions, while I will oversee the rest, and any unforeseen complications will be my responsibility, Qin Yi asserted earnestly. You take responsibility? That is laughable. We're dealing with a human life. What can you offer in terms of responsibility? Lin Hao's shoulders shook as if he had just heard a jest. Director Qin, I truly cannot perform this surgery, Wu Wang reiterated emphatically. Wu Wang felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead, growing increasingly anxious upon hearing Qin Yi's remarks. To him, this young man appeared to be recklessly bold. Do not jest. Reality will strike you harshly. If the patient is saved, I need not have you write the character Lin in reverse. A simple exchange of positions with Director Wu will suffice, and you shall take over the emergency department. But what if the patient cannot be cured? Lin Hao is no fool. If the treatment fails, I shall look to your Lin family for guidance at the board meeting. How does that sound? Excellent. It is settled. At this moment, Lin Jieqi leaped forth, seizing a splendid opportunity. Should Qin Yi heed the Lin family's counsel at the board meeting, the second hospital would once more belong to them, would it not? Wait, I cannot agree. Wu Wang was on the verge of tears. What nonsense is this? You wager, yet I must bear the brunt of it. This is absurd. This is a task assigned by the hospital, and you must accept it. You claim to be a healer with a benevolent heart, do you not? Moreover, did you not hear? Should any issues arise, Director Qin will bear the responsibility, Lin Jieqi asserted loudly. This indeed confounded Wu Wang somewhat. Well then, I shall confer with Director Wu regarding the treatment plan. By the way, I have arranged for the patient to be placed in a private room. Qin Yi offered Wu Wang no opportunity for further contemplation as she pulled him out of Lin Jieqi's office. In the instant the door closed, Qin Yi could hear the raucous laughter from within. There will come a time for your tears. As they made their way to the inpatient apartment, Wu Wang's countenance resembled that of a bitter gourd, contorted with distress. Did you have any dreams when you first arrived at the second hospital? Qin Yi suddenly inquired. What? Wu Wang struggled to keep pace with Qin Yi's train of thought. Dreams. Ah, nothing beyond the commonplace desires for success, fame, and fortune. Those rather banal aspirations, he deflected. Have you achieved them? Wu Wang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Not only had he not succeeded, but he seemed to drift further from his dreams. Life inevitably demands difficult choices. Success may lead one down an entirely different path, while failure may not render one's situation any worse than it is now. Wu Wang grasped the underlying message in Qin Yi's words. Their initial encounter had been when he brought Du Yuan to the hospital, and the seemingly upright and kind young man had transformed into this current version of himself. Do you know what I am risking? I have stated that should anything go awry, I will take full responsibility. You may confirm this with the patient's family immediately, and I assure you that you will remain at the second hospital until retirement. Wu Wang considered this and replied, after meeting with the family, I will give you my answer. Very well, we must expedite the drafting of the surgical plan. The patient cannot afford to wait. Alas, Wu Wang sighed deeply, feeling as though he had boarded a pirate ship, unsure if he would ever reach the shore. Chapter 76, Lifting Doubts. The single rooms at the second hospital were far superior to those at the first hospital, boasting complete and well-equipped facilities, epitomizing the advantages of private healthcare. Upon entering, Qin Yi found Mei Mei comfortably reclining on the sofa, engrossed in an old picture book. Tian Xiaoa remained miraculously asleep, while Chen Jiao held her frail hand. His eyes filled with tenderness. This is Director Wu. He may very well become the chief surgeon for the patient. Qin Yi deliberately emphasized the word may. Chen Jiao was not foolish. In fact, he was quite astute and promptly grasped Qin Yi's intentions. Hello, Director Wu. This surgery will be conducted under Mr. Qin's supervision. Regardless of the outcome, whether or not we save Xiao Yi as a family member, I am prepared to accept full responsibility and assure you that I will not cause any trouble for anyone involved. I would also like to review the patient's previous scans. Could you please provide them for me? Wu Wang nodded politely, having shed his earlier anxiety. Chen Jiao retrieved the most recent images and handed them to Wu Wang. Qin Yi glanced over and pointed at a shadow, stating, the tumor has increased in diameter by another 13 centimeters. Do you have any updated scans? No. I discovered it through pulse diagnosis. Wu Wang widened his eyes. He had heard of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners who could determine the location of tumors through pulse reading. Yet he had always been skeptical. If Qin Yi was not fabricating this, it seemed even more extraordinary. I will prepare a requisition for further tests shortly. Wu Wang thought it prudent to verify the truth of Qin Yi's claims. Of course, a preoperative examination was standard procedure. Wu Wang engaged Chen Jiao in conversation about Tian Xiaoyi's recent condition, but ultimately did not confirm whether he would be the one to operate. After their discussion, Wu Wang rose to leave, and Qin Yi followed him outside. The two arrived at the corner of the corridor, where Qin Yi looked at Wu Wang and said, before you make your decision, I need you to understand one critical point. This surgery is essential because the patient cannot survive for more than 6 months. Setting everything else aside and focusing solely on the patient, should we take this risk? Should we attempt this once? Wu Wang lowered his head, contemplating for a long while, while Qin Yi patiently awaited his response. All right, you have persuaded me. Count me in. Excellent. One day, you will realize just how wise today's decision was. I hope I can wait for that day. Wu Wang quipped humorlessly. When is the earliest we can perform the surgery? The soonest would be in 5 days, next Tuesday. We need to replenish the patient's blood, potassium, and albumin. Otherwise, she will most likely be unable to undergo the operation. Very well. Please order whatever the hospital requires without concern for expenses. I will also prepare some nourishing herbal preparations to help restore her health. Understood. I will begin arranging the surgical details. All right. Do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything. This person is my relative. Qin Yi then proactively exchanged phone numbers with Wu Wang. It's hard to tell whether having a relative like you is a stroke of luck or misfortune. Wu Wang mused internally. Though he remained skeptical about the surgery, he was willing to assist. From a medical standpoint, allowing the patient to suffer for 6 months before passing away was certainly less preferable than taking a chance. Chunjiu smiled apologetically. Thank you. Care for smoke? I don't smoke, Qin Yi replied, though he accompanied Chunjiu outside. They arrived at a flower bed devoid of passersby, where Chunjiu squatted and produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Qin Yi, who declined. I'm not doubting you, but your willingness to assist must stem from some ulterior motive, right? If you had discovered I was deceiving you earlier, would you have considered taking drastic measures? I wouldn't. I have to look after Xiaoyi, and I cannot afford to engage in illegal activities at this moment. Qin Yi discerned the implication in his words. The present constraints did not preclude future actions, especially considering the formidable nature of his counterpart. Time may soften a person's sharp edges, yet it cannot alter one's inherent nature. As Chunjiu observed Qin Yi's silence, he took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of white smoke that obscured his face. I said I would give my life for the chance to save Xiaoyi. This declaration stemmed not from desperation or desire to act recklessly, but rather from the knowledge of my own life's worth. After a brief pause, he continued, From the moment I encountered the elderly man with white hair, I sensed a trap. I simply did not grasp your true intentions. Now, however, I am certain of your genuine desire to save Xiaoyi. This much you have not deceived me about. Thus, I am amenable to whatever you require of me, provided that Xiaoyi is saved. If I were to say, I do not wish for you to undertake anything, would you believe me? There are no free lunches in this world. If you were in my position, you would not believe it either. So, speak plainly, who do you wish me to kill? Just provide me with names. No matter how many or who they are, I can assist you in this regard. Upon uttering these words, Chunjiu's demeanor shifted dramatically. A fierce aura radiated from him, the essence of one who has taken many lives. Stop. I am merely an ordinary high school graduate. If you proceed in this manner, I'll have no part in it. Chunjiu was taken aback and inquired, What do you mean? Well, I intended to discuss this matter after your wife's ailment was resolved. I am indeed acquainted with the elderly man, but we harbor no sinister plots. I do not wish for you to kill anyone. Rather, I merely seek your assistance as a bodyguard for my father, ensuring his safety. That is all. Is that it? Chunjiu was surprised at the simplicity of Qin Yi's request. We have an agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, my father's safety must be guaranteed. The monthly salary is 20,000 plus bonuses, though you must first repay the expenses for your wife's treatment. You have no issues with that, do you? Qin Yi stated earnestly. You is not. Chunjiu replied, Brother, I am a law-abiding citizen. Who would send you after someone to kill? Even if adversaries arise in the future, I can handle them myself. Ordinarily, I would not require your assistance. Qin Yi patted Chunjiu on the shoulder. After a moment of contemplation, Chunjiu discarded his half-smoked cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing it with a firm stomp. He then delivered a sharp slap to his own face, drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. I have misjudged your character. Allow me to apologize. Consider this an act of contrition. Let us not engage in such theatrics. I am your senior. If you do not mind, call me Brother Jiu. From now on, your father is my father. Should anyone dare to harm him, they must tread over my dead body. Brother Jiu, Xin Yudafit, finding delight in Chunjiu's blend of cunning and candor. Brother, the matter concerning your sister-in-law rests upon your shoulders. Chunjiu gazed eagerly at Qin. Rest assured, I shall exhaust every effort. Brother, can you truly cure Mother's illness? Mei, now feeling a sense of closeness to Qin Yi, looked at him with wide, hopeful eyes. We must only believe in miracles. Only then will they truly manifest. Brother, you are a wonderful person. Mei's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Indeed, Mei, you are quite perceptive. You have discerned my essence. Qin Yi ruffled her hair, which felt as unyielding as a bundle of dry weeds. Chapter 77. Preoperative Preparations. In the private ward, warmth enveloped the scene as Tian Xiaoyi awakened. Mei encircled the bedside, offering warmth and concern, while Qin Yi clasped her hand, narrating dreams of taking her to wondrous places in the future. No longer tormented by agony, Tian Xiui refrained from uttering words of departure. Her eyes gradually sparkled with a flicker of hope for life. Mr. Qin, my body is in this state, so please proceed with the treatment boldly. If you succeed, it shall reflect your exceptional medical skills. If you fail, it is merely my time to depart, and you shall bear no blame. Tian Xiui's voice was somewhat hoarse, her teeth in poor condition, often gnawing on a stick that had worn down her front 8 teeth. Sister-in-law, just call me Xiao Yi. I shall exert my utmost effort to heal you. I no longer feel any pain in my abdomen. Xiao Yi, you are the most formidable doctor I have ever encountered. I believe only you can save me. Do not harbor any doubts. After this outpouring, Tian Xiui gasped slightly. Understood. In the afternoon, as various examinations were conducted, Qin Yi remained by Qin Yi and their side. Many had learned of the hospitalization of the major shareholder's relative. Thus, during the checks, they were granted utmost convenience, completing all within an hour. For reasons unknown, the nurse was replaced by a slightly plump woman, whose smile revealed 2 charming dimples, bustling about with great enthusiasm. Dinner consisted of the hospital's patient meal, which, although designed for patients, was quite lavish with fish and meat. Brother, my mother Esquibao roe is absolutely delicious. Once she is well, I will make it for you. Mei Mei gnawed on a chicken leg without a care for decorum. All right, brother's favorite is definitely guobao roe. In a moment of reverie, memories flickered in Qin Yi's mind, scenes of his sister competing for meat, their father laughing heartily, and their mother, chopsticks in hand, assisting the younger one. A warm tableau etched deeply in his memory. 8 years had passed since their last parting. He wondered how they were faring. After dinner, Tian Xiui fell asleep once more, with potassium supplements dripping beside her, suggesting a long night ahead. No, I want to stay here with Mama. Before Qin Yi could respond, Mama outrightly refused. Let her be. She has been raised solely by her mother since childhood, and they cannot be apart. Besides, the environment here is quite pleasant. The child will not suffer, Qin Yi gently persuaded. Be busy if you must. I will call you if anything arises. I am leaving now, Brother Gio. Take care. Qin Yi, usually reserved and not fond of conversation, found this matter somewhat intricate, so he refrained from explaining over the phone. Observing Qin Dashin's anxious demeanor, he hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired. Help! This matter must be addressed. Qin Dashin, with his kind heart, could not endure such circumstances. All right. The surgery is scheduled for next Tuesday. I may need to frequent the hospital in the next couple of days. Understood. I am busy with renovation matters these days. Once the surgery is completed, I will visit the hospital with you to see the family. The children must be enduring great hardship. All right, take care of yourself too. Rest assured, Dehe and Erhe have likely fled. The Lin family cannot possibly suspect us. Regarding the employment of Qin Yi as a bodyguard, Qin Dashin did not oppose this time, primarily because Qin Yi expressed a desire to assist the other party, having observed their difficult circumstances. The next morning, Qin Yi headed directly to the National Medical Hall, seeking to procure authentic traditional medicine. This establishment was renowned for its superior quality. The prescription was completed last night, and as Qin Yi was about to prepare the medicine, she fortuitously encountered the esteemed chief reviewer, Elder Dong. My dear Yi, who is this prescription for? Elder Dong held a favorable impression of Qin Yi and had previously contemplated inviting her to join the National Medical Hall, an offer she had declined. My sister-in-law is about to undergo surgery. I am prescribing her some tonics for energy and blood replenishment. May I take a look at the prescription? Certainly. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the principle of differential treatment, so I am not concerned about others learning from it. However, the formulas for miraculous elixirs are strictly confidential and not to be shared. Liver disease? Elder Dong, a master of traditional Chinese medicine, could ascertain the patient's ailment merely from the prescription. Late-stage liver cancer. Are you prepared to take such a gamble? This contradicts the spirit of traditional medicine. Elder Dong furrowed his brow. The patient does not have much time left. I am compelled by circumstance. You young people indeed possess courage. I would never dare to take such risks. It could be fatal. Elder Dong offered a few cautious words of advice. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Dong. I understand. I have arranged for century-old wild ginseng, which can enhance the efficacy by 30%, Elder Dong said, stroking his beard and pointing to a specific ingredient. Qin Yi was overjoyed and inquired, does the shop carry ginseng of such vintage? It is well known that procuring traditional Chinese medicine is quite meticulous. Even identical herbal materials can vary greatly in efficacy, depending on their origin and age. Others do not have it. I have made a special exception for you. Elder Dong smiled. My heartfelt gratitude. I have my own motives. I hope that regardless of the outcome, you will come to discuss this matter with me, as it may present a new perspective on healing. Absolutely. In a few days, my clinic will open, and I would be honored if Elder Dong could grace us with his presence. Qin Yi understood the principle of reciprocity. Very well, it is settled. After procuring the necessary herbs at the National Medical Hall, the medicine could be brewed directly. Although Qin Yi had high standards, her requirements were essentially met. After arranging the brewing process, she took a stroll around a nearby mall, purchasing several new outfits and 2 picture books for Mei Mei. By afternoon, the medicine was ready, and Qin Yi, along with her purchases, headed to the hospital. Since Qin Yi had alleviated her pain, Tian Xiaoyi had been sleeping almost continuously, without waking. Fortunately, the nutritional supplements had caught up, and with the addition of blood and albumin replenishment, her body received the necessary nourishment even without food. The effects were now visibly apparent. A hint of color had returned to Tian Xiaoyi's face, her previously furrowed brows had relaxed, and she appeared peaceful in her slumber. Mei Mei adored the gifts from Qin Yi, calling her brother incessantly, demonstrating her sweet and understanding nature. Adversity at home often tests a child's character. While some may develop negatively, it seems Mei Mei is thriving positively. Director Wu wishes to see you. Shun Jiu's mood remained tense, for he knew that in a few days, Tian Xiaoyi would face a critical juncture, where any misstep could lead to a severing of life and death. Chapter 78. The Initial Formation of Magnanimity. As Qin Yi emerged from the hospital room, she had scarcely taken a few steps when she unexpectedly encountered 2 familiar faces. Lin Kuan reclined his wheelchair, his left foot encased in a thick cast, and faint bruises marred his face, rendering him a pitiful sight. The one pushing his wheelchair was a young girl, clad in form-fitting athletic attire that accentuated her graceful curves. She was none other than Gao Lan, a close friend of Tang Ziru. It was unclear when the two had formed such an alliance. They say that enemies often gather together, and perhaps there is some truth to this adage. Mind your own business, Lin Kuan retorted, having learned for his previous encounter with Qin Yi, who had kicked him, that she was not to be trifled with, thus refraining from hurling insults as he once might have. Am I not showing concern for you? Perhaps I should administer a few injections to ensure you feel no more pain. Do not push your luck. Gao Lan interjected fiercely, stepping protectively in front of Lin Kuan. Her hands on her hips, her chest proudly thrust forward. Today, I've come to understand the meaning of like-mindedness. Gao Lan, were you blind when Lin Kuan bullied other classmates in the past? Qin Yi was almost certain that Gao Lan had reported the altercation between Tang Ziru and Lin Kuan at school. Vingyi, we are classmates. Must you speak so harshly? Gao Lan had learned from Lin Kuan that Qin Yi had become quite formidable, now driving a Lamborghini and being a significant stakeholder in this hospital, thus managing her emotions impeccably. Those who bully will inevitably be bullied in return. He does not deserve to be my classmate. By the way, Lin Kuan, has Fenghua University not recently re-evaluated your admission qualifications? Were you the one behind this? Lin Kuan, already troubled by this matter, was taken aback to realize it was Qin Yi who had reported him. As if the Lin family would report anyone. Who knows if we can still be alumni? Seeing Lin Kuan appear despondent, Qin Yi felt a sense of satisfaction and chose not to glance back at them as she walked away. Lin Kuan mutet au course, tiestising. I told you not to take me out for ice cream, yet you insisted on pushing me out. Feeling aggrieved, Gao Lan lowered her head and continued to push Lin Kuan forward. After a few steps, they noticed a middle-aged man leaning against the doorway of a patient room, casting a cold stare at Lin Kuan. The intensity of the man's gaze felt like that of a venomous snake, slick and unwelcome. In a fit of irritation, Lin Kuan shouted, "What are you staring at? Never seen someone in a wheelchair before?" Wu Wang, bearing dark circles under his eyes, evidently had not slept well the previous night, presented 2 surgical plans. Here are 2 options I've prepared. Take a look and see which one is suitable for the patient. Both plans were meticulously detailed, showcasing Wu Wang's high level of expertise. However, Qin Yi scrutinized them and found herself dissatisfied. The time frame is still too lengthy. I need you to remove the tumor in the shortest possible time so that I can take over managing any residual cancer cells. If the cancer spreads to other organs, even a deity could not save the situation. I still cannot fathom how you intend to control the spread of cancer cells. Theoretically, it seems impossible. This is a form of traditional Chinese acupuncture that utilizes a specific technique requiring a high level of skill, something the average person cannot achieve. Qin Yi spoke truthfully, for this method necessitated the alignment of the practitioner's internal energy, a feat beyond ordinary mortals. assuming that Tian Xiaoa is merely in the early stages of liver cancer. Surgery may not be necessary. With this acupuncture technique, Qin Yi could potentially cure her. Thus, it is resolved. Saving her life takes precedence, followed by recovery. The liver has the remarkable ability to regenerate, and I possess methods to expedite her recuperation. When it comes to liver restoration, the Sacred Gate prescriptions offer several commendable options. Do you truly have a solution? Is traditional Chinese medicine genuinely this miraculous? This is the crystallization of wisdom amassed over millennia by our ancestors. And it should not be underestimated. Wu Wang felt that Qin Yi was exaggerating. Yet as he was overseeing the matter, any repercussions would fall upon Qin Yi. Thus he felt little apprehension. Having finalized the surgical plan, Wu Wang began to organize the necessary arrangements. As the surgery approached, Chun Jiu grew increasingly silent. His gaze fixed upon Tian Xiao's face, filled with profound reluctance. If Tian Xiao were awake, she would assure him, "Zhuge, do not fear." Chun Jiu would shed tears, for he was genuinely afraid. During this time, Du Yurong and Chun Xiaolu invited Qin Yi to dinner, but he declined their offers. Before long, Sunday arrived, marking Tang Ziru's graduation banquet. With Tian Xiao's condition stable after her injections and medication, Qin Yi informed Chun Jiu and drove directly to the Dongwang Palace. He had become quite familiar with this venue due to his frequent visits, and upon arriving, he noted that while it was typically bustling, today it was notably tranquil. After inquiring with a staff member, he learned that the entire Dongwang Palace had been reserved by the Tang family. At the main entrance was a concierge desk, behind which two individuals managed the collection of gifts and guest records, while Tang Biao greeted arriving guests with a smile. Upon spotting Qin Yi entering, Tang Biao waved. "Director Qin has arrived?" This inquiry carried significant implications. Should Qin Yi attend as a classmate, he would not be expected to present a gift. Yet, as a major shareholder of the second hospital, a contribution was obligatory, and it should not be trifling, lest it reflect poorly on him. Qin Yi tossed the plastic bag he held onto the concierge desk, smiling as he replied, "Uncle San, why the formality? I cannot presume to call you my uncle. I genuinely fear you might break my arm one day." Tang Biao chuckled heartily, his eyes glancing at the plastic bag. "Uncle San, you are being somewhat petty. Why dwell on the past? We must look forward." Qin Yi responded with calm assurance. "Is it the third or fourth floor? What is the distinction?" "The third floor is reserved for the big niece's classmates, while the fourth is designated for the Tang family's business associates." Since Qin Yi had offered a gift, it was only fitting that he ascend to the fourth floor. "I will first visit the fourth floor to greet Aunt Zhao," Qin Yi stated nonchalantly as he made his way toward the elevator. Once Qin Yi entered the elevator and ascended, the nearby accountant eagerly inquired, "Tang Zong, who is that person? He just contributed 300,000. Tang Biao squinted slightly, fixating on Qin Yi's departing figure, murmuring, "Qin Yi, major shareholder of the second hospital." After a moment, he added, "A great force is emerging." Chapter 79. Do you know me? In recent days, despite being preoccupied with Tian Xiao's affairs, Qin Yi took the time to consult with Steward Zhou. For events like graduation banquets, it is customary for individuals of the Tang family stature to present gifts ranging from 100,000 to 200,000. As both a partner of the Tang family and a classmate of Tang Ziru, Qin Yi deemed it appropriate to contribute 300,000. Recognizing that one cannot expect respect without offering something in return, such favorable circumstances simply do not exist. Upon reaching the fourth floor, Qin Yi unexpectedly encountered Sun Dongzhu conversing with a man outside the lobby. Intending to feign ignorance and pass by, she was unexpectedly halted by Sun Dongzhu. "Director Qin, how have you been?" He greeted with an affable smile, a stark contrast to his earlier volatility. "Is there something you need?" Qin Yi was puzzled by his amiable demeanor. Logically, after she had delivered a sound thrashing to Sun Han, Sun Dongzhu should have sought retribution. Yet here he was, exhibiting a demeanor akin to a sycophant. "Please don't misunderstand, Director Qin. I wish to offer an explanation. It is true that Sun Han is my nephew, but this child acts without thinking. That day, he foolishly sought trouble with you, and I have already reprimanded him. Such an incident shall not occur again," Sun Dongzhu asserted with a seemingly sincere expression, leaving Qin Yi uncertain of the truth behind his words. "It's a trivial matter. I hardly gave it second thought," Qin Yi replied, attempting to move past him as there seemed little to discuss. "I heard from Xiao Han that your sports car has a license plate with 5 nines. May I inquire about your relationship with Wang Xian?" "Oh, just a friend." Qin Yi finally comprehended the reason for Sun Dongzhu's recent silence. He had discerned her connection to Wang Xian through the license plate, and had thus refrained from further indiscretion. Sun Dongzhu's face brightened. I have long admired the esteemed name of Wang Lao, but have never had the opportunity to meet him. Recently, I have been experiencing some discomfort with my kidney. I wonder if Director Qin could facilitate an introduction? Facilitate your grandmother. Vin retorted ignardly. Kidney issues? Perhaps it's a consequence of your own misdeeds. After feigning contemplation, she replied, when I next encounter Wang Lao, I shall mention you. Whether he chooses to meet you is another matter entirely. Wang Lao may harbor some misunderstandings about me. I kindly asked Director Qin to speak favorably of me. Of course. Qin Yi casually acquiesced as she entered the fourth-floor lobby. Noticing Qin Yi's nonchalant demeanor, Sun Dongzhu realized she still bore a grudge from their previous encounter. His expression darkened, and he spat on the ground, exclaiming, "How audacious! I shall have my reckoning." The lobby was quite spacious, the banquet yet to commence, with small groups of friends engaged in idle chatter. Since Qin Yi had made an appearance at Wang Xian's birthday banquet, along with her remarkable academic achievement of ranking 6th in the city and the ensuing plagiarism scandal, she quickly became the focal point of attention at the gathering. Some attendees, having met Qin Yi previously, approached to greet her, while many others opted to observe from a distance, aware of her contentious relationship with the Lin family, and deeming it unnecessary to draw attention to themselves. Not only had Lin Jieqi arrived, but also Lin Jiandong and his wife, and even Lin Jieqi's eldest son, Lin Hao, were present amidst the crowd, their gazes towards Qin Yi laden with palpable hostility. Amidst the throng, Qin Yi soon spotted Zhao Wan, who was engaged in conversation with a fair-skinned, fashionably dressed woman, surrounded by a cluster of vibrant ladies, akin to stars encircling the moon. Among the gathering was Lu Fenghong. With poise, Qin Yi approached the assembly, intending to greet Zhao Wan first. How distasteful for someone so young to feign such an air of age, Lu Fenghong scorned, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Qin Yi. Had it not been for Lin Jiandong's intervention last time, she would have caused a scene. Feigning deafness, Qin Yi gracefully stepped closer to the group and politely addressed Zhao Wan. Aunt Zhao, I have come to attend Tang Zu's graduation banquet. Zhao Wan slightly nodded, responding with polite but tepid words. Director Qin, you are being overly courteous, truly unnecessary. How considerate could you possibly be? Did you even contribute to the graduation celebration? Merely wandering around the fourth floor? An unpleasant voice interrupted again, as Lu Fenghong's lips twisted in disdain. In her mind, since Qin Yi addressed Zhao Wan as Aunt Zhao, it was evident that he was present as a junior, likely having not contributed at all. Even if he had, it would probably be a mere 2,000 or 3,000, just enough for her to mock him. I'll be up there for a moment before heading to the third floor. Aunt Zhao, please continue your conversation, Qin Yi said, just as he spotted Han Ling entering with Du Yorong and prepared to greet them. He completely disregarded Lu Fenghong's biting remarks. Why engage in a quarrel with a mad dog? Feeling utterly ignored, Lu Fenghong leapt from the crowd, pointing at Qin Yi and demanding, I ask you, did you contribute? How much did you give? Qin Yi cast a dispassionate glance at Lu Fenghong, snorting coldly. Whether I contribute or not is my concern. It is not for others to dictate. Remember to keep your leash on next time you go out. Otherwise, it could be deemed illegal. Who are you cursing? You little brat. What right do you have to be on the fourth floor? Do you think you belong here? Qin Yi smiled and retorted, I genuinely did not realize that one needed a status to visit the fourth floor. What is your status that you presume to compare with me? I contributed 188,000. What do you think my standing is? Childish. Lu Fenghong scoffed. The Tang family is merely hosting a graduation banquet to gather friends and family to celebrate Tang Zu's admission to her desired university. A guest is a guest. Whether one contributes a single coin or 10,000, they remain friends. Do you truly believe the Tang family cares about your paltry contribution? Does contributing more money make you the most distinguished guest? Qin Yi stated calmly. A fashionably dressed woman leaned in to whisper to Zhao Wan. Who is this young man? Qin Yi, a classmate of my daughter S, and a major shareholder in the second hospital, though the shares were a gift from relatives. Qin Yi. Qin Yi. The woman's expression shifted from excitement to joy, and finally to a cold glare directed at Lu Fenghong, as she remarked. You indeed do not deserve to be compared to Director Qin. Henceforth, do not approach me regarding any matters of the Lin family. Su Xiaoxiao. Her words left the room in stunned silence. After saying this, Su Xiaoxiao hurried over to Qin Yi, her face radiant with joy. Director Qin, what a delightful surprise to encounter you here. It truly is a stroke of luck. Qin Yi noted her address, Director, and immediately pondered the reason, though uncertainty lingered. He asked calmly, "Do you know me? Could you possibly be a secret lover or an illegitimate child?" Su Xiaoxiao observed Qin Yi, feeling increasingly close to the truth. Upon hearing the mention of the Saint Foundation, Qin Yi understood immediately. He had exchanged the hospital's annual income for such an honorary directorship, and it now appeared to hold some significance. Chapter 80, Su Xiaoxiao. The Saint Foundation is a philanthropic organization with mysterious funding sources, its annual financial reports dazzlingly impressive. They invest genuine money into public welfare, pouring billions upon billions into the cause. The elusive major benefactor is rarely seen, even by regional managers like Su Xiaoxiao. Rumors circulate that behind the Saint Foundation stands the international financial giant, Saint Investment, though no official confirmation exists. It is precisely because of their genuine financial contributions that Su Xiaoxiao has earned the moniker of Su Kaixin in the business circles of Fengqing. For instance, the establishment of a philanthropic primary school necessitates the involvement of professional companies to manage everything from materials to construction and interior decoration, as well as the procurement of various educational tools. The Sheng Fund primarily handles financial contributions, presenting a significant opportunity for other companies. The Lin family has cultivated a commendable partnership with the Sheng Fund, with their construction firm frequently undertaking charitable projects funded by it. Consequently, whenever Su Xiaoxiao makes an appearance, she inevitably becomes the center of attention. Even the slightest gesture from her can rejuvenate a company on the brink of collapse, instilling a sense of reverence among all. However, today as circumstances are peculiar, as Su Xiaoxiao is seen deferentially smiling at Qin Yi, addressing her as a director. Could it be that Qin Yi holds a directorial position within the Sheng Fund? The implications are unsettling. Initially, the Lin brothers were merely spectators, thinking it would be amusing to witness Lu Fenghong humiliate Qin Yi, at least to demonstrate the animosity between Qin Yi and the Lin family. Yet, as events unfolded, Lin Jiadong was left astounded. How had they offended the goddess of wealth? If their relationship with the Sheng Fund were to sever, the annual losses could easily exceed 100 million. Lin Jiadong hastily approached Su Xiaoxiao, smiling as he said, "Manager Su, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Our relationship with Qin Yi is quite amicable. My son and Qin Yi are classmates." Lu Fenghong's remarks were perhaps a bit ill-timed, stemming from concern for her junior. Lin Jiadong cast a dark glance at Qin Yi, unable to voice his contempt, yet seething within. "Mr. Lin, I must formally inform you that all cooperation between the Sheng Fund and your company is hereby terminated. We will be reassessing partnerships with other construction development firms. I apologize, but we require some space. There's a long queue of companies wishing to collaborate with the Sheng Fund each year. The Lin family is not irreplaceable. Moreover, the public insult to the esteemed director of the Sheng Fund demands accountability, reflecting the expected demeanor of a regional manager." Su Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of anxiety. If her superiors were to learn of this incident, could it jeopardize her position? As a regional manager for the Sheng Fund, earning a salary starting at $1 million annually, she basked in the admiration that accompanied her role, and the thought of losing such vanity filled her with dread. Thus, she promptly distanced herself from the Lin family. Zhao Wan observed the unfolding situation with astonishment, having initially believed that Qin Yi merely had a wealthy relative with little influence. It now appeared that this relative was far from ordinary. At that moment, a staff member responsible for collecting gifts approached Zhao Wan and whispered a few words in her ear. Zhao Wan's eyes brightened slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she approached Qin Yi, her demeanor shifting from indifference to warmth. "Xiao Yi, you really should have just come without the formality. Bringing 300,000 in gifts is quite excessive. The Tang family's business spans numerous industries, and maintaining a favorable relationship with a benefactor like the Sheng Fund is far more valuable than publicly stepping on Lu Fenghong's toes." Upon hearing that Qin Yi had indeed contributed 300,000, Lu Fenghong's expression soured, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, withered and despondent, her eyes devoid of spark. The attempt to belittle Qin Yi backfired spectacularly, leading to an understandable discontent. The affluent women who had previously gathered around quickly rushed toward Zhao Wan, eager to join the conversation with Qin Yi, showering her with compliments about her youthful brilliance, striking demeanor, and cultured nature. Regardless, the compliments showered upon Qin Yi seemed as though they were being hurled at her face without cost, leaving her to question her own identity. Lin Jiadong, in a fit of anger, let out a cold snort, expressing his disdain for the underhanded tactics of the Tang family. "Is it necessary to belittle our Lin family just to elevate Qin Yi? Thankfully, Lin Kuan has not pursued a relationship with your daughter. Otherwise, Your family would surely have tormented him. Lin Jiechi, however, remained, summoning his son Lin Hao to his side, imparting wisdom. When your second uncle wed Lu Fenghong, I opposed it vehemently. That woman is utterly thoughtless and consistently causes trouble. Remember, my son, when seeking a partner, one must conduct thorough investigations, not for the sake of noble lineage, but to avoid bringing calamity upon our family. He was inadvertently providing his son with a lesson in political ideology. It's not his second uncle's fault. If my wife behaved this way, I would have sent her packing long ago, Lin Hao retorted, his words laced with sarcasm. As the crowd encircled Qin Yi, it inadvertently made Han Ling hesitant to approach, fearing it might seem she was trying to curry favor. Given her existing rapport with Qin Yi, there was no need for such theatrics. Du Yorong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she beamed at the composed Qin Yi, growing increasingly fond of her. Qin Yi felt a sense of helplessness. She had merely intended to greet everyone upstairs, having contributed to the gathering, yet it had escalated into this chaos. Now, leaving was impossible, with several older women clutching her arms as if they had discovered a rare treasure. Apologies, but I still have matters to discuss with Manager Su, she said, reluctantly pushing Su Xiaoxiao forward, as it was she who had instigated this situation. Yes, we need to address some work-related matters. Please forgive us. Su Xiaoxiao, noticing Qin Yi's impatience, quickly led her out of the throng. In a secluded corner, Qin Yi whispered, Manager Su, you may call me Xiao Xiao, she interjected. Isn't that inappropriate? Qin Yi felt a chill run down her spine. Calling me Sister Su is also acceptable. I'm certainly a tad older than you. Su Xiaoxiao replied with an alluring smile. Sister Su, although I hold the honorary position of director, I will not be involved in the overall operations of the Foundation. Hence, I have no desire to meddle in your collaborations or lack thereof. This needs to be made clear to prevent any misunderstandings. Qin Yi had no intention of leveraging the Foundation to retaliate against the Lin family. If action were to be taken against them, it would be at her own hands, not through another's. Su Xiaoxiao smiled slightly, asserting, today my stance against the Lin family stems from their public humiliation of the Holy Foundation's directors. Regardless of whether you are involved, I must address this matter. The reputation of the Foundation cannot be tarnished. Even the slightest doubt could lead to a catastrophic breach. As the vibrant atmosphere of the fourth floor grew increasingly lively, many guests' gazes frequently drifted toward a secluded corner where Qin Yi and Su Xiaoxiao stood. What I hope is that the Holy Foundation refrains from suppressing the Lin family, Qin Yi expressed. Understood, but from this point forward, the Lin family will have no connection to the Holy Foundation, Su Xiaoxiao replied with a wink. Qin Yi scratched her head, offering a wry smile, realizing she could not outwit this astute woman. Shifting the topic, she inquired, does the Holy Foundation have any collaboration with the second hospital? Currently, no, Su Xiaoxiao responded, her demeanor shifting as the conversation turned to serious matters, showcasing the hallmark trait of an intelligent woman, her ability to navigate between lightheartedness and gravity with ease. I aspire to establish an office within the second hospital, primarily to provide assistance to families afflicted by severe illnesses who lack the financial means for treatment. Do you believe this endeavor is feasible? Certainly, it is entirely feasible. In fact, should you encounter any such cases of grave illness coupled with financial hardship, simply report them to me directly. I will promptly allocate funds to cover a portion of the medical expenses. Subsequently, a member of our team will follow up, record the details, and conduct on-site investigations to ascertain the genuine economic difficulties faced by the beneficiaries and the specifics of their medical expenditures. Is this process truly so stringent? Qin Yi observed that it was not quite what she had envisioned. Every expenditure from the Saint Foundation is meticulously documented, traceable, and periodically disclosed. We must not allow those benevolent individuals who contribute to the Foundation to harbor any doubts. This is the Foundation's bottom line and the primary reason for my emphasis on preserving its reputation. Very well, given my frequent absences from the hospital, I may need to delegate this responsibility to someone else. Su Xiaoxiao, being astute, quickly grasped Qin Yi's intent and remarked, in other hospitals, we also collaborate with doctors and nurses who provide valuable information. Otherwise, it would be challenging to identify those in need of assistance. Those cooperative medical professionals receive a modest monthly bonus. How much? Each person receives 2,000 yuan, and for a tertiary hospital like the second hospital, the overall monthly budget cannot exceed 10,000 yuan. Although the sum is not substantial, the act itself is profoundly meaningful and can be described as immensely virtuous. All right, I understand. Are there any formalities required? I will send the specific registration forms and implementation guidelines to your mobile phone. Once you complete them, simply return the electronic version to me. Each month, I will instruct the finance department to transfer the funds to the designated personnel's account. However, you must inform them that this information is entirely transparent. If there are any reservations, they cannot participate. At this juncture, both individuals realized they had yet to exchange contact details, so they exchanged phone numbers and added each other as friends. They also arranged to meet the following day at the second hospital, giving Qin Yi the opportunity to approach Han Ling and her mother. I become quite the sought-after figure. Du Yorong harbored no reservations regarding Qin Yi's change in status. Her straightforward nature was innate. Wang Xian, that cunning old fox, had likely been strategizing his approach to Qin Yi for 3 years, possibly already aware of her extraordinary background. Fortunately, his daughter inadvertently became good friends with Qin Yi, allowing Han Ling to seize the initiative and maintain an exceptionally close friendship with her. I am unaware of where the doors of the Saint Foundation even open, yet I hold a nominal title and a modicum of authority. How did you become an honorary director of the Saint Foundation? Can I attain such a position as well? Du Yorong inquired from his side. Han Ling nearly kissed her in delight. She had long wished to ask, but did not know how to broach the subject. Qin Yi casually responded, I donated my annual income from my hospital shares entirely to the Saint Foundation, which granted me the title of director. That must be quite a sum, right? Du Yorong, curieux, président. Approximately 80 million. Pardon me, did you say 80 million, not 8,000? Du Yorong's mouth could fit a bun. Donating 8,000 would likely not even qualify me for a team leader position. Han Ling was equally astonished, and upon gazing at Qin Yi, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of proximity and yet an insurmountable distance. As my daughter remarked, that is 80 million, not 8,000. Those who can casually donate 80 million are certainly not ordinary individuals. Qin Yi and Du Yorong exchanged laughter as they prepared to ascend to the 3rd floor, where their classmates were gathered. It was rumored that their homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, had also arrived. Auntie, I need to trouble you with something. Han Ling suddenly recalled an important matter. What is it? There will be a grand jadeite raw stone exhibition on August 8th, held in Fengjiang, Shilin Province. I would like you to serve as my consultant and assist in appraising the stones. Rest assured, this trip will not be in vain. I will compensate you at the rate for a senior consultant. Han Ling extended the invitation. Qin Yi pondered the timeline, with approximately half a month until August 8th. By then, Tian Xiaoa would have likely passed her critical period and would no longer require his assistance. Additionally, he desired to take advantage of the summer vacation to explore, especially since there was a commission involved. All right, I have no objections. Ma, I want to go too. Do you want to interjected eagerly? Yesterday when I asked you, didn't you say you were too busy, and that traveling with this old woman would be dull? Han Ling Tia said. Mom, my dear mother, you are the best. Du Yorong unabashedly switched to her charming mode, disregarding Qin Yi's presence. All right, I can't argue with you. By the way, I do like to invite my classmates. Chen Xiaolu and Guishui. Let us bring them along. Du Yorong pressed further. Fine, but the travel expenses will be deducted from Qin Yi's commission, Han Ling joked. I have no issues with that, Qin Yi shrugged. Du Yorong mistakenly believed her mother was keen on cultivating a closer relationship with Qin Yi due to his status as a director of the Sacred Fund, orchestrating this trip for that purpose. Little did she know, Han Ling's true intention was to enlist Qin Yi as a consultant. Given Qin Yi's profound expertise in stone gambling, Han Ling had already regarded him as a master in her heart. It is noteworthy that the commission for a senior consultant typically hovers around $1 million, and at times, if they assist the employer in securing premium jadeite, the employer might even present a substantial red envelope. Some consultants even collaborate directly with employers, signing risk agreements, and if the raw stone appreciates significantly, they share in the profits according to a percentage. Upon witnessing Qin Yi and Du Yorong descend together, the onlookers felt a twinge of regret. However, upon noticing Han Ling and Qin Yi engaged in jovial conversation, they understood their relationship was special, prompting several inquisitive individuals to approach. Han Ling's side quickly became lively, with even Zhao Wan and Su Xiaoxiao taking the initiative to greet her. The 3rd floor was lined with large private rooms. As Tang Zhu's invitation posted on the campus website had attracted not only her classmates, but also students from other classes who came to join the celebration. As the saying goes, why refuse a free meal? The doors of the private rooms bore the names of their respective classes. Although Du Yorong and Qin Yi were not from the same class, she followed him to the entrance of Class 3-2. Inside, the atmosphere was raucous. and the topic of conversation happened to be none other than Qin Yi himself. Listening intently, Qin Yi furrowed his brow and pushed the door open to enter. Chapter 82. I choose because I like it. The room contained 2 oversized round tables, ample enough to accommodate all the students of class 3 to 2. Naturally, a few students who did not perform well in their exams were absent from the celebration, likely preparing for a repeat of the year ahead. For some students, the final year of high school felt akin to traversing through hell. Thus, Qin Yi harbored immense respect for those who dared to retake the year. Most students gathered around a table on the west side, either standing or sitting, with the homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, occupying the central position, accompanied by Tang Ziru. Lin Kuan reclined in his electric wheelchair, engaging in lively discourse, while the love-struck Gao Lan sat nearby, though it was uncertain whether her demeanor was genuine or feigned. The library department? Have you heard of this program? What do they even study? How to dust off books? Lin Kuan Skopith. Clearly indicating that news of Qin Yi's choice to enroll in the library department at Fenghua University had spread. It is indeed rather unfortunate, Mr. Liu lamented, expressing confusion over how the plagiarism incident involving Qin Yi had been clarified, yet he still ended up in such a department. Tang Ziru's smile appeared somewhat forced as she fiddled with the hem of her clothing. Did you know? I heard from someone at Fenghua University that Qin Yi chose this department himself. I wonder if something is wrong with his brain. Lin Kuan relentlessly disparaged Qin Yi, his remarks bordering on the absurd. Exactly. After 3 years of feigning mediocrity, he still failed to get into a respectable program. Pure madness. Lin Kuan's usual lackeys continued to flatter him without restraint. Tang Ziru was aware that Qin Yi had made a certain arrangement with the school, which had presumably promised him the option to select a clinical medicine major in his sophomore year. As for why Qin Yi chose not to pursue a medical-related field initially, even she found it perplexing. However, this arrangement was not something she could openly discuss, so she asserted loudly, choosing a major is Qin Yi's personal choice. It is not for others to critique. Indeed, after all, it is Fenghua University. In the second year, one can still change or elect other majors. Chen Xiaolu chimed in from the side. Qin Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Times had changed. His reputation now preceded him. Simply being a major shareholder of the second hospital carried significant weight. Some classmates dared to whisper behind his back, but upon his arrival, they immediately averted their gaze. Even Lin Kuan refrained from speaking further, and Mr. Liu instinctively rose to his feet. Lin Kuan realized he could not match Qin Yi in either verbal or physical confrontation. So he wisely chose silence to avoid unnecessary trouble, a lesson learned through numerous experiences, a wisdom he possessed over his mother, Lu Fenghan. Qin Yi observed their reactions with a calm demeanor and continued, what does it mean to choose a major? The primary consideration should be one's own passions and interests. I take pleasure in the scent of ink on pages. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? It is not for others to dictate. He added, moreover, even if one chooses a currently popular field, who can guarantee that it will remain thriving 4 years after graduation? The entire industry might become obsolete, leading to a waste of 4 years of youth. Lin Kuan muttered a few words under his breath, but did not dare to voice them aloud. Well said. When Qin Yi was absent, Chen Xiaolu's words lacked weight, but in Qin Yi's presence, he naturally felt compelled to offer his support. Qin Yi exchanged a knowing wink with Chen Xiaolu, then bowed respectfully to Mr. Liu, saying, Teacher, you are here as well? His demeanor was exceedingly courteous. I arrived early. Xiao Yi, you become quite handsome. Teacher Liu, feeling flattered by Qin Yi's compliment, straightened his back and playfully teased him. Oh, not at all. I believe you've made me appear more youthful. Qin Yi approached Teacher Liu, assisting him to sit comfortably. Teacher Liu, my class is full, so I'll squeeze in with yours. Du Yurong leaned over to greet Teacher Liu. Of course. I still remember before the college entrance examination. You and Qin Yi were desk mates in the hallway every day. Did you already know he was a top student? Did he give you some extra help? Hee. My grades didn't improve, but I certainly made a good friend, so it's not a loss. Du Yurong's face beamed with pride. Tang Ziru cast a glance at Du Yurong and stood up to announce, it's about time. Let us eat. We reserved for 3 o'clock. It's already past that. Those who haven tea arrived 1 tea becoming. Teacher Liu pulled Qin Yi to sit beside her, with Tang Ziru on the other side, while Du Yurong nestled closely beside Qin Yi. The Tang family had booked the venue, sparing no expense. Each person received a serving of Huangchuan soft-shell turtle, alongside exquisite offerings such as Boston lobsters, Bellin oysters, and top-tier caviar from Qiandao Lake, all of which left the students in awe, relishing the feast. However, having recently indulged in the seafood from Dongwang Palace, Qin Yi found little allure in these dishes, preferring a few bowls of Lanzhou beef noodles for their practicality. After taking a few bites, he set down his chopsticks and leaned in to speak softly with Du Yurong. What have you been busy with lately? I'm treating a relative. What illness? Late-stage cancer. Can that be treated? Others may not be able to, but I can, Qin Yi replied with confidence. You're just boasting. My abilities are significant. You just don't know it yet. I'll take that with a grain of salt. Seeing the two whispering, Tang Ziru suddenly felt uncomfortable and asked Qin Yi, I plan to visit Dean Lin tomorrow to finalize the oversight committee matters. Would you like to join me? The dining table fell silent. Rumors had circulated that Qin Yi had become a major shareholder of Fengsheng City's second hospital, yet many classmates remained skeptical, believing it to be an exaggeration. Hearing the campus bell, Tang Ziru actively seek Qin Yi's opinion made them realize the distance between them had seemingly widened. Many students understood that this gathering might very well be their last chance to dine with Qin Yi at the same table. Soon, it might even be difficult to catch a glimpse of him. Such emotional disparity was indeed unsettling, yet it was the reality. As classmates entered society, they would discover that some disparities had existed since elementary school, merely unnoticed due to their youth. Regardless of the purity of emotions, they would inevitably be shackled by the chains of reality. Did Qin Yi actually refuse Tang Ziru, especially in front of so many people? The world changes swiftly, often catching one off guard. Can't you spare half an hour? Is that too much to ask? Tang Ziru expressed her displeasure. I truly cannot spare the time. I'm sorry. Qin Yi was not in a hurry to undermine Lin Jiaqiang and had no desire to cooperate with the Tang family. Moreover, he genuinely had matters to attend to the following day. What about the day after? I'll have even less time then. I need to perform a very important surgery. As Qin Yi noticed all his classmates staring at him, he feigned shyness and smiled. I have obtained my medical license in traditional Chinese medicine. So if anyone is feeling unwell, you may seek my services. I shall offer you a discount. With a clatter, Lin Kuin's spoon fell onto his plate, shattering in the process. Chapter 83. Strange yet familiar. It is often said that one should look at a scholar anew after 3 days apart. Since the college entrance examination, it has barely been 10 days, and rather than a fresh perspective, one would struggle to even keep pace with the rapid changes among his peers. Impossible. This cannot be. Lin Kun exclaimed. If you don't believe me, you can check the National Medical website. I am officially registered. Lin Kun lowered his gaze to his phone and soon discovered Qin Yi's registration information online. Although it was merely a standard medical license, it was undeniably authentic. Feeling deflated, Lin Kun called out to the waiter at the entrance. Did you not see that my spoon is broken? Aren't you going to replace it? The waiter retorted sharply. I only saw your leg was broken. I truly did not pay attention to whether your spoon was intact. The room erupted in laughter, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Teacher Lu grasped Qin Yi's hand and whispered, You are truly becoming more accomplished. I am delighted for you. Qin Yi replied, There is no need for formality, teacher. I owe much to your earnest guidance over the years. However, he leaned slightly away, distancing himself from Teacher Lu. Wonderful, truly wonderful. What a good child. The commotion diverted attention from Tang Ziru's attempt to confront the Lin family, and she refrained from bringing it up again, while Qin Yi chose to remain silent. As the evening progressed and spirits rose, many classmates approached Qin Yi to toast him, expressing hopes of reconciliation. After all, during their 3 years of high school, only Chen Xiaolu and Tang Ziru had openly mocked Qin Yi. Qin Yi abstained from alcohol, mindful that he would be driving later, and merely held a cup of beverage to appease those around him. He did not consume a single sip, and none dared to question him. He maintained a respectful distance from their homeroom teacher, Lu. Regarding his classmates, Qin Yi found himself disinclined to engage in insincere pleasantries. What were their thoughts back when they so brazenly mocked and insulted him? The wounds inflicted could not simply be erased with a few words. He was no saint. It was enough that he did not seek retribution, yet the notion of reconciliation seemed utterly futile. As he observed the myriad of smiling faces, both unfamiliar and familiar, Qin Yi suddenly felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Approaching Tang Ziru, he said, I have matters to attend to. I must leave. You are in such a rush. We must take a group photo first. You can leave afterward, Tang Ziru replied. Feigning displeasure. Perhaps another time, Qin Yi shook his head. It was best not to rush matters concerning the Lin family. A cornered rabbit may bite. Moreover, under Lin Jiaqiang's management, the hospital had seen continuous growth in profits over the years, indicating his merit. Has the sun risen in the west? I am well aware of your ulterior motives. Tang Ziru rolled her eyes. You are not discreet at all. I dare not harbor any ill thoughts lest you uncover them. She added, Annoying. Drive carefully. As Qin Yi departed, Qin Xiaolu was engrossed in the festivities and did not accompany him. But Du Yurong persistently trailed behind him like a devoted shadow. Will your family refrain from hosting any graduation banquets? Qin Yi feels that one such occasion is quite sufficient. With my modest scores, do you truly believe it is appropriate for me to celebrate like others? After all, it is a prestigious university in the capital. Brother, the archaeology department is akin to your library studies. Both are indeed struggling siblings. Archaeology holds promise. Primarily, my mother is keen on venturing into the antique business, and she seems willing to sacrifice her daughter's future profession for this ambition. As an heir to a conglomerate, my future is often dictated by the preferences of the older generation, with little regard for the heir's own desires. This is one reason why wealthy families often produce rebellious offspring. One is not truly free. Qin Yi can only sigh, recognizing it as a matter between mother and daughter, where he has no place to interject. I have a fondness for archaeology, though the thought of attending school in the capital is somewhat bothersome. Indeed, if you find the time, you could come visit me. It is not far. Du Yurong suddenly brightened, lost in thought. The return gift was a beautifully crafted tea set and an 8-inch cake adorned with wishes for prosperity and success. Du Yurong initially hesitated to take it, but upon seeing Qin Yi select a piece with the words "study hard," she decided to accept one as well. Do you enjoy cake? I'll give you mine. Du Yurong offered the cake she held to Qin Yi. I'm not particularly fond of it, but Mimi enjoys cake. Qin Yi accepted it without hesitation. Mimi. Du Yurong paused, cautiously inquiring. Who is Mimi? Oh, she's the child from my sister-in-law's family who is about to undergo surgery. Du Yurong seemed a bit confused, taking a moment to collect her thoughts before asking. How old is she? 7 years old. Oh, then she shouldn't eat too much. It's not good for her teeth. Du Yurong felt relieved and refrained from pressing further. Downstairs, Du Yurong called her mother, Han Ling, and soon Han Ling arrived. Thank goodness you called me. Otherwise, I would have been driven mad by that crowd. Han Ling complained, though it was evident she felt quite pleased. I'm sorry for troubling Anton. You have no idea. Today Zhao Wan kept asking me questions, trying to pry into our relationship. It was utterly hilarious. She always acted like a lofty heroine, but this time she seemed quite flustered. What could Qin Yi say but chuckle? Alikt, Onton. The two parted ways in the parking lot. And Qin Yi drove directly to the hospital. Brother, did you buy me cake? 2 large pieces. Yes, but don't eat too much. It's not good for your teeth. Then why not buy one less? Sister Sue, you can have a piece. The little one was quite generous, offering Su Xian another box of cake. Su Xian accepted it but hesitated to eat, instead stealing glances at Qin Yi, already aware that he was a major stakeholder in the hospital. If I say you should eat, then do so without hesitation. I am quite amiable, really. Thank you. Take your time eating, don't choke. Shinjio walked into the room, carrying takeout. Chapter 84, A Clever Woman. Qin Yi instructed her to take the box of cake away. Su Xian initially declined, but seeing Qin Yi's insistence, she accepted it. This child has a warm heart. This was Chunjio's assessment of Su Xian. Once Chunjio and Mei Mei had finished their dinner, Qin Yi and Chunjio leaned against the windows on either side, engaging in casual conversation. Brother Jio, what did you do before? I cannot divulge specifics, but primarily, I executed covert missions in various southern countries, apprehending fugitives, rescuing hostages, and eliminating drug traffickers, Chunjio replied, taking out a cigarette and inhaling its aroma. For smoking was not permitted in the room. Have you ever handled a firearm? It is always at my side. Qin Yi felt a twinge of envy. Every boy harbors a military dream, a deep-seated instinct to protect one's homeland. Brother Jio, you possess internal energy, don't you? Indeed, I am a direct disciple of the Qin Yi school, having formally paid my respects to my master. I see. You must also be a master of internal arts. Did you not know? I learned from my senior sister, who is somewhat unreliable. Internal energy is divided into 4 realms. Initial awareness, 4 looks, radiant clarity, and deep concealment. These were originally secrets of the school, typically not disclosed to outsiders. Yet due to the special bond between Qin Yi and Chunjio, such reservations faded. Initial awareness is like snow, for looks forms a fist, radiant clarity is transparent, and deep concealment is flawless, he explained, depicting the 4 states of internal energy residing in the Dantian. Initially, it drifts like snowflakes within the Dantian, eventually coalescing into a white sphere the size of a fist. As one's internal energy deepens, the sphere becomes increasingly transparent, culminating in a state of purity and perfection. What is your current realm? Qin Yi inquired eagerly. I attained initial awareness at 8, for looks at 15, and radiant clarity at 25, Qin Yi replied proudly, suggesting a commendable pace of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi's expression darkened. By Qin Yi's timeline, it would take her 17 years to reach radiant clarity. The pressing issue was that Wang Xian was already 80 years old. Could he possibly wait that long? By the time she achieved radiant clarity, Wang Xian might no longer be around. Is there a way to expedite the process? Cultivating internal energy is not akin to other practices. Even a slight misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. To be candid, after learning of Xiaoyi's cancer, I defied the school's teachings and secretly imparted the cultivation methods to her, hoping to strengthen her body. Unfortunately, it proved futile. Qin Yi's determination for his wife was commendable. Yet if the Qin Yi school were to learn of this, they would accuse him of betraying his master and expel him. As for Qin Yi's practice of the sacred school's techniques, Tao Hua had explicitly warned her that any external transmission would lead to dire consequences. Qin Yi and Qin Yi had shared their hearts with one another, responding to nearly every inquiry aside from those concerning classified missions. Their conversation continued until after 9 o'clock, and once Tian Xiaoyi awoke, Qin Yi conducted another examination. To her dismay, she discovered that the tumor had grown larger due to the abundant nutrition over the past few days, necessitating the surgery on Tuesday. There could be no delays. Upon returning home, Qin Yi found her father already asleep, likely exhausted from overseeing renovations during the day. She chose not to disturb him, opting instead for a cold shower before settling down to meditate and cultivate her energy. Time was of the essence. While Qin Yi could afford to wait 17 years, it was uncertain whether the old man would endure until then. Early the next morning, she arrived at the hospital, heading straight to Wu Wang's office, only to be informed that a multi-vehicle pileup had occurred on the highway due to thick fog, resulting in some injured individuals being sent to the second hospital. Consequently, Wu Wang's surgery was now scheduled for the early hours of the morning. This is not particularly good news, yet there is no point in rushing. We can only wait for Wu Wang to take a break to discuss Tian Xiaoyi's surgery scheduled for tomorrow. Rest assured, sister-in-law will be fine. It was only after Qin Yi offered this assurance that Qin Jiu's spirits lifted slightly. The two then proceeded to Lin Jiaqiang's office, where they encountered Su Xiaoxiao. Lin Jiaqiang appeared noticeably excited, bustling about to personally pour tea for Su Xiaoxiao. After articulating their purpose, Lin Jiaqiang slapped his thigh in delight, exclaiming, "This is a tremendous blessing. In our daily lives, we often encounter patients who abandon treatment due to financial hardships. It is both heartbreaking and frustrating to witness their plight without any viable solutions. With the support of your holy fund, more impoverished patients will benefit, and this will significantly enhance our hospital's reputation." I wholeheartedly agree. I believe it is most suitable for Director Qin to oversee this matter. I wonder if General Manager Su has any objections? Lin Jiaqiang spoke while casting a glance at Qin Yi. He was well aware that Qin Yi was not only a major shareholder of the hospital, but also a trustee of the Holy Fund. Hence, it was only natural for her to take charge. Even if he wished to intervene, it would be futile, as I desired. I wonder how many people Director Qin will need to coordinate for this task. There is no need for you to trouble yourself, Director Lin. I have my own arrangements. Qin Yi was determined not to give Lin Jiaqiang the opportunity to insert anyone into the equation. Oh, I see. Lin Jiaqiang feigned hesitation for a moment before saying, "Once Director Qin has made the arrangements, please submit the personnel list to the general office to avoid any scheduling conflicts." Not a problem. Qin Yi understood that Lin Jiaqiang was curious about who in the hospital stood with her, but this was unavoidable, even if Qin Yi remained silent. Lin Jiaqiang would uncover it. Upon leaving Lin Jiaqiang's office, Su Xiaoxiao chuckled. The slap in the face came too swiftly. Just yesterday, I said I would no longer engage with the Lin family, and today I am here eagerly signing an agreement with the patriarch of the Lin family. What a disgrace. I have put you in a difficult position, Sister Su. This is my fault. You can't just say it. Actions speak louder. Su Xiaoxiao protested. What actions? Treat me to lunch. Su Xiaoxiao blinked her beautiful eyes. Let us go. Qin Yi understood that the timing of her invitation was intentional, designed to create an opportunity for them to be alone together, likely to probe into his relationship with Sister Taohua. She was indeed a clever woman. Chapter 85. Very much so. In the vicinity of the hospital, there are generally no decent restaurants, but during lunchtime, the crowds are particularly dense. Qin Yi drove Su Xiaoxiao to a clay pot restaurant some distance away, a place Qin Dashin had brought him to on 2 occasions, known for its authentic stews. Su Xiaoxiao noted that Qin Yi was driving an extravagant car worth over 10 million, particularly intrigued by the license plate consisting of 5 nines. which was not something easily acquired by mere wealth. The clay pot restaurant was bustling at noon, with all the large private rooms occupied. So they settled for a smaller one. Since Qin Yi was treating, he felt no need to be polite with Su Xiao, picking up the menu and ordering 6 dishes along with a stew of Beihai fish maw. As the two individuals dined and engaged in casual conversation, it became evident that Qin Yi, at the tender age of 18, possessed a life experience as unblemished as a blank canvas. It was only after encountering the allure of peach blossoms that her existence began to take on a rich and intricate hue. Yet, much of her story remained unspoken, leaving Su Xiao with scant valuable insights even after nearly an hour of their meal. Qin Yi explained her ascension to the honorary director of the Holy Fund by revealing that a relative had bequeathed shares of the second hospital to her, and she subsequently donated 80 million to the Holy Fund, thereby earning her esteemed position. When questioned about whether her relative was a significant figure in the Holy Fund, Qin Yi admitted ignorance. Although lacking crucial information, Su Xiao was still moved by Qin Yi's substantial donation, which further enhanced her impression of the young woman's remarkable demeanor. Through this interaction, Qin Yi gleaned some useful information herself, such as Su Xiao being merely 25 years old, having graduated with her undergraduate degree 3 years prior, and having ascended from an ordinary salesperson to a regional manager, a testament to her extraordinary professional prowess. "Could I trouble you for a favor, Sister Su?" Qin Yi asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. "What kind of favor?" "Su Xiao. I wish to purchase a handbag for a friend, but I am uncertain about which brand or style to choose. My last attempt to assist Du Yorong ended in an unexpected adventure, and we never managed to buy the bag, which has led to this delay. What is your budget?" "There are no constraints. It simply needs to appeal to a young woman." "Are you trying to win over a girlfriend?" "Not at all. I merely promised a friend I would gift her a bag, but circumstances have prevented me from fulfilling that promise, and I am not well versed in this area. Since money is not a concern, this should be quite manageable." "Please wait a moment." Su Xiao hesitated briefly before dialing a number on her phone. In a matter of minutes, a slightly plump, balding gentleman arrived before Qin Yi, carrying 2 handbags. "This is Mr. Zhang, an expert in luxury goods," Su Xiao introduced. "Rest assured, if anything is amiss, he offers a 10-fold compensation for counterfeits." Mr. Zhang, upon observing Qin Yi's youthful charm, initially assumed she was Su Xiao's romantic interest, and promptly remarked, "In Fengcheng, 90% of luxury goods pass through my establishment. You can trust the quality, Director Qin." Qin Yi found amusement in this assumption, pondering whether the previous troublesome store was also Mr. Zhang's. What began as a casual inquiry had unexpectedly drawn in the cellar. Which of these 2 bags would be suitable for a young woman? Both are fitting. One is the latest model from Amber, while the other is a new release from another brand. Qin Yi, unfamiliar with such matters, found both bags charmingly pastel and appealing, yet felt incapable of making a choice. "How much do they cost?" "This one is 330,000, and the other is 120,000. Mr. Zhang deliberately presented 2 items at different price points, likely due to uncertainty about her financial capacity. Such exorbitant prices. The total exceeds Chun Xiaolu's car. If only I could buy them both. I still wouldn't discern which is superior. Very well, I will apply the member discount, offering an 88% reduction. Mr. Zhang displayed his adeptness in negotiation. Thank you. Qin Yi transferred the adjusted amount. Director Qin is indeed willing to spend generously to court a lady. Su Xiao amused. I have stated, we are merely ordinary friends. It appears we are merely casual friends. Perhaps one day, Director Qin could gift me a bag? Su Xiao jested with a playful smile. Qin Yi, being youthful and delicate, felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks and remained silent. My dear Su, if you merely express your wish, countless admirers vying to present you with luxurious gifts would undoubtedly flock to the capital. Zhang, the proprietor, interjected, having recently witnessed a substantial transaction at his establishment. But it must be a gift that catches my eye. At that moment, having finished their meal, Qin Yi settled the bill and, carrying 2 bags, accompanied Su Xiao outside. Zhang purposefully lagged a step behind, trailing the pair. Where's Sister Su headed? I'm off to the airport. You carry on with your affairs. Let old Zhang escort me. Su Xiao waved her hand dismissively. Very well, do reach out when you next visit Fengcheng. I dare not, lest your ordinary girlfriend feel envious. Su Xiao quipped as she entered Zhang's luxurious Range Rover, casting a lingering glance at Qin Yi. Thank you. Vini no dit appreciative. Watching the vehicle disappear, Qin Yi offered a wry smile, Her casual comment had prompted Su Xiaoxiao to summon Zhang, which might well have been a subtle test. Occupying a significant position within the sacred fund, Su Xiaoxiao navigated numerous social engagements annually, likely receiving many offerings of opulence, with Zhang possibly serving as one of her sales channels. It seemed she sought to ascertain whether Qin Yi was friend or foe. This woman was undoubtedly astute, yet in this instance, it could be said she overthought the matter. Qin Yi had no interest in the internal affairs of the sacred fund, nor the power struggles therein. His mind was preoccupied with the surgery scheduled for the following day. Darling. Just then, Tian Xiao awakened, beckoning Chunjiu with a gentle gesture. My love, how do you feel? No discomfort? I'm well. I have not felt pain these past few days. I almost believe my ailment had vanished, Tian Xiao replied softly. It is indeed improving. Once we complete tomorrow's surgery, you shall be as healthy as anyone else, Chunjiu said, clasping her hand. My dear, I wish to convey something. Life and death are fated. You have fought valiantly to save me, and should I depart, I bear no blame toward you. If I am no longer here, please care for Mei Mei and do not hold Qin Yi accountable. I believe he has exerted every effort. You must express your gratitude to him and fulfill your promises. Remember, you have always been my great hero. Nonsense. All I desire is for you to live. Chunjiu exclaimed loudly. Mother, you'll be fine. Mei Mei had arrived by the bedside. Mei Mei, know that your mother will always love you. Tian Xiao attempted to reach for her daughter's tousled hair, but her efforts were in vain. Ultimately, it was Mei Mei who leaned her small head towards Tian Xiao's hand. With reddened eyes, Qin Yi stepped out into the corridor, suddenly overwhelmed by thoughts of his mother. An intense yearning surged within him. Chapter 86. A strange turn of events. At 1:30 in the morning, Qin Yi encountered the weary Wu Wang, who was gulping down a bottle of glucose. Wu's complexion was far from favorable. Having performed surgeries since 8 that morning until this late hour, I saved 4 critically injured patients today, Wu Wang stated with a hint of pride. Thank you for your tireless efforts. I have but one question. Was there an issue with the surgery scheduled for 9 this morning? No issues whatsoever, Wu Wang replied resolutely. Tomorrow is not the day. Today holds paramount significance. Qin Yi had only slumbered for a mere 5 hours before being roused by the preset alarm. Upon arriving at the ward, she found Chunjiu's eyes bloodshot, undoubtedly a result of a sleepless night, and even Mei Mei's spirit appeared less than vibrant. I understand that I should refrain from inquiring further, yet an undeniable anxiety gnaws at my heart. Will Xiao Yi endure? Chunjiu's hands were calloused, and being clasped by such rough yet powerful hands was certainly not a pleasant experience. Rest assured, I promise. You and Mei Mei wait outside. At that moment, Nurse Su Xian arrived to inform them that the patient was to be taken to the 3rd operating room, and Qin Yi felt a surge of nervousness. As a surgical assistant, she needed to don surgical attire and sterile gloves. Upon reaching the exterior of the operating room, Qin Yi entered the preoperative area, while Chunjiu and Mei Mei remained outside. After changing into the sterile green surgical gown, Qin Yi took special care to disinfect the Shengming needle. Mindful of the presence of other doctors and nurses, using it directly could lead to misunderstandings. After meticulously cleaning the surgical site, Tian Xiao was wheeled into the operating room. At that moment, Wu Wang had yet to arrive, and the anesthesiologist was present inside. Each patient's weight and physical condition vary, necessitating precise calculations of medication dosages by a professional anesthetist. Given that Tian Xiao required general anesthesia, intravenous injection was essential, supplemented by a ventilator. Xiao Yi, I am counting on you. Tian Xiao gazed deeply at Qin Yi, her eyes brimming with boundless hope. Sister-in-law, do not worry. As the anesthesia took effect, Wu Wang entered the operating room and announced the commencement of the surgical procedure. In truth, Qin Yi's involvement was not immediately required. She would step in post-surgery to employ acupuncture techniques to eliminate residual cancer cells. Should the cancer cells proliferate, Tian Xiao would be beyond salvation. This was also the principal reason no physician dared to perform surgery on her. The tumor in such cases, once excised, would likely lead to the spread of cancer cells. And given the recent removal of the lesion, the patient could swiftly deteriorate. Scalpel number 4. Hemostat. Gauze. Report the patient's vital signs. Wu Wang proceeded with the surgery in an orderly manner, quickly incising Tian Xiao's abdomen, revealing a sizable tumor on the monitor. Sometimes, viewing images differs markedly from observing the actual entity. Thus, in that fleeting moment, Wu Wang swiftly assessed the tumor's condition. Scalpel number 15. Prepare for excision. Qin Yi fixed her gaze intently on Tian Xiao upon the surgical table. Any misstep during the operation could easily result in significant hemorrhage, potentially leading to the patient's demise on the operating table. Fortunately, Wu Wang's prowess was not to be underestimated. His hands were steady and swift, and within 7 minutes, he had successfully detached the tumor, placing it in a stainless steel tray. The sight was gruesome, drenched in blood. Administer 300 units of blood. Prepare for suturing. Qin Yi pressed her lips together, acutely aware that they had reached the critical juncture. Once Tianxiu Yi was sutured, it would be her turn to make an appearance. Holding 7 Shengming needles, she leaned forward. In the control room above, 3 individuals stood side by side. Lin Jiaqiang, Lin Hao, and Director Tong, monitoring the situation in the operating room through surveillance. Old Wu's technique remains impressively adept. Reaching this juncture, he has committed not a single error, Lin Jiaqi remarked. The tumor has been excised, yet the malignant cells remain unvanquished. Within mere hours, a catastrophic resurgence will erupt within the patient's body, rendering even divine intervention futile. Indeed, this is a fundamental tenet of medicine. Qin Yi's reckless antics have led old Wu astray. A pity for him, Lin Jiaqi said with a hint of regret. What shall be done about Wu Wang? Director Tong, a loyal aide to Lin Jiaqi, immediately grasped his implication. Regardless of whether the patient's family pursues accountability, the patient's demise is attributable to the surgery. Someone must bear the burden of responsibility. As the lead surgeon, it is likely that he will never wield a scalpel again. Lin Jiaqi chuckled sinisterly. And what of Qin Yi? Lin Hao inquired. That will depend on his performance. Should he dare oppose the Lin family again, I shall ensure he is rendered incapable of establishing himself in the medical community of Fengsheng. Agreed. Hee. Lin Hao laughed wickedly. The suturing completed, the operation concluded. Currently, the patient's vital signs are stable. Yet, as Wu Wang uttered these words, his visage bore no semblance of joy, only weariness. The patient's condition was even more dire than he had anticipated. Now, all hope rested on whether Qin Yi could indeed cleanse the cancerous cells with his traditional methods. Otherwise, the patient was as good as lost. Director Wu, you remain, the rest of you leave. Qin Yi said coldly. The assistant doctors and nurses were taken aback. Should they not be transferring the patient to the observation room? Why were they being dismissed? The medical staff felt perplexed but complied obediently, leaving the operating room with only Qin Yi and Wu Wang remaining. Wu Wang glanced at the camera and whispered, if we fail, we may find ourselves ostracized from the medical field. It cannot fail. Qin Yi swiftly approached Tianxiu, simultaneously deploying the holy resonance needle, encircling the lengthy incision with its shimmering presence, akin to a cage restraining a ferocious dragon. These actions were not the crux. Qin Yi's 3 fingers gripped the base of the holy resonance needle, twisting it vigorously while channeling the vital energy from his dantian through the needle into Tianxiu's body. Concurrently, he employed 3 distinct techniques: screening, separating, and vibrating. Cancer cells, in essence, are mutated cells, dissimilar to the normal cells within the body. As Qin Yi manipulated the holy resonance needle with his unique technique, it emitted a specific frequency to sift out the cancerous cells, subsequently distinguishing and pulverizing them into a fine powder. While this process appears straightforward in theory, the actual execution is fraught with challenges. Without the vital energy, Qin Yi would be utterly incapable of accomplishing this task, rendering the endeavor to save the patient mere words. Just as Qin Yi was secretly reveling in his progress, after successfully eliminating a portion of the cancer cells, an unforeseen disturbance arose. A sudden force of attraction emerged from Tianxiu's dantian, akin to a shark sensing blood, fiercely drawing the vital energy from her body toward the dantian. Qin Yi's face paled instantly as he recalled a crucial detail he had overlooked. Tianxiu had practiced internal energy. Qinjiu, did you teach your wife the star absorption technique? What blunder! This is disastrous. Chapter 87, Blood Sea of Baishan. In the operating room, the situation was dire. Qin Yi understood that it was not Qinjiu trying to harm him, but rather an unforeseen circumstance that had arisen. Currently, Tianxiu was inexplicably channeling the techniques taught by Qinjiu, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy within her body, and Qin Yi's own energy became the primary target. Akin to a parched land welcoming rain. Naturally, he could cease the flow of energy immediately, but that would seal Tianxiu's fate. The cancerous cells would swiftly spread throughout her organs, devouring her life. The thought of Qinjiu's earnest gaze and Mei Mei's pitiful little face propelled Qin Yi to make a swift decision. He would take a gamble. If he did not, Tianxiu would perish. If he did, there remained a glimmer of hope. and he would endure until the very end. At the moment Qin Yi resolved to act, the sacred talisman hanging around his neck suddenly emitted a sound. However, it was not the familiar beeping described by his second senior brother, but rather a sharp, screeching noise reminiscent of a kettle boiling over. What on earth? Could this be a warning, indicating that his actions might endanger his life? Did you bring your phone in here? Wu Wang was taken aback. Such a ringtone was rather unconventional. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yi had no time for explanations and quickly commanded, "Shut off all the monitors in the operating room. Go tell Chen Jiu that no one is to enter, not even him. That's not advisable. Hurry, I have no time for nonsense." All right. Wu Wang first shut down the power to the monitors in the operating room, then hurriedly exited. On the upper floor, Lin Jiaqiang observed the static on the screen, initially frowning slightly, then breaking into a smug smile. It seems the patient is nearing the end. Qin Yi is getting desperate. Father, what should we do next? Director Tong, gather some people for the third operating room and claim that the monitors have malfunctioned and require urgent repairs. Once inside the operating room, record everything on your phone, capturing Qin Yi's unfortunate predicament clearly. Understood. Director Tong promptly called security and rushed out. Truly a self-inflicted plight. Lin Hao chuckled ominously. Qin Yi's hands danced like fluttering butterflies over 7 silver needles. As Tian Xioa unconsciously absorbed his spiritual energy, he was compelled to increase the output, rapidly depleting the energy within his dantian. Screening, separating, and striking down. Qin Yi incessantly repeated these 3 steps, and the residual cancer cells within Tian Xioa diminished swiftly. As the final moments approached, the energy in Qin Yi's dantian was nearly exhausted. Waves of dizziness assaulted his senses. He was uncertain of the consequences of depleting his energy. But with the warning sound of the sacred talisman growing increasingly shrill, he knew the outcome would be perilous. Should any cancer cells remain, they would proliferate at an astonishing rate, rendering all his efforts futile. Qin Yi had already begun to channel the sacred gate technique frantically, yet the amount he absorbed paled in comparison to the rate of consumption. His realm was simply too low. No. Qin Yi's eyes widened in fury. His hands moved incessantly. He was determined to fight. His complexion grew paler, and the brilliance in his eyes dimmed, as his hands mechanically repeated a series of motions. Within the depths of his being, the dantian emitted a resounding roar, seemingly protesting against such a rapacious outpouring of energy teetering on the brink of collapse. Should the Earth's core shatter, it was likely that Qin Yi would face peril to his life. Just a fraction more, he was so close. In a moment of disorientation, Qin Yi found himself amidst a towering, pristine mountain, its grandeur rising magnificently into the sky. Gazing downwards, he was struck by the sight of a boundless sea of blood surrounding the white mountain, stretching infinitely into the horizon. The blood-soaked sea was shrouded in an eerie mystique. A deafening crash echoed as a massive white boulder plummeted from the heavens, hurtling towards Qin Yi with relentless force. There was no evasion. Darkness enveloped him, and he knew nothing more. His final thought was whether the cancer cells within Tian Xioer had been eradicated. An expanse of impenetrable darkness ensued. Suddenly, an unsettling white light illuminated the operating room. Outside, chaos reigned. The morning sun cast its gentle rays upon his face, gradually clarifying the surrounding scene. Standing by the bedside was Qin Dashan, eyes brimming with tears as he called out Qin Yi's name. Mei Mei beside him grasped Qin Yi's hand, weeping profusely as if bidding farewell to a departed soul. Chen Jiu crouched at the doorway, his expression clouded with worry, fiddling with a cigarette stained with blood on his sleeve. On the adjacent hospital bed lay Tian Xioer, her breathing steady, watching Qin Yi intently. It appeared that she had passed the critical phase. Beneath the bed rested a basin filled with clear water, a damp towel draped over its edge, likely used to cleanse Qin Yi's face moments prior. Wait. Qin Yi hastily turned his focus inward, discovering a white orb had manifested in his dantian. Precisely the manifestation of the four-gaze realm that Chen Jiu had spoken of. Had he ascended? Yet, the orb's surface bore several crimson streaks, forming a peculiar pattern whose significance eluded him. So this was the four-gaze realm. Though his eyes faced forward, he could perceive the conditions surrounding him, as if endowed with 3 additional pairs of eyes. No wonder it was named thus, for he no longer need fear ambushes. Simultaneously, his 7 senses had markedly heightened, rendering him entirely lucid. While others took years to progress from the initial awareness realm to the four-gaze realm, Qin Yi had achieved it in less than 2 months. A fact steeped in strangeness. Father, why are you crying? I weep for my son. You're awake. Qin Dashin's exclamation startled everyone. And Shinjio immediately appeared at Qin Yi's side. Brother, you've awakened. Shinjio exclaimed eagerly. Have I been unconscious for several days? 7 days. Director Wu stated that you would never awaken again. Qin Dashin expressed his excitement palpable. 7 days? It feels as though I've only been unconscious for a brief moment. How is my sister-in-law? Upon hearing Qin Yi inquire about Tian Xiu'er, Chunjio's face brightened with joy, and he suddenly knelt before Qin Yi, pulling Mei down with him. Your sister-in-law awakened long ago and is recovering remarkably well, growing stronger by the day. Our family shall never forget your immense kindness. After speaking, Chunjio bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, brother. Mei will earn money to spend on you in the future. Mei attempted to mimic her father's gesture of reverence, but was swiftly scooped up by Qin Dashin. You are a great benefactor to our family. Tian Xiu'er softly remarked from the side. What is this? Little E is so young. There's no need for such reverence. It's too much for him. Qin Dashin stated, pulling Chunjio up with one hand. At this moment, Qin Yi had already sat up from the bed. Aside from feeling quite hungry, she experienced no other discomfort and promptly reassured, Ninth brother, we are family now, so there is no need for formality. It is my duty. Family indeed. Upon realizing that Qin Yi was truly unharmed, Chunjio finally breathed a sigh of relief. The past 7 days had been a torment for him. His wife had been healed by Qin Yi, which should have brought joy. Yet, Qin Yi had lain in a coma, and had anything happened to her, he would have been burdened with guilt for a lifetime. Qin Dashin affectionately ruffled his lovely daughter's hair and cheerfully remarked, I wouldn't mind having another such sensible daughter. In a hospital room, laughter and cheerful banter filled the air. After rising, Qin Yi first used her sense of touch to assess Tian Xiu'er, and upon completing her examination, she found herself at a loss for words. One could only say that her sister-in-law was exceptionally fortunate. Had it not been for the intervention of the second senior brother, Qin Yi would never have met Chunjio, nor would she have had the opportunity to treat her. Had Qin Yi not crossed paths with her, it was quite possible that Tian Xiu'er would have already perished. As for the true circumstances during the surgery, Qin Yi did not intend to disclose them to Chunjio. There was no benefit in elaborating, and it might even lead others to think she was seeking praise. As everyone continued to chat and laugh, Wu Wangfeng burst in energetically. You assert that I wouldn't awaken? It seems your medical skills require improvement. Qin Yi quipped. Wu Wang scrutinized Qin Yi for quite some time before giving her a thumbs up, exclaiming, I am impressed. From now on, I shall consider any miracles occurring in your presence as commonplace. This is no miracle. It was a gamble we won. To be honest, I nearly lost my life at that moment. Qin Yi reflected, a hint of trepidation creeping in. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yi gently shook her head. At that time, in her efforts to save her sister-in-law, many aspects were inadequately considered, and she took on considerable risks. Thus, this matter was not suitable for public announcement. If anyone inquires about you, simply state that the patient had a unique constitution and exhibited remarkable recovery after the tumor was removed. Wu Wang's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment as he softly remarked, even if it were merely this single case, it would be a groundbreaking event in the medical field. Must we truly conceal it? I can only say that the time is not yet right. However, while I do not advocate for promotion, should any critically ill patients seek our assistance, we may proceed with this method of treatment. The condition is that the patient's family must be fully aware that the success rate does not exceed 30%. Furthermore, my medical license does not permit me to partake in such surgeries, and all of this must be communicated in advance and documented with signatures. Previously, Qin Yi had mentioned a success rate of 50%, which had not accounted for the patient's complex condition. Now, after comprehensive consideration, the success rate had decreased by 20%. Shall Yi, let us refrain from engaging in such perilous endeavors, shall we? Qin Dashin expressed anxiously from the side. Father, there is no need for concern. I am well aware of my responsibilities. Moreover, this is a noble act of healing, and as a physician, I must do my utmost. Vin yi softly, risusurit vindasan. Upon hearing Qin Yi's words, Wu Wang finally grasped the immense risks Qin Yi had undertaken during the surgery. Firstly, her medical license prohibited her from participating in such procedures. Although she had only intervened post-operation, it still posed significant issues upon closer inspection. In the unfortunate event of a patient's demise, should the family persistently pursue retribution, it is likely that his medical career would come to an abrupt halt. Furthermore, regarding the final treatment administered by the national physician, Although Wu Wang was unaware of the specific methods employed, the apparent risks were substantial. Otherwise, Qin Yi would not have remained in a comatose state for an entire week. Nevertheless, Qin Yi resolutely decided to consider treating such patients, which reflects his admirable integrity. A commendable young man indeed. Wu Wang was thoroughly impressed by Qin Yi's demeanor. He glanced at Chunjiu and whispered, "There is still one troubling matter." "What matter?" "At that time, you instructed me to find Chunjiu and halt everyone's entry." Subsequently, Director Tong indeed arrived at the operating room with several security personnel, claiming that there was an issue with the surveillance system requiring urgent repairs. Chunjiu refused entry, resulting in a confrontation where he subdued all those individuals. Afterward, we waited outside for a full 2 hours before realizing that you might be in trouble. Upon entering the operating room, we discovered you had already fallen into a coma. Was the altercation severe? The individuals involved were relatively unharmed, but during your days of unconsciousness, Chunjiu stood guard at the door, permitting only myself and Nurse Su Xian to enter. Even Dean Lin, who visited you 2 days ago, was turned away. Did Dean Lin express his displeasure? Indeed, he scolded Chunjiu a few times, prompting Wu Wang to smirk slightly. Did he strike Lin Jieqi as well? Yes. He landed a punch on his nose. The blood on Chunjiu's sleeve is indeed from Dean Lin. Qin Yi found the situation amusing. Confronting Chunjiu was a reckless endeavor. Did Dean Lin refrain from retaliating? Not at all. He promptly called the police. However, it is peculiar that after a brief exchange with the officer who arrived, they withdrew, suggesting that the matter be resolved amicably. Today, Dean Lin issued a directive for Chunjiu to escort the patient away from the second hospital, and all medications for the patient have been halted. Is it wise to discontinue the medication? Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. While your sister-in-law's constitution is indeed unique, and her recovery over the past week has been commendable, she is still unable to ingest food. Thus, the medication must not be suspended. How long until discharge? Qin Yi inquired. At the earliest, another 10 days of observation. Wu Wang provided a thoughtful assessment. By the way, has Lin Hao exchanged positions with you? Not at all. Lin Hao's been avoiding me for the past few days and has not mentioned our wager. Very well, I shall take care of that matter. Additionally, I have some good news to share. Qin Yi proceeded to recount the establishment of the Saint Foundation's office within the hospital, sincerely inviting Wu Wang to join and serve as Qin Yi's deputy. An extra monthly bonus of 4,000 yuan was proposed, with Qin Yi intending to allocate his share of the bonus to Wu Wang, acknowledging the significant assistance he had provided. Wu Wang was naturally delighted. This initiative would greatly benefit patients, and who would not wish to partake? Moreover, the prospect of an additional monthly bonus was enticing, a rare opportunity to attain both fame and fortune. After bidding farewell to Wu Wang, Qin Yi refrained from mentioning the incident involving Chunjiu's assault. Given the critical circumstances, it was fortunate that no fatalities occurred. Moreover, Chunjiu's vigilance in safeguarding the ward was justified. What if the Lin family sought to exploit Qin Yi's vulnerability during his unconsciousness? "Dad, I am hungry." Qin Yi's stomach rumbled, prompting him to pat his abdomen. "I shall procure something for you immediately." "Uncle, it is unnecessary." When Qin Yi awakened, I ordered food for him using my phone and requested expedited service. "It should be arriving shortly," Tian Xiua interjected. "Thank you, sister-in-law. She is indeed a meticulous woman," and Qin Yi expressed her gratitude. "We are family now." "There is no need for thanks," Tian Xiua replied with a beaming smile, growing increasingly fond of this life-saving younger brother. As if on cue, barely had Tian Xiua's words faded when a courier clad in a yellow vest appeared at the door of the hospital room. Chunjiu swiftly made his way to greet him. Chapter 89, Commencing Repairs. Qin Yi relished her meal of congee, buns, and 4 vegetables with unmatched delight, devouring it as if a tempest were sweeping through. "Eat slowly, don't choke," Qin Dashan admonished his beloved son. I know. Qin Yi mumbled with her mouth full. "I've already discussed it with Xiao Chun and his family. Once Xiao Yue is discharged, we will move to the house in Yuhu City. Xiao Chun will drive me. And once Xiao Yue is well, she will handle the cooking and pick up the children. I will pay them both." Qin Dashan had long been aware of his intention to invite Chunjiu to be his bodyguard, and having witnessed Chunjiu's formidable skills when he struck Director Lin, he felt quite satisfied. "I will cover the salary. Sister-in-law will receive 150,000 a month. Don't think it too little." Vigny intergested. Chunjiu's strength was impressive. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to retain his services as a bodyguard, and relieving him of worries was only fair. Upon hearing the generous offer, Tian Xiuyue quickly shook her head. "It's merely cooking and tidying up. I cannot accept your money." "Sister-in-law, Mei Mei will soon be of school age, and I will arrange for her to enroll in a primary school. You will be quite bored at home every day. Once you recover, come work in my clinic with a flexible schedule. So most of this money is essentially for your labor, Qin Yi explained. Tian Xiuyue, though young and astute, must not be treated as a mere maid. But I am not knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine, she protested. Hooray, Daddy, Mommy can work now, and I can go to school, Mei Mei exclaimed joyfully, her little face glowing with excitement. The tumultuous experiences of the past year had been akin to a nightmarish journey for her, leaving a profound imprint on her tender heart. Seeing her daughter so elated, Tian Xiuyue ceased to resist, yet she pondered deeply on ensuring everything was executed flawlessly to avoid disappointing Qin Yi. On that day, when she entered the operating room and turned off her phone, Qin Yi grabbed her device only to find it still powered off and quickly switched it on. As the phone powered up, a cacophony of notification sounds erupted. There were nearly 300 messages on WeChat and over 20 missed call notifications. Among them, Du Yorong's messages were the most numerous, followed by those from Chun Xiaolu, Tang Ziru, and Steward Zhou, who had all attempted to reach Qin Yi. It turned out that 4 days prior, Du Yorong and Chun Xiaolu had taken the 4th subject exam together and had obtained their driver's licenses. They had intended to contact Qin Yi for a celebratory meal, but upon losing contact, and with Qin Yi having moved, they could not locate her. Qin Yi first dialed Du Yorong's number. Are you still alive? Du Yorong remarqued bluntly. Am I not allowed to be alive? Vin you retorted. Where have you been these past few days? Du Yorong's irritation was palpable. Is there still a place without signal? Are you pulling my leg? Look in the mirror. See if you resemble a ghost. How rude. Never mind, I will hang up. Wait. In recent days, Chun Xiaolu has been anxiously yearning to retrieve his vehicle. Yet he has been unable to reach you, leaving him in a state of anticipation. Perhaps you could accompany him this evening to collect it. Very well. I shall see you tonight. Subsequently, Qin Yi called Chun Xiaolu, who upon hearing about the evening's plans, erupted in joyous exclamations, nearly leading Qin Yi to believe he was experiencing a mental crisis. Steward Zhou had merely instructed Qin Yi to retrieve 2 business licenses that had been prepared, with no additional matters at hand. Lastly, there was Tang Ziru, but before dialing her number, Qin Yi pondered for a moment before finally making the call. Are you awake? Tang Ziru clearly seemed aware of Qin Yi's circumstances. Yes, just woke up. After a brief silence, Tang Ziru remarked, You are truly overexerting yourself. I heard you successfully treated a late-stage cancer patient. My mother wishes to speak with you. Perhaps when I have time. Qin Yi had once sought Zhao Wan's assistance for Tian Xiue's surgery, only to be met with a flat refusal. Thus, there is nothing more to discuss with Zhao Wan. Some opportunities, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. Tang Ziru, aware of the underlying details, sighed and shifted the conversation. The board's supervisory committee has yet to be established. I doubt it will happen before the semester begins. Qin Yi had originally intended to delay this matter, but during her unconscious state in the operating room, Lin Jieqi sent individuals to create disturbances, subsequently leading to Chun Zhou's arrest and the cessation of Tian Xiue's medication. Qin Yi felt it was time to address Lin Jieqi. This dog needs to be leashed. Otherwise, it poses a danger to others. Come over at 2 this afternoon. I will accompany you to confront Lin Jieqi. Let us resolve this today. It would be best if Principal Meng could send a representative. Once the supervisory committee is established, even if they do nothing, it will suffice to discomfort Lin Jieqi. Really? Tang Ziru inquired with excitement. Do I have any reason to deceive you? I shall see you this afternoon. As Qin Yi stood to depart, Chun Zhou approached. That day, I sensed your energy was chaotic, teetering on the brink of a breakdown, so I refrained from allowing anyone else to disturb you. Are you truly all right now? Chun Zhou gazed earnestly at Qin Yi. I am fine. I appreciate your concern. Your father suggested we move into your home. Would that be appropriate? Quite so. You see, I will be starting university soon, and I worry about him being alone at home. Your presence would be a relief, and I owe you my gratitude for it. Besides that apartment, I have a villa. There is ample space, so do not fret. Qin Yi endeavored to clarify the situation to alleviate any concerns Chun Zhou might have. Mimi is young. I fear she might disturb your father. I believe he enjoys her company. I once had a younger sister, but after my parents divorced, my mother took her away. My father has always been troubled by the absence of a daughter. Rest assured, no matter how boisterous Mimi may be, he will not be angered. Now I understand. No wonder your father has been gazing at Mimi in a trance these past few days. The upstairs is a spacious flat with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. I shall have my father decorate a separate room for Mimi, making it lovely. You and your sister can share a room. It will be just enough without being wasteful. Mimi can share with us. Let us proceed as I suggest. Children grow swiftly, especially young girls, and they deserve their own space. Qin Yi patted Chunjio on the shoulder. I shall not stand on ceremony with a brother. Chunjio, seeing that Qin Yi had everything arranged perfectly, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. There are many days ahead of us. It was said that an arrangement was made for the renovation company to inspect the site in the afternoon, with all materials to be eco-friendly, creating a sense of urgency even more pronounced than that of Qin Yi. Chapter 90. Forced Alliance in Yuhu City, at Qin Yi's residence. She indulged in a comforting hot shower. During her bath, she noticed a change in her skin. It felt remarkably more resilient to the touch. Her body's contours were approaching perfection, not in the manner of a fitness trainer with bulging muscles, but rather aesthetically pleasing. After indulging in a moment of vanity, she emerged to change her clothes. Her wardrobe had been replenished with numerous new outfits. Qin Dashan, perhaps feeling a sense of indebtedness to Qin Yi, would purchase several pieces suitable for her whenever he passed by a high-end clothing store. The 3-meter-long closet was now overflowing. Qin Yi, somewhat exasperated, murmured, I don't mind the new clothes, but why hang them with the unwashed ones? What's the logic in that? She selected a clean outfit and left her home. At a noodle shop, she devoured 8 bowls of beef noodles, finally satiating her hunger. To her surprise, the surrounding patrons stared in astonishment, their eyes fixed on the towering stack of bowls on her table. Some even surreptitiously snapped photos, whispering, I've encountered a real eating broadcaster today. She can truly eat. Eating broadcaster? Can't you see no one is recording? She must be a plant hired by the owner to promote the deliciousness of their beef noodles. A perceptive onlooker countered. Qin Yi felt a mix of exasperation and amusement as she hastily settled her bill and fled the establishment, which seemed to regard her as a curiosity. Next time, I'll eat 10 bowls just to shock you all. In the corridor, the professionally attired Tang Ziru encountered Qin Yi, who was clad in casual attire. Both 18, yet their perspectives were starkly different. The Tang family was a prominent dynasty in Fengsheng, with Tang Ziru positioned as the third-generation heir, flanked by the cunning Zhao Wan. From a humble background, Qin Yi's life had transformed dramatically 3 months prior due to a fortuitous encounter. The future remained uncertain, but after toppling the Lin family, a confrontation with the Tang family loomed on the horizon, a reality known to both herself and Tang Ziru. You seem different, Tang Ziru remarked, scrutinizing Qin Yi's face. I believe I have become more handsome, Qin Yi replied nonchalantly. Indeed, my skin has thickened. I can't deny that. As they walked side by side down the corridor, their striking appearance attracted countless curious glances. Leaning against the wall outside the Lin family's stronghold stood a young man, around 24-25. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit, his black-rimmed glasses accentuating his strong brows and large eyes, reminiscent of a protagonist from television. Greetings, Director Qin, Director Tang. I am Lu Ziki, a counselor from the finance department of Fenghua University, sent by Vice President Meng to assist with the establishment of the supervision group. Lu Ziki spoke with an air of formality, his demeanor respectful as he adjusted his glasses while speaking. We will soon be attending Fenghua University. Since you are an alumnus, we shall refer to you as senior. Tang Ziru, having secured support from Meng Zheng, adopted a friendly tone. Certainly, junior brothers and sisters. Lu Ziki responded with enthusiasm. Hello, Lu Ziki. Qin Yi did not acknowledge the title of junior from her colleague. This was a workplace, and following the establishment of the supervision group, Qin Yi was the leader while Lu Ziki was a member. Everything was purely professional. Perhaps in the future, if their relationship became more amicable, such a title could be used, but for now, it was inappropriate. Tang Ziru rolled her eyes, finding Qin Yi somewhat unapproachable. Lu Ziki awkwardly chuckled, remaining silent thereafter. The 3 of them simultaneously entered Lin Jiaqiang's office, making him acutely aware of their intentions. It seemed the establishment of the supervision group could no longer be postponed, and his expression darkened. Qin Yi couldn't help but smile at the sight of Lin Jiaqiang, whose nose was red and slightly swollen, appearing quite comical. This was the handiwork of Chun Jiu, who had executed what Qin Yi had longed to achieve. Director Qin, have you awakened? Lin Jiaqiang inquired. Qin Yi had been awake since morning, and with Lin Jiaqiang's control over the second hospital, he had undoubtedly learned of this matter long ago, merely feigning ignorance. I woke up after sufficient rest, she replied, fully aware that Lin Jiaqiang was deliberately changing the subject. With a smile, she continued, we are here to discuss the establishment of the supervision group. Other matters can be addressed later. Wasn't the establishment of the supervision group approved in the meeting? What more is there to discuss? Lin Jiaqiang asked, feigning ignorance. It was approved, yet it has not been implemented. I have called you several times during this period, but you have continually evaded the issue, Tang Zhu interjected, visibly displeased. As an elder, is this how you treat me? Lin Jiaxiang paused before responding. Is it so simple to establish a department? I must coordinate all departments to cooperate with you. Is that something that can be accomplished in just a day or two? Just as Qin Yi was about to refute Lin Jiaxiang, Lu Ziki pushed up his glasses and spoke in a measured tone. The establishment of the supervision group requires an office, along with some appropriate office furniture. I request that the finance department submit the financial statements from the past 3 years, while the logistics department provides the procurement lists, expenditure records for medical supplies, qualifications of collaborating units, and detailed transaction lists for the same period. The inpatient department merely needs to issue a notification. All these documents are readily available and do not pose a significant burden. Shall we consider if there is anything else to add? Lu Ziki adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, articulating his points with clarity and precision. And even Qin Yi noticed a glint of light reflecting off his lenses. This was reminiscent of a scene from a detective story, as if he were proclaiming, "There is only one truth." It was evident that they intended to scrutinize all accounts from the past 3 years. The Tang family seemed to be wary that Lin Jiaxiang's downfall might be imminent. Lu Ziki was indeed a remarkable talent, truly deserving of being a distinguished student from the finance department. Lin Jiaxiang felt an urge to slam his palm against the table and demand, "What are you trying to accomplish?" However, he restrained himself, knowing that such a display would reveal his insecurity and fear of investigation. In the days leading up to this, he had contemplated various strategies, so after Lu Ziki finished speaking, Lin Jiaxiang composed himself swiftly, recognizing that the Tang family and Qin Yi were approaching with great determination, necessitating a cautious response. There are 5 members on the board of directors, and each director will appoint a representative to join the supervision group. You have no objections to this, I trust? Lin Jiaxiang fixed his gaze on the 3 of them. Tang Zhu and Qin Yi exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Although Qin Yi was the leader and Tang Zhu the deputy leader of the supervision group, it cannot be a one-man show. Each of the 5 members possessed voting rights, and any resolution required a majority vote to pass. One cannot help but acknowledge Lin Jiaxiang's cunning nature. He seeks to maneuver among the 5 members, as securing the support of merely 3 would render the entire supervisory group a mere formality. Nevertheless, his assertions hold merit and are not mere fabrications. No problem. Tang Zhu was the first to acquiesce, and Qin Yi voiced no objections. The hospital lacks substantial funds for the supervisory group. Thus, each member's basic salary is set at a mere 1,000 yuan, devoid of bonuses or commissions. Lin Jiaxiang continued his discourse. While Qin Yi and Tang Zhu appeared indifferent, Lu Ziki furrowed his brow slightly, his expression revealing discontent, presumably due to the paltry remuneration. Tang Zhu, with her astute nature, approached Lu Ziki and whispered a few words, which seemed to alleviate his discomfort. All right, Vinya firmet. The final stipulation, and indeed the most crucial one, was articulated. You members of the supervisory group must not disrupt the hospital's normal operations or disturb the internal order of work. Should you create an atmosphere of unease that hampers productivity and consequently the hospital suffers losses, do not attribute it to my management. Lin Jiaxiang declared with gravitas. The room fell into an immediate silence, the 3 members exchanging glances. Chapter 91, Establishment. It must be said that Lin Jiaxiang possesses considerable acumen. This last point is vital. What constitutes a disruption to normal operations, and how does one define the disturbance of work order? There exists no clear standard. If you merely stroll around my desk, I could claim that you affect my work. This serves as an excellent pretext for accusations. Should the 3 oppose, they would contradict the very purpose of the supervisory group. The group was established for the hospital's betterment, to eliminate corruption and waste. If your actions render the staff incapable of performing their duties, leading to diminished profits, then the group would no longer serve as a supervisory entity, but rather as a source of chaos. Tang Zhu and Lu Ziki simultaneously turned their gazes toward Qin Yi, for she was designated as the leader following the establishment of the supervisory group. I concur, but I propose an additional clause. In instances where it cannot be determined whether operations are being affected, a board meeting must be convened to discuss and resolve the matter. Once it reaches the board, Lin Jiaxiang's word will no longer be absolute. Lin Jiaxiang paused, mustering a response from between clenched teeth. Very well. He swung open the door and called out, prompting Director Tong to hurriedly enter. You oversee the comprehensive office and will concurrently serve as a member of the supervisory group. No objections, y presuma. Lin Jiaqiang feigned sincerity as he addressed Director Tong. This is an excellent opportunity. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to assisting the esteemed board members. Director Tong's smile was evidently insincere. Then draft a notice to disseminate, ensuring all departments are aware and that they must cooperate with the supervisory group's work while guaranteeing normal operations. Lin Jiaqiang emphasized the phrase normal operations. Understood, Director Tong replied. Is there an office available? Indeed, space is tight, but I will find a way to manage. Director Tong assured, thumping his chest. Does Team Leader Qin have any further matters to address? The title shifted from Director Qin to Team Leader Qin, as Lin Jiaqiang seemed to have accepted this new reality. There is something. I wish to speak with you privately. Qin Yi stated nonchalantly. Tang Ziru frowned slightly, but with Qin Yi's insistence, they left together with Director Tong, keenly observing him as he prepared the notice. Lu Ziki followed silently behind, clearly overwhelmed by the events of the day, particularly the meager salary, which was indeed difficult to accept. Speak up, what is it? Lin Jiechi feigned ignorance. My sister-in-law's surgery was a success. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and arrange for Director Wu and Lin how to swap positions? Lin Jiechi's expression darkened as he replied. There are still numerous surgeries waiting for Xiaohai. It's not simply a matter of swapping positions. Breach of trust is undesirable. He must continue with his scheduled surgeries. The positions need to be adjusted. You wouldn't want me to resort to my own methods to resolve this matter, would you? Qin Yi's tone turned stern, as this was a commitment made to Wu Wang that must be honored. Fine, I will arrange it shortly. However, regarding the matter of stopping my sister-in-law's medication and forcing her to discharge, that is not for you to unilaterally decide. Cease this erroneous behavior immediately, and I shall not pursue this further. Qin Yi stated lightly. What? Qin Yi, do not take advantage of me. Her husband hit me. Look at my nose. You are the head of the first hospital. Please choose your words carefully. You mentioned it was her husband who struck you. What does that have to do with the patient? Even legally, there is no concept of vicarious liability, is there? Qin Yi interrupted Lin Jiechi directly. But it is a fact that her husband assaulted me. Lin Jiechi retorted, feeling increasingly anxious. Indeed, therefore, you should sit down and negotiate a resolution without involving the patient. As the head of the supervisory group, I solemnly warn you not to bring personal grievances into the workplace. This is a distortion of truth. Lin Jiechi felt a tightness in his chest. By the way, I forgot to mention, my brother is an overseas mercenary. Killing and arson are mere trifles for him. I am actually looking out for your best interest. Qin Yi sneered as she closed the door, and not long after, the sound of something shattering echoed from inside the room. Almost driven to the brink by Lin Jiechi, Qin Yi arrived at the comprehensive office, where Director Tong was typing a notification on the computer with remarkable speed, perhaps an amateur internet writer. The content of the notification was unremarkable, but Qin Yi's eyes caught the name of Emergency Department Dr. Sun Han, who seemed to linger ominously. Sun Dongzhu had sent Sun Han, along with Director Tong. Lin Jiechi now had 2 solid votes in the supervisory group. If he could secure one more, the group's existence might very well be rendered futile. Qin Yi's gaze flickered momentarily towards Lu Ziki. Leaders, do you see any need for amendments? Director Tong dared not speak as boldly as Lin Jiechi. These were stakeholders or representatives of the hospital, and he truly could not afford to offend them. Looks good. No changes needed. After a pause, Qin Yi suddenly inquired. Has the notification regarding the establishment of the Saint Fund's second hospital office been issued yet? Upon hearing the word Saint Fund, Tang Ziru and Lu Ziki visibly paused, glancing towards Qin Yi in unison. The notification has been drafted, but the personnel are yet to be confirmed. Dean Lin asked me to consult you. Director Tong replied honestly. I am the person in charge, with Director Wu Wang as my deputy. The staff includes head nurse Li Lan and nurse Su Xian. Qin Yi then halted and turned to Lu Ziki. Are you familiar with the Saint Fund? I am a director of the Saint Fund and wish to establish an office at the second hospital. Would you be interested in participating? The monthly bonus is modest, amounting to 2,000 yuan, primarily focused on identifying individuals in need of assistance within the hospital. There is interest indeed. Lu Ziki is neither foolish nor lacking in intelligence. Should he establish a connection with the Holy Fund, his resume would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. However, this seems rather inappropriate, does it not? After all, our primary concern should be the affairs of the supervisory group. Tang Ziru sensed a troubling shift. If Qin Yi were to recruit Lu Ziki, it could spell trouble for the Tang family. A fleeting shadow of displeasure crossed Lu Ziki's face, which Qin Yi keenly observed, prompting him to continue. There is nothing inappropriate about it. The office's workload is quite manageable. Just look at Director Wu and the others, who also hold multiple roles, right? But do not dwell on the buts. This decision rests solely with Lu Ziki. Whether he proceeds or not is entirely up to him. Qin Yi brazenly interrupted Tang Ziru. I will do it. Lu Ziki eagerly responded. At Lu Ziki's name, Qin Yi instructed Director Tong. Understood. This matter is hardly related to the hospital. Yet the reputation and incentives of the Holy Fund are undeniably enticing, even drawing the interest of Director Tong. He promptly printed 2 copies of the notice and hurried to seek the signature of Dean Lin. The 3 of them, lost in their thoughts, exchanged not a word. Chapter 92. A Gift of Roses. From the initial aloofness upon meeting to being dazzled by each other's talents, such is the nature of life. One moment, you may dismiss someone as insignificant, only to discover the next that they possess hidden treasures. The world, time, people, and circumstances are in a constant state of flux. Clinging to rigid beliefs will ultimately lead to merciless obsolescence. Qin Yi's perception and approach towards Lu Ziki are ever-evolving, and they will undoubtedly continue to change. Whether for better or worse will depend on Lu Ziki's choices. While 2,000 yuan may not be substantial, for a recently graduated instructor, it could potentially resolve numerous issues. Of course, Qin Yi understands that Meng Zheng would not allow Lu Ziki to suffer losses. However, the returns might not be monetary but rather in other forms, such as a transfer or permanent position. The 4 of them descended in the elevator to the first floor, turning left and right until they arrived at the door of an office, which faced a long corridor. In the distance, the corridor ended at a set of iron doors, emblazoned with the ominous words, Morgue. Tang Ziru's face instantly paled, her lips pressed tightly together, and her hands trembled slightly. Lu Ziki maintained a more composed demeanor, though his brow was furrowed. I apologize, there are simply no other offices available. This space was previously a storage room, which I had cleaned out a few days ago, making it suitable for the supervisory group's office. The office directly faces the morgue. Do you think that is appropriate? Tang Ziru rarely lost her composure, which amused Qin Yi internally. I'm sorry, Miss Tang, but there are genuinely no alternative offices. Director Tong opened the door. A distinct odor of decay wafted from within, revealing several dilapidated desks, appearing quite unkempt. This is simply too much. Tang Ziru nearly leapt up in outrage. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, Qin Yi thought little of it, for he had no intention of lingering here. The presence or absence of a proper office mattered little. The metaphorical leash had already been secured, and the timing for decisive action would come in due course. The vision of a clean, bright office filled with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers had evaporated, leaving Tang Ziru with a pallid expression. She wished to remain in this place not a moment longer. No wonder my mother always advised me to remain composed, for unexpected troubles may arise at any moment. And where is Sun Han? He is yet to arrive. Inform him that today marks the significant establishment of the supervisory team. If he does not make an appearance within the next 10 minutes, he need not return. Qin Yi remarked coldly, her irritation growing at the mere thought of Sun Han's face. I promptly made a call. Shortly thereafter, Sun Han appeared at the office door, seemingly having been waiting nearby. He exchanged nods with Qin Yi and the others before turning to Director Tong with a complaint. With so many offices available, why must we be assigned this one? It's truly unfortunate. As a former emergency room physician, he was privy to certain ins and outs of the hospital. Indeed, Tang Ziru rarely interjected, but it seemed that some individuals, though often refined, had their limits tested. Encouraged by the support of the stunning board member, Sun Han became more emboldened. Isn't there an empty office on the 3rd floor in the Yenti department? Couldn't you allocate one to us? That is simply unfeasible. Director Tong thought to himself, vexed. You and I are in this together, you know. I cannot endure this place. Sun Han exclaimed, visibly agitated. Enough. Let us set aside the office matter for now and focus on work. Qin Yi interjected, raising her hand to halt Sun Han's dramatic gestures. Proceed. Director Tong sighed in relief. Though Tang Ziru and I are younger and hold the positions of team leader and deputy, we must learn from the 3 of you. Henceforth, Lu Ziki will lead the work, with Director Tong assisting. Is this arrangement agreeable to everyone? Qin Yi distanced herself from the situation, as she was soon to attend an exhibition and then oversee the store opening, leaving little time to clash with Lin Jiaqiang. Initially apprehensive that Qin Yi would not relinquish control, Lu Ziki was relieved to see her delegate authority without objection. Director Tong was primarily concerned with her own interests. content to merely coast along, and nodded in agreement. Sun Han appeared somewhat reluctant but held his tongue, recalling Qin Yi's ruthless nature. While we have a flexible work schedule, we shall convene a summary meeting every Friday at 4 p.m., both online and offline, depending on circumstances. Shortly, Director Tong will add us to the hospital's large office group, and we shall create a separate group for our discussions. Qin Yi was diligently assigning tasks. Understood. Lu Ziki recognized the necessity of full cooperation from Director Tong. If any hurdles arose, he and Team Leader Tang were to be consulted. Sun Han, as you're more familiar with the hospital, please assist Lu Ziki in gathering the necessary materials. Regardless of the issues at hand, we must base our actions on sound reasoning and evidence, avoiding unfounded assumptions. Qin Yi's arrangements were methodical and well-structured. Lu Ziki was quite satisfied with Qin Yi's organization, nodding in approval. Is there anything else to add? Let us commence our inquiries with the finance department. Tang Ziru whispered, recalling her mother's advice to be assertive. Qin Yi smiled, considering Lin Jiaqiang's cunning nature. After so many days, even if Lu Ziki was a finance prodigy, it was unlikely he would uncover much. Agreed. Meeting adjourned. Wait. Sun Han raised his hand. What is it? The office issue remains unresolved. I cannot focus on work here. Director Tong cast a sharp glare at Sun Han, inwardly cursing his incessant meddling. Allow me to handle this. Tang Ziru suddenly interjected, asserting her authority as the deputy leader. How do you intend to resolve this? Sun Han inquired, his curiosity piqued. I have my methods, Tang Ziru replied with a dazzling smile, akin to a flower in full bloom, nearly causing Sun Han to drool. How about we gather the entire supervisory team for a dinner tonight? Sun Han suggested. I'm pressed for time. Qin Yi dismissed with a curt remark before departing. Genuinely occupied, indifferent to whether the others would join for the meal. After exchanging a few words with Chun Jiao, a nurse named Su Xian exuberantly entered the room. Director Qin, have you assigned me to the Office of the Holy Fund? Indeed, the hospital urgently required a list, and I included your name. No objections, I hope? None at all, thank you. My colleagues are quite envious, Su Xian replied with a shy smile. Your diligence deserves this recognition. You can consult Director Wu Wang for further details. Oh, and be sure to provide him with your personal bank account number. Understood. Thank you so much. Su Xian expressed her gratitude profusely as she exited the room. For Qin Yi, 2,000 yuan might seem negligible, but for a nurse, it could represent half a month's night shift earnings, hence her elation. Chapter 93, A Possible Separation. Having arranged to meet Chen Xiaolu and others in the afternoon, Qin Yi spent only a brief moment in the ward before leaving. On the way, he received a message about joining a group, only to discover it was a QQ group with over 2,000 members. Suddenly, it struck Qin Yi that the second hospital served as the economic backbone for numerous families. Should chaos or losses ensue here, it would spell disaster. The supervisory team must tread carefully. While addressing Lin Jiaqiang's issues is essential, they must avoid hasty actions. Though seemingly aimed at securing a brighter future for the hospital, such recklessness could jeopardize the livelihoods of 2,000 individuals. Sun Han sent a gif expressing helplessness, while Tang Ziru shared an image of a girl rolling her eyes. Upon arriving at the designated location, Qin Yi spotted a brand new red Ferrari parked there, with Du Yurong and two others casually chatting beside the vehicle. Nice car. Qin Yi surmised that it likely belonged to Du Yurong. It's not even half as expensive as your beast. Du Yurong teased. It was a gift. I didn't spend a dime. Are you trying to show off? Quickly give me your ID number. You're the only one who hasn't booked a flight yet, Du Yurong complained. They were set to attend the Jade and Stone exhibition in Fengjiang City on August 8th, and with Qin Yi having been unconscious for 7 days. The time was running short. Just as he provided his ID number to Du Yurong, Chen Xiaolu impatiently interjected, enough chit-chat. Let us go pick up the car. Today, Chen Xiaolu sported a new outfit, appearing quite spirited. Guo Shui hopped into Du Yurong's car, while Chen Xiaolu and Qin Yi shared another vehicle, both heading towards the dealership. Although it was slightly late, they had already coordinated with the dealership, which would wait for them regardless of the hour. Director Qin, were you deliberately avoiding us by turning off your phone for 7 days? Many classmates have been trying to reach you for their graduation parties. My phone is nearly overwhelmed. Chen Xiaolu's address for Qin Yi frequently changes. He refers to her as Ego, Qin Go, and Boss Qin. But recently, he has taken to calling her General Manager Qin, claiming she possesses the potential of a domineering CEO. With free meals at stake, why would I shy away? He quipped. Although he was indeed busy, he harbored a dislike for his classmates' flattery, finding it rather insincere. Such are the tribulations that come with fame, Chen Xiaolu teased. What fame do I have? Just a name, Qin Yi replied. I can skip other gatherings, but not tomorrow noon. My mother is making you sauerkraut-filled dumplings. So be sure to arrive on time. Chen Xiaolu said earnestly. This was a promise made, and Qin Yi nodded in agreement, feeling a sudden craving for the dish. Make sure to prepare plenty. I can eat quite a bit now. 100 should suffice, right? 200. Vigny affirmait confidently. 200? I need to inform my mother immediately, so she can prepare extra sauerkraut. Chen Xiaolu exclaimed, promptly calling his mother. She repeatedly confirmed. Can Qin Yi truly eat 200 dumplings? Chen Xiaolu glanced at Qin Yi and whispered, you all wouldn't understand the world of foodies. Qin Yi, already aware of her surroundings, could hear far beyond the average person even without actively listening. She shot a sidelong glance at Chen Xiaolu, thinking, you have no idea. If I weren't worried about your mother being overworked, I would have said 400. The staff at the rental service were exceptionally cordial, swiftly assisting Chen Xiaolu with the necessary procedures. They finally reminded him that the vehicle insurance would commence at midnight, advising him to return the following morning to collect the car. Chen Xiaolu, filled with excitement, could hardly wait, exclaiming, I am the king of the road, and drove off in the Mustang, its thunderous roar echoing as it sped away. The four of them had arranged to celebrate at a hot pot restaurant, with Qin Yi and Du Yuron following suit. However, just minutes later, Chen Xiaolu called Qin Yi. What happened? She inquired. I rear-ended someone. He lamented, his voice filled with distress. Is everyone all right? She asked. All fine, just feeling troubled. Just as Qin Yi was about to ask for his location, she spotted two cars parked by the roadside, a Honda in front and Chen Xiaolu's Mustang behind it, where he sat, tears streaming down his face. Qin Yi and Du Yuron parked beside him. The accident had already drawn a crowd, and the presence of two brand-new luxury sports cars only attracted more onlookers. As Qin Yi stepped out of the car, she assessed the situation. To be honest, the damage was not severe. The Mustang had a minor dent and some paint scraped off, while the Honda's rear was slightly crumpled, likely requiring bodywork. Chen Xiaolu was in tears, while the female driver of the other vehicle was shouting, cursing, you idiot. This car is borrowed, and you couldn't drive properly? Why did you hit me? Excuse me, miss. It is true that it was a rear-end collision, but are you uninjured? Qin Yi asked, feeling a headache coming on. Upon seeing Qin Yi and the two luxury cars behind her, the female driver perked up, demanding compensation. I want damages. For emotional distress, lost wages, and repair costs. You must pay me. If Chen Xiaolu's car had insurance, they could have relied on it to handle such unreasonable demands, but unfortunately, the insurance had not yet taken effect when this incident occurred. I will pay. I will pay. Ingji Chakil, displaying Noirgensi Guetzowever. You mustn't tea a company. Du Yurong approached, casting a sharp glare at Qin Yi. The term a company clearly bore different connotations for them. You should report to the police first. Once we receive the liability determination, state the amount you demand in front of the officers. If you ask for an exorbitant sum, we could accuse you of extortion. Whether you report it or not, he is entirely responsible. If you choose not to, we certainly will. Du Yurong brandished her phone. Let us not complicate matters. We can settle this quickly. If you hand me 5,000 yuan, I'll have something to show my friends. The female driver, seemingly well-versed in such negotiations, appeared rather knowledgeable, hinting at her previous encounters with accidents. Du Yurong glanced at Qin Yi, who nodded in agreement. All right. Would you prefer a bank transfer or cash? Cash. Of course. You must provide a receipt to avoid any accusations of fleeing the scene, Qin Yi replied, unaffected by the cash at hand. Understood. I'll write that up for you. The female driver rummaged through her car for paper and a pen, while Qin Yi approached the front of her vehicle, lifting the hood to reveal the storage compartment. Inside, alongside the cash, lay two handbags, and it suddenly struck her that she had forgotten to give Du Yuron the bag she intended to purchase for her, so she casually retrieved them. Upon seeing Qin Yi approaching with the two designer bags, the female driver shyly remarked, Sister, you have a boyfriend now, but if you gift me a bag, I might reconsider. Chapter 94, No Resentment. At the accident scene, Qin Yi stood before the female driver, holding the designer bags. The atmosphere took an unexpectedly peculiar turn, as the female driver's eyes sparkled with desire, fixating intently on the bags. You see, these are the bags I promised to buy for you last time, but I forgot to give them to you, Qin Yi said, turning to hand the two bags to Du Yurong. All for me? Du Yurong's face lit up with delight, not only because she adored these two styles, but also due to the fact that they were gifts from Qin Yi. Guo Shui, observing from the side, expressed envy, having perused fashion magazines frequently. These bags were worth over 400,000 combined. What a generous display. What I promised you is naturally meant for you. Thank you so much. Du Yuan exclaimed joyfully. The female driver suddenly resented the situation, suspecting that Qin Yi was entirely intentional with his gestures, and she coldly remarked, "Don't you know that flaunting affection leads to a swift demise? Displaying it publicly only hastens the end. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll hold it against you." Du Yuan retorted with a smile. "Let us draft a receipt now, and then we'll be on our way," Qin Yi instructed. The female driver, greedily eyeing the 2 bags in Du Yuan's hands, thought to herself, "One for me would suffice." Reluctantly, she pinned a receipt and signed it, accepting the money Qin Yi offered. What bad luck. My new car has turned out like this. Had she not slammed on the brakes, I wouldn't have collided. Chun Xiaolu, witnessing the resolution of the situation, ceased her tears. Maintain a safe distance. This is a lesson learned. Driving responsibly is a duty to oneself and others. Qin Yi admonished her. I will repay you. Chun Xiaolu murmured softly. No need for formality. Let us head to the repair shop first, Qin Yi replied. Thus, the newly acquired car, fresh from the dealership, found itself in the repair shop, with Qin Yi once again covering the 800 yuan repair fee for Chun Xiaolu. At dinner, the contrast between Chun Xiaolu and Du Yuan was stark. One appeared as though she had consumed too many bitter gourds, while the other seemed to have overindulged in sweet water. Guo Shui sat quietly to one side, lost in thought. The dinner was hosted by Qin Yi, a gesture to reciprocate the meal he owed Guo Shui, thus fulfilling all previous promises. Du Yuan suggested going out for karaoke, but Qin Yi shook his head, having just awakened from a 7-day coma. It was not advisable to linger outside late into the night, as his father would surely be concerned. As they prepared to part ways, it was mentioned that Qin Yi would be dining at Chun Xiaolu's home for dumplings the following day, which prompted Du Yuan to insist on joining them. And Guo Shui naturally agreed to accompany. It seemed that Chun Xiaolu's mother would need to rise early to prepare the dumplings, or else they would not be ready by noon. On the way back, Chun Xiaolu appeared sullen, and just before reaching their stop, he suddenly exclaimed, Xiao Yi, teach me a way to make some money, will you? I feel guilty letting you bear all the expenses. Qin Yi pondered briefly before replying, in a couple of days. We'll head to Fengjiang City, bring some extra cash, and I'll take you to gamble on Jade. Chun Xiaolu quickly dismissed the idea, exclaiming, come on, you're still an apprentice. I can't follow you into that gamble. I've heard tales of many losing their fortunes over it. He waved his hands in protest, as if Qin Yi were leading him into a pitfall. All right then, I haven't thought of any lucrative schemes either. Focus on your studies for now. There's no rush to earn money, Qin Yi said, scratching his head. Why don't I have an exceedingly wealthy relative? Chun Xiaolu muttered as he exited the vehicle. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Yi shook his head and drove towards Yuhu City. Upon arriving home, he found Qin Dashin moving items out of his study, evidently preparing for some work. Qin Yi washed his hands and joined in to assist. One particularly heavy cardboard box caught his attention, and Qin Dashin insisted on placing it beneath the bed in the bedroom. Could it be our family heirloom? Qin Yi jested. Qin Dashin pursed his lips and replied, These are merely my old competition certificates. They serve no real purpose, yet discarding them seems wasteful. I barely remember them. Shall we take a look? Qin Yi suggested. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Dashin opened the box. Inside lay numerous certificates of honor, awards for exquisite craftsmanship, recognition as a jade carving master, and accolades for carving prowess. Indeed, many accolades, though all dated back 8 years, as Qin Dashin had ceased participating in such competitions, his passion having shifted from carving to drinking. At the bottom of the box rested a photo album, which Qin Yi recognized as containing old family photographs. Since their mother had departed with his sister, he hadn't seen this album in years, and it was surprising to find it here. Qin Dashin picked up the album and said to Qin Yi, Don't look at it. It'll leave you feeling heavy-hearted for days. All right, I won tea. Although he claimed he wouldn't, Qin Dashin pretended to casually flip through a few pages, and his eyes soon became misty. Suddenly, a jade piece slipped from the album, and Qin Yi, quick to react, caught it. The jade piece was rectangular, glossy black, thin yet substantial, roughly the size of Qin Yi's holy token. The front bore an intricately carved visage of a fearsome beast, while the back inscribed 3 characters, Su Yiqing, their mother's name. When Qin Yi was named, he had borrowed the character Yi from her name. Did you carve this for Mom? He inquired. I can't quite recall, Qin Dashin replied. How could you forget such a thing, Dad? Qin Yi expressed his discontent. Your mother originally possessed this particular plaque, and later she acquired another one made of the same material, prompting me to replicate the original design once more. Upon completion, the 2 plaques when not placed side by side, would be indistinguishable even to me. As for the original plaque, she took it with her. Then be sure to preserve this one well. Qin Yi handed the plaque to Qin Dashin. Noticing the pre-made hole for threading in the plaque, Qin Yi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Had he needed to carve another hole, the ordeal would have left him with psychological scars. He removed the leather cord from around his neck and threaded both this jade plaque and the sacred plaque from the holy gate together before donning them again. The beautiful room will be finished in 3 days. Once it airs out, we can move in. The Chins, the couple residing next door, will be there too. And once Tian Xiao's health improves, I'll want to have to eat out daily. I can enjoy some comforting home-cooked meals instead, Qin Dashin mumbled. Watching his father pack the certificates into a box, Qin Yi suddenly had an idea. Dad, why not keep an eye on carving competitions lately? You could enter one and promote the carving studio. Entering is easy. There's a national jade carving competition in October. It's not like back in my day now. The requirement for materials are exceedingly high, and a quality piece doesn't come cheap. It's best to take it slow. But son, I have connections. Don't forget that I'm an expert at gambling on stones. Qin Yi still had 2 exquisite pieces of jadeite in his villa. And although they weren't very large, they should pose no problem for Qin Dashin to carve. Really? That is fantastic. But let us be clear. My jadeite, I sent a gift. Once carved, if it sells, you'll only receive the labor fee, and the rest must come to me. Qin Yi said playfully. Of course. Whatever belongs to your father ultimately belongs to you. Qin Dashin laughed heartily. Chapter 95, The Desire to Create. Qin Dashin is typically quick-tempered, and the two donned their coats and set off in the car. They soon arrived at the safe house of the villa, where Qin Yi solemnly presented the 2 cut jadeites to Qin Dashin. How much do these 2 jadeites cost? Approximately over 20 million, I suppose. What? Qin Dashin's body jolted, nearly causing him to falter. This father of mine is wonderful in every aspect, with a kind heart, though he possesses a timid disposition. Qin Yi hurriedly retrieved the 2 jadeites and said, if you find this too expensive, I can get you 2 cheaper pieces another day to avoid hindering your creativity. Qin Dashin glared at Qin Yi, exclaiming, you know nothing. The better the material, the more it ignites a craftsman's creative desire. I won't make any promises, but if it passes through my hands for carving, the price will at least double. That reassures me. Here, take them, Qin Yi said as he handed the jadeites back to Qin Dashin, but to his surprise, his father did not accept them. Dad, you are wasting your talent by not acting. Get lost. Early the next morning, Qin Yi received a location image from Tang Ziru in the supervision group. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a 5-star hotel named Tang Yu, situated adjacent to the second hospital, leaving him puzzled about Tang Ziru's intentions. Tang Ziru initially sent an angry emoji, followed by a message, meeting at room 1020 at 9 in the morning. Qin Yi had initially planned to visit Chun Jiu's family at the second hospital, which was conveniently along his route, yet he remained uncertain about Tang Ziru's sudden whim. After having breakfast, Qin Yi drove to the Tanyu Hotel. This was her first visit to such a luxurious 5-star establishment. Passing through the Fountain Plaza, she entered the hotel lobby, which was resplendent and imposing, adorned with magnificent relief murals nearly 5 meters high, offering a striking visual impact. Numerous travelers were coming and going, including many foreign tourists. Room 1020 was located at the corner of the first floor on the west side. Qin Yi approached the door and knocked, only to be greeted by Sun Han. Team leader Tang is impressive. This is the new office she arranged for you. Far superior to the one across from the morgue, isn't it? Sun Han chattered on, as if it were his doing. Lu Ziki had also arrived, seated on the sofa reviewing documents. Upon seeing Qin Yi enter, he promptly stood and nodded in acknowledgement. Tang Ziru, holding a coffee cup, stood by the window gazing at the view outside. Qin Yi surveyed her surroundings. This was a spacious commercial suite, complete with a living area, sofas, and desks. Inside was a bedroom featuring a double bed, adorned with an orange canopy that exuded an alluring ambience. This is a room borrowed from my uncle, and the bed will be moved out shortly. We have 5 desks set up here. This will serve as the temporary office for the supervisory team. Your uncle has a permanent room in the hotel. Vin vestit jesuali. The hotel belongs to the Tang family. My uncle merely manages it, so it's only proper to notify him when using the space. Tang Ziru replied with a hint of superiority. Ah, this indeed surpasses the accommodations prepared by the hospital, Qin Yi complimented, aware of the privilege of having a free office as a leader, though she intended it merely as a polite remark. Why hasn't Tong Hai arrived yet? Sun Han expressed his dissatisfaction. Director Tong sent him to finance to collect the reports, Tang Ziru softly explained. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. neither agreeing nor disagreeing. After more than half an hour had passed, Director Tong finally rushed in, breathless. There was too much going on at the hospital. I'm late. Where are the reports? Tang Ziru inquired, looking at his empty hands. Don't mention it. With the end of the month approaching, the finance department is swamped. The finance supervisor told me to come back after the 5th to collect the reports, he replied. The 5th was payday for the second hospital, and under normal circumstances, they would indeed be busy, but it was hard to believe they had no time even to print reports. What about the logistics department? The medical affairs department? The person in charge is dealing with a family matter and took emergency leave, Tang Ziru said, her frustration evident. Lin Jiaqi must have coordinated with the leaders of these departments. Otherwise, they wouldn't all be unavailable. A bunch of slick talkers. Sun Han remarked. You are quite busy indeed. Tang Ziu Zido Angili. With so many patients, we naturally have our hands full. I'm leaving. Wait. Vin Sudenli intergested. Director Tong felt a shiver run down his spine. Qin Yi was far more formidable than Tang Ziru. Cautiously, he asked, Team Leader Qin, is there something you need? Tang Ziru and the others turned their attention to Qin Yi. Aren't you the director of the comprehensive office? With everyone else off duty, aren't you supposed to be working? Please provide me with copies of all notifications, documents, and speeches issued by the comprehensive office over the past 3 years. The comprehensive office is the mouthpiece of the hospital director. Any significant announcements would naturally pass through here, and perhaps we can uncover something from those documents. Qin Yi's actions were primarily motivated by a desire to prevent Lin Jiaqiang from becoming overly arrogant, lest he truly consider them mere jesters. Director Tong swallowed hard and remarked, There's an overwhelming amount of material from the past 3 years. Look, if you dare to refuse cooperation, I will have Lin Jiaqiang terminate you first. He has managed to evade consequences. Why should you be any different? Qin Yi smiled cheerfully at Director Tong. After a moment of hesitation, Director Tong replied, I wouldn't dare, but many of these documents are confidential to the hospital. The team leader cannot disclose them. Rest assured, only I shall view them. No one else will, Qin Yi assured him. Tang Ziru's expression darkened further. If I print everything out, it will likely take until tomorrow. I can wait. Once Director Tong departed, Qin Yi surveyed the room and declared, No task is without its challenges. Comrades, we have a long journey ahead. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. So let us brainstorm and cultivate connections. We may find opportunities in unexpected places. Especially you, Comrade Sun Han, having once served as a physician at the second hospital. All high hope for you. The mention of this matter ignited a fire within Sun Han. Were it not for Qin Yi, he would not have faced suspension for reflection. Well then, I shall go seek solutions. You all stay busy, Qin Yi stated before discreetly leaving, primarily due to Tang Ziru's menacing demeanor, which might erupt at any moment. It was wise to retreat from the wrath of a distressed young lady of high standing. Upon arriving at Tianxiu's hospital room, Nurse Director Lilan approached, her eyes swollen and red, indicative of recent tears. In the ward, Lilan recounted her tragic experience to Qin Yi. It turned out that Qin Yi had selected her for a position at the Holy Fund office, which initially brought her joy. However, this morning, she was summoned to Director Lin's office, where she was mercilessly berated without distinction, accused of ingratitude and betrayal, with insults as harsh as they could be. Ultimately, she was stripped of her position and relegated to that of an ordinary nurse. Now you understand the nature of Director Lin, don't you? Aren't you grateful to be on my side? Vini remarque dismissive. I understand, but now I am merely an ordinary nurse. Lilan M. Facit. I will pose you a simple question. How much more does a nurse director earn compared to a regular nurse? Around 1,000 yuan, I suppose. Yet I will offer you an additional 2,000, so you are not at a loss. Lilan seemed to struggle to articulate her thoughts. I am aware that as the nurse director, you likely receive some under-the-table income, but have you ever considered why the hospital established a supervisory committee? It is precisely because they perceive disarray in the hospital's management and nepotism under Director Lin's rule. Li Lan's expression shifted, realizing she might not be able to remain neutral any longer. Now that I am aligned with you, should I simply endure this indignity? Li Lan sudenli et galim. Stop. You are not my subordinate. Such statements cannot be made lightly. Qin Yi gasped, quickly denying it. Then what does Director Qin mean? Li Lan furuit herbero, pondering. How can you contend with Director Lin if you do not form alliances? You are still too inexperienced. Are you suggesting that I should simply tolerate it now? Lilan quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, her face turning pale. What should I do? She murmured. Work diligently and put forth your best effort. People will recognize your contributions. The past is behind us, and I harbor no interest in delving into it, nor do I believe Dean Lin does. Lilan vacated the ward in a daze, and her future now rests upon her own choices. The Lin family is quite detestable, Chunjiu suddenly remarked. I shall take care of them. Qin Yi replied with a smile. By the way, I have something to discuss with you, Chunjiu said abruptly. What is it? Mei encountered a young boy in the hospital. After some inquiry, it seems his family is in considerable hardship. Don't you have some sort of fund? Perhaps you could assist them, Chunjiu suggested cautiously, mindful that his own family had recently surmounted a significant challenge with Qin Yi's help, and he feared imposing further requests might displease her. Qin Yi was taken aback that the first beneficiary would be one that Mei had found. She nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a positive endeavor. Mei, lead your brother to assess the situation, she instructed. Tiao Xiaoyi could not leave her post, so Qin Yi took Mei to the ward they mentioned. It was a 3-person room, somewhat crowded, with a makeshift bed for companions standing in the aisle, upon which lay a towel. Beside the bed, a woman sighed heavily, while a filthy young boy gnawed on a plain steamed bun, devoid of any side dishes or even pickles, accompanied only by a bowl of clear water. Upon noticing Mei and Qin Yi approaching, the boy hastily placed the bun on the bedside table. Mei, have you come to play with me? He asked. I brought my brother to see how your uncle is doing. My mother's illness was cured by my brother. He is the most skilled doctor in the world, Mei declared proudly. Qin Yi gently ruffled her hair and addressed the man on the bed. I am a relative of the patient. I brought Mei to visit. She refrained from revealing her purpose, having detected a hint of wariness in his gaze. Oh, there is nothing to play with in this dreadful hospital, the man grumbled. Children can entertain themselves with even a pocket, the woman muttered softly. What do you know? The man snapped. The woman lowered her head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Qin Yi casually inquired, Good sir, what ailment afflicts you? I have a tumor on my back, the man replied curtly, seemingly displeased with her inquiry about his condition. Is it benign or malignant? Benign, he answered tersely. Wouldn't surgery to remove it resolve the issue? Qin intentionally steered the conversation. Money. The critical issue is I lack the 60,000 for the surgery, the man retorted angrily, turning his back on Qin Yi. Casting a glance at the 2 children playing, Qin Yi reflected on the purity of childhood. They could swiftly cast aside their worries as long as there was something to play with, a luxury that adults seldom enjoy. Do not blame your brother. He first suffered a leg injury, and now he is burdened with this illness, which must weigh heavily on his mind, the woman said apologetically. It's all right. No one feels good when ill, Qin Yi replied. Indeed, our family seems to bear all the misfortunes. How are we to survive? They exchanged trivial conversations, from which Qin Yi gleaned much useful information. Suddenly, she shifted the topic. Have you considered seeking assistance from charitable organizations? Alas, do not mention it. The woman sighed. What is the matter? 2 years ago, Lao Shi injured his leg. At that time, had treatment been sought, it might have been salvaged. However, due to financial constraints and the indifference of a callous employer, amputation became the only recourse. Yet, the amputation surgery itself required funds, prompting others to connect us with a charitable organization called the Flame High Foundation. Representatives from the foundation conducted an extensive interview with our family, soliciting donations from kind-hearted individuals and initiating a fundraising campaign that amassed 330,000 yuan. Ultimately, we were left with a mere 20,000, just sufficient to cover the amputation costs. We seem to be nothing more than a cash cow to them. The woman wiped her tears and questioned the purpose of sharing this information, suggesting that at least they had provided us with 2,000 yuan. Otherwise, who would give you money for nothing? Be grateful. The man retorted rather curtly. Before leaving, Qin Yi took 500 yuan from his pocket and placed it by the bedside. The woman protested vehemently against accepting it, but the man remained silent. Just then, Su Xian arrived to change Tian Xiuyue's dressings. Once she finished, Qin Yi pulled her aside to recount the earlier events. The male patient was namely Lao Shi, and since he was not within my area of responsibility, I was not well versed in his circumstances. Over the next few days, please familiarize yourself with the situation. If the patient is indeed facing financial hardship, I would like you to ask Director Wu to engage with them. They have previously been let down by the Flame High Foundation and may be wary of strangers like me, but as a doctor, Director Wu should be able to gain their trust. Once a discussion has taken place, fill out the application form as required and send it to this email address. The Holy Foundation will handle it from there. Qin Yi provided Su Xian with the email address. Is it really that simple? Su Suan In Gui. It's not a complex issue. We are merely intermediaries, but we must strive to execute our roles effectively. In the future, if you encounter similar situations, you can directly fill out the forms. Just be sure to inform Director Wu or me before sending. I feel as though I have been bestowed with great authority. Su Xian exclaimed, patting her chest. Every donation originates from the goodwill of benevolent individuals. We must ensure that not a single penny is misallocated until the facts are ascertained. We should exercise caution. Treating an affluent individual masquerading as impoverished may deprive a truly needy patient of care. Director Qin, I will certainly do my utmost. Su Suan Vao Et. Do not feel pressured. You are engaged in a meaningful endeavor, one you should take pride in. Understood. Su Xian departed with enthusiasm, feeling as though she had discovered her life's purpose. Do they meet the criteria? Chun Jiu approached. They do, and someone will be monitoring the situation. Their issues will soon be resolved. Wonderful. Chun Jiu beamed with sincerity. Mimi was equally delighted, bouncing around Qin Yi. At noon, Qin Yi drove to the electric politics community. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings, she was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of nostalgia. After parking the car downstairs, she encountered an elderly couple emerging from the corridor. Is it you, Xiaoyi? The woman called out warmly. Uncle Zhang, Andy, have you forgotten me so soon? Qin Yi joked lightly, though her expression remained subdued. This couple resided in the apartment above hers, and during their son's renovations, all electrical work was completed by Qin Dashan at no charge. On the day Lu Fenghong caused a scene, they had not even dared to open their door. Oh, it truly is Xiaoyi. Why did you move without even informing us, your old neighbors? My father won several million in the lottery, and fearing that impoverished relatives might take notice, we moved in haste. Did he truly win? The two elderly individuals exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of jealousy. Indeed, our family has not only purchased a spacious flat in Yuhu City, but also acquired a villa. Look, the car I drive was a gift from my father, costing over 10 million. Qin Yi said with a cheerful smile. You speak of your father, who changed his phone number after leaving and no longer keeps in touch with us, his old neighbors. My father is currently preoccupied with running a carving studio, having no time for unrelated individuals. By the way, the Xiaolu family has invited me for dinner. I must head upstairs now. With that, she hurried up the stairs, leaving two people bewildered in the wind. When Chun Xiaolu's parents encountered Qin Yi, their expressions were somewhat awkward, especially since they had previously intervened when Chun Xiaolu opened the door to assist Qin Yi. Nevertheless, Qin Yi greeted them with poise, fully aware that her presence was solely for Qin Xiaolu, and thus she chose not to dwell on past grievances. Xiaolu's mother first presented a sum of 10,000 yuan, nervously stating, Xiaolu had a rear-end collision yesterday. You shouldn't have to bear the repair costs. Noticing that both Chun Xiaolu and his father were discreetly watching, Qin Yi understood that their intention was merely to go through the motions, not genuinely wishing to offer this money. With a slight smile, she accepted the cash and tucked it into her pocket. It was evident that the smile on Xiaolu's father's face vanished instantly, replaced by an awkward grimace. Chun Xiaolu opened his mouth. He had confidently assured that Qin Yi would not accept this money, only to be proven wrong. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Du Yurong and Guo Shui arrived. They came bearing gifts, bringing an abundance of supplements and fruits, filling the room with a lively atmosphere. While Xiaolu's mother prepared to cook dumplings, Du Yurong insisted on visiting Qin Yi's former home. Qin Yi did not oppose and led Du Yurong upstairs, while Guo Shui hesitated and chose not to follow. Upon opening the door, one could see a television wrapped in plastic tape, an uneven dining table, and warped chairs, remnants of the chaos caused by Lu Fenghong on that fateful day, which Qin Yi had chosen to leave untouched. Having grown up in a life of privilege, Du Yurong found it difficult to fathom that Qin Yi emerged from such an environment, particularly given her remarkable accomplishments. Did Lu Fenghong do all this? She asked. Yes. How dreadful. I can't stand her. Therefore, my conflict with the Lin family is irreconcilable. Should anyone ever urge me to forgive the Lin family, I would spit in their face. Your description is rather distasteful. You must have endured considerable hardship in your childhood. My parents lived comfortably before their divorce. We never lacked for food or clothing. However, my health was frail, requiring frequent injections and medication. After my mother and sister left, my father became despondent, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, making life somewhat unbearable. Nonetheless, he ensured I was never hungry, continued to cover my medical expenses, and never fell behind on tuition. So I suppose he is a somewhat adequate father. I can't help but feel pity for you, Du Yurong remarked, her expression turning serious. It sounds as though I ought to thank Lin Kuan or something. Indeed, I should express my gratitude to him and extend my thanks to his entire family. Should I also thank his ancestors for 18 generations? Hee, little Du, you ought not to be so venomous. Kindness is paramount. Qin Yi and Du Yurong exchanged playful banter. swiftly diverting from the somewhat somber topic of conversation. Your bed is rather diminutive, isn't it? Du Yurong remarked, pointing at Qin Yi's bed. Have you considered the size of my room? Indeed, your room is smaller than my bathroom. That metaphor is rather hurtful, don't you think? Qin Yi chuckled. But you now possess a villa, do you not? Frankly, is the bathroom within it not larger than this room? A vision of the villa's grandest bathroom flickered in Qin Yi's mind. He sighed and replied, it seems the bathroom in the villa is larger than my home. So spacious. I must pay a visit sometime. What is there to see in a bathroom? Annoying. I want to see the villa. The two continued their playful exchange until Chen Xiaolu called them downstairs for dumplings, prompting them to leave Qin Yi's former home. Chapter 98, The Outlier. At Chen Xiaolu's residence, a few individuals watched in astonishment as Qin Yi showcased his prodigious appetite. Over 100 dumplings had already vanished into his stomach, and he continued to devour them with remarkable speed. Xiao Yi, your aunt's culinary skills are commendable, but do take care not to overexert yourself, Chen Xiaolu's father advised. Uncle, let him eat. I am curious to witness just how much he can consume. Du Yurong exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands, finding Qin Yi's insatiable appetite utterly endearing. Do not overdo it. Chen Xiaolu's mother brought out 2 more platters of dumplings, her tone serious, largely because she had prepared all the dumplings herself. Yesterday, Chen Xiaolu had claimed that Qin Yi could consume 200 dumplings, a statement his parents had been skeptical of. They had only prepared 200 dumplings in total, assuming 30 or so per person would suffice, yet nearly all had been devoured by Qin Yi. Isn't that an extraordinary capacity for eating? Du Yurong was aware of Qin Yi's ability to eat, having witnessed him frequently using her meal card in the 2 months leading up to the college entrance examination. However, she lacked a clear understanding of just how much he could consume, until today. After finishing the last dumpling, Qin Yi feigned a satisfied burp and cheerfully declared, your aunt's dumplings are simply exquisite. The others glanced at the now empty plates, collectively swallowing hard. Are you full? Chen Xiaolu inquired. Half full. The group nearly toppled under the table in disbelief. Du Yurong and Guo Shui had modest appetites, having consumed only a few dumplings, while Chen Xiaolu's family had barely eaten, seemingly preparing to cook noodles instead. As Qin Yi stood to take his leave, he reached into his pocket at the door and produced 2 stacks of money. Since I didn't tea by much while I was here, please use this to purchase something you all like. It's a total of 20,000, with 10,000 being what Annie just gave me, and the other 10,000 I had prepared beforehand. Chen Xiaolu's father, seeing the amount doubled, promptly accepted it with a beaming smile, exclaiming, you truly are a thoughtful child. Chen Xiaolu beamed with joy, his face glowing with excitement as he playfully chided Qin Yi for being overly polite. Chen Xiaolu's mother appeared slightly embarrassed, yet upon seeing her husband's swift acceptance of money, she chose not to comment further. Qin Yi keenly observed the subtle expressions of the three, smiled in understanding, bid farewell to Chen Xiaolu's family, and swiftly descended the stairs. Driving away from this familiar place, the scenery reflected in the rearview mirror swiftly receded. A faint, bittersweet smile graced Qin Yi's face. How things had changed. In the afternoon, he received a document copied by Director Tong at the hospital. Originally, it was supposed to be given to Qin Yi the following day, but for some unknown reason, it was prepared ahead of time. Tian Xiao's health was improving steadily. She could now sit up with Chun Zhou's assistance, indicating that the absorption of spiritual energy was indeed having an effect. That afternoon, Qin Yi deposited several thousand yuan into her hospital account, sufficient to cover her expenses until her discharge. He would be heading to Fengjiang City in a few days, and he would not be in Fengsheng when Tian Xiao was released. Around 10 p.m. that evening, Du Yurong called. I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Qin Yi sensed it was not good news. We originally planned for 7 of us to go to Fengjiang City. The plane tickets were booked, and the participants' information was submitted to the organizing committee. However, my mother suddenly wants to add a very important person. The organizing committee has no extra rooms or activities available, and they refuse to accommodate an additional participant. I want to discuss with you the possibility of letting Chen Xiaolu act independently. Could we arrange for him to stay at another hotel in Fengjiang City? Although he won't be able to join the official activities, we can still gather during our free time to shop and dine together. I will cover the expenses, but he might feel lonely alone. It was evident that Du Yurong felt quite embarrassed. Qin Yi pondered for a moment and replied, I looked into Fengjiang City. It is located in the southwestern part of Shiluan province, merely 300 kilometers from northern Myanmar. While the local security is generally good, the area is known for its jade markets, where thefts and robberies are not uncommon. Staying together in a hotel would ensure safety, I do have concerns about Chun Xiaolu staying alone outside. Really? My mother said the same thing. Did you speak to her on the phone? Not all. Why not directly inform Chun Xiaolu that he can't go this time, and we can discuss it again in the future? I feel quite bad about that. It was your decision to bring Chun Xiaolu and Guo Shui along. You must face the consequences of your choices. My trip with Aunt Han is for work, and my priorities must lie there. Ugh, you sound just like my mother. How irritating. I will talk to Qin Xiaolu. Since Han Ling and Qin Yi shared the same opinion, Du Yurong found no reason to linger on the matter. Shortly after hanging up, Qin Xiaolu called. Du Yurong is so unreliable. We agreed to go together, and now I'm left alone. There's just one spot left. Between the four of us, who should be left behind? Obviously, Guo Shui. What good is she? In a critical moment, I could shout louder than her. Xiaolu, I hope you understand that your situation is different from what others perceive. Du Yurong wants to take you along for a fun outing. It's normal for her not to include you, as she likely sees Guo Shui as more useful. You cannot always view situations from your own perspective. That can come across as selfish, Qin Yi advised earnestly. I must go. It's late. I'm going to sleep. Qin Yi, not allowing Chun Xiaolu to finish speaking, abruptly ended the call. The moonlight softly illuminated Qin Yi's face, casting a hint of melancholy. Lying on the bed, Qin Yi pondered his thoughts, regardless of the circumstances. He resolved to forge ahead, refusing to slow his pace for anyone. Silently channeling the sacred gates techniques, after entering the Four Views realm, Qin Yi no longer needed to sit cross-legged in a formal manner. He could simply lie quietly, allowing the techniques to circulate through his body repeatedly. In the stillness of the night, Qin Yi seemed to merge with his surroundings, his breathing becoming light and elongated. The saying character determines destiny resonated profoundly. Chapter 99. Preparations before departure. In the past couple of days, aside from assisting and caring for Tian Xiu'er at the hospital, Qin Yi focused on preparing for the journey. Having never ventured beyond Fengsheng, he felt a sense of anticipation. The rooms in the Tangyu Hotel had been rearranged. 3 desks were placed in the outer room, while 2 were set up in the inner room where Qin Yi and Tang Ziru were working. Remarkably, it appeared quite organized. However, the supervisory group's work was currently on hold. After briefly perusing a document from Director Tong, Qin Yi found no apparent issues and cast it aside. Sun Han had taken leave recently, claiming he needed to accompany his uncle on a business trip. Qin Yi surmised that he had clarified his stance and recognized he should not align with Tang Ziru, thus refraining from becoming too involved. Conversely, Lu Ziki diligently reported to the supervisory group each day, engaging in tasks when necessary and wandering around the hospital when not occupied, maintaining a positive demeanor. With the departure to Fengjiang imminent, Qin Yi drove straight to Qingyun Mountain Villa. His purpose was twofold: to collect the business licenses for the 2 shops and to meet Wang Xian. Upon arriving at the entrance of courtyard number 9, he encountered Steward Zhou, who greeted him with a warm smile. Since Qin Yi had made an appointment, Steward Zhou had been waiting at the door. He handed Qin Yi a leather bag containing all the necessary documents for the 2 shops. In return, Qin Yi presented a prepared red envelope containing 50,000 yuan to Steward Zhou. Young master, this is unnecessary. We have a long-standing relationship. A simple greeting over a meal incurs no actual expense, Steward Zhou declined. I truly feel indebted to you. This amount is not excessive. Merely a token to buy you some tea, and I also require your assistance with something else, Qin Yi insisted. Seeing Qin Yi's determination, Steward Zhou accepted the envelope and inquired, "What is it?" "I have a cousin whose family originally resided in the outskirts of Fengsheng. Due to illness, they sold their house and are now temporarily staying with us. Her daughter is of school age, and I would like to request your help in arranging for her to attend the experimental primary school." The experimental primary school is Qin Yi's alma mater, known for its excellent teaching quality. This is quite simple. You should first help her obtain a temporary residence permit. If the temporary address falls within the school's district, you can manage it yourselves. If not, I can simply speak with the principal. Could you please contact the principal on our behalf? My niece has been accompanying her mother for treatment and has not attended any preschool, so I worry she may struggle initially. Not a problem. I will make the call shortly. Just keep an eye out for the enrollment notice, and you can register at the school when the time comes. Thank you so much. Steward Zhou, too polite. 2 individuals engaged in conversation arrived at the Tranquility Hall, where Wang Xian was seated in meditation. Upon hearing Qin Yi's arrival, he slowly opened his eyes. At over 80 years of age, Wang Xian's primary concern was to extend his life by a few more years. He had nearly ceased treating patients, delegating many relationships to Steward Zhou. Recently, he had been studying the formula for the 9-turn longevity elixir and discovered a stringent requirement. The sacred cauldron's spiritual fire which must be maintained at a consistent brightness. However, his current cultivation was insufficient to refine it. Wang Xian stroked his beard and softly remarked, "The sacred cauldron must refer to the medicinal cauldron of your sacred sect, about which I am not well informed. The spiritual fire is derived from a plant called spiritual yuan wood, which grows in scorching regions. Once its branches and leaves are removed and dried, it can be burned, providing a moderate and enduring temperature. I can find a way to procure it. As for the brightness realm, I truly cannot assist you. I hope my young friend will diligently practice without pause." Qin Yi similit accordingly, assuring him that he had indeed been practicing earnestly, so there was no need for Wang Xian to fret. However, regarding the sacred cauldron, he had inquired with the disciples, but was told that such matters must be discussed with his master, who was currently unreachable. Specifically, he had consulted his second senior brother and sister Taohua, but both informed him that the medical branch only possessed the sacred Ming needle, with no mention of a sacred cauldron. I will find a way concerning the medicinal cauldron. Traditional Chinese medicine has a rich history, and several major medical sects possess their own cauldrons, likely not inferior to the sacred cauldron. There should be no issue in refining the longevity elixir. Please prepare the medicinal cauldron and spiritual yuan wood in advance. Once I attain the brightness realm, we can attempt the alchemical process. Excellent. Wang Xian clapped his hands in delight. Yet, Qin Yi remained less optimistic. Although he had ascended to the fourth gaze realm in just over 2 months, the entire process had been fraught with peril and confusion, leading to a rather haphazard advancement. He truly had no idea when he would reach the brightness realm. Upon returning to the hospital, he discussed the discharge arrangements with Qin Yi, instructing them to proceed directly to the spacious apartment in Yuhu City, where the exquisite princess room had already been furnished. Qin Yi and Tian Xue were immensely grateful, especially Tian Xue, who felt as if she had been granted a second chance at life. After spending some time with Mei Mei, Qin Yi sought out Wu Wang, who had now moved to the surgical office on the 3rd floor, while Lin Hao had gone to the emergency room, the two having completed their position swap. This incident had left Wu Wang thoroughly impressed with Qin Yi. If they could continue to collaborate, they might create one miracle after another. Although most of the credit belonged to Qin Yi, as a participant, Wu Wang felt a sense of pride. He is somewhat averse to donations. Has everything gone smoothly? He pondered, having been wary after being deceived in the past. Now that I am his chief surgeon, he naturally trusts my words. Moreover, the funds are soon to be in place, covering not only treatment costs, but also expenses for nutrition and companionship. At this rate, he is beginning to consider me a savior, Wu Wang said with evident satisfaction. Now that you are familiar with the procedures, in the future, for similar cases, you can directly report to the Sacred Fund, provided your review is thorough. This is my trust in you, Qin Yi stated. Indeed, many in the hospital are discussing the Sacred Fund office you established. It has become a lifeline for impoverished patients. As events unfold, I believe your reputation within the hospital will only continue to ascend. Wu Wang is acutely aware of Qin Yi's aspirations. Introducing the Holy Fund is not solely for the benefit of patients, but also to elevate Qin Yi's standing at the second hospital. Setting aside these extraneous considerations, I have but one request: to wholeheartedly treat every patient, instilling their trust in the second hospital. I understand, Wu Wang declared resolutely. The second hospital is not just my institution. It belongs to all of us. Only through the hospital's advancement can your professional journeys shine brighter. With that, Qin Yi playfully squeezed Wu Wang's neck, pouring him a generous bowl of metaphorical chicken soup before departing with a smile. Chapter 100. An Unpleasant Encounter. In the early morning, Qin Yi stood by the roadside with a wheeled suitcase, its contents comprising clothing and toiletries. He awaited a vehicle dispatched by Han Ling to take him to the airport. Initially, Qin Yi had insisted that Qin Dashan refrain from seeing him off, yet his father, bearing a bag of fruit, accompanied him to wait by the road. Don't forget to pick up Tian Xue from the hospital the day after tomorrow. With his father preoccupied, Qin Yi feared he might forget. I know. I've set a reminder on my phone. It won't slip my mind. Be cautious out there. I've heard Fengjiang is rather tumultuous. No worries. You could trust me. You know your son is quite capable. Don't be overconfident. While one can evade a direct attack, a hidden strike is much harder to foresee. A 9-seater business vehicle arrived, and Du Yurong first exited to assist Qin Yi with his luggage before accompanying him inside. The vehicle was already filled with passengers. Upon entering, Qin Yi greeted Han Ling, who occupied the front row, beside whom sat a robust woman with a dark complexion, her chiseled features exuding an air of fierceness, likely a female bodyguard. Is it your father seeing you off? Han Ling inquired with a cheerful smile. Yes. He always treats me like a child. My mother is no different. Du Yurong led Qin Yi toward the third row, where Guoshui was already seated at the edge, clad in a vibrant pink tracksuit. In the second row sat two individuals. One was the boisterous Master Zhang, who frequently exclaimed about surging prices, and the other was a well-dressed, middle-aged man, his eyes glimmering with a hint of arrogance. Mr. Luo, greetings. I am Qin Yi. Qin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, recognizing he had encountered a fellow professional who fancied himself superior, likely underestimating him due to his youth. He felt no vexation. After all, in the realm of peers, fortunes will turn for everyone in time. Du Yurong rolled her eyes, but, aware of her mother-esque respect for Mr. Luo, refrained from making a sarcastic remark, instead casting a discreet, reassuring glance at Qin Yi. Qin Yi offered a faint smile, accustomed as he was to the presence of impolite individuals. Such encounters would not dampen his spirits. Du Yurong chuckled softly. Hearing this, Luo Yu snorted in response. Han Ling observed the entire exchange, suddenly beset by a headache, utterly unsure of the sparks that might fly between these two formidable personalities in the future. Initially, Han Ling had extended an invitation to Luo Yu early on, but received no reply, prompting her to invite Qin Yi instead. Yet, just before departure, she received word that Luo Yu could indeed join, leaving her taken aback. Consequently, Chun Xiaolu had to remain at home, causing Du Yurong to fret throughout the night over this development. Du Yurong sat in the middle, her arm draped over the very bag that Qin Yi had gifted her. However, the bag was filled with various snacks. One moment, she would produce a jelly, the next a packet of cookies, and then a slice of cream cake, leaving one to wonder how she managed to fit them all inside. Most of these treats ended up in Qin Yi's stomach, as Du Yurong transformed into a feeding machine, continuously shoveling morsels into Qin Yi's mouth. Fortunately, Qin Yi possessed an insatiable appetite, and these delights were merely a light snack for her. The three of them chatted and laughed, creating an atmosphere akin to a joyous excursion, much to the chagrin of Luo Yu, who sat in front, frowning. Upon arriving at the airport, the group unloaded their suitcases from the vehicle. Only Master Zhang had brought 2 suitcases, one of which needed to be checked, while the others had carry-ons suitable for the flight. Naturally, Han Ling would not settle for economy class. They made their way directly to the business lounge, where they unexpectedly encountered familiar faces, specifically the very individuals Qin Yi despised. The Lin family was present, consisting of 5 members, including Lin Jiadong and Lu Fenghong, accompanied by a robust man. Although Lin Kuan was in an electric wheelchair, the elegantly dressed Gao Lan was pushing him, occasionally exchanging words with Lu Fenghong. Accompanying the Lin family was Sun Dongzhu, along with a burly bodyguard and an unremarkable woman. Sun Han trailed behind, hauling 2 suitcases, resembling a bellhop. The 2 parties crossed paths within the lounge, seemingly on the same flight. Boss Han, what a coincidence, Lin Jiadong remarked, casting a glance at Qin Yi. This time, he refrained from making any sarcastic comments. Ah, isn't that Lin and Sun? Are you heading to Fengjiang? Of course. A newly opened store must stock some quality goods. Otherwise, we will have nothing to sell. Han Ling replied, as Sun Dongzhu chuckled nearby. Indeed, we hope that Boss Han will show us some mercy by reserving a few fine items for our small shop. Han Ling, ever magnanimous, retorted, if our business flourishes, won't that mean you have less work? How selfless of you. Lu Fenghong interjected. Yes, harmony breeds wealth, and let us all profit. Sun Dongzhu cast a lingering glance at Qin Yi. After a brief interaction, the 2 parties quickly parted ways. Lin Kuan glared at Qin Yi from the crowd. His eyes, filled with venom. Had looks been lethal, Qin Yi would have been left utterly devastated. Lin Jiadong and Sun Dongzhu had joined forces to open a Lindong cultural and jewelry shop directly opposite mine, boasting a total area twice that of my own. It was rumored that they had pooled 10 billion in funds to create a premier cultural shop in Fengcheng, intent on usurping my livelihood. Han Ling coldly remarked. Isn't the Lin family in real estate? Why venture into jade and gemstones? The real estate market has been bleak for the past 2 years. The Lin family has long sought alternative paths. Following Sun Dongzhu's advice, they decided to delve into this industry. Do they truly comprehend it? This endeavor is not as simple as it seems. The Lin family is an outsider in this field. Are they not concerned about their investments going to waste? The individual accompanying Sun Dongzhu is his younger sister, Sun Dongxia. She has established several stores in the capital and the metropolis, having been in this business even longer than I have. A connoisseur in her own right with extensive connections, if they genuinely collaborate, they possess considerable confidence. As Han Ling spoke, she noticed Luo Yu swiftly approaching Sun Dongxia, and the two engaged in conversation as if they were the only ones present. The corners of Han Ling's mouth twitched several times, indicating her displeasure. Chapter 101, The Raw Stone Exhibition. Both women were formidable figures, operating their businesses in the Imperial City and engaged in the same industry. It was hard for Qin Yi to believe there was no backstory between them, particularly as Luo Yu and Sun Dongxia grew increasingly animated in their exchange. It seemed as though Han Ling was on the verge of an explosion. Qin Yi discreetly stepped back to avoid collateral damage. Lin's family and Sun Dongzhu walked ahead, and Qin Yi sensed that something was amiss. Although flights to Fengjiang were limited, there were still 3 or 4 each day. How could it be that they coincidentally encountered each other on the same day? Especially with the way the other party harmonized their interactions, it felt as though they were performing a play. Of course, it was also possible that Qin Yi was overthinking it. Perhaps it was merely a normal chance encounter. The business class was nearly monopolized by the 3 families, filled with laughter that carried an undercurrent of tension, as if a fight could erupt at any moment. Even the flight attendants sensed something was off today. Their visits noticeably reduced. Qin Yi sat next to Du Yurong, with Guo Shui and Master Zhang across the aisle. Where Du Yurong was present, joy followed. Her anecdotes of personal growth were far from dull. Meanwhile, Qin Yi remained vigilant of her surroundings and occasionally heightened her auditory senses. The conversation between Sun Dongzhu and Sun Dongxia piqued her interest. Is everything arranged over there? Sun Dongzhu asked in a barely audible voice. It's all set, Sun Dongxia replied, her voice possessing a distinctive rasp. Despite the bait being substantial, there was always the fear that the fish would not bite. Rest assured, they won to escape. Can we trust the hidden hand? Qin Yi furrowed her brow slightly. Had the other party devised some trap for Han Ling and the others? She had long heard of the treachery and danger within the jade industry, and it seemed that was indeed the case. Caution was imperative for this journey. Qin Yi, do you truly possess a keen eye for raw stones? Guo Shui suddenly inquired. If I didn't, Aunt Han wouldn't have asked me to be her consultant, would she? Qin Yi replied gently. May I ask you for a favor? What is it? Qin Yi inquired with curiosity. You seem hesitant. Let me speak. Du Yurong interjected. Go ahead. Am listening. Guo Shui had withdrawn her entire savings from her childhood red envelopes, totaling 140,000. She wished for Qin Yi to assist her in purchasing a raw stone that would appreciate in value. You must help her. Du Yurong déclarait de loyauté. Gambling on stones is fraught with risks. For every bet, there are gains and losses. What if the stone I choose turns out to be a dud? Qin Yi asked deliberately. If it fails, it fails. I want to hold you accountable. It's primarily because I lack the expertise, which is why I'm asking for your assistance. If it appreciates, I'll treat you to a meal. Guo Shui said, filled with hope. Comparatively, Guo Shui, who usually kept a low profile, dared to entrust Qin Yi with 140,000 for the gamble. While Qin Yi had previously requested Qin Xiaolu to bring some money for a similar purpose, but he had declined. Yet, reflecting on Guo Shui's financial background, it was clear she was well off. To have amassed 140,000 from red envelope gifts was impressive. Meanwhile, looking at her own meager 255 yuan in red envelopes felt quite pitiful. Comparisons could indeed be disheartening. Well, I shall endeavor to select a piece of raw jade that is likely to appreciate in value. Vigne nodded in acknowledged. Thank you. Guo Shui's eyes sparkled with delight. Why be so polite? It's simply because you are my good friend. Helping you is tantamount to helping myself. I assent to it. Du Yurong hastily redirected Qin Yi's attention towards herself, pondering the adage that a best friend can sometimes be the most formidable adversary, which seemed to carry a kernel of truth. Qin Yi, however, remained oblivious to the subtle thoughts of the young women. Indeed, without you, I would not have met Guo Shui. Du Yurong beamed with joy as she produced a jelly and popped it into Qin Yi's mouth, nearly causing her to choke. After a journey of 2.5 hours, the plane landed at Fengjiang City Airport. They boarded a shuttle bus, collected their luggage, and made their way to the exit. Outside, a fleet of luxurious coaches awaited them, emblazoned with the words 73rd Fengjiang Hanyuan Jade Exhibition, as charming hostesses greeted them. Although this city is not particularly large, with a resident population of around 3 million, its unique geographical conditions and historical development have solidified its esteemed position within the jade community. Each year, throngs of individuals with dreams of striking it rich flock here. Numerous sizable jade exhibitions are held annually, among which the events organized by Hanyuan Daji are the most vibrant. Hanyuan Daji is both a company name and a location, serving as the largest jade trading hub in Fengjiang City. home to over 2,000 merchants selling various types of raw jade. During this time, the atmosphere is especially lively. Their accommodations are located adjacent to Hanyuandaji at a 5-star hotel named Gorilla, which has been entirely reserved for the event, providing complimentary lodging and meals for all invited buyers, a truly extravagant gesture. The plaza of Gorilla Hotel has been divided into hundreds of independent sections, each occupied by a merchant meticulously selected from Hanyuandaji who have paid a fee for the space. The raw stones on display range from thousands to hundreds of millions in value, laid out like cabbages at a market, available for selection. The exhibition plaza is open to hotel guests for free, while ordinary customers wishing to purchase raw stones must possess an expensive ticket, thus keeping many idle individuals at bay. The lobby houses 50 exquisite boutiques, with their wares exclusively available to hotel guests. Others are barred from entry, contributing to the high demand for tickets to this exhibition. The bus came to a halt outside the plaza, and everyone disembarked. Aside from security personnel, numerous police vehicles were visible, underscoring the significance attributed to this exhibition. With their luggage in hand, Qin Yi and her companions were escorted through a designated passage directly to the Gorilla lobby. The lobby was currently teeming with guests, many of whom were queuing to check in, creating a somewhat cacophonous atmosphere. Qin Yi trailed behind, one hand grasping her wheeled suitcase while the other scrolled through her phone. Du Yorong and Guo Shui, hand in hand, chatted animatedly ahead, erupting into laughter at moments of shared amusement. Suddenly, Qin Yi felt the weight of an unfriendly gaze upon her. She lifted her head, only to find that the gaze had vanished into the crowd, as though it had never existed. As the flow of people continued, it soon became their turn to check in. Qin Yi steadied her suitcase and retrieved her identification card from her pocket, presenting it to the front desk staff. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached her, pushing a large leather suitcase. Appearing anxious about his belongings, he raised the suitcase high and inquired at the front desk, "When does breakfast begin? Can it be delivered to my room?" "Sir, breakfast starts at 6:40 and ends at 9:30. You can notify the service desk to have it delivered directly to your room," the staff replied. "Oh." The man set down his suitcase and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Qin Yi coldly interjected, "Stop." Chapter 102, The Thief's Scheme. Surrounded by a bustling lobby in a 5-star hotel, Qin Yi recognized the man as a thief, employing the ruse of a large suitcase concealing a smaller one. It was audacious to attempt such a deed in plain sight, especially under the watchful gaze of several security cameras. Had Qin Yi not reached this level of awareness, she might have been deceived by the thief's practiced motions. It seemed the hotel had been losing items frequently of late. As Qin Yi shouted, the thief realized his predicament and bolted toward the hotel entrance. With a scoff, Qin Yi swiftly maneuvered behind him, resembling a startled swan, and leaped, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. The force of her strike caused his face to collide with the floor, propelling him several meters away. Without granting him a moment's respite, Qin Yi stepped firmly on his back and shouted, "Catch the thief." In an instant, security personnel surged forward and quickly subdued the assailant. To Qin Yi's surprise, once apprehended, the man showed no fear. Instead, he glared at her menacingly and exclaimed, "You dare expose my scheme? One day, you'll pay for this. What nonsense is this? Are you out of your mind?" Qin Yi retorted, not fully comprehending his words, suspecting they were coded language. At that moment, Han Ling approached her and whispered, "He means you've ruined his plans, and he will eventually make you pay for it. But don't worry, I'll handle this." She then patted Qin Yi on the shoulder. "A thief scheme? How dare you label it as such? This was outright robbery, you fool." Qin Yi, unfazed by his threats, chose to ignore him. The so-called disciple of thievery was soon taken away, yet many bystanders in the lobby, including several girls around Qin Yi's age, had witnessed her impressive kick and cast curious, admiring glances her way. The large suitcase used as evidence was removed, and Qin Yi, with her suitcase in tow, approached the front desk where her check-in was already completed. She and Master Zhang were assigned to room 6018. "Wow, how did you kick like that? So impressive. I didn't even realize he was a thief. He looked so ordinary," Du Yorong remarked, playfully pinching Qin Yi's bicep. "Isn't the security here rather poor?" Guo Shui expressed her concerns. "What are you worried about? We're just across the hall from Qin Yi's room. She'll protect us if anything happens," Du Yorong replied, seemingly unafraid and even a bit exhilarated. "Still, it's wise to be cautious," Qin Yi said, twisting her shoulder to evade Du Yorong's playful antics. Du Yorong, with a cheerful demeanor, pulled her suitcase and followed Qin Yi into the elevator. Qin Yi noticed that among the attendees of the exhibition, there were many robust bodyguards, indicating that this exhibition was not as safe as it appeared. Rather, many matters were left unspoken. The organizers had arranged 4 rooms for a total of 7 individuals, with Luo Yu occupying a room alone, while Han Ling shared a room with a female bodyguard. After returning to their room and freshening up briefly, they heard the doorbell ring. Master Zhang opened the door to find a refined gentleman standing outside, accompanied by 2 security personnel. I am the general manager of Hanyuan Grand Market. My name is Chao Wang. I have come to meet the young man who displayed bravery in the lobby, the man stated directly. What is it? Qin Yi asked, still towel-drying her damp hair. She paused momentarily before accepting the money that was offered, believing it was unwise to decline a gift freely given. Thank you, Manager Chao. The person apprehended today is connected to a band of thieves who have been active in the area, causing us considerable distress. Fortunately, Mr. Qin caught him in the act. However, I must caution you, Mr. Qin, that they operate as a group and there are likely other accomplices. Please exercise caution. Have you already started widely promoting the reward of 100,000 for me? Qin Yi quickly realized the true purpose of the visit. We certainly need to publicize such heroic deeds, Chao responded. Are you trying to deceive me? No, I wouldn't dare. But I will reward 10,000 for each thief you capture. So the more you catch, the more you earn. Get lost. Qin Yi nearly slammed the door in his face. Master Zhang approached and gently patted Qin Yi on the shoulder, advising, do not let it anger you too much. Every exhibition attracts thieves. General Han has some connections with them, and I suspect a word from her would resolve the matter. Besides, the one apprehended would be charged with attempted theft, and their confinement would be brief. Qin Yi shook her head. If this Chao fellow didn't publicize it, Aunt Han could have easily handled it, but now it's complicated. I may not know much, but those who navigate the underworld value their reputation. Sometimes, pride is even more important than life itself. Master Zhang sighed. May you find your own fortune. Here, both accommodation and meals were covered by the organizers. However, meals were limited to a buffet in the main dining hall at fixed times, accessible with a room card. If one wished for other culinary delights or additional services, they would incur separate charges. Naturally, Han Ling did not intend to take everyone for the buffet and instead reserved a private room in the Western restaurant on the 3rd floor. During the meal, Han Ling, feeling somewhat awkward, said to Qin Yi, Manager, Chao has put us in a rather passive position. Some of my acquaintances in the world of thieves are based in the capital, and their reach is limited. So, please be cautious in your comings and goings. However, you can rest assured that they have promised not to harm you. They will likely only seek to steal a little something for their own pride. Whatever. A head is worth 100,000. That is quite valuable. Qin Yi thought, feeling displeased. Originally, it was the other party intending to steal his belongings. Yet somehow it seems as if he has committed a wrongdoing. Should the thieves dare to return, he would not hesitate to capture them and claim the bounty. Well then, I shall have another conversation with that senior. Luo Yu observed Han Ling and Qin Yi whispering to each other, a smirk gracing her lips as if she relished their misfortune. I once heard a tale in the imperial capital about a man who offended the Thieves' Guild and ended up stripped of his clothes, bound beneath the gate for all to see throughout the night. Qin Yi glanced at her, coolly retorting, It wouldn't be you, would it? What manner of speech is that? Luo Yu shot back indignantly. When conversing with others, one ought to speak appropriately. How else should I address you? Qin Yi, feeling vexed, was unyielding in his demeanor. Chapter 103. The Test of Perception. You, at such a young age, have encountered but a few rough stones and dare to act as a master? How utterly ludicrous! Luo Yu could no longer contain her thoughts and voice them. The bamboo may grow tall, yet it is hollow within. As for whether one is a master, we shall discern that through the appraisal of rough stones. Surely, masters are not merely fabricated through empty words. Du Yurong, unable to suppress her amusement, covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Very well, I shall see just how much skill you possess. Han, the proprietor, declared, I am full now. I shall take a stroll to see if there are any treasures that catch my eye. Luo Yu elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin after taking only a couple of bites of steak and departed the private room. Han Ling discreetly nodded. Though she felt a headache coming on, she was pleased to witness the discord between the two. If they truly focused on appraising the rough stones, she would undoubtedly benefit. Do you practice internal martial arts? The female bodyguard inquired suddenly. I have trained for a couple of days. Qin Yi replied nonchalantly. You are quite skilled. The bodyguard remarked before lowering her head to continue eating, choosing not to elaborate further. Once the meal concluded, the group made their way outside. Given the bustling crowd in the boutique area, Han Ling decided to first explore the outside vendors. Logically, the rough stones in the boutique should surpass those of the casual sellers. Yet in the realm of stone gambling, absolutes do not exist. It is entirely possible that exceptional pieces lie in the hands of the casual sellers. Han Ling's invitation for Qin Yi to appraise the stones did not imply that all stones he favored must be for her. Rather, it was intended for him to provide critical guidance after she expressed interest in a specific piece. During this exhibition, the stones that would attract discerning buyers like Han Ling would undoubtedly be those of significant quality, while she typically had little interest in those with excessive gambling potential. As Qin Yi examined the merchandise, he emulated others by using a powerful flashlight to inspect the stones, a tactic primarily intended to obscure one's intentions. However, the true essence lay within his heightened tactile perception. Master Zhang, aware of Qin Yi's exceptional skill in stone gambling, closely monitored his every move. The six of them ambled about, and Qin Yi had already procured over a dozen stones, hiring a small cart that was now brimming with his acquisitions. All these rough stones, untouched and uncut, represented pure gambling potential. Among them, several pieces of jade exhibited striking colors, which, once revealed, could serve as materials for Qin Dashin. With his father's deft craftsmanship, their value could potentially multiply several times over. Qin Yi was in high spirits. Such a rough stone exhibition was indeed a serendipitous opportunity for wealth, and without the necessity of immediate cutting. None could discern that he had amassed a collection of remarkable treasures. Having already spent over 2 million, why don't we proceed with the stone selection? Du Yurong proposed. Gazing at the truckload of stones, Han Ling and Master Zhang's eyes brightened at this suggestion, as it resonated perfectly with their desires. However, Qin Yi seemed preoccupied with purchasing and showed no interest in selecting stones. Why was that? Du Yurong was well-versed in this industry. Under normal circumstances, it would be imprudent to incur expensive air freight costs for raw stones that would ultimately be cut into pieces, as that would be the most economical approach. I have a peculiar habit of immersing myself in the stone selection process alone. Your quirk is indeed unusual. Perhaps he fears that the raw stones he cuts will yield nothing of value, which would be quite embarrassing, especially since he must maintain an air of expertise. An incongruous voice interrupted, revealing Luo Yu had approached unnoticed. Observing Qin Yi pushing a cart of raw stones, he scoffed. Qin Yi glanced at Luo Yu, noting he held a raw stone weighing around 5 kilograms, evidently one he had just selected. My raw stones yield nothing, but does yours possess great value? Youth is often characterized by exuberance. Certainly one T indulges temperament. Young man, take a good look. This is old material from Muna, with a delicate yellow sand skin that showcases uniform luminescence when illuminated, ensuring the emergence of exceptional raw stones. I only spent 200,000. Take note. Luo Yu declared with pride. May I take a look? Qin Yi inquired. Go ahead and expand your knowledge. Luo Yu casually handed the raw stone to Qin Yi. Qin Yi pretended to scrutinize it with a powerful flashlight for an extended period before returning it to Luo Yu, muttering, I don't find it impressive. Young man, what did you say? I said it's not that impressive. You speak recklessly. On what grounds do you make such a claim? Vin similit faintly. How about we make a wager? A wager? What kind of wager? I'll also invest 200,000 in a Munar raw stone, and we'll open them together. Whoever jade boasts superior quality wins. What do you say? Sound good. What if you lose? If I lose, I will address you as master whenever we meet in the future. If you lose, the same applies. You will call me master. Qin Yi grinned at Luo Yu. The stakes of Qin Yi's wager seemed rather peculiar, prompting Luo Yu to hesitate before agreeing. Should he falter, he would be obligated to call this young man master, which would ruin his reputation in the industry. Let us set the wager at 1 million in cash. I can serve as the notary. Honling interdicted to immediate. Understanding both parties well, 1 million is a trivial matter for either of them. If we adhere to Qin Yi's wager, there is a chance Han Ling could lose a consultant regardless of the outcome. No problem. Luo Yu quickly agreed. Although Qin Yi was somewhat dissatisfied, he accepted the 1 million cash wager, recognizing Han Ling's concerns, and nodded in agreement. He would not touch the stones in the cart, as several pieces were extraordinary, and he wished to avoid drawing too much attention. Turning to a vendor, he pointed at a particular raw stone and asked, how much for this piece? Qin Yi had previously examined this stone, but had dismissed it due to its minimal price increase. However, it would surely suffice to defeat Luo Yu. 250,000. The vendor noted the group's interest, particularly since the young man had returned, indicating he was keen on this stone. 140,000, firm price. Take it or leave it. Qin Yi countered directly. Sold. The boss was elated. The price of this material was merely over 10,000. And with 140,000, there was ample profit to be made. Qin Yi glanced at Guo Shui beside him and remarked, "Why are you not hastening to make the payment?" Me, Guishui was taken aback. In Chapter 104, as the machines roared to life, Qin Yi prepared to engage in a contest of keen eyesight with Luo Yu. Guishui, initially a mere spectator, was caught off guard by Qin Yi's sudden request for her to pay, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Do you wrong," quick to react, nudged Guishui and whispered in her ear, "If Qin Yi asks you to pay, then you should do so. If the raw stone turns out poorly, I shall reimburse you." Guishui shook her head repeatedly, insisting, "No need, I trust Qin Yi." With that, she took her phone and promptly transferred the funds to the vendor. The vendor, grinning broadly upon receiving the payment, gave Qin Yi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You young man are quite something, letting your girlfriend pay for the gamble. What skill." Guishui's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not object. "Do you wrong," feeling displeased, retorted, "Sell your stones and spare us the chatter. The quality of the raw stone is uncertain, but your judgment seems lacking." Once the transaction was settled, Qin Yi reached for the raw stone, but Luo Yu preemptively lifted it first. "This raw stone is not promising." After examining it closely and shining a strong flashlight upon it, he continued, "How can I put it? The sand shell is very coarse, even if there is jadeite within. The quality will likely not be exceptional." When discussing raw stones, Luo Yu seemed to transform, shedding his acerbic demeanor. The formation of jadeite is an exceedingly prolonged process. If it could be generalized, it would not be called gambling. Seeing that his counterpart was calmly engaging in discussion, Qin Yi refrained from his usual confrontational tone. While the rationale was sound, if there were no discernible clues, what purpose would our advisement serve? Fate leaves at least one path open. Taking the raw stone, Qin Yi pointed to one of its sides and remarked, "While 3 sides are coarse, this side is quite delicate. If we consider only this aspect, there is a possibility of superior quality within. Your gambling spirit is rather bold." Luo Yu was unconvinced that Qin Yi's raw stone could surpass his own, fully embracing the perspective of a victor. If it fails, it's called a gamble. If it succeeds, it's a display of skill. Shall we proceed to the stone unveiling? Let's go. The group made their way to the stone unveiling area, where 2 individuals stood nearby. One in his 40s with narrow, slanted eyes that gave the impression of perpetual squinting, dressed impeccably. The other, a young woman in her 20s, donned in a flowing white gown, exuding a youthful radiance and an air of noble elegance. "Father, who do you think will win?" the girl inquired. "Without a doubt, it will be Luo Yu. Do you know him? We are all part of the same circle in the capital. That leading woman, Han Ling, is the owner of Debazai. Yet I have a feeling that the young man might emerge victorious." "Why is that?" "Intuition," the girl asserted firmly. "Oh, then let us observe the spectacle." The man led his daughter to follow Qin Yi and the others to the stone unveiling site. In the unveiling area, 5 stone-cutting machines stood in place, and due to the high volume of participants, many were queuing. Han Ling approached the front, producing a golden room card from her pocket and flashing it before the overseer. "We would like to unveil 2 raw stones first." Upon seeing the golden card, the overseer nodded repeatedly. "Of course." "Certainly." Those queuing nearby expressed their dissatisfaction. "What is the meaning of this? How can you cut in line? Do you understand the rules?" The person in charge patted the sign beside him and addressed the queue. "Can you read? Look at what it says." The sign bore a line of text. "Users holding VIP cards may have priority in stone cutting." Is the VIP card really that impressive? "Indeed. I apologize, but this is the rule." Ignoring the murmurs of the others, the person in charge ushered Qin Yi and her companions into the venue, assigning them to the second stone-cutting machine. Just then, the stone cutter had finished slicing a piece of raw stone and, with a hint of regret, informed the man beside him, "It's a bust." The man furiously rubbed his face, glaring with bloodshot eyes as he demanded, "How could it be a bust? I spent over $1 million on this. They assured me it would surely appreciate. There's no certainty in this business. If I encounter 2 profitable stones in a day, I'm lucky." The man, distraught, clutched 2 cut pieces of raw stone as he made his way out, revealing a dull, grayish-brown interior, poorly jadeized, resembling marble. The stone cutter, accustomed to such speculators, remained unfazed and inquired, "Who came first?" "Mr. Luo came first." "Vini gesturit politedi." Luo Yu, undeterred, sketched a few lines on the stone before handing it over to the cutter. After confirming the cutting position, he pressed the raw stone firmly and covered it with a dust shield as the machine whirred to life. Upon the machine's roar, gold flows forth. The cutter exclaimed auspiciously. If the raw stone yielded a significant profit, it was customary to offer the cutter a red envelope, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands. As a token of good fortune, Luo Yu politely nodded, indicating there would be a reward later. The raw stone was relatively small, and within minutes, one side was cut open. Once the dust settled, a translucent jadeite flesh was revealed. The cutter, watching closely, knew better than to prematurely declare profit. While it appeared promising, the purchase price was unknown, and should it turn out to be a loss, he could face reprimand for his enthusiasm. With a stoic expression, Luo Yu calmly instructed, "Continue cutting." The quality was close to high ice jade, aligning with his expectations, and it should be valued around 1.5 million, indeed a profit. "How does it look?" Guo Shui, lacking knowledge, whispered to Du Yurong. "It appears promising. Do you think mine will be even better?" Guo Shui inwardly hoped for Qin Yi's victory. "Absolutely," Du Yurong replied, though uncertainty lingered in her heart. After a few minutes, the entire piece was fully revealed, crystal clear with minimal cotton, a sight to behold. Luo Yu presented a red envelope of 2,000 to the cutter, who expressed sincere gratitude. After all, during the exhibition, all cutting services were complimentary. Aside from his salary, he could only hope for rewards from successful cuts. 1,600,000, I'll take it. Han Ling deliberately added an extra 100,000. Luo Yu smiled subtly, handing the cut jadeite to Master Zhang. Although Luo Yu had the autonomy to decide whether to sell, as a hired senior consultant, his first choice for selling raw materials was naturally to the employer. "Now, it's your turn." Luo Yu looked at Qin Yi with an air of pride. Qin Yi casually retrieved a marker from Master Zhang's pocket and carelessly made a mark on the raw stone, declaring, "Cut it this way." The stone cutter was taken aback. With no cracks or color discrepancies, such a cut would remove a quarter of the material, potentially compromising the integrity of the jade flesh inside. Wasn't this a bit too frivolous? Do not make excuses if it gets damaged. Luo Yu felt that Qin Yi was merely being reckless. Just cut it and be done with it. Qin Yi twisted the marker pen in her hand. The most anxious among them was undoubtedly Guo Shui, for it was her money at stake. Should it be ruined, her investment would be in vain. It would be disingenuous to claim she wouldn't feel heartbroken. 140,000 could purchase a designer handbag. Du Yurong winced as Guo Shui pinched her arm painfully and rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "You were so confident earlier. Now you realize the gravity of the situation, don't you?" The mechanical whirring and the harsh sound of the blade scraping against the stone were jarring. Yet everyone remained fixated on the stone-cutting machine, not daring to look away for even a moment.